Chapter 360. Sword Emperor, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Setting Sun Saber Emperor Ling Han was patient. At present, Shuexian was wearing the Thunder Battle Armor, and it was in perfect condition. There were flashes of incandescent white lightning flickering on it, making her look like a valiant goddess of war. Ling Han discovered to his surprise that Shuexian's ears were extraordinarily long, standing tall like a rabbit's, and her eyes were glowing with a white light, like two balls of lightning. Though he had not seen Shuexian many times, he remembered clearly that Shuexian's appearance should be no different from a normal person's, unlike now. Her ears were long and pointed, and her eyes were like lightning. Strange, why was he so certain that this girl was Shuexian with one look? The first should be her hair. Ling Han had only seen one human with purple hair. The second was her appearance. Even though her eyes were like lightning now, her appearance was still that of Shuexian. The third was the Thunder Battle Armor. This was her trademark. Ling Han had to admit that though this appearance was a little strange, it also had its own kind of beauty. At least it was not something that Lu Yutong or Li Xichen could compare to. They are about to catch up, Shuexian suddenly said. This was naturally not said to Ling Han, but because she had activated the memory crystal, and was currently recording. I can sense their presence. Indeed, three figures appeared in the distance, and their speed was extremely fast. They seemed to be walking calmly step by step, but each step was 100 miles, as if they could shrink the ground into inches. Shuexian's speed was not slow, but the speed of these three people was even faster. In a short while, the distance between the two sides had been shortened to within half a mile. Shuexian, you are a genius of our race. Why must you betray us and help outsiders? What does the extermination of the human race have to do with you? An old man in the middle of the three pursuers said. He had a head of white hair, and his eyes similarly glowed with white light like balls of lightning. The difference was that there was a purple pattern on his forehead. It seemed piercing but also seemed to be naturally formed. Not only him, the other two old men also had such a pattern, and it was also on their foreheads. The moment he opened his mouth, Ling Han was given a fright. Extermination of the human race? If others said such harsh words, Ling Han would only treat it as bullshit and bragging. However, the aura of any one of these three old men was not any weaker than Shuexian's, so they were all at least in the Shattering Void tier. If three Shattering Void tier elites joined forces, then they would really be able to exterminate all living things in the vast lands. I have lived here for more than 300 years, and have long since become one with this world. How could I possibly watch helplessly as you all do such a deranged thing? Shuexian said coldly, but her feet were moving very quickly. Obviously, she didn't want to start a war of words, but used the memory crystal to record it. Humph. You are a member of my Violet Lightning race. As long as you are, you will forever be. The elder on the left said with a cold expression. Let's talk this out. No matter what, Shuexian is an outstanding genius of our race in the lower realm. Even if she returned to the ancestral land, she would still be extraordinary. Shuexian, this old man knows that you're just muddle-headed for a moment. Hurry up and wake up. The elder on the right had a gentle smile on his face. It just so happened that one played the good cop and the other played the bad cop. Lower realm. Ling Han's heart clenched. These three old men were not as simple as Shattering Void tier elites, but had even come from the realm of immortals. Hiss. Then it was extremely possible that these three people's abilities were even above the Shattering Void tier immortals. Shuexian was in the Shattering Void tier, but there was no purple pattern on her forehead. Perhaps that was a symbol that only immortals could possess. Additionally, their auras were stronger than Shuexian's, and their speed was faster. Adding all these together, Ling Han guessed that these three people were immortals. However, immortals didn't seem to be that powerful. Putting aside the fact that the Azura Demon Emperor had been split into 9 parts and suppressed for several tens of thousands of years, these three old men should be in their peak condition, so why had they still not taken down Shuexian after so long? Don't waste your breath. As long as I, Shuexian, am alive, I will stop you all, Shuexian said resolutely. Then don't blame me for being merciless. The old man in the middle had a stern look in his eyes. His right hand clenched into a fist, and with a white-colored lightning spear actually formed. Each and every one of the patterns on the spear shone brightly, exuding a terrifying aura. Even if Ling Han was only a bystander, he still felt as if he was experiencing it himself. If his actual body appeared here, merely this aura would be enough to shock him to death, even if he was still in the heaven tier in his last life. In front of true power he was too weak. With a wave of the old man's hand, this lightning spear shot towards Zishuesian. Zishuesian gave a delicate shout, and a ball of lightning surged out from her body, fiercely shooting her out. Not only did it increase in speed, it also changed its trajectory. Just when Ling Han thought that she would be able to dodge this attack, he saw that lightning spear actually change its direction and continue to shoot towards Zishuesian. On the other hand, Zishuesian's previous burst of speed was definitely an overload for her, causing her pretty face to instantly turn pale, and a sliver of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. She definitely could not do it again. The lightning spear caught up to her, and she could only turn around to parry it. She opened up a screen of lightning, and with a ZZ sound, the will of martial art turned into a field of lightning talismans. Even Ling Han broke out in a cold sweat. This would have been enough to kill him 100 times in his last life. The lightning spear arrived but was blocked by the screen of lightning. But with this pause, the 3 old men also closed in, and the 4 of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. These 3 old men were indeed stronger, as if they had endless power, but it gave Ling Han a feeling that they seemed to be deliberately holding back, and had not used their full battle prowess. Thus, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were still unable to capture Zishuesian. Despicable power of regulations, suppressing our abilities. The 3 old men seemed to be a little displeased, and could not help but complain. Suppression by the power of regulations? Ling Han's mind spun quickly. With the level of ability he had in his last life, he was qualified to come into contact with some secrets, not to mention that he had explored various historical sites and obtained a large amount of information towards the end of his life. There were some conjectures made by predecessors, and they were only conjectures before, but combined with the scene before his eyes, Ling Han could confirm with a nod that they were correct. According to legend, the divine realm had its own rules, and the mortal realm had its own rules, each minding their own business. Why could Shattering Void tier cultivators break through the void and enter the divine realm? It was not because Shattering Void tier cultivators were strong enough to break through the heaven and earth, but because the strength of Shattering Void tier cultivators surpassed the limit that the mortal realm could bear, so they would be repelled to the divine realm, which had higher rules. In the divine realm, the heaven and earth were sturdier, and could withstand the torment of immortals. In other words, entering the divine realm from the mortal realm was a relatively easy process, because the mortal realm would automatically repel, which was equivalent to assistance. The prerequisite was that one's ability had to reach the Shattering Void tier, and possibly the moment when one broke through to the immortal realm. But to enter the mortal realm from the divine realm, that was difficult. Firstly, the divine realm was extremely sturdy, and it was very difficult to break through the void. And secondly, the mortal realm repelled immortals, so it was naturally difficult to sail against the current. Moreover, even if one came to the mortal realm, immortals would probably not be able to easily use the power of immortals. On the contrary, they would have to suppress their battle prowess, or else they would definitely be repelled by the mortal realm, and return directly to the divine realm. Ling Han immediately deduced that these 3 old men were indeed immortals, but their power had been suppressed. Thus, even though their abilities were clearly far superior to Zishuesian's, the current situation had been formed. Chapter 361. Zishuesian and the 3 old men battled fiercely. Ling Han was very shocked. Zishuesian was indeed a peerless genius. Though she was fighting 3 alone, she actually had the upper hand. This would really make one hold their head and exclaim in shock. A Shattering Void tier cultivator facing 3 immortals could actually have the upper hand. But that was the truth. Who asked this to be the vast lands, where the cultivation of immortals was suppressed? In a battle of the same tier, the ability of a peerless genius to fight surpassing cultivation levels could be displayed to the fullest. However, immortals were immortals after all. Their power was suppressed, but their power was endless. As long as the battle dragged on long enough, then Zishuesian's power would definitely be exhausted, and she would be captured by them. The 3 old men did indeed do so. They were only continuously exhausting Zishuesian's power, neither too fast nor too slow. Zishuesian shouted repeatedly. Chi chi chi, the thunder battle armor on her body emitted blazing white lightning, turning into multiple lightning dragons that pounced towards the three old men to bite. This was obviously a powerful move, and instantly forced the three old men into a fluster. They expended a great deal of effort to exterminate these lightning dragons, and Zishuesian took the opportunity to escape from the battle. However, not long after, she was caught up again, and another fierce battle ensued. Ling Han bared his teeth. So the thunder battle armor was actually a level 10 spirit tool, or else how could it cause trouble for the three immortals? Their power was suppressed, but that was still the battle prowess of the Shattering Void tier. Heaven tier cultivators would be destroyed in a few punches and kicks. Back then, Zishuesian could only rank 4th among the 7 heaven tier elites. Was this because she was deliberately hiding her strength? Or did the Sword Emperor and the others similarly have a level 10 spirit tool that could suppress the thunder battle armor? Ling Han sighed. Back then, he was completely focused on alchemy, and did not care about the ranking of martial art at all. He only thought that if he could reach the Shattering Void tier, he would be able to push open the doors to the realm of immortals, and suppress the bandit, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. He was completely unaware of how wide the gap between him and these 6 people was. Now he was very clear that he possessed battle prowess surpassing a dozen stars, and the installation of power from the Black Tower could raise his power by a whole major tier. This kind of battle prowess was practically nature-defying. Thus, in his previous life, he didn't have any trump cards in the field of martial art, but he was still able to be ranked 7th in the world and sit side by side with Sword Emperor and the others. Thinking about it now, he felt a little embarrassed. Fuck, a hero doesn't boast about his past achievements. If I meet the Sword Emperor and the others again, I'll definitely give them a good thrashing. Who asked me to spend all my energy on alchemy in my last life? In terms of my achievements in alchemy, even the Sword Emperor, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and Nalan too have to obediently call me Grandmaster and beg me to concoct alchemical pills for them. Ling Han gave himself a thumbs up in his mind, and continued on his way. In reality, although the battle was fierce, it was just a repetition. Zishuesian could always rely on the thunder battle armor to turn things around in dire straits. With one strike, the 3 old men would be flustered, and she would take the opportunity to charge out, causing Ling Han to feel a little bored. However, the things recorded in the memory crystal could only be played according to the fixed process. It could not be fast-forwarded, paused, slow-forwarded, or rewound. Therefore, Ling Han could only wait quietly. But after fighting for a long while, not only did Ling Han get tired of it, the 3 old men also had enough. With the protection of the thunder battle armor, if we continue to fight like this, we will not be able to take her down at all, the old man on the left said. Indeed. The old man on the right nodded. The old man in the middle thought for a moment and said, Then I will use a sliver of divine power to break the thunder battle armor. Then the regulations of this realm will immediately react and expel you, and may even severely injure you, the old man on the left said with a frown. We can't worry about that. If we let her leak the secret, the people of this realm will be prepared, and it may ruin the clan's 10,000-year plan. Moreover, if the matter is ruined on our side, the other clans will definitely make trouble for us. The old man in the middle said. Fine, then you be careful. The old man on the left nodded. No matter, I will control my power. As long as the thunder battle armor is broken, the backlash from the power of the realm will not be too serious. The expression of the old man in the middle was cold. Flashes of white lightning floated out of his blazing white eyes, and his aura instantly rose madly. In that instant, his power completely surpassed the Shattering Void tier. Immortal level. This was the power of immortals. Ling Han sensed it. In comparison, the power of the heaven tier in his last life was like a drop of water compared to the ocean. It was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath at all. Moreover, this kind of power far surpassed the Azura Demon Emperor of that time. The other 2 old men shot away at the same time, as if they would be implicated if they stood there. Their reaction was correct. A crack in the void soundlessly appeared behind the old man in the middle, and immediately turned into a giant mouth. It suddenly opened and closed, and swallowed the old man in the middle. Was this the repulsion of the realm, directly sending him out of the vast lands? Ling Han was delighted. The old man's attack had not even been launched when he was repelled by the realm's power. Shuexian had one less powerful enemy, and there should be a sliver of a chance of victory, but he had not even finished his thought. The instant that crack closed, a blazing white spear of lightning shot out. This was different from the previous attack. The power of this spear of lightning was at least 100 times stronger, and what was more frightening was that there were multiple patterns entwined on the spear of lightning, and the pressure it emitted would make even shattering void tier elites tremble in fear. This was the most frightening attack of immortals. It was not power, but rather the will of martial art. A complete suppression of the will of martial art. Ling Han's expression changed. That old man still managed to launch an attack at the last moment before he was repelled by the realm's power. This was too frightening. There was absolutely no chance for Shuexian to dodge or parry. This spear directly pierced through her delicate body. So what if it was the thunder battle armor? A hole was directly pierced through. Ling Han understood. So this was how the hole on the thunder battle armor came about. Ah! Shuexian screamed. She had been struck in the heart. This spear of lightning had directly pierced through her chest, and her heart had definitely exploded. Even if she was in the shattering void tier, she should not be able to survive. Ling Han's heart involuntarily tightened. Could it be that Shuexian was about to perish? But Shuexian instead sprinted madly as she took off the thunder battle armor and said, "Boundless Mountain, Clear Harmony Palace Hall, there are all the answers. People of the future, the things you have been told previously were all lies. The real answer is there, and you must obtain it. Otherwise, the disaster will repeat itself." With a flick of her hand, the thunder battle armor instantly pierced through the air, and her figure became smaller and smaller below, and very quickly disappeared. Obviously, the memory crystal was on the thunder battle armor. The thunder battle armor traversed an immeasurable distance, and finally landed on the ground. Every pattern had lost its luster, as if it had become the most ordinary battle armor. This state of stillness persisted for about a few days, and then the scene suddenly stopped. It should be that the memory crystal's capacity was limited, and it was full. Ling Han's divine sense automatically left the memory crystal, and appeared inside the Black Tower. As the ruler of this place, he could clearly determine that not even a breath's time had passed. The things that happened in his divine sense did not have the temporal nature of reality. It was just like a dream, a lifetime in the dream, but when he woke up only a few hours had passed. Innumerable guesses rose up in Ling Han's mind, and there was also a chill that spread from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 362. According to historical records, more than 9,000 years ago, there was a great chaos and a great calamity. Countless people died, and as a result there was a gap in martial art and alchemy Dao. Afterwards, the Heaven Sword sect, the Absolute Saber sect, and other sects stood out and joined forces to quell the chaos. Only then was there peace for more than 8,000 years. Compared to the calamity of annihilation at that time, the fighting and killing now was simply a piece of cake. Ling Han had a guess. The great chaos at that time had been caused by the party represented by those three old men. They were of the same race as Shuexian, and wanted to bring her back to the immortal realm, but were rejected by Shuexian, who wanted to live and die with the lower realm. Ling Han had also seen her end with his own eyes. Though he had not seen the final scene of her dying in battle, without the thunder battle armor, her heart had also been destroyed, and there were still two immortal level pursuers behind her. How could she have survived? Shuexian was a disciple of the Blue Thunder sect, and now the Blue Thunder sect was established in the Middle State. It was said that they were one of the main forces that had resisted the Great Chaos all those years ago. According to what he had said, the clansmen of Shuexian should have nothing to do with the Blue Thunder sect. They had only discovered that there were clansmen of their own in this sect, and thus wanted to bring them back to the realm of immortals. Zhang Yufeng and several hundred other heaven-tier elites battled a single shattering void-tier elite. Judging by the time, it was extremely possible that that person was an invader from the realm of immortals, or even an immortal. However, he was suppressed by the power of the realm, and could only possess the battle prowess of the shattering void tier. In the end, he was dragged along by so many heaven-tier elites and died. It made sense in theory. But the problem was, why did the realm of immortals want to invade the lower realm? In everyone's opinion, the immortal realm should be rich in resources, with godly medicines growing everywhere. Just picking a random stalk and consuming it would allow an ordinary person to instantly become a god. Even if they did not become a god, they would still be able to charge up to the heaven tier, shattering void tier, or something like that. Such a rich and fertile place. Which part of the vast lands would it be compared to? It was just like how many great forces in the northern region disdained the desolate north. So what if they occupied the desolate north? Only unranked forces would want to fight for a place in the desolate north. Could it be that there was also such a force in the immortal realm, and because they could no longer survive in the immortal realm, they ran over to the lower realm? No, that was not right. Those three old men had said that they wanted to bring Shuxian back, which meant that they did not intend to stay here for long. Furthermore, Shuxian had also mentioned that the other party wanted to exterminate the entire human race. This was not something that a conqueror would do. Is a ruler still a ruler without his subjects? The key was Shuxian's last sentence. She said that everything the people of the future generations had heard was a lie. What did that mean? Judging from her age, she must be referring to the catastrophe nearly 10,000 years ago. That's fake, just a lie. Ling Han could not help but feel a headache coming on. What had originally been a very logical story seemed to have been completely overturned by Shuxian's brainless words. But Shuxian did not hesitate to fight to the death to deliver these words. Could she possibly be joking? Of course not. Come, he definitely had to make a trip to Infinite Boundless Mountain's Clear Harmony Palace Hall and find the answer that Shuxian had buried. He knew where Infinite Boundless Mountain was. The central region. Of course, whether or not it was still called Infinite Boundless Mountain was uncertain. Moreover, after 10,000 years, could the Clear Harmony Hall still stand? Let's talk about it later. Ling Han sighed. You clearly had the memory crystal on hand, so why didn't you just directly record all the answers within, instead forcing me to make another trip to Infinite Boundless Mountain? Small Tower, can you restore this battle armor? He asked. No. Small Tower swayed left and right. This was its action of shaking its head, and if it nodded, it would sway back and forth. Ling Han already understood. It paused, then said, but I can dispel the impurities within, so this battle armor should still be able to be used for a while. Ling Han was overjoyed and said, then come quickly. Small Tower shook slightly, and a mighty force surged out. The thunder battle armor immediately floated in mid-air, trembling slightly. Zzz, the vein-like patterns lit up and dimmed. But after a while, this battle armor fell to the ground with a paw. That's enough, Small Tower said expressionlessly. Ling Han was no longer surprised. Back then, it had also wiped out the tool spirit of the demon birth sword with such ease and joy. Not to mention that this was only a damaged 10th level spirit tool. He put on the thunder battle armor and attempted to activate this spirit tool. Zzz, the vein-like patterns lit up, and instantly there were innumerable lightning leaping around his body. Not only his torso but his entire body, forming a layer of lightning barrier. Ling Han raised his hand and xiao. A blazing white lightning ray opened up and shot into the distance, turning into a sharp sword. He threw another punch, and the lightning ray turned into a blazing white fist with terrifying might. He gave a long howl, and both his hands struck out repeatedly. Xiao, 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 fist chi and sword chi shot out together, and with the support of the thunder battle armor, they turned into blazing white lightning swords and lightning fists. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh loudly. This thunder battle armor increased his battle prowess by at least 5 stars, and this was only in terms of attack. He hadn't tried it in terms of defense, but he believed that the defense of this lightning barrier definitely wouldn't be weak. Presently, he could only activate a portion of the vein-like patterns on the thunder battle armor, which meant that as his cultivation level increased, the power of the thunder battle armor would also increase accordingly. However, its limit couldn't possibly reach the shattering void tier, because the 2 large holes in the front and back were still there, and with a portion of the vein-like patterns missing, it couldn't possibly display its strongest might again. Shuxian, I haven't had many dealings with you in the past, but the choice you made really impressed me. Don't worry, I will definitely find the answer you left behind, and won't let the disaster repeat itself. Ling Han said cautiously. After making a promise, he put on his jacket. The thunder battle armor was a high-level spirit tool, and could actually be adjusted according to the user's physique. Thus, even though he was obviously taller than Shuexian, he didn't feel the slightest bit of tightness wearing it. There was also that bottle. Ling Han opened it, and there was only a drop of purple-colored blood inside, exuding a powerful aura. It immediately made his skin feel as if it was being cut by a knife, as if it was about to split open. Shuexian's blood? Ling Han closed the bottle. This might be the key to opening the place where Shuexian had buried the answer in the Clear Harmony Palace Hall, so he couldn't use it now. He exited the Black Tower. There was still some time before dinner, and if he wanted to go to the Duan residence it would have to be late at night, and it was still a bit early now. Since he had nothing to do, he called Lu Yutong and the others over, and began to teach them martial arts. First, he asked them to tell him about the problems they had encountered during cultivation, and he would answer them one by one. After that, he taught different cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques according to the differences of each person. Lu Yutong didn't need to be taught. Zhu Wujiu also practiced the sword, and Ling Han also taught him the four-season sword technique. Can ye practice the saber? Unfortunately, Ling Han didn't obtain any supreme saber technique from the Setting Sun Saber Emperor, but there was no lack of saber techniques in his mind. Thus he found a Black Demon Saber technique for Can Yi to learn. This was a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, and it was one of the better ones at this level, almost entering Earth grade. At present, Lu Yutong was in the 8th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, while Zhu Wujiu was in the 5th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Their power had improved greatly, and this was naturally due to the effects of alchemical pills. Ling Han warned them repeatedly that when they reached the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, they definitely couldn't be in a rush to break through. They had to strengthen their foundations to the point that they couldn't rely on, and only then would they be able to take the next step. Otherwise, the cultivation that was built up through the accumulation of alchemical pills would really be too weak, and it would be impossible for them to climb to the highest tier. At night, Guangyuan finally went downstairs to have dinner together. Then, they quietly waited for the arrival of midnight. Chapter 363. The 6 red-furred monsters did not dodge at all, and continued to pounce. The tall mountains crashed down, and they each threw out a punch to meet them. Amidst the ripples of origin power, cracks appeared on these mountains, but they did not shatter. Pung 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 pung. They were all struck, but they only staggered for a moment before continuing to attack, incomparably ferocious. Such solid defense, Ling Han nodded. Although it could not compare to his body of iron sheet, it was still quite shocking. There were pitifully few in the spiritual pedestal tier that could cultivate such a defense. It's only SOSO. The man that was attacked sneered, and his figure slid back. He raised his sword again, and another 7 flashes of sword chi shot out. Help! The others also knew that the red-furred monsters were not very powerful, so they naturally had no fear. But it was at this moment that the bodies of the 6 red-furred monsters all shone with a bloody light. They directly charged past the man's sword chi, and forcibly arrived in front of him. 5 of the red-furred monsters grabbed his limbs and head, and the last one grabbed onto the man's body. Pooh! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 5 red-furred monsters exerted force at the same time, and actually forcibly tore off the man's limbs and head. Blood splattered, and it was as if the sky had been dyed red. It was too violent, too bloody. Everyone was stunned. This kind of scene was something that they could not accept. Pa 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 pa. The 6 red-furred monsters simultaneously threw away the severed limbs and head in their hands, and fixed their eyes on another man, pouncing at him. Suppress him together! Everyone hurriedly shouted. They definitely could not be defeated by these 6 red-furred monsters one by one. In the battle between the two sides, the humans naturally had the advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, their battle prowess was stronger. But these red-furred monsters were like undying monsters. They were stabbed and slashed, but not a single drop of blood splattered out. It was as if they were puppets. Moreover, they had a special ability. When a red light flashed on their bodies, they could ignore the bombardment of origin power, and directly pass through it. This caused great trouble for everyone. They obviously had more people, and obviously were stronger, but they were being beaten into a sorry state by the 6 red-furred monsters. Strange, what kind of ability is this? Ling Han murmured, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Could it be that this was another special ability of the beings of the immortal realm? Young Master Han, should we go and help? Guang Yuan asked. We'll go, but be careful. Ling Han nodded. Yes. Guang Yuan immediately rushed out. Yukayu scratched his head and said, Strange, why do I have to listen to this guy's words? As he said this, he also rushed out, his fighting spirit unwavering. Ling Han did not make a move, and only observed carefully. He would make a move when Guang Yuan and Yukayu were in danger, but at other times, he would observe more. He had never heard of this red-furred monster. It was too strange. His eyes swept over, and an expression of shock appeared on his face. That was because the pieces of flesh that had been dismembered earlier were currently undergoing an astonishing transformation. A clump of red hair grew out from the flesh, and as if it had a life of its own, its head, limbs were all wriggling towards the torso. Very soon the 6 parts came together, forming a complete human body, but it was covered in red hair. A new red-furred monster had appeared. A bolt of lightning flashed through Ling Han's mind, and a guess welled up in his mind. These 6 red-furred monsters couldn't be the 6 dried corpses that had been killed first, right? He immediately dashed out, drew out the demon birth sword, and slashed at one of the red-furred monsters. In the midst of the sword chi, the red hair danced in the air, and this red-furred monster was instantly shaved clean by Ling Han, revealing a body that looked like a dried corpse. There were even a few tattered pieces of cloth on it. Luo Hung. A martial artist said in a trembling voice. He's Luo Hung, I recognize the tattoo on his hand. Ling Han focused his gaze and sure enough, there was a tattoo on the red-furred monster's arm. Although it was hard to distinguish, one could still make out that it was the image of a fierce tiger. Everyone was shocked. Luo Hung was one of the first to enter the 2nd floor, and was turned into a dried corpse by the blood-sucking bugs. Why did he suddenly turn into a red-furred monster and come back to life? There's another one. Someone discovered the 7th red-furred monster, although it had just stood up shakily, and hadn't joined the battle yet. Where's Su Ming's corpse? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Everyone was speechless. This dried corpse could turn into a red-furred monster, so why couldn't it be torn apart? What kind of damned place was this? The dead could also come back to life, although it couldn't be considered a true resurrection. Ling Han drew his sword, activating the 2 patterns on the demon birth sword. He didn't believe that even a level 10 spirit tool couldn't kill these monsters. Piu, his figure flashed, and one strike after another, forcibly splitting the red-furred monster into 2 pieces. However, a strange scene appeared. The 2 pieces of the red-furred monster actually stuck together again, and became one again. An undying monster. Ling Han made a prompt decision and said, to the 3rd floor. Yukayu and Guang Yuan obviously wouldn't have the slightest objection to his words, and immediately climbed the stairs, charging towards the 3rd floor. Ling Han put away the demon birth sword, and also leapt onto the stairs. Even someone with such powerful battle prowess like Ling Han ran away. So how would the others dare to stay? These red-furred monsters couldn't be killed at all, and even if someone hit a spiritual infant tier law decree, could it suppress them? Although Ling Han climbed the stairs later than Guang Yuan and Yukayu, he caught up from behind. With a big stride, he was the first to enter the 3rd floor. The scenery immediately changed. This was actually a primeval forest. There were tall trees everywhere, and countless old vines intertwined, thicker than houses. Who knew how many years it had been growing for it to reach such a scale? However, in the extreme distance, a divine temple was currently standing at the peak of a mountain, radiating a brilliant golden light. Guang Yuan and Yukayu also leapt out, and then more people appeared. However, not a single red-furred monster charged up, as if each floor had a strict limit. Ayo! A beast's roar rang out in the distance, as if it could tear apart the sky. Everyone was shocked. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying deterrence contained in that roar. It was at least a flower blossom tier existence, or even a spiritual infant tier demonic beast. What to do now? Below, there were unkillable red-furred monsters, and above, there were flower blossom tier and even spiritual infant tier demonic beasts. It was truly a dilemma. Ling Han, however, only looked at the golden divine temple on the distant mountain peak. He had a feeling that there, He might be able to obtain the answer regarding the secret of this divine temple. Let's go. He nodded towards Guangyuan and Yu Kaiyu. The three of them set off, walking towards the divine temple in the distance. The others all shrugged. The mountain peak wasn't far, but they definitely wouldn't be close if they walked all the way there. Who knew how many terrifying demonic beasts they would encounter? Let's charge back. That's right. Although the red-furred monster can't be killed, its own battle prowess isn't ridiculously strong. It's still stronger than spiritual infant-tier demonic beasts. Let's go back. Most people wanted to retreat, and only a few people decided to follow Ling Han and the others forward. At least, the three of them would scout ahead, and if there was any danger, the three of them would be the first to bear it. However, these people were immediately dumbfounded because Ling Han summoned the golem. The three of them all stood on the golem's back, and the large golem carried them towards the mountain peak. Chapter 364. Ling Han almost fell over. Where did this guy come from? When did you become blind? He asked in annoyance. Yu Kaiyu laughed mischievously and said, If you didn't lie to the little girl, why would Hunyo keep nagging me that you're Nyo's? Ling Han was dumbfounded. Hunyo was really a mischievous little girl and was also very smart. She knew that Yu Kaiyu was her cousin, so she changed the path of relatives. If she could still find his mother with the little girl's skill, would she be able to make Yu Hongchang smile from ear to ear and acknowledge her as her little wife? In another 10 years or so, the little girl would become a big girl, and for a genius like Ling Han, breaking through to the flower blossom tier was a sure thing. Then, 10 years for a lifespan of at least a few hundred years was not a matter of the blink of an eye. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head. How did Hunyo's little brain grow? Since you like the little girl, then let me have the other two big girls. Yu Kaiyu said, arching his arm around Ling Han's shoulder. Ha ha! Ling Han laughed and said, One of them is my little female attendant, and the other is my alchemy apprentice. Think about it yourself. If you marry one of them, what would you call me? Pei, you're too despicable, occupying the toilet but not taking a shit. I despise you, Yu Kaiyu said, filled with righteous indignation. Less nonsense, we've arrived at the Duan residence. Ling Han pressed his hand down. They had already arrived in front of the Duan residence. Isn't this Duan Zhengji's home? Yu Kaiyu looked very strange. You know him? Ling Han asked. Sort of. He's come to visit the sect before. After all, he's a spiritual pedestal tier warrior with impressive strength, and the Sea Breeze City is right under our sect's feet. Every move he makes has wide implications. With the appearance of such a powerful warrior, he would have to report to our sect no matter what and express his stance. He wouldn't break the rules of our sect, Yu Kaiyu said with a nod. He paused for a moment then said, What are we doing here? Don't tell me you want to have sex with someone's daughter who is only a few years old? Screw you. Ling Han rolled his eyes. As he undid the warning array formation, he said, You'll know in a moment. I hope you won't yell all over the place. Who do you think I am? I don't even have that much self-control. Yu Kaiyu snorted. 10 minutes later. What the hell? What the hell? Yu Kaiyu's face turned pale. Is this really a fucking place for the living? Why isn't there a single person? Ling Han and Guangyuan looked at each other and smiled. They had deliberately brought Yu Kaiyu around the residence first, and the result was that this empty environment caused Yu Kaiyu's hair to stand on end. Come. As Ling Han walked, he told Yu Kaiyu about the dispute between Guangyuan and Duan Zhengji. Only then did Yu Kaiyu realize why they had come here. But now his curiosity was piqued. What was going on with the Duan mansion? Why did everyone disappear in the middle of the night? They arrived at the great hall that they had seen during the day, and began to search carefully. But this secret passage seemed to be extraordinarily well hidden. They searched for an hour, but still couldn't find its location. Ling Han stopped and activated the Eye of Truth. Pain, pain, pain. Previously, when battling the 7 sons of Ao family, Ling Han had overused the Eye of Truth, and it hadn't completely recovered yet. Now, the moment he activated the Eye of Truth, a stream of blood flowed down from his right eye, looking very frightening. He hurriedly withdrew his mystical power. With a sweep just now, he had discovered the location of the secret passage. This was really very easy. But the secret passage was easy to find, but the mechanism to activate was hard to say. Because they still didn't want to alert the enemy, they naturally couldn't cause too much damage, and used a simple and crude method to directly smash it down. Fortunately, the three of them were in the spiritual ocean tier, and their divine sense was very sensitive. After confirming the location of the secret passage, it was much easier to find the mechanism. After another 10 minutes or so, they found a secret on a wall. They moved a picture frame lightly and a dark hole appeared on the floor tiles. "Are we really going in?" Yukayu asked a little hesitantly. He wasn't the least bit stupid. There were so many places in the Duan residence, yet it was like a haunted house, and there was a secret passage here, so it was possible that everyone was inside. They didn't live in a perfectly good house but stayed underground. Just thinking about it, there was something fishy. Moreover, Duan Zhengji was in the spiritual pedestal tier. And if he discovered them, wouldn't he be silenced? Of course. Ling Han nodded. His curiosity had been completely ignited. "Aren't you afraid that we won't be able to come out after going in?" Yukayu asked with a long face, feeling that he had really boarded a pirate ship. "It's fine, I'm here," Ling Han said confidently. This wasn't an exaggeration. With the Black Tower to hide in, at least in a small place like the vast lands, there was no need to worry about any danger to their lives. How could Yukayu know? However, he was also clear that he couldn't dissuade Ling Han. What's more, he was also curious and a little wary. Under the eyes of the Winter Moon sect, what was Duan Zhengji planning to do? They entered the secret passage and went all the way down. It was very deep, and only after walking for about 100 meters did the stairs stop descending. A long corridor appeared, and on both sides of the corridor were doors, which should correspond to many rooms. Ling Han stuck his ear to a door and listened for a while, then made a hand gesture to push the door open. Guangyuan and Yukayu nodded, indicating that they were ready. If there was anyone inside, they would restrain the other party at lightning speed. Ling Han pressed both hands on the door, and with a little force the door opened. There was no lock on the inside. Woo! The three of them immediately covered their noses as a strong stench wafted out from inside. Xiao xiao xiao, but they still immediately jumped in. Their gazes swept around and they all looked shocked. This room was very small, so small that it could only accommodate a large bed. But what was shocking was that it wasn't a bed inside but a coffin. Bad luck, bad luck. Yukayu hurriedly retreated. No wonder there was a stench. This was a tomb room and a corpse had rotted, so there would naturally be a stench. Guangyuan also ran out, and Ling Han was the last one. "No need, this should be an underground tomb," Yukayu said. Ling Han shook his head and said, "If this is an underground tomb, then where did all the living people run to?" This was the most puzzling part. Again, the three of them continued forward, and a cross-shaped fork appeared in front of them. More doors appeared. Continue forward. Ling Han was determined. He would definitely explore this place to the end. They continued forward and suddenly an intense stench wafted over, as if there was a mountain of corpses in front of them. It was enough to make people faint from the stench. The three of them did not look good, and their faces were pale from the disgust. They held their breaths. With the abilities of the spiritual ocean tier, it was definitely not a problem for them to hold their breaths for an hour or so. An underground river appeared in front of them, and floating in the river were corpses after corpses. Chapter 365. In a large residence in the city, everyone lived underground in the middle of the night, and this place was extremely stinky, and there was even a river full of corpses. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Where did these corpses come from? Ling Han suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "Go back." He immediately walked, arriving in front of a door and pushing it open. There was still a coffin inside. Yukayu and Guangyuan both walked over, and one of them asked, "What did you find?" "This morning we clearly saw many people walk out from the houses above, which means they're all here. But we didn't find any people now, why is that?" Ling Han asked. Guangyuan's expression immediately changed and he said, "You can't be suspecting that those people are hiding in the coffins, right? How is that possible? Such a stench, just smelling it would suffocate one to death. For us this is a stench, but for some people this is a holy place for cultivation," Ling Han said indifferently. "How is that possible?" Yukayu immediately exclaimed. Ling Han didn't speak, only grabbing the coffin and pushing it hard. The coffin opened and a person appeared, wearing bright clothes, his face vivid and lifelike, not like a corpse at all. This is someone from the Duan residence. I saw him during the day, Guang Yuan said, his voice trembling slightly. He was in the spiritual ocean tier, and he basically wouldn't forget anyone he saw, not to mention such a fresh thing that happened so early in the morning. But he was still alive in the day, but at night, he was lying in a coffin, emitting a stench all over. How could people accept this? How is that possible? Yukayu also said in a low voice. But the person in the coffin seemed to really become a corpse, with no intention of waking up at all. Ling Han shook his head and said, as long as it's related to a sect, then it's possible. What sect? Yukayu asked in shock. Thousand Corpse Sect. Ling Han said solemnly. Yukayu's expression changed again, wanting to refute, but unable to speak. Previously, there was indeed news from the fallen Moon Gorge, saying that the Thousand Corpse Sect had risen from the ashes. But the benevolent saw benevolence, and the wise stopped spreading rumors. The Winter Moon Sect didn't believe that the Thousand Corpse Sect that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years could see the light again. But seeing the scene before him, Yukayu had no choice but to believe it. Aside from the Thousand Corpse Sect, which other force would have corpses as their companions? In this kind of environment, how could a normal person possibly live in it? This sect has really come back from the ashes, he said with a pale face. The number of sects that had been annihilated in history could be said to be innumerable, but none of them were as notorious as the Thousand Corpse Sect. Moreover, their infamy had lasted for tens of thousands of years, and when people thought of them, they would gnash their teeth in anger. From this, it could be seen how much the Thousand Corpse Sect had angered the heavens and the people back then. That's right, everyone will eventually die, but after they die, they still have to be dug up and turned into corpse soldiers. Who could tolerate that? What do you think? Ling Han looked at the person in the coffin. Previously, he had only taken a quick glance at the coffin, but now that he looked carefully, he could see that there were strands of corpse chi circulating around the person in the coffin. In the beginning, how could he possibly have thought that this would be a branch of the Thousand Corpse Sect? Return to the mountain immediately and send this news back to the sect, Yukayu said quickly. If the Thousand Corpse Sect really came back, not only would this news be sent back to the sect, but it would also have to be announced to the whole world, mobilizing the whole world to resist this force. Otherwise, when the Thousand Corpse Sect grew stronger, then the graves of all the elites in the world would probably be dug up. Ling Han revealed an attentive expression, shook his head and said, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Gagaga, you're right. A voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Yukayu and Guang Yuan turned at the same time, and saw a man in his 40s standing at the door. He had a medium build and a handsome appearance. Though he was no longer in his youth, he could still instantly kill a large group of antis. Duanzhengji. Guang Yuan's eyes widened. Duanzhengji smiled faintly, stroked his chin and said, Guang Yuan, I was still pondering when I should invite you over and refine you into a corpse soldier. I didn't think that you'd actually deliver yourself to me. Guang Yuan's level was too low, and he lacked understanding of the Thousand Corpse Sect. However, the term corpse soldier made one's hair stand on end, so it couldn't be anything good no matter what. His heart trembled and he said, How did Qingyu die? Now, he naturally wouldn't believe that Nong Qingyu had died of illness, and couldn't help but explode in anger. Qingyu. Duanzhengji smiled faintly. Oh, she objected to me joining the sacred sect, so I could only refine her into a corpse soldier so that she could accompany me for eternity. You're not human. Guang Yuan rebuked angrily, his eyes looking as if they were about to spit fire. Duanzhengji laughed loudly and said, Of course I'm not human. Since I've entered the divine sect, my life form has already surpassed the level of humans. In my eyes, you guys are merely food, merely materials to be refined into corpse soldiers. Forget it, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you guys. All of you, obediently become corpse soldiers for me. After he finished speaking, he actually turned and left. Don't run. Guang Yuan was furious and anxious. He didn't care that Duanzhengji was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and his abilities were far above his own. He wanted to chase after him, but he had just arrived at the door when he saw a hand slapping towards him. It was as thin as dried bones, and was completely black, emitting a strong stench. Guang Yuan hurriedly stopped and shot out a punch. The intent of martial art wrapped around his fist, and 2 flashes of fist chi burst forth. Pung! He clashed head-on with the opponent's attack, and his body was instantly sent flying back. However, the opponent didn't gain any advantage either. Similarly, he was sent flying back a few steps, and only stopped when he crashed into the wall behind him. What the hell is this? Yu Kaiyu immediately cried out in shock. What blocked Guang Yuan was a half-rotten corpse, but as if there was an invisible string pulling it, it was actually able to move as it wished. Immediately, it charged back and charged into the house. This house was pitifully small in the first place, and with another person entering, there was practically no space to move around. It was extremely cramped. Guang Yuan attacked madly. He was already beyond furious. He wanted to kill Duan Zhengji. That's a corpse soldier. Through a special method, a corpse is refined into something like a puppet, Ling Han said. If it weren't for the fact that it requires human remains as materials, such a creation could really be called a genius. You're actually impressed? Yu Kaiyu sucked in his teeth. From a certain perspective, yes, but... Ling Han's gaze turned cold. This 1,000-corpse sect must be eliminated. I agree with that, but now it seems that it's even difficult for us to escape, Yu Kaiyu said. Don't worry, I've said that we can leave safely. Ling Han smiled calmly. He stretched out his left hand and pressed it towards the person in the coffin. Multiple black patterns appeared. This was the power of regulation obtained after refining demonic qi. Previously, Feng Yan's entire left leg was gone when he touched it. Pooh, he pressed down with his palm, and a large hole instantly appeared in the chest of the person in the coffin. However, that person opened his eyes and used his deathly pale eyes to stare at Ling Han. But in the next instant, his head tilted to one side, and he died completely. Chapter 366. Duan Zhengji. Guang Yuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clashed fiercely with that corpse soldier, wanting to chase away this obstacle and catch up to Duan Zhengji to demand justice from him. However, the corpse soldier was unafraid of death and pain, and did not yield an inch, battling fiercely with him. Strange, Duan Zhengji left just like that. Yu Kaiyu was surprised. If a spiritual pedestal tier elite attacked, then taking down 3 spiritual ocean tier elites like them would be a piece of cake. Ling Han smiled and said, Duan Zhengji should have full confidence, so he didn't bother to attack. Now that we're surrounded, you can still laugh. Yu Kaiyu said, gritting his teeth. Then what expression do you want me to give? Ling Han laughed loudly and said heroically, Don't worry, since I brought you guys out, I'll bring you guys back. I hope it's not 3 corpses. Yu Kaiyu sighed. Not 3 corpses but 3 corpse soldiers. A voice came from outside the door, but it wasn't Duan Zhengji but another man. There's someone else. Yu Kaiyu's expression changed. Ling Han rolled his eyes at him and said, Isn't that obvious? How many people are there in the Duan residence? If they were all corpse soldiers, then wouldn't they all be exposed in the day? They're the true disciples of the 1,000-corpse sect, and corpse soldiers are just tools. A young man actually knows so much about our sect. A surprised voice came from outside. Ling Han nodded at Yu Kaiyu and said, Go help Brother Guang, we'll charge out. Yu Kaiyu nodded and immediately leaped over Guang Yuan's head, launching a punch towards that corpse soldier. Just now, Guang Yuan and the corpse soldier had clashed head-on, and both were retreating. Yu Kaiyu followed up with another punch, instantly causing the corpse soldier to retreat repeatedly. Why do I have to listen to that brat? Yu Kaiyu scratched his head. Just now he didn't think carefully and just followed Ling Han's words. Now that he thought about it, he felt gloomy. He was the senior brother. Guang Yuan, however, took up his position and punched out again. The stone room was much bigger. After 3 punches, the corpse soldier was forced out. Ling Han and the other 2 took the opportunity to rush out, but when they saw the scene outside, they couldn't help but grit their teeth. There were a lot of corpse soldiers, but there were also a lot of normal-looking people. Obviously, these were the disciples of the 1,000-corpse sect, the people who controlled the corpse soldiers. That's the 3rd elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Hu. Yu Kaiyu suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a corpse soldier. Then he pointed at another corpse soldier. Li Dingyi of the Li family. He pointed at the third corpse soldier. Gu Shuntong of the Gu family. He counted them one by one and counted at least 10 corpse soldiers. He couldn't help but be aghast. You guys are truly insane. These people are already dead, yet you still dig them up and refine them into corpse soldiers. Tisk tsk, what do you mean insane? They're already dead anyway, so wouldn't it be better to let them play a part and make some contributions? A man close to 50 years old said. And you three, when we make our move later, we'll try to be gentle and not damage your bodies too severely. 3 spiritual ocean tier warriors. If we're lucky, the corpse soldiers refined can also retain this kind of strength. Lunatics, all lunatics. Yukayu said sternly. He took out a pair of boxing gloves from his spatial ring and put them on, immediately activating them. Streaks of golden patterns lit up, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky like the flames of war. Kill them. The people of the Thousand Corpse sect controlled the corpse soldiers and surrounded Ling Han and the other 2. Limited by tier and the conditions for raising corpses, the disciples of the Thousand Corpse sect could normally only raise 1 corpse soldier, and a few could raise 2. The disciples here were obviously normal, and couldn't possibly have 3 lives corpse caskets like Ronghuan Xian, so each of them only raised 1 corpse soldier. However, there were more than a dozen people here, so naturally there were also more than a dozen corpse soldiers. Every one of them was in the spiritual ocean tier, and was a first-tier silver-armored corpse. With absolute numbers, along with the corpse soldier's characteristic of not fearing death or injury, wouldn't it be easy to deal with 3 spiritual ocean tier warriors? Both Yukayu and Guang Yuan had stern expressions on their faces, especially Guang Yuan. He wanted to seek justice for Nong Qingyu, so he had to protect his own life even more. The weak would only howl in grief, while the strong would speak through their fists. Corpse soldiers had no emotions and couldn't speak. Under orders, they charged towards Ling Han and the other 2. Yukayu and Guang Yuan immediately moved. Pung 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 pung, they were already fighting with the corpse soldiers. Neither of them had any experience fighting corpse soldiers, so they treated corpse soldiers as if they were humans, causing them to be surrounded by danger. This was because you could punch a martial artist in the head and force them to retreat, but corpse soldiers didn't care so much. If you wanted to fight, just fight. I'll also punch you in the head, or wipe your throat. If a corpse soldier was hit, the worst that could happen was that their head would be smashed crooked or knocked off. It was fine, they could just put it back. But if a martial artist was hit by this move, would he still be alive? However, the 2 of them had rich battle experience and quickly adjusted, but they still couldn't deal with the corpse soldiers. That was because no matter how injured these things were, it wouldn't affect their battle prowess. How could they fight? You guys are too weak. It's been half a day, and you still haven't cleaned up these things. Ling Han sighed. It's easy for you to say that. Why don't you come and try? Yukayu said grumpily. He and Guang Yuan each had to deal with 7 corpse soldiers, and each of them seemed to have indestructible bodies. Being able to last until now was because of his shocking battle prowess. If he only had around 9 stars, he would definitely have been overwhelmed by now. Ling Han laughed and said, You really want me to do it? Nonsense, hurry up. I'm about to die of exhaustion. Yukayu urged. He was quite confident in Ling Han's battle prowess. Let's make a bet. In just 10 breaths I can kill all these corpse soldiers. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry. Yukayu naturally didn't believe him. Although he also hoped that Ling Han could show off his invincible might and solve the predicament of the 3 of them, he could only barely resist. But Ling Han could kill so many corpse soldiers in 10 breaths? That was clearly impossible. What are we betting on? He was a careless person and was very unconvinced. I haven't thought of it yet, but do one thing for me in the future. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, Don't worry, it will definitely be within your ability. Alright then, hurry up. If you can really kill these corpse soldiers, I'll even owe you my life. Yukayu cried out. The 7 corpse soldiers were giving him more and more pressure. Ling Han snickered. His figure moved and he attacked a corpse soldier. He threw a punch and black demonic patterns intertwined on his fist. Bang! He clashed head-on with a corpse soldier, and his entire body was immediately sent flying, showing that his strength was actually inferior to that corpse soldier's. However, the strange thing was that the corpse soldier's arm began to soften, as if it had turned into a skeleton, turning into dust under the corrosion of time. Chapter 367. On the third floor of the Divine Temple, in the Golden Temple that was 10 times smaller, 18 chains locked a red-haired monster. It did not move for a long time, as if it was a dead person. However, after an unknown period of time, a red light surged on its body. It was a drop of blood. Originally, the blood-sucking Bug King had pierced its mouth into its heart. As long as a drop of blood was produced, it would be sucked away. However, now that the Bug King was gone, this drop of blood was preserved. A miraculous scene appeared. As the blood flowed, the red-haired monster actually glowed with an astonishing vitality. The hair on its body was also constantly receding, revealing pale skin that stuck tightly to its bones. This was actually a female, but now she was like a dried corpse without even a strand of hair. One could only say that her appearance was terrifying and frightening. However, after a good while, the second drop of blood was produced, once again flowing through her body. Her vitality was even more abundant, her skin quickly becoming moist and smooth. Her buttocks were also raised high, a head of long red hair growing out, reaching her buttocks, also covering her private parts, leaving behind a hazy scene. This was a great beauty, her red lips like fire, her eyebrows like a painting full of bewitching allure. A pair of black wings unfurled on her back, forming bat wings. There was not a single feather, each piece 3 meters long. She stretched, appearing somewhat lazy, but it made the 2 proud places of her body stand out even more. Ding ding dang dang dang, the iron chains gave off crisp sounds. She clapped her hands and said, "Trapping this lady for 100,000 years, so boring. Without the suppression of the blood-devouring insects, this demon suppression chain can't trap this lady for long." She released her divine perception to sense, suddenly laughed loudly, and said to herself, "The Wind Wing race suppressed this lady, but they were afraid that killing this lady would provoke the powerful figures of my race to eliminate them. They only sealed this lady, and then used the blood-devouring insect king to absorb this lady's blood essence, not giving this lady the chance to escape. I heard that the Wind Wing race made a contract with the blood-devouring insect king, for the Wind Wing race to forever worship the blood-devouring insect king in exchange for the blood-devouring insect king suppressing this lady. I didn't expect that the Wind Wing race had already cut off their worship tens of thousands of years ago. No wonder that insect king was furious. Strange, why does this lady feel that this isn't the ancient land of the Wind Wing race, but rather like being pushed into some strange space? Don't care so much, the urgent matter is to escape, and then find that human youngster. On his body, this lady seems to sense some amazing treasure. Ling Han and the other 2 continued to run wildly, and only after traveling another few hundred miles did they heave a sigh of relief. Although the swarm of insects was large, it wasn't shocking when placed in such a large world. And the powerful one was only that super insect king. As long as that guy didn't catch up, there was nothing to be afraid of. The 3 stopped to regulate their breathing. The spiritual chi here was too abundant, and they had to cultivate for enough time every day, or else it would be a huge waste. The rock spirit, on the other hand, asked Ling Han for a few stone pillars, and started munching on them. A few hours later, the 3 of them had finished their cultivation, and their realms had improved a little. The harvest this time is really great. Yu took out a jade bottle which contained spiritual liquid, but they didn't know what it was. They only knew that it was definitely something good, but as for how to use it, they could only stare. Although spiritual liquid was good, it couldn't be eaten indiscriminately. If it exceeded one's own tier by too much, then one's body would explode and die. If one died from eating spiritual medicine, that would be too embarrassing. Ling Han took it and said, "I'll study it for a bit and should know how to use it. Let's eat meat first." He took out the corpse of the tiger-headed crocodile-bodied great beast, and started a fire to cook it. This was a king-tier beast of the flower blossom tier. If they ate it whole, it was guaranteed that the 3 of them would explode and die, unable to digest such benefits at all. Thus, Ling Han only cut off one of its legs. The pot for cooking wasn't a normal iron pot, but a medicinal cauldron used to refine pills. Because extremely high temperatures were needed to cook flower blossom tier beast meat until it was tender, a normal iron pot would have long melted into molten iron. As a matter of fact, Ling Han even used strange fire, completely refining this pot of meat as a medicinal pill. He added a lot of precious medicine from the Black Tower, and quite a few reached 1,000 years old. He also added a few absolute cold ice heartfish. He believed that this pot of nourishment could make spiritual pedestal tier warriors have a nosebleed. Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan went to set up a tent, and after they were done, Ling Han summoned Li Xichan from the Black Tower. This gave Yu Kaiyu a fright, but Ling Han and Guang Yuan both said that Li Xichan ran over just as they arrived, making him extremely puzzled. When did his senses become so weak that he didn't even know a gushing spring tier warrior ran over? Moreover, wasn't this too much of a coincidence? They fled for their lives and didn't care about the direction at all, so why did Li Xichan coincidentally also run in this direction? However, after a few cups of wine, he immediately forgot about this matter completely. The four of them began to eat the fish and meat. Li Xichan only took a small bite, and her whole body emitted multicolored light again. She had no choice but to sit on the side and circulate a cultivation technique to refine the majestic medicinal essence inside her body. A king tier great beast at the level of the flower blossom tier. What kind of great tonic was this? Even Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan only ate a small bowl each and had no choice but to stop, hurriedly going to the side to circulate and refine it. Only Ling Han ate bowl after bowl, as if he had transformed into the glutton who knew, making Yu Kaiyu's eyeballs practically fall out. He was sure that if he ate so much precious meat, he would definitely be stuffed to death. Ling Han savored the delicacy but sighed inwardly. His spiritual pedestal was too imposing, and there were two of them. The accumulation needed for him to advance a small tier was enough for others to advance a dozen times. This was the price that had to be paid for being invincible in the same tier. Ling Han felt both pain and happiness as he ate madly, and very soon, he finished the whole pot of fish soup. Only then did he begin to circulate the 5 elements heaven grade skill to refine the medicinal effects. His whole body emitted divine light, and an intense change also happened inside his body. The indestructible heaven scroll circulated, and was currently upgrading his physique from the iron sheet tier to the diamond tier. But this step required too much of the essence of the precious medicine, and it definitely couldn't be accomplished in a short period of time. The awkward thing was that the indestructible heaven scroll extracted most of the essence of the precious medicine, leaving him pitifully little to use to increase his cultivation. He wanted to increase his cultivation first, but what could he do? The 5 elements heaven grade skill couldn't compete with the indestructible heaven scroll, leaving him helpless. Forget it, having a strong physique was naturally a good thing. Moreover, even if he reached the diamond tier, he would only be able to complete the first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll, and Ling Han still didn't know how many layers this cultivation technique had, because he didn't understand the following cultivation techniques at all. It should be because his cultivation level was too low. Ling Han entered the tent, pretending to rest for a while, but actually entered into the Black Tower. He wanted to study that spiritual liquid. Chapter 368. The Thunder Battle Armor was passed down from ancient times, and the ancestor of the Ao clan wanted to give it to his descendant. Even if it couldn't activate the might of the spirit tool, the material itself was enough to form an indestructible defense, protecting the vital parts of the user's body. Thus he pushed for it and insisted on using this battle armor as a reward. Thus he also paid a price. After all, everyone knew that this battle armor would definitely fall into the hands of the 7 sons of the Ao clan. But now he suffered a double loss. More importantly, Ling Han actually activated the Thunder Battle Armor. This was really too miraculous, and it was guaranteed that no one in the Winter Moon sect would believe it. Ling Han, relying on the might of the Thunder Battle Armor, actually managed to pin down 2 spiritual pedestal tier warriors by himself. This was firstly because the Thunder Battle Armor was indeed awesome, and secondly because the Thousand Corpse sect, whether it was disciples or corpse soldiers, were all extremely evil, and were completely suppressed by lightning. Thus, there was such a glorious battle result. If word of this got out, it would scare people to death. A brat in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier actually stood against 2 spiritual pedestal tier warriors. Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan were already in a state of stupor, and the other people of the Thousand Corpse sect were more or less in the same state, shocked by Ling Han's nature-defying battle prowess. It's just a spirit tool. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Duan Jingji humped coldly. With a shake of his right hand, a long saber appeared. Obviously, there was a spatial ring. This long saber was a spirit tool, and there were multiple patterns on its body that were soon lit up. There were a total of 13 patterns, and they all exuded a dim light. The entire saber seemed to be wrapped in black fog. He swung the saber in a quick slash. Woo woo woo, there was actually a ghostly wail coming from the saber. The sound seemed to be able to eat brains, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Ah! Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan immediately covered their ears with their hands, but blood still gushed out from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Blood also seeped out from the gaps between their fingers, and it was obvious that their ears were also bleeding. Demonic sound eats the brain, 7 apertures kill, Duan Zhengji said with a cold smile. The power of this spirit tool did not lie in its sharpness, but in its ability to emit demonic sounds. Only those who had cultivated corpse chi would be immune to it. In the past, the 1,000 Corpse sect had 3 precious treasures: the 3 Lives Corpse Casket, the Demonic Noise Saber, and the Pond of the Underworld. This spirit tool was a replica of the Demonic Noise Saber. It was only a 5th grade spirit tool, but it was naturally more than enough to deal with a few spiritual ocean tier elites. Ling Han was still fine. The Thunder Battle armor formed a barrier. This was a level 10 spirit tool, and even though it was damaged, the barrier it formed still possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. It blocked the demonic sound. However, this was also rapidly depleting Ling Han's origin energy. In order to activate the Thunder Battle armor, he needed to constantly input origin energy. After all, without a weapon spirit, he could only rely on his own strength to activate the spirit weapon. The best way was, of course, to capture the ringleader. As long as he captured Duan Zhengji, the demonic sound would naturally disappear. The problem was, he was in the spiritual pedestal tier, so how was he supposed to take him down? Ling Han immediately leaped and arrived beside Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan. He suddenly moved, and with 2 pa sounds, the 2 of them were knocked unconscious. How could the 2 of them have imagined that Ling Han would suddenly attack them? They were really not on guard at all, and added with the fact that Ling Han was indeed very strong, he was able to succeed in a single strike. Duan Zhengji was also startled. What did this mean? Could it be that Ling Han was going to surrender? These 2 people were surrendering to him. He would be stunned, but the corpse soldiers would not. Nong Qingyu immediately charged over with a shrill scream. I won't play with you anymore. Great Spirit Heaven Instant Movement Talisman, let's go. Ling Han grabbed Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan with one hand, while his other hand randomly took out a piece of paper and stuck it on his body. Xiao, his figure immediately disappeared. He naturally entered into the Black Tower, but how could Duan Zhengji have imagined that there would be such a treasure in this world? Moreover, his first impression was the strongest, and when he heard that Great Spirit Heaven Instant Movement Talisman, he thought that Ling Han had really used a spirit talisman to teleport away. Instantly, he roared in fury. "Milord, what do we do?" The others all stepped forward. Pa 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 pa. Duan Zhengji gave each of them a slap, and angrily scolded. A bunch of trash. Unable to even take down 3 people. Everyone could not help but ridicule him internally. Aren't you the same? But these words could only be said in their minds, and they did not dare to show the slightest bit of it on their faces. They all knelt on the ground and said, "Milord, please calm your anger." After Duan Zhengji vented his temper for a while, he said, "Retreat. Everyone leave the city before dawn, and abandon this stronghold." "Milord, but Elder Nine Clouds will come to inspect 3 days later," a disciple said. "Hung, we've already been exposed here. Latest by noon tomorrow, the Winter Moon sect will definitely send an elite over." Duan Zhengji waved his hand. Elder Nine Clouds is only in the Flower Blossom tier, but the Winter Moon sect has an elite of the Spiritual Infant tier. If Elder Nine Clouds falls into the hands of the Winter Moon sect, which one of you will be able to bear the responsibility? Yes. Everyone nodded one after another, and immediately dispersed to wake up the others and leave with the corpse soldiers. They still had to destroy this underground chamber. Guang Yuan, oh Guang Yuan, we really are enemies. In the past, you fought with me over women, and now you're forcing me to give up on the foundation that I've managed for many years. Don't let me meet you again, or else I'll definitely skin you alive and refine you into a skinless corpse soldier. Duan Zhengji said harshly, and with a flick of his sleeves he left. Ling Han naturally saw everything clearly from within the Black Tower. He was in no hurry to leave either. The 1,000 Corpse sect was going to retreat anyway, so it wouldn't be too late for him to leave calmly after they'd all left. Moreover, even if he immediately rushed back to the Winter Moon sect now, he wouldn't be able to invite an elite to carry out an encirclement. The Thousand Corpse sect, they really were quite a spooky bunch, running into him everywhere. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well cultivate for a while. Ling Han threw Guang Yuan and Yu Kaiyu to one side. He didn't plan on waking them up. He'd do it after he left. With a casual wave of his hand, an origin crystal floated out, and with a thought from him, it shattered with a paw instantly. An extremely rich origin power enveloped him, and he channeled his spirit base to absorb it. In just a few breaths, the origin power that was so rich that it was almost solid was completely absorbed by him. Fuck! Ling Han was shocked. He hadn't cultivated properly for the past 2 days, and today was the first time he used an origin crystal, which gave him a great shock. A single-star origin crystal required a spiritual ocean tier elite to continuously pour in origin power for a month before it could be refined. It could be imagined just how powerful the origin power contained within it was. However, Ling Han only casually absorbed it a few times, and this origin crystal was gone. My spiritual ocean is a bit too big, and there's even 2 of them. Ling Han sighed. His power far surpassed the average spiritual ocean tier, which also meant that if he wanted to increase his cultivation, the amount of spiritual chi he needed would far surpass that of an average person. With every gain there must be a price to pay. However, to be invincible among those of the same cultivation level, I'll just absorb more spiritual chi. Anyways, origin crystals are easy to get. Ling Han flipped his hand again, and this time, he took out 100 origin crystals. They shattered at the same time, and origin power instantly surged like an ocean flowing around his body. Chapter 369. The biggest advantage of using origin crystals to cultivate was that there was no time limit. Martial artists absorbed spiritual chi and converted it into origin crystals, which required the consumption of divine sense to activate the spirit base and achieve the effect of absorbing spiritual chi. If one used origin crystals to cultivate, they could skip the step of converting spiritual chi into origin power, greatly saving divine sense. So, this time could be extended by at least 2 or 3 times, almost able to cultivate for an entire day and then sleep. When they woke up, their divine sense would naturally recover, and they could continue cultivating. This was also why disciples of large sects advanced so quickly. They not only had large amounts of spirit medicine to break through the shackles of tier, but also endless origin crystals to speed up the accumulation of origin power. In only half an hour, 100 origin crystals were completely refined. Ling Han hissed. He was already so fierce now, and when he reached the flower blossom tier and the deity transformation tier, wouldn't his body become a bottomless pit? How many origin crystals would he need to ensure that his cultivation speed wouldn't drop? Fortunately, I have the Black Tower with its own medicinal garden, speeding up the growth of spirit herbs. Otherwise, where would I get so many high-quality origin crystals? 1-star origin crystal was almost useless for the spiritual pedestal tier, and to reach the deity transformation tier, one would need at least 5-star origin crystals to speed up cultivation. In his last life he wasn't so freakish, so the medicinal pills he concocted along with some origin crystals could support his flying cultivation speed, but now he continued to cultivate. Piles of origin crystals shattered, and origin power was absorbed by him, increasing his cultivation. However, I don't have any bottlenecks in cultivation now. As long as there's a huge supply of origin crystals, tier advancement is still very fast. Ling Han smiled slightly. In about another 10 days, he would be able to advance into the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. After another few hours there was a rumbling sound, and the entire basement was flattened. This meant that the people of the Duan residence had finished all the evacuation work. Time to leave. Ling Han's figure flashed out of the Black Tower. Immediately he felt pressure because he was buried in a pile of ruins. He was already prepared, and the thunder battle armor activated, releasing a terrifying power of lightning. The surrounding bricks were instantly shattered, and a space was forcibly blasted out. He walked calmly, the thunder battle armor constantly releasing electricity. He easily walked out of the ruins and arrived on the ground. At this moment the entire Duan residence was in a complete mess. There was a raging fire, and many people from outside the residence came to put out the fire. Ling Han used his movement technique and quickly left. In a remote alley, he summoned Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan from the Black Tower, then shot out a pillar of water, spraying it on the two of them. Ah! The two of them jumped up at the same time, assuming a defensive stance. However, they immediately revealed confused expressions, because their memories were still stuck at the time when they had been attacked by Duan Zhengji and Nong Qingyu. Why are we here? Hiss, my head hurts a little. I remember now, it was you who knocked me out. Yu Kaiyu stared at Ling Han. Ling Han hurriedly shook his head and righteously said, "Your eyes must be blurred. How could I hit you? I used a great universal teleportation talisman to bring us out of the Duan residence. You guys couldn't bear the powerful force of teleportation, so you fainted." This made Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan dumbfounded. Neither of them had used the teleportation talisman, so they naturally didn't know what side effects it had. They were suspicious, but there didn't seem to be any basis. "Time to return," Ling Han said. Yu Kaiyu hurriedly said, "We should return to the sect first and report the news of the Thousand Corpse sect to junior brother Han. We discovered the Thousand Corpse sect's stronghold here, and this is a great merit. I'll ask the old ancestor to speak for you, and he'll definitely cancel your punishment, so you don't have to go to the Dark Demon Forest anymore." Ling Han only smiled and said, "No matter, I just wanted to go out for a walk. You return to the sect and report the news. I'll take them to the Dark Demon Forest for a walk." He already found out about his mother's whereabouts, so he couldn't rescue Yu Hongchang in a short time. It was better to find the remaining two main ingredients for Ling Dongxing first. Thus, although this trip to the Winter Moon sect wasn't very satisfactory, he basically achieved his goal. Yu Kaiyu nodded. The Thousand Corpse sect appearing in Seabreeze City was practically right under the Winter Moon sect's nose. This was a big matter, and the sect had to be notified immediately. After he left, Ling Han and Guang Yuan also returned to the inn. Guang Yuan's expression was very ugly. The goddess of the past was actually refined into a corpse soldier, which made him hate Duan Zhengji to the bone. "If you want revenge, first increase your strength," Ling Han said calmly. "With your current abilities, you would not be able to exact your revenge at all. You would only be delivering yourself to Duan Zhengji. I won't help you, so you have to take revenge yourself." Guang Yuan clenched his fists, revealing a strong fighting spirit. "Very well, in terms of cultivation resources, I will completely satisfy you, but whether you can cross the threshold of the spiritual pedestal tier, whether you can catch up to Duan Zhengji in the future, will still depend on your own efforts," Ling Han said calmly. Guang Yuan nodded. To take revenge for the woman he loved, he didn't want to leave it to others. "Previously, I indeed knocked you guys unconscious," Ling Han suddenly said. "I have a spirit tool that's similar to a spatial ring, but can store living things. Just now, it was because I put you guys inside that I was able to escape from Duan Zhengji's hands. He hid it from Yu Kaiyu because this guy couldn't keep secrets when he was drunk, so how could he tell him?" Guang Yuan was shocked. He'd never heard of a spirit tool that could store living things. However, due to its level, he didn't know how precious such a treasure was, and was only shocked for a moment. "I'll put you inside now, and you can use the origin crystals inside. First, use the Restore Origin pill to strengthen your foundation, then break through. Otherwise, in a battle of the same tier, how could you possibly win against the combined forces of Duan Zhengji and a corpse soldier? What's more, the opponent has an impressive spirit tool," Ling Han continued. "All right." Guang Yuan nodded. "Don't put up any resistance, I'll put you inside." Ling Han pressed a hand on Guang Yuan's body, and with a thought shio, Guang Yuan disappeared on the spot, naturally entering into the Black Tower. Ling Han strode back to the inn. "Ling Han!" Lu Yutong and Li Xichan immediately came to greet him, while Hunyo directly threw herself into his arms. At this time, Yu Kaiyu wasn't here, so the two girls naturally called Ling Han by his real name. Ling Han nodded and said, "Let's go, we should leave." He called Qin Yi and Zhu Wujiu over, and after a simple explanation, Ling Han put everyone into the Black Tower, letting them cultivate inside. Meanwhile, he left Seabreeze City, hired a carriage, and headed towards the Extreme Yang City. The Extreme Yang City could be said to be the center of the whole North region, possessing extremely developed commerce. This was where the headquarters of the Alchemist Society in the North region resided, and it was also the headquarters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion in the North region, possessing the rich resources of the whole North region. It could be said that all precious items would first appear in the extreme Yang City, converge, and then be transported to every corner of the North region. Here, he should be able to obtain the remaining 2 main ingredients needed to concoct the Restore Spirit Pill. Chapter 370. The Carriage Swayed. This trip to extreme Yang City would take almost a month's journey, and this was on top of the red-eyed horned beast hired by Ling Han, which was said to be able to travel 10,000 miles in a day. Otherwise, if it was a carriage pulled by a normal beast, then 3 or 4 months would be too long. The carriage was pulled very steadily. There was indeed some shaking inside, but it was not very strong. Moreover, Ling Han would spend most of his time inside the Black Tower, so whether the carriage was bumpy or not was actually not much of an effect. Guang Yuan turned his fury into motivation, and added with the fact that his own natural talent was quite extraordinary. Now that he had obtained Ling Han's limitless supply of resources, it was as if his cultivation had grown wings, and he already had 1 foot in the spiritual pedestal tier. Qin Yi also began to break through to the spiritual ocean tier, while Lu Yutong and Zhu Wuzhou hadn't encountered the barrier of a major tier, and were advancing at high speed on the path of the gushing spring tier. In comparison, Li Xichan's advancement was much slower. However, the majority of her talent lay in alchemy, which Ling Han was very satisfied with. He carefully guided her in alchemy. As for cultivation level, he could just directly use alchemical pills to raise it. As long as it didn't hinder the advancement of alchemy, it was fine. The most shocking was of course Hunyao. After arriving at the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, she charged into the spiritual ocean tier without any delay. Whatever barrier of a major tier, whatever unstable foundation, was not a problem for her. It was as if she was born to be the strongest existence, so there was no barrier of a major tier. Her foundation was already firmly established with every step she took, and there was no need to further consolidate it. Most importantly, no matter what she ate, she could perfectly transform it into her own origin power. Thus she was improving at every moment. Ling Han had fought with Hunyao before, and under normal battle prowess, he was actually not the little girl's match. He had to use a mystical power like the Eye of Truth to catch the little girl's movements, and even then it was only a tie. The little girl's speed was really extremely sharp, making Ling Han unable to show his might even though he had the power. A few days later, they had already left the territory of the Winter Moon sect, and were heading towards extreme Yang City. Hualu, the carriage suddenly stopped. Ling Han happened to be in the carriage when he heard the coachman shout, "This is the Sun Enterprises convoy, who dares to rob us? Humph, have the person inside come out." A cold snort rang out. Ling Han frowned. This was Duan Zhengyi. He opened the door of the carriage and as expected, he saw Duan Zhengyi standing 10 meters away from the carriage. He wore a large felt hat on his head, blocking out the sunlight. The members of the Thousand Corpse sect cultivated corpse qi, and though they were not afraid of sunlight, it was extremely detestable. This guy actually chased me all the way here. Ling Han jumped down from the carriage and said, "You go first and wait for me 10 miles ahead. If I don't get there in an hour, then don't wait for me." When the coachman heard Ling Han say so, he was naturally happy and relaxed. Normally speaking, they were responsible for the safety of their employer. Duan Zhengyi did not stop them. His target was Ling Han. As for the 2 carriage drivers, it did not matter whether they were killed or not. "You're quite considerate. You clearly know that there are elites of the Winter Moon sect searching for me, yet you still dared to search for me in the city, and you even found me." Ling Han shook his head, appearing slightly surprised. Duan Zhengyi sneered and said, "If I don't cut off your head, how would I have the face to see Elder Nine Clouds?" Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "You're so confident that you can take me down? If you didn't have the instant teleportation talisman, would you be able to escape from me?" Duan Zhengyi sneered. "I don't believe that you still have such a precious thing." "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," Ling Han said with a smile, and directly entered the Black Tower. Unless he used the power boost from the Black Tower, he would definitely not be able to kill someone in the middle stage of the spiritual pedestal tier with his current cultivation of the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The main reason was that the difference in power was too great. When the difference in power reached a certain level, it would form a crushing effect. As the saying went, one power could break all techniques. No technique could make up for it. Moreover, he still had to hand Duan Jingji over to Guang Yuan to kill. If Guang Yuan didn't personally avenge such a great enmity, then Guang Yuan wouldn't be able to rest in peace even after 100 years. Duan Jingji was greatly shocked. He had never imagined that Ling Han actually had an instant teleportation talisman. One had to know that this kind of thing was really too precious. It was a divine item that could save one's life, and it had long been lost in the ancient times. Not only did Ling Han have it, he had more than one, which made him completely dumbfounded. This brat has been tainted by the yin qi of the Great Tomb, and within half a year, he won't be able to hide from my nose. I'll definitely find him again and kill him, he said in his heart. Ling Han cultivated in the Black Tower for a while, then left in a flash. Hunyo also ran out. The little girl was going to stick to him again. Ling Han held her little hand and walked forwards. Indeed, 10 miles away, that carriage was waiting for him. When the two coachmen saw that Ling Han actually appeared with a little girl, they couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Who would encounter such a thing? Encountering an enemy on the way, and in the end when he reappeared, there was an additional little girl who was as pretty as a statue carved out of jade. Ling Han naturally did not pay attention to their confusion, and had no intention of explaining. He boarded the carriage with Hunyo, and continued to advance. But after a mere day, Duan Jingji caught up to them again. Ling Han used the same trick and entered the Black Tower. At first he thought it was because of the carriage, so this time he directly let the carriage return. He could just hire a new one, all right? But after a mere day, he was once again stopped by Duan Jingji. He shook off Duan Jingji for the third time, and even changed his appearance again inside the Black Tower. He hired a third carriage, but after a single day he was found by Duan Jingji for the fourth time. Ha, so you are also proficient in the art of disguise. Duan Jingji laughed coldly. Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, then in that case, you should have some special method to be able to discover me from a very far distance, and not because you're clever and found me through some clues. Take your time to guess. Duan Jingji naturally would not reveal his secret. Who knew how many instant teleportation talismans Ling Han still had on him? According to the old rules, I should leave now. No need to send me off. Ling Han did not waste any time, and immediately entered the Black Tower. Duan Jingji was astonished. How many instant teleportation talismans did this guy have on him? Why was there no end to them? He leaped and began to search for Ling Han all over the mountains and plains. After entering into the Black Tower, Ling Han immediately used the power of the Black Tower to scan his own body, searching for any martial intent that had been planted on him by someone, which was why Duan Jingji was always able to find him. But the result was that he was very normal. He could not help but feel strange. What was going on? Guang Yuan is about to break through. At that time, I'll throw Duan Jingji to him. Ling Han thought for a moment and made a decision. He was too lazy to leave the Black Tower, so he continued to cultivate inside. Another 3 days later, he broke through to the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and 2 pieces of good news came respectively. Guang Yuan broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier, while Qin Yi broke through to the spiritual ocean tier. Chapter 371. Ling Han attacked again. Ding 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 ding, the two fought fiercely. Fortunately, the second swordsman lost a leg and an arm, greatly reducing his battle prowess, and Ling Han finally gained the upper hand. However, he still fought another 1,000 moves before finally suppressing his opponent. He immediately sat down on the ground, feeling so tired that he wanted to sleep. Logically speaking, he was a spiritual body, so he shouldn't feel tired. This should be because his spirit was exhausted too much, causing him to feel extremely tired. You can rest for 10 minutes. The formation spirit appeared, and with a wave of its hand, all the wounds on Ling Han's body disappeared. Ling Han sat cross-legged. There was no meaning in adjusting his breath here. He wasn't a physical body at all. He stretched out his left hand and operated it, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy, because the formation spirit also simulated the demonic pattern on his hand. This came from Azura Demon Emperor, which should be a god-tier existence. Its destructive power was also extremely terrifying, and it was at least 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier. Ling Han's thoughts turned and he said, "This time I want to fight 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier." In another testing space, the enemy Rong Huanxian face was impressively a flower blossom tier existence. He cackled strangely and said, "Corpse and I are one split." A strange scene appeared. His lower abdomen split open and a corpse soldier actually pierced out. It was shockingly a third-tier silver-armored corpse, comparable to a flower blossom tier. If it weren't for the fact that my tier is too low and I'm unable to fuse with a spiritual infant tier corpse soldier, I could even choose a spiritual infant tier opponent. Rong Huanxian's face was filled with pride. However, this is enough. I'm only a 3 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, yet I can defeat a 5 stars of the flower blossom tier. This surpassing star value is something that no one can compare to. He pointed at the flower blossom tier opponent and ordered the corpse soldier, "Kill him for me." The corpse soldier immediately charged forward. In another space, Yen Tianzhao impressively appeared. He had been hiding in the shadows and didn't appear, not because he was afraid of Ling Han, but because he wanted to ambush Ling Han and succeed in one strike, seizing the key from his hands. And his opponent was shockingly also a flower blossom tier existence. Aha, this is a spiritual space. I have fused with the memories of immortals, and in terms of the strength of my divine sense, it surpasses that of anyone, he said proudly. My true battle prowess is only in the spiritual pedestal tier, but here it is the limit of the flower blossom tier. This is a mystery realm set up by the 12 generals of the Heavenly River King. According to the legends, the Heavenly River King obtained a supreme inheritance and practically ruled over the great Brahma heaven. Though he was ultimately destroyed, his reputation was illustrious. Even his 12 subordinates are ridiculously strong. I am determined to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly River King, but that will only be possible after returning to the great Brahma heaven. Now, I will first obtain the inheritance of the 12 generals. I believe that it will also be very beneficial to the improvement of my abilities. Hong, his opponent had already arrived in an imposing manner. It was shockingly a terrifying existence of 20 stars of the flower blossom tier. 20 stars of the battle god pedestal tier. This should be Ling Han's limit. He might still be able to win if he had one more star, but what meaning was there in having one more star? Thus he wanted to play big. 20 stars of the spiritual infant tier. His destructive power was enough to defeat such an elite, but the key was that he didn't know how these swordsmen appeared the previous 2 times. Thus, he had long since laid an ambush at the place where the third swordsman would appear, the black pattern already ready to strike. As you wish. The formation spirit immediately disappeared after saying this, and the third swordsman had already appeared. He was also extremely strong, and discovered that Ling Han was lying in ambush for him. Though there was already no time to brandish his sword, he directly unleashed a divine sense attack, blasting towards Ling Han. How fast was the divine sense attack? Furthermore, with the divine sense of a spiritual infant tier cultivator, a light touch could crush a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator to death a few hundred times. But who was Ling Han? He had a sliver of heaven tier divine sense, and wanting to injure him with divine sense, one had to at least be in the heaven tier, right? Hong, under the divine sense attack, Ling Han was unscathed, but his left hand slapped onto the third swordsman's body. The demonic pattern shone, and the third swordsman disappeared as soon as he appeared. It was settled just like that. The formation spirit appeared again, and it was obviously speechless. In this battle, Ling Han used too many tricks, and it definitely wasn't the embodiment of true battle prowess. But who asked it to copy such an ability from Ling Han? And Ling Han caught onto a loophole. On the other hand, if it wasn't for Ling Han's powerful divine sense, he definitely would have been directly shocked to death by that attack, and there wouldn't be any tricks afterwards. You pass, the formation spirit said somewhat gloomily. Because it just encountered a monster, there was a little girl, and it actually couldn't pull out her divine sense, causing her to be unable to participate in the test. I still can't go out? Ling Han asked. When everyone else finishes, the top 3 will be rewarded right here, the formation spirit said. Ling Han nodded and waited patiently. This wait actually lasted for a day and a night. Originally, as long as one came here on this day, They could participate in the test, but after this day ended, the entire test was also declared over, and the top 3 would be judged according to everyone's results. Xiao, all those who didn't enter the top 3 had their divine sense return, and were all shaken out of the room. What? I can surpass 7 stars to defeat an opponent, but I actually didn't enter the top 3. Get lost, I surpassed 8 stars. Everyone cried out in shock. They were already so strong, but they actually didn't even enter the top 3. This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Yukuan Luan, Yongjun Hao, and the other first place on the prodigy roll all had ugly expressions. They could even surpass 10 stars to battle, but still couldn't advance into the top 3. This was too big of a blow. Ao Feng and the other middle-aged generation also had gloomy expressions. Similarly, surpassing 5 stars to battle, the Flower Blossom tier was at least comparable to the Spiritual Pedestal tier's 10 stars, because the higher the tier, the harder it was to surpass one's tier to battle. Could it be that the Formation Spirit didn't consider this? They all did. Previously, there were 15 Flower Blossom tier warriors here, and now there were still 15, which meant that not a single Flower Blossom tier warrior entered the top 3. This made them feel unfair. The Formation Spirit definitely didn't consider the difficulty of the tier. I don't accept it. I don't accept it either. We all don't accept it. Everyone shouted one after another, wanting the Formation Spirit to give an explanation. The Formation Spirit appeared and said, "You guys are doubting my fairness. Lord Formation Spirit, have you considered the difficulty of surpassing Flower Blossom tier's tier to battle?" Ao Feng asked courteously. The Formation Spirit that transformed into a young child sneered and said, "This lord has lived a few thousand times longer than you, and actually dares to ask this lord such a question. Then, Lord Formation Spirit, say how many stars did the top 3 surpass?" Someone said, unconvinced. "That's right, tell us. I'd like to know how powerful the top 3 are." The Formation Spirit paused slightly and said, "All right, 3rd place, Spiritual Pedestal tier, defeated a 5th layer Flower Blossom tier." Who? Instantly, many people spurted out, revealing expressions of disbelief. Who didn't know the gap between the Spiritual Pedestal tier and the Flower Blossom tier? This was an insurmountable chasm, but a Spiritual Pedestal tier actually defeated a Flower Blossom tier, and at the 5th layer Flower Blossom tier at that. Wasn't this a huge joke? Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 372. Everyone was very excited, though they had not personally experienced it, when they heard Ling Han say that he had been pursued by Duan Jingji these past few days. All of them were filled with pent-up anger. Now that the boiling blood pill had been concocted, they could finally wave the flag of their counterattack. Ling Han left the city and headed south, but he had only walked for about 100 miles when Duan Jingji appeared like a maggot attached to a bone. "Brat, where are you running to this time?" Duan Jingji smirked coldly. Previously, Ling Han had not used an instant movement talisman, but had instead risked his speed to escape into the city. What did this mean? Ling Han had already run out of instant movement talismans, or rather, he only had 1 or 2 left, and had to save them to save his life. "However, I do have some admiration for you. You obviously don't have any means to save your life, yet you still dare to leave the city alone," he continued. He was trying to get information from Ling Han, wanting to know if he still had any instant movement talismans in his possession. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "Who said I left the city alone? Oh, could it be that you invited an elite?" Duan Jingji was slightly shocked. There was indeed no such idiot in this world. Knowing that he was being pursued by an elite of Spiritual Pedestal tier, he would still casually and deliberately leave the city to die. However, when he spread out his divine sense, he did not discover anyone lying in ambush nearby. In reality, he had kept an eye on Ling Han for a long time before revealing himself. Firstly, he had gone far enough, so Ling Han could not possibly escape back into the city. Secondly, he was sure that there was no elite protecting Ling Han from behind. Without full confidence, how could he possibly reveal himself? Ling Han smiled and raised his right hand lightly. Xiao Hunyo's figure appeared, and she immediately opened her small arms to hug him, looking very clingy. Duan Zhengji's mouth instantly fell open, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. How was this possible? A living person appeared out of thin air. Could it be that this little girl had used an instant movement talisman to appear? But was there such an instant movement talisman in this world that could actually appear at such an accurate location? Duan Zhengji suddenly had a bad premonition. When a person encountered something that was beyond their understanding, they would definitely feel a sense of helplessness. Nyo beat him up. Ling Han laughed. Nyo answered in a crisp voice. Her small figure darted out in Xiao like a flash of lightning. She instantly appeared behind Duan Zhengji. She raised her small fist and delivered a punch towards the back of Duan Zhengji's head. Her speed was too fast, so fast that Duan Zhengji did not have time to dodge or parry. He could only use his origin energy to protect his head and circulate his will of martial art, forming a protective screen. With the power of the spiritual ocean tier and the power of the spiritual pedestal tier, the only result was that Nyo's fist would be shattered. But was Nyo that easy to deal with? Her small fist unbelievably bent and smashed downwards. Pung! It hit Duan Zhengji right in the middle of his back. This punch caused Duan Zhengji to stumble, and he almost fell to the ground. Nyo's attack succeeded, and she immediately displayed her beast-like attacking style. Pung, pung, pung. Her small fist swung continuously attacking Duan Zhengji's weak points. Duan Zhengji was dumbstruck. He could only spread out his origin energy regardless of the cost and protect his entire body within it. It was as if he had become a porcupine, and there was absolutely no place for him to attack. Only then did Nyo stop, and with a xiao, she leaped back to Ling Han's side, sticking to his body and acting coquettishly. The current Nyo was completely harmless, and looked more like an exquisite and beautiful little princess. Who would have thought that her attack just now would be so wild and sharp? Duan Zhengji suddenly felt a strong sense of fear, because protecting his entire body with origin energy like this consumed a lot of energy. At most, he would only need about an hour before he would have no energy left to continue. And Nyo only had to wait until he appeared to have insufficient origin energy to attack, and then the consequences would be unthinkable. Thankfully, he still had a powerful weapon. Duan Zhengji drew out an imitation of the demonic noise saber. This was a level 5 spirit tool, and furthermore it was an omnidirectional sound wave attack. Nyo's spiritual ocean tier cultivation was a great weakness, and with the demonic noise penetrating her brain, she could only be slaughtered by him. You two are indeed a bit strange, but in front of absolute power, you two still only have one path, death, he said coldly. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You don't know how pathetic you look just now." "Ugly guy," Nyo said very proudly. "How dare you?" Duan Zhengji waved the demonic noise saber, and immediately, a sound wave attack surged, sweeping towards Ling Han and Nyo. "Big brother Guang, it's time for you to appear." Ling Han waved his hand, and Guang Yuan's figure instantly appeared. This guy clenched his fist and hung, for flashes of fist chi swept out, forming a total of 5 silver-colored dragons and elephants that met the demonic noise head-on. Pong, 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 pong. The 5 dragons and elephants were instantly shattered, but the demonic noise did not dissipate, and cut many wounds on Guang Yuan's body before it was finally destroyed. As expected of an imitation of a level 10 spirit tool, it was far stronger than a normal level 5 spirit tool. Yet Duan Zhengji's face was filled with shock, and he said, "You actually broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier. No, how could you suddenly appear here?" If one person used an instant movement talisman to appear here, it could still be said to be a coincidence, but how could 2 people use such a thing? Moreover, was there such a waste of an instant movement talisman? He suddenly came to a realization and said, "A spatial spirit tool that can contain living things. Brat, you have a precious treasure on you." He revealed a fanatical expression. This was too shocking because it was equivalent to bringing along a large army with him. Just imagine if one person snuck into a large force, released a large number of elites from the spatial spirit tool, and then launched a surprise attack. How shocking would the results of the battle be? Especially for the 1,000 Corpse sect, what this force needed the most was a place to hide and develop in secret. If one could obtain such a divine item, then who else in this world would be able to find the location of the 1,000 Corpse sect? Ha 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 ha. Even the heavens are helping me. He laughed loudly. If he could bring back this divine item, then the fault of the Sea Breeze City branch naturally need not be mentioned. He would receive great rewards, and it would not be impossible for him to directly be conferred the position of Vice Sect Master. In your dreams, Ling Han naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He shook his head and said, "Big brother Guang, kill him." "All right." Guang Yuan spread his hands and swallowed a vermilion red alchemical pill. It was naturally the boiling blood pill. Haha, so what if you have advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier? You have just broken through, and you are only in the first layer of cultivation while I am in the third layer. Furthermore, with the demonic noise saber in hand, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken, Duan Zhengji said disdainfully. He did not want to drag things out, so he immediately took the initiative to attack. With a flying saber strike, the demonic noise was extravagant, piercing through the brain and splitting the heart. Guang Yuan also let out a furious roar. Hong! A terrifying aura surged out from his body, and actually formed multiple whirlwinds around his body. The will of martial art shone within them. Peng he punched out again. It was the same 4 flashes of fist chi, which also turned into 5 dragon elephants. However, these 5 dragon elephants were at least 10 times larger than the 5 from before. Each of them was 30 meters tall, and shone with a silver light. Chapter 373. Peng 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 peng. The dragons and elephants crushed down, and the demonic sounds were all annihilated. Previously, the demonic sound had easily shattered the dragon elephant, and had even caused harm to Guang Yuan. However, the tables had turned now. The dragon elephant had crushed the demonic sound, and was charging towards Duan Zhengji with great momentum. Duan Zhengji could not help but turn pale with fright. How was this possible? Guang Yuan's abilities had actually risen to a level that he could only look up to in an instant. Was this the 7th or 8th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier? How could he be so strong? The higher one's cultivation level was, the more one could not afford to be a difference of 1 or 2 layers. Duan Zhengji was only in the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and even if he had a level 5 spirit tool, his cultivation level of the 7th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier would be enough to suppress him. After all, he wasn't a genius who could fight above his level. He was only able to do so because of the demonic noise blade replica. Go to hell and slowly ponder. Guang Yuan charged out. He didn't have much time, and by then, not only would his cultivation return to its original state, it would even fall to the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Duan Zhengji barely managed to parry the attacks, but he was bombarded by Guang Yuan until he vomited blood repeatedly. In the face of absolute power, his counterattack seemed so weak. Creak! He suddenly let out a strange cry. In just a moment, he saw a coffin slide out from the dense forest, as if it had grown legs. Pong! There was a heavy sound, and a corpse soldier also broke out of the coffin. It was Nong Qingyu. Qingyue! Guang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Haha! You must be very happy to see your old lover. Duan Zhengji laughed coldly. Do you have the heart to kill your old lover? Shwa shwa shwa. Corpse soldiers did not have emotions to speak of. They immediately launched a fierce attack on Guang Yuan, waving their bone claws. There was black corpse chi surging. If one was touched, especially if one saw blood, the corpse chi would enter one's body, and it had to be expelled immediately. Otherwise, the corpse chi would invade one's body, and one would also become a corpse soldier. It was very scary. Guang Yuan could not bear to lay his hands on the remains of his old lover, so he could only keep dodging. However, this gave Duan Zhengji the opportunity to attack wildly. The demonic sound reverberated, and blood splattered continuously from Guang Yuan's body. Ling Han didn't say anything. If Guang Yuan couldn't figure it out and insisted on doing so, it was his business. He had already created an opportunity for Guang Yuan to take revenge, but the other party did not seize it, so he would not give them another opportunity in the future. Ha 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 ha, I know that you have your current battle prowess because you have taken alchemical pills. The problem is, how long can the effects of the alchemical pills last? Duan Zhengji laughed coldly. He had regained the upper hand again. Guang Yuan didn't reply. He only stared at Nong Qingyu in a daze. Although this was a corpse soldier, it was maintained rather well, as if it was sleeping soundly. Rip! Rip! His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing numerous wounds. Black corpse chi overflowed from the wounds like poisonous snakes, wanting to drill into his wounds. Obediently allow the corpse chi to invade you, and I'll do a good deed and refine you into a corpse soldier as well, so that you can pair up with your old lover. Duan Zhengji laughed loudly. The outcome was set, and he was destined to rise up in the thousand-corpse sect. Die! Guang Yuan suddenly exploded with power, punching out directly at Nong Qingyu's face. Under the terrifying impact, the corpse soldier was directly shattered into pieces. How terrifying was the power of someone half a step into the flower blossom tier. Duan Zhengji was startled. He had not thought that Guang Yuan would suddenly show his might. There was a sliver of his divine sense in the corpse soldier, which was why he could control it as he wished. Now that the corpse soldier was destroyed, his divine sense was also destroyed, instantly causing a backlash. Ah! He screamed and even vomited a mouthful of blood. Guang Yuan, you are so ruthless, actually shattering Qing Yu's remains, he hurriedly called out again. Even the corpse soldier was destroyed, so how could he possibly be a match for Guang Yuan? He could only use words to attack and try his best to stall for time until the medicinal effects in Guang Yuan's body disappeared. You are the one who desecrated Qing Yu's remains. I only allowed her to rest in peace. Guang Yuan's expression was resolute, his gaze sharp. He had already made up his mind, and would no longer be moved by Duan Zhengji's words. He brandished his fists to attack, one punch after another, as if he could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. How could Duan Zhengji dare to receive his attacks head-on? He hurriedly turned and ran. As long as he could escape, he would immediately report the news that Ling Han possessed a spirit tool that could accommodate living beings. Although the merit would not be as great as if he had personally obtained it, it would still be a great merit. Do you think you can escape? Guang Yuan laughed coldly, and caught up with him in a big stride. Peng, his fist landed solidly on Duan Zhengji's back. Ah! Duan Zhengji screamed once again. He had already suffered a backlash from his soul, and his vitality was greatly injured. Now that he was hit by another punch, the shock was so great that his internal organs felt as if they were about to flip over, and it was extremely unbearable. This was also because he had cultivated corpse qi, and his body was already different from a normal person's. Otherwise, his body cavity would definitely be like a burst water sack, and blood would be gushing out incessantly. Guang Yuan gave chase again, and without hesitation, he raised his fists and struck out repeatedly. Peng, 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 5 consecutive punches landed, and Duan Zhengji was already beaten to death. Ah! He roared furiously towards the heavens. Although he had taken his revenge, he was still left with countless regrets. If he had been more forceful back then, and directly brought Nong Qingyu away, would today's tragedy have occurred? Ling Han walked to Guang Yuan's side, drew out a wineskin and handed it over. What Guang Yuan needed the most now was probably to get drunk. This night, Guang Yuan was indeed very drunk, and was drawn into the Black Tower by Ling Han. He continued to advance, and at the next small town, he hired a carriage. This time there was no one to rob him on the way, and the carriage carried him slowly towards Extreme Yang City. Xiao, not long after Ling Han left, a figure appeared beside Duan Zhengji's corpse. This was an old man who looked to be about 70 years old. He had a head full of white hair, and the skin on his face was so dry that it seemed to be stuck to his bones. However, his eyes were filled with a sharp aura, and if a normal person were to be looked at by him, they would probably be terrified out of their wits. Dead. He carefully examined Duan Zhengji's corpse and mumbled. He was smashed to death by someone's fist. Judging from the strength of the fist, he should be in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, or even half a step into the flower blossom tier. Could it be that the elites of the Winter Moon sect discovered Duan Zhengji's tracks, and pursued him all the way here, and a battle broke out here? I could only refine him into a corpse soldier. Since he's just died, perhaps I can extract some of his memories. The old man picked up Duan Zhengji's corpse, and his figure actually floated into the air. Flower blossom tier. This old man was Elder 9 Clouds of the 1000 Corpse sect. At first, he was going to see Breeze City to investigate and assign a new mission, but he never thought that before he arrived, he would receive news that the secret of the branch had been discovered by the Winter Moon sect, and could only retreat. He had yet to see Duan Zhengji, and was told that Duan Zhengji was pursuing the person who leaked the secret. In the end, he chased all the way here, but only found Duan Zhengji's corpse. Only 5 days later, Duan Zhengji's corpse was refined into a corpse soldier. If he had known about this when he was alive, Who knew if he would regret joining this sect? It was truly deranged. Elder Nine Clouds continuously extracted Duan Zhengji's memories. Although there were only bits and pieces, the last battle was still very complete. A spatial spirit tool that can store living things. Ha 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 ha. The heavens bless my 1,000 corpse sect, let's do it. He revealed a sinister expression, and immediately soared up. He wanted to find Ling Han, and seize that incredibly precious spirit tool. Chapter 374. After dealing with Duan Zhengji, Ling Han obviously did not need to disguise himself anymore. He swayed along the way, and when Ling Han arrived at the extreme Yang city, his cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, the bad news was that all his origin crystals had been completely spent, and he was now really penniless. Guang Yuan's cultivation also fell to the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. After cultivating for more than a month, he had just stepped into the second layer, which was about the same as Qin Yi. Even if these two people refined essence crystals day and night, they could only provide 2 pieces a month, and they were only 1 star. So sad. Ling Han sighed. When he entered the extreme Yang city, he handed over the last piece of origin crystal he had on him as the registration fee for entering the city. As long as he registered once, he would not have to pay any fees when he entered the city again in the future. To save money, he didn't even let Lu Yutong and the others come out. Now, the first step was not to find the 2 main ingredients for the spirit supplement pill, but to first earn money. If he didn't have money, did he have to steal or rob? That would require him to have the strength to do so. The extreme Yang city was the economic core of the entire North region. This place was extremely bustling, and 2 colossal entities sat there, the Alchemist Society and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. The headquarters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was still called the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, but the place where the Alchemist Guild was located was called the North Pill Hall. It occupied close to 1/10 of the entire city, and a large number of martial artists and alchemists resided there. There was also a huge medicine field that provided alchemists' daily alchemy needs. It was said that this herb field was enveloped by a super large spirit gathering array, causing the spiritual energy in the herb field to be incomparably dense, and promoting the growth of the spirit herbs. In order to maintain the operation of this spirit gathering formation, an astonishing amount of origin crystals was consumed every day. Perhaps even the Winter Moon sect would feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this number. In terms of wealth and grandeur, there were 2 great forces in the North region, the Alchemist Society and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Only these 2 great forces could burn origin crystals like this. When Ling Han heard this, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his hands. He really wanted to enter the medicine field of the North Pill Palace, pull out a few stalks of every kind of spirit grass, and transplant them into the Black Tower to perfect his medicine field. In the Black Tower, that was a real medicinal field. Think too much. Make money, make money. Ling Han planned to open an alchemy shop and a restaurant to provide him with an endless supply of crystals. High-grade medicinal pills could indeed be sold for high grade through auctions, but the problem was that the rarer something was, the greater its value. If too many were taken out, the price would naturally fall. Furthermore, the amount of essence crystals that Ling Han required was an astronomical figure. No matter how much he had, it would never be too much. Therefore, not only did he need to take out some high-level medicinal pills from time to crazily collect origin crystals, he also had to make a steady stream of origin crystals and collect origin crystals unceasingly. All things were difficult at the beginning, and a single coin stumped a hero. Ling Han did not even have a single origin crystal, so he could only start from scratch. He first plucked some ginseng from the Black Tower, and ran to a pharmacy to sell it. As a result, the pharmacy tried its best to lower the price. He was so angry that he switched to another pharmacy, but the result was the same. He was an outsider, and his cultivation was only at the spiritual ocean tier, so of course he would take the opportunity to kill him. In the desolate north, the spiritual ocean tier was a cornerstone, but in the extreme Yang city, only spiritual pedestal tier warriors could be called elites, and flower blossom tier warriors could receive true respect. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the extreme Yang city to be the economic center of the North region? There were quite a few flower blossom tier elites here, and if it was only here, people would think that it was too easy to break through to the flower blossom tier. He switched to a few pharmacies, but the situation was about the same. Ling Han could only bear the pain and sell the ginseng cheaply. One had to know that they had been planted for almost 2 months, and the medicinal age of these ginseng was almost 300 years. You'll regret it. Ling Han noted it down. In the future, he would definitely open a branch next to every pharmacy and steal all their business. Ling Han could be very childish sometimes. With the starting capital, Ling Han immediately opened the pharmacy and restaurant. This was very simple. He could directly buy the ready-made ones, and there was no need to renovate them. Thus, 2 days later, his pharmacy and restaurant were already open for business. Lu Yutong was in charge of the restaurant, while Li Sichuan was in charge of the pharmacy. The restaurant was called Unforgettable, meaning that as long as one ate it once, they would never forget the taste, coming back again and again. The pharmacy was called Alchemist King Hall. With Ling Han's ability, this was not an exaggeration. He indeed had such ability. Since he wanted to earn money, then he naturally had to make a name for himself. But after opening for 2 days, the business of the 2 shops was not very good. In the restaurant, Ling Han took out some vegetables, fruits, and dried meat from the Black Tower. He had plenty anyway, but these ingredients were only used on some high-end dishes, and needed to be paid with origin crystals. However, when a new shop had just opened, the people who came to join in the fun were only some ordinary people. They ate ordinary food and wine, and paid with silver. High-end dishes could not be sold at all, so how could they earn origin crystals? It was the same for pharmacies. Though the name Alchemist King Hall was domineering, it was only a joke. Moreover, no one dared to eat alchemical pills indiscriminately. Before a good reputation was established, who would come to buy alchemical pills? It was impossible even if it was a little cheaper. Moreover, Ling Han did not want to fight for the market through a price war. The medicine of the Alchemy Emperor could be sold cheaply. Did he have to advertise his name as an earth-grade alchemist? Ling Han shook his head. The Thousand Corpse sect's tentacles reached the desolate north and the Winter Moon sect, so it was hard to guarantee that there were no spies or branches of the Thousand Corpse sect here. Ling Han ruined the plans that the Thousand Corpse sect had plotted for many years in the Fallen Moon Gorge, so it was very easy for them to investigate him. If he advertised openly, then as long as the Thousand Corpse sect had spies here, they would definitely come to make trouble for him. It should be impossible for them to kill him, but they could cause trouble for his business, which was something he did not want. He changed his strategy and had the restaurant release a limited number of dishes every day, all made from vegetables grown in the Black Tower, for free tastings. Only 2 days later, the restaurant's business suddenly became shockingly hot. Word of mouth spread, and more people came here, among which there was no lack of powerful martial artists. And as long as they tasted those delicacies, they naturally could not forget them, and were willing to fork out large amounts of spirit crystals to spend. These delicacies were sold at a very high price. One dish cost 1 origin crystal, and those with meat were even more expensive, costing 10 origin crystals. Moreover, Ling Han had not yet released the meat of the demonic beasts raised in the Black Tower, so the price could be increased tenfold. However, demonic beasts were relatively rare, so Ling Han only planned to let his own people eat them, and did not plan to sell them. When the restaurant's business improved, Ling Han directed these customers to the pharmacy, and in this way the pharmacy's business also improved. And although most of the alchemical pills in the pharmacy were concocted by Li Sichuan, the most valuable ones were concocted by Ling Han, and as long as they were used, everyone said they were good. In only 10 days' time, the 2 shops earned a steady stream of origin crystals for Ling Han, and the amount was extremely considerable. However, great wealth moved people's hearts. Ling Han had no backing and was also a newcomer, yet he earned so much money, so how could he not attract jealousy? A young man came to the restaurant and asked for half of the profits. Chapter 375. A minute later, Ling Han switched to the second position. Ka. The bones in his body once again made explosive sounds, as if they were frying soybeans. Even though he had now cultivated body of iron sheet, and the hardness of his bones was comparable to rare metals of the same level, he still felt like they were about to break. Because he had forcibly assumed such a position, it was equivalent to him going against himself with all his strength. Not to mention rare metals that were comparable to the same level, even divine metals would similarly break. However, in this strange position, his flesh and bones seemed to each possess a life of their own, madly absorbing the accumulated energy and transforming it into his own power. However, it wasn't origin power, but rather the brute force of his physical body. His muscles obviously didn't bulge, but he still felt that every cell was filled with vitality, and with a slight burst he could collapse a tall mountain. This was obviously an illusion. He had just started cultivating body art, so how could there possibly be such a shocking effect? However, once he truly cultivated it and his physical body became divine, that punch would have the power of 9 true dragons, which was extremely terrifying. Ling Han switched to the third position. Ka ka ka, his bones continued to make explosive sounds. He coughed up blood, but the blood was actually black, and there were some impurities inside which made him involuntarily shocked. This effect was too obvious, wasn't it? His body was sweating like rain, and his hair was completely wet. Drops of sweat dripped down, and there was steam rising, forming waves of white steam. Hunyo found it interesting and also imitated his position. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The little girl immediately complained incessantly, and hurriedly sat down on the ground. With a bitter expression she said, "It's not fun, not good at all." Ling Han wanted to laugh. So it turned out that this little bewitching girl was not a freak of nature no matter where she was. 12 minutes later, he had done every position once, and a pool of sweat had already formed on his body. His whole body was completely drenched. He changed his position and returned to the first position. Naturally, he had to do it for enough time. The energy essence inside his body was continuously being absorbed by his body. It was very strange. When he circulated the 5 elements heaven grade skill, this energy essence turned into origin power and was stored in his Dantian spiritual sea. Now it was being absorbed by every cell in his body and turned into pure brute force. Whether it was origin power or brute force, was there any difference? Ling Han had heard before that there were some beings that were born gigantic, and their adult bodies could even be the size of a city. They did not need to cultivate at all. With a punch or a kick, they would be able to collapse a tall mountain. It was like a human to an ant. From the ant's perspective, how high did it have to cultivate to be able to contend with the brute force of a human? Was the 9 dragons tyrant body art created by some gigantic beings that were born to be born? They specialized in the path of body cultivation and used their physical bodies to become immortals? Ling Han suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on guiding the blood, flesh, tendons and bones in his body to absorb the drifting energy and turn it into his brute force. He had really eaten too much good food these few days, so the power that was transformed was also very frightening. It made him feel as if he was going to explode, and his whole body was swollen. After an hour, Ling Han stopped and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. This was really too tiring, but his whole body felt indescribably comfortable, forming a very strange feeling. After sitting for a while, he entered the Black Tower, took a bath, changed into a new set of clothes, and then tested out his brute force. It was comparable to element gathering tier. Heavens, he had only cultivated for an hour, and he had directly crossed over a whole tier of martial arts. Ling Han nodded. This was because he was standing at a different height. At this time, he was already in the spiritual pedestal tier, and had eaten so many great tonics. When these things were released, how could it still not be enough for a normal person to immediately cross over to the body refining tier? On the contrary, if you let a body refining tier martial artist eat so many tonics, he would have long been stuffed to death. However, the beginning was fast because I am already in the spiritual pedestal tier. My progress should not be so fast in the future, Ling Han said to himself. He cracked a smile. Body arts would be one of his trump cards. In future, who would think that he was at the end of his tether? But he would suddenly explode with a terrifying brute force, which would be able to turn the tables in a single move. He exited the Black Tower and started a fire to cook with Hunyo. Now that he had an additional expense, his desire for food was becoming more and more intense. In future, the Black Tower will have to rear more demonic beasts, Ling Han said. Otherwise, it would really not be able to support his and Hunyo's stomachs. NN. Hunyo expressed deep agreement, drooling as she stared at Ling Han. That egg can't be eaten, Ling Han said hurriedly. The little girl was still unwilling to give up, and had not forgotten the egg of the azure flame eagle. Hung stingy. Hunyo pouted, but when the food was cooked, She immediately began to eat happily. When they were about to finish eating, they saw someone climb up from below with great difficulty. It was Cheng. He really did not think that the one who charged to the third place was not a flower blossom tier warrior of the older generation, nor was it the top of the young prodigy roll, but the white-robed sword king who had only charged to the 8th place this year. Ling Han nodded. These 3 stages actually did not test strength. Of course, if it was a monster like Ling Han and Hu Niu, who obviously only had the cultivation of the 2nd or 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but whose strength was comparable to the 9th layer, then that would be another matter. Overall, this stage was still a test of one's resilience. Spiritual pedestal tier cultivators had long since opened up their spiritual ocean, and their origin power was endless. Moreover, they had constructed a spiritual pedestal, which could almost reach the heavens. Climbing like this would definitely not exhaust one's strength. However, the gravity was too strong, and it was very easy for one to feel tired. Thus, who was fast and who was slow depended on each person's willpower. If you had to rest after every few steps, how could you possibly be fast? This swordsman's gaze was like a sword, flickering with an extraordinary splendor of tenacity and decisiveness. Obviously, he would definitely not stop until he reached the end. His body was like Ling Han's from before, covered in sweat, and his hair was completely drenched. However, when a man sprinkled sweat, not only did it not give others the feeling of being in a sorry state, it instead exuded an endless air of masculinity. Men should be like this. Ling Han dispelled the idea of inviting Shen Zhongcheng over to rub him together. If Shen Zhongcheng squeezed out all the tenacity in his body, it was very possible that he would win a great explosion. Either his cultivation level would soar, or he would obtain a great breakthrough on the path of the sword. Hu Niu, we can't be lazy anymore. Let's charge to the top in one go, he said. Charge. Hu Niu waved her small fist. The 2 of them also began to climb again. Their strength surpassed their cultivation level by too much, and in this place the gravity that each person had to bear was determined by their cultivation level. Thus, the 2 of them were ridiculously fast, and in an instant they had surpassed Shen Zhongcheng. Yet Ling Han sighed. He was too relaxed, so relaxed that he could not squeeze out the limits of his body. Then, he would not be able to achieve the effects of tempering. What a pity. But on the other hand, that was also because he had long since raised his limits above this level, which was why he could be so relaxed now, having already passed through this process. When he thought of it that way, his heart felt better. Chapter 376. Ling Han leisurely walked downstairs, swept his eyes over the room full of black-robed men, smiled and said, "It's lunchtime now. Everyone either start ordering or get lost. Don't affect my business." Fuck. Can't I study the menu a little longer and think about what to eat? Someone immediately slammed the table and shouted. That's right, what kind of lousy restaurant is this? They don't even allow people to read the menu, forcing people to order. Is this a big restaurant bullying its customers? Someone sneered. We're not to be trifled with, so how do you want to bully us? Waiter, come here and read out the menu for me again. Read it clearly, don't speak so incoherently. A waiter trembled as he walked over. He was only a waiter and received a poor salary, so he really didn't want to get involved in this. However, a gushing spring-tier elite was pointing at his nose, so how could a normal person like him dare not go over? He read out the menu. Louder, did you not eat? The black-robed man immediately shouted. The waiter could only raise his voice and read out the menu loudly. How dare you, you actually dare to spit at me? The black-clothed man glared at the waiter. Pa! A slap landed on the waiter's face, causing 3 of the waiter's teeth to fall out. The waiter was slapped so hard that his head was spinning. 3 waiters hurriedly walked up and supported him. They all looked at the black-robed man with angry expressions, but didn't dare to speak. You can't bully people like this. What, you still dare to glare at me? The black-robed man glared back at them, showing his ferocity. Hee hee. The other black-robed men laughed. To them this was just a farce. Ling Han strode over, a leisurely smile still on his face, and arrived in front of the black-robed man. You're the manager, so come and read out the menu for me. The black-robed man stared fiercely at Ling Han. The order they had received was to intimidate the people in this restaurant as much as possible. Go to hell. Ling Han reached out and pressed down on his head, slamming it into the table. With a loud bang, the table made of yellow pear wood was immediately smashed into pieces. The black-clothed man immediately fell to the ground, clutching his head and groaning. Even if he was in gushing spring tear, being pressed down by Ling Han like that was still uncomfortable. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Shwa, at least 90% of the black-clothed men stood up, and there were only 7 spiritual ocean tier black-clothed men seated. They were still calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. How dare you act so violently? Those men in black all glared at Ling Han fiercely. You call this acting fierce? Hey, you guys are really ignorant. Ling Han shook his head. He stomped his foot down, and the head of the black-clothed man on the ground immediately sank into the floor. He was in a kneeling position, and his buttocks were raised high, as if he was waiting for sex. Chong chong chong, the standing black-clothed men all drew their weapons, all of them looking furious. Hunyo immediately bared her teeth at the people around her. The little girl was the real savage one, and her large eyes were already filled with killing intent. In her mind there was no law, no reason, and no rules. Whoever treated her and Ling Han well was merely not an enemy, but whoever treated them badly was an enemy. Wild beasts treated their enemies with only slaughter. Take him down, strip him naked and hang him at the door for everyone to admire, a black-clothed man called out. That's a good idea. But we have to give him a beating first. He actually dared to injure our people. Go. Immediately, 8 people brandished their weapons and slashed over. When Hunyo saw this, she instantly leapt down from Ling Han's body and attacked. Pong 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 pong, her weapons danced, and the 8 people were instantly knocked down, lying on the ground and groaning. This was naturally Hunyo showing mercy, because Ling Han shook his head at her, not allowing her to kill. Although the little girl was very unhappy, she would not disobey Ling Han's orders. Seeing Hunyo so ferocious, the 7 spiritual ocean tier martial artists could not sit still and all stood up. It was merely a newly opened restaurant, and the owner was an outsider who had just arrived, so what background or strength could he possibly have? Thus, for the 7 of them in the spiritual ocean tier to move out, it should have been a sure thing, but Hunyo's strangeness was something even they couldn't see through. I'll do it. A black-clothed man in the spiritual ocean tier made a move, grabbing towards Hunyo. Invincible little tiger fist. Hunyo somersaulted in the air, her speed so fast that she was like a flash of light, already appearing behind the black-clothed man. Her small fist smashed Pong, instantly causing the man to stagger and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Han could not help but smile. Hunyo now had another attribute of being playful. Together, the remaining 6 spiritual ocean tier martial artists were all shocked, and hurriedly rushed forward. For a group brawl like this, people with some status and pride would definitely disdain, not to mention that the opponent was only a little girl. But these 6 people were all servants, so how could they have the bearing of an elite? If one person could not beat her, then they definitely had to attack together. Pride and whatnot, was that something edible? Hunyo was calm and unafraid. Her small figure darted left and right, swaying here and there. Her speed was so fast that even Ling Han, who did not open the Eye of Truth, couldn't capture her movements, not to mention these 6 people. In just a few moves the 6 people were all defeated. Hunyo jumped happily, looking like she was very powerful. The other black-clothed men all bared their teeth. It's over, they've kicked an iron plate. Before this, they thought that this restaurant was opened by a small martial artist in the Gushing Spring tier, and at most 1 or 2 spiritual ocean tier martial artists in charge. 7 of them came at once, so it should be enough to suppress them. Indeed, the other side only sent 2 spiritual ocean tier martial artists, but they were too fuck you fierce, torturing their 7 elites like dogs. What a fuck you. Run, go report to young Master Lang. Someone wanted to escape, but saw that Ling Han was smiling at them. I told you guys to leave just now, but you didn't. Now it's too late. Ling Han moved, slapping one person over with a single slap. Instantly, all of them were lying on the ground. Those waiters were all dumbfounded, thinking that their boss was actually so fierce. Then as long as they made a name for themselves in this battle, they would definitely not dare to come and make trouble in the future. But they were also a little worried. The extreme Yang City was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and even spiritual ocean-tier martial artists could only be considered small fries. Young Master Han, how should we deal with them? Zhu Wujiu asked. Tie them all up and hang them at the door, Ling Han said calmly. This will affect our business, Zhu Wujiu said hesitantly. A normal person would definitely avoid trouble, but would they still dare to enter after seeing such a scene? No matter, let them see our strength, Ling Han said. As an Earth-grade alchemist, what need was there for him to be afraid? He smiled faintly at the waiter who had been beaten previously and said, Go to the cashier's counter and collect 10 silver coins. In future, your wages will be doubled. Thank you, sir. That waiter was instantly happy. 3 teeth could be exchanged for so many benefits, so it was worth it. Chapter 377. This time there were a total of over 40 black-robed men. Every 10 people formed a skewer, hanging from the 3rd floor of the restaurant like grasshoppers. There were a total of 5 skewers and the scene was quite spectacular. Many people were pointing and gossiping outside the restaurant. Some were bustling, some were making jokes, but those black-robed men naturally became the laughingstock. However, there were indeed many bustling people, but no one entered the restaurant to eat, because they all recognized the identity of these black-robed men. They were from the Lang clan, a spiritual pedestal tier force, so how could they let it go so easily? Thus, the Lang clan would definitely send people over later, and if they entered to eat, they would naturally be affected. They wouldn't starve to death even if they skipped a meal, right? But after a while, a young man in embroidered clothes strode over. When he saw the skewers of human meat hanging from the restaurant, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. He walked into the restaurant and said with a smile, Interesting, really interesting. Guest, how many are you? A waiter immediately went up to greet him. Just this young master alone. That young man found a seat and sat down, appearing very casual. It was a kind of soaring confidence. Obviously, he came from a wealthy family, or he himself was strong enough. This young master heard that the 8 great treasures here are very famous. Give this young master a portion, he said. All right. The waiter immediately turned and went to the kitchen. In a short while the dishes were served. That young man only took a bite, and his eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. It's delicious. It's delicious. It's delicious. Wonderful, 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 he praised. To be honest, this culinary skill is only average, but the ingredients themselves are too fresh and delicious. One bite makes one unable to stop, extremely wonderful. Hungry. Hunyo tugged on the corner of Ling Han's clothes. It was fine before, but when someone ate and drank to his heart's content in front of her, she instantly couldn't stand it anymore. Ling Han nodded, and had the kitchen prepare lunch for them. He Hunyo, Lu Yutong, Zhu Wujiu, Qin Yi and Guang Yuan sat at a table. When the good dishes were served, they immediately started eating. The food they ate was obviously not comparable to what they sold to others. They used not only the meat of demonic beasts, but also many precious medicinal ingredients, which were made into medicinal cuisine. These medicinal ingredients had been planted in the Black Tower for at least a month or 2, so they were at least 100 years old. What kind of concept was that? It could be said that only in Ling Han's last life, he would have had so much wealth for him to squander like this, but he was only in the spiritual ocean tier now, and was also in the North region, a relatively barren land, so even a force like the Winter Moon sect couldn't do it. With delicious food in front of them, everyone began to fight over food without any regard for their image. Of course, none of them could possibly win against Hunyo. The little girl was born to be a foodie. Just as they were enjoying the food, they saw the young man in embroidered clothes walk over and say with a drooling face, Can I sit down and eat with you? I won't eat for free. This meal is on me. Ling Han smiled and said, Those 8 dishes aren't enough for you. The embroidered clothed youth rubbed his nose and said, It really isn't enough. Moreover, the dishes on your table seem to be even more delicious. His eyes were shining and he was about to drool. Indeed, with different ingredients the fragrance wafting out would be different. Can't you see that all the waiters are desperately swallowing their saliva? Ling Han looked at the young man in embroidered clothes and found him interesting. He smiled and said, If you still have an appetite, please sit. The young man in embroidered clothes was overjoyed and hurriedly sat down, pulling out a pair of chopsticks and eating. He finally came out. If he wanted to eat, he had to fight for it. No one would be polite with him. And great. He ate a mouthful of meat, and his face instantly turned into a flower. This is a second-tier demonic beast, captivating fragrance deer, right? No, I've eaten many captivating fragrance deer, but the taste was definitely not this delicious. Moreover, there are many precious herbs inside, and eating one mouthful made all the pores on my body open up, and my cultivation increased slightly. He couldn't help but complain and said, "Waiter, with such good stuff, why didn't you give it to me? Do you think I can't afford origin crystals?" Ling Han laughed and said, "These are not supplied to outsiders." The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes immediately lit up, and he said, "You're the owner of this restaurant?" "That's right." Ling Han nodded. "You provide me with these kinds of ingredients every day, and I'll let you name the price." The young man in embroidered clothes hurriedly said. Ling Han shook his head and said, "I've already said that these are not supplied to outsiders, and are reserved for my own family." The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shifted and he said, "I'm called Gong Letian. How should I address you, brother?" If these words were heard by the people in the circle of youths, they would definitely cry out in disbelief because this guy's background was astonishing, and he had always been arrogant. Even in the extreme Yang city, there weren't many people that he took seriously, and now he actually called someone brother so warmly. It was truly inconceivable. But it also showed that this guy was really a glutton. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Ling Han. Brother Ling, from today onwards, you're my brother." Gong Letian was incomparably warm. "Since we're brothers, then those ingredients." He looked at Ling Han anxiously like a puppy. Humph. A cold snort was heard, and a young man walked in from the door. His face was dark and ugly, and he was extremely ugly. "How dare you treat this young master's subordinate like this?" It was Lang Jun Kai. Lu Yutong immediately stood up and said, "You're not welcome here, scram." What a joke, in the extreme Yang city. Who has the right to tell this young master to scram? Lang Jun Kai sneered, and there was anger on his face. Something that was originally in the bag had actually encountered a setback. He was originally teasing a newly arrived pillar of the Tingyu Pavilion as usual, when he suddenly heard a servant report that the people he had sent out in the morning had all been captured, and were being hung up as a public display. This made him so angry that he was seething with anger, and he could not care less that he had not eaten that alluring little thing, and immediately rushed over. "Tisich Lang Jun Kai, when did you become so impressive?" Gong Letian suddenly spoke. Previously, he still had the appearance of a pitiful puppy, but the moment he turned around, he carried an overbearing arrogance. "Does this young master also not have the right to tell you to scram?" "Gong, young master Gong." Lang Jun Kai instantly choked up, revealing a hint of panic. The Lang clan was considered a reputable clan in the extreme Yang city, but their true confidence came from the earth-grade alchemists they attached themselves to. However, the Gong clan itself was an alchemy clan. Aside from Gong Letian, the rest of the three generations were all alchemists, and Gong Hiken of the older generation was even a low-level earth-grade alchemist. Compared to the Gong clan, the Lang clan was obviously greatly inferior, and there was absolutely no comparison. For these spoilt young masters, what they competed on was obviously their clan's background. Even if Lang Jun Kai and Gong Letian both had the cultivation of the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, Lang Jun Kai had no confidence to speak of in front of Gong Letian. "Don't affect this young master's mood to eat scram," Gong Letian said domineeringly. Chapter 378. Lang Jun Kai's face immediately showed shame and anger. He was a reputable young master, but someone actually pointed at his nose and told him to scram. How could he bear this? However, was he more important than Gong Letian? "Young Master Gong, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please don't interfere for young Master Lu's sake." He decided to persist. The young Master Lu he spoke of was the grandson of the alchemist Lang family attached to. He was also a descendant of a low-level earth-grade alchemist, and had the same status as Gong Letian. The Lang family was a vassal of the Lu family, and he, Lang Jun Kai, was naturally the younger brother of the Lu family's young master. Even if Lu Qiyuan stood in front of me, this young master would still tell him to scram. "Who do you think you are?" Gong Letian said disdainfully. He waved his hand again and said, "If you don't scram now, it won't be so easy to talk about what happens next." Lang Jun Kai was unwilling, His fists were clenched tightly, but he finally decided to concede and said, "Fine, I'll leave. Please release those people outside." Gong Letian couldn't help but walk towards Ling Han, and didn't make a decision on his own. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Although Gong Letian was also a second generation, he knew how to conduct himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to ask for Ling Han's opinion, and would just give the order directly. He smiled faintly and said, "You want to take people away? Sure, sell them for 100 origin crystals each." "You?" Lang Junkai was furious. 100 origin crystals each, why don't you go rob someone? Pay up or not? Ling Han didn't pay any attention and continued to eat. Hee. Gong Letian couldn't help but laugh. His gaze swept over Ling Han, and he really took Ling Han seriously. He always hated people without a backbone, and there were too many people around him who sucked up to him. Thus, he naturally admired Ling Han very much. The veins on Lang Junkai's forehead bulged. He sent out more than 40 people this time, and if he paid the ransom money one by one, it would be more than 4,000 origin crystals. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but it would make his heart ache. Too much. He shook his head. That's a lot. Ling Han counted on his fingers. A person can refine 10 or so crystals in a year. It'll only take 10 years. Lang Junkai almost jumped up. There were only 7 martial artists of spiritual ocean tier here, and the others were all in gushing spring tier, so how were they going to concoct origin crystals? Don't try to haggle. If you're going to take him away, then leave behind the yuan crystals. Otherwise, scram. Ling Han flicked his hand. Lang Junkai's eyes were spitting fire, but he only thought that Ling Han was so courageous because he had Gong Letian backing him up. Sadly, he really couldn't afford to offend Gong Letian. Lang Junkai's face alternated between green and white. Finally, he waved his hand and scattered origin crystals all over the table, saying, "Release him immediately." "Undo it yourself," Ling Han said. Lang Junkai almost blew up again. He glared at Ling Han fiercely for a while before he turned around and went out to put his subordinates down. He swore it wouldn't be over so easily. He certainly couldn't win against Gong Letian, but there was still young Master Lu. Ha 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 ha. Gong Letian laughed loudly, raised his wine cup towards Ling Han and said with a smile, "Brother Ling, come, let me toast you. I'm definitely going to befriend you." Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "I'll have to think about it." Gong Letian pretended to be displeased, punched Ling Han's chest and said, "You're too much these ingredients." As he spoke, his foodie instincts burned fiercely again. Hunyo instantly became stingy, placing her 2 small hands on the table protectively and said, "They're all Nyos." Everyone laughed loudly. After the human skewers were unwrapped, other customers came to the restaurant one after another. However, each of the 8 dishes cost 1 origin crystal. Everyone indeed came for this, but most people would only order 1 dish to satisfy their cravings. After all, there weren't many rich people like Gong Letian. Even so, the restaurant's income was extremely impressive, reaching 500 to 600 origin crystals every day. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the covetous eyes of young Master Lang Jun. As a foodie, Gong Letian was very persistent, and kept pestering Ling Han, insisting that he agreed to deliver the ingredients. However, there were indeed not many beasts in the Black Tower, and Ling Han wouldn't be soft-hearted just because someone begged him, so he naturally left him hanging. Thus, Gong Letian would come every few days, constantly bombarding Ling Han's ears, and unceremoniously eat with them. His skin was so thick that it made one's hair stand on end. Come, come, come. Today, I'll bring you to broaden your horizons." On the 4th day, Gong Letian seemed to have found his conscience, and actually ran over before mealtime, pulling Ling Han along as he ran. "Broaden what?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "You'll know when we get there," Gong Letian said mysteriously. The extreme Yang city was very large, and they naturally couldn't use their movement techniques in the city. Thus, after about an hour or so, they finally arrived at a small lake. The willows hung upside down, and the pavilions and terraces were cut into a painting. The scenery was quite beautiful. Gong Letian brought Ling Han to a side courtyard by the lake. There were 2 old servants standing at the door, and when Gong Letian came over, they immediately bowed in greeting and said, "Young Master Gong is here." Gong Letian nodded and asked, "Has the banquet started?" "Still waiting for a few important guests, so it hasn't started yet," an old servant said. "That's good." Gong Letian breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned for Ling Han to follow him into the side courtyard. The courtyard was very large, and there was a large garden inside. On the left was the lake, rippling with light, and the scenery was beautiful. On the grass by the lake, tables of banquets were already set up, and at this time there were quite a few people seated. "What kind of gathering is this?" Ling Han asked. "Today, there are quite a few people on the prodigy roll of the North region who have come. Firstly, to broaden their horizons, and secondly, some people have just returned from the deep mountains and great rivers, bringing with them spirit herbs or ancient items that have great exchange value," Gong Letian said. Ling Han nodded. Then this kind of gathering was worth attending. Perhaps he could even find out some information about the remaining two main ingredients. He said, "What's the prodigy roll of the North region?" "Huh, you actually don't even know this?" Gong Lishan's face was full of surprise. "Just which corner of the world did you run out from?" "The prodigy roll of the North region records all the young experts in the North region below the age of 30. In total, only 100 people can make the roll." Ling Han gave an "oh" and said, "This is really the first time I've heard of it. Tell me, which geniuses are they?" "Here, take it." Gong Letian flipped his hand, and a book appeared out of thin air. A spatial ring. The extreme young city was indeed the extreme young city. Even this kind of spoiled brat was worthy of wearing a spatial ring. Ling Han took the book and glanced at it. On the cover, the words "Prodigy Roll of the North Region" were written. The decorations of the entire book were also quite exquisite, with golden edges and golden lettering. It was as gorgeous as it could be. He opened it, and on the first page was written, "Compiled by the Spirit Treasures Pavilion." Great, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion really had a wide range of control. "This book is worth 1 origin crystal," Gong Letian said at the side. "So dark. More refreshing to read on the phone." Chapter 379. Ling Han was fearless and didn't argue because when it came to things like treasures, many people would rather believe it existed. Moreover, when a person was about to die, his words were kind, and Yan Tianzhao's words were still extremely destructive. His gaze swept over, and when it landed on Wen Yijian, he immediately waved and said, "Junior brother 1. Pooh, quite a few people spurted out. Why did Ling Han call Wen Yijian junior brother? The two of them seemed to be completely unrelated, right? Wen Yijian was also slightly startled and said, "I wonder why Master Ling calls me junior brother? You and I both received the inheritance of the 12 palaces, so of course we're senior brothers." Ling Han laughed loudly. No matter what, he had to drag Wen Yijian down and share some of his firepower. He obviously wasn't afraid of these flower blossom tier warriors now, but it would be difficult if some spiritual infant tier warriors came. Moreover, once the news spread, there might be shattering void tier elites from the middle state that crossed regions to come regardless of the cost. Then, even if he had the Black Tower's protection, could he be a coward for the rest of his life? Wen Yijian was from the East region, and came to the North region to pick up some benefits, so he obviously had to share some of Ling Han's burden. He couldn't bear all the blame, right? Master Ling really likes to joke. Wen Yijian laughed loudly, looking as if it was beneath him to argue, but in his heart, even if we're senior brothers, I'm still the senior brother. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "Junior brother 1 received the inheritance of the Scorpio Palace. Dare to make a heart oath and bet that I'm wrong?" A heart oath was an oath made against the heart of martial arts. If it was fake, one wouldn't be struck by lightning, but it would severely affect the martial artist's cultivation advancement, so it couldn't be made recklessly. Wen Yijian's eyes had a hint of anger, but his face was extremely calm as he said indifferently, "Why should I make a heart oath senseless?" Ling Han didn't say anything else but swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Junior brother 1 and I are both kings of martial arts, and we've both broken through to the flower blossom tier. On top of this flower blossom tier king tier puppet, he summoned the rock spirit. Come and fight. How many people's blood will splatter in the sky and leave their lives here?" The corner of Wen Tianjian's mouth twitched. Why did Ling Han represent him again? Did this person have no ears at all? Didn't he hear what he said? He was even more shocked. He obtained enormous benefits in the Scorpio Palace, and he finally broke through to the flower blossom tier, but at the same time, he obtained a secret art that could hide his cultivation. He still appeared to be in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so how did Ling Han see through him with a glance? What kind of fucking secret art was this? Don't care so much, take both of them down. The flower blossom tier elites all exchanged their opinions. Whether it was the inheritance of the 12 palaces or the divine treasure trove, they were both of great importance. They'd rather kill wrongly than miss out. I won't play with you North Region's lunatics anymore. When Yi Jian suddenly leapt up, Hong, the presence of the flower blossom tier spread out without reservation, and with a step, a divine ray bloomed, tearing through the air. Want to leave? Immediately, over a dozen attacks shot over. Even if when Yi Jian's battle prowess was impressive, he just broken through after all, so how could he withstand so many attacks? He was forced to descend. Junior brother one, let's fight side by side. Ling Han laughed loudly. When Yi Jian's nose almost crooked in anger. He could have left quietly and made a fortune in silence, but Ling Han actually exposed him. Now that he was in danger, it made him extremely gloomy. Ling Han, how did I offend you? Why are you messing with me like this? He said coldly, not even calling him Master Ling. Ling Han smiled and said seriously, Junior brother one, we're one family, so we obviously have to cross the river together at this time. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Protect your sister, I could have just swaggered away. When Yi Jian gritted his teeth, but the situation before him obviously wouldn't go his way. Thankfully, those spiritual infant tier cultivators from before had already returned. Otherwise, if those elites had made a move, he could only wait to be captured. Now, he could stake it all and fight his way out of the encirclement. Ling Han, I'll definitely settle this score with you. As he swore, he stood together with Ling Han. The two of them, together with the rock spirit, formed a corner back to back. Ha, that's a matter for the future, Ling Han said indifferently. Lu Yutong and the others tactfully didn't step forward. If they went up now, not only would they not be able to help Ling Han, they'd instead become a burden, which made them feel uncomfortable. Even though their growth speed was very fast, and they even fought their way into the North Region's prodigy role, they still couldn't help Ling Han out of trouble. Come, whoever wants the secret treasure, make your move, Ling Han said with a loud laugh. However, you guys should think clearly. I'm still a heaven-grade alchemist, and if you harm a single hair of mine, be careful that the entire alchemist society won't let you go. The flower blossom tier elite's faces twisted, feeling that Ling Han was both courageous and a bit of a scoundrel. Fighting one against many, this was naturally courageous. But he brought out his identity as a heaven-grade alchemist to threaten them, making it hard for them to avoid having their hands and feet bound when they made their move. Wasn't that extremely shameless? This was not the slightest bit like an 18-year-old young man. He was mature and sly, practically an old fox. Capture him, try not to hurt him. The flower blossom tier elites reached a consensus. A heaven-grade alchemist's weight was really too heavy. It was fine to kill him in secret, but if they killed Ling Han in public, it would definitely spread throughout the world. At that time, whoever succeeded in killing Ling Han would definitely be pushed out by the sect as a scapegoat to appease the fury of the alchemists in the world. Oh, I didn't get the secret treasure, but I have to be the one to die. Who would do such a thing? Thus, everyone hoped that the others would accidentally kill Ling Han. They would definitely not do such a thing themselves. Go! Over 20 flower blossom tier elites attacked together, and the momentum was very vast. Ling Han, Wen Yi Jian, and the rock spirit all roared loudly, brandishing their swords and pulling out their fists, all charging forward. Hunyo stomped her feet in anger on the side, but it was a chaotic battle now. Any gust of wind was on the level of the flower blossom tier, and it filled the entire battlefield. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't possibly avoid so many aftershocks of the attacks, and if she fought head-on, she would only be injured. Her battle instincts were too terrifying, and she immediately calculated this conclusion, so she didn't rush forward in a hot-headed manner. Nyo wants to become strong. Nyo wants to become strong. The little girl shouted loudly. Hong, something seemed to have awakened inside her body, emitting a faint divine might. Mortals couldn't feel it at all, but it soared straight to the 9 heavens, even breaking through this world. Ling Han now had power as high as the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier, and added with the divine sense of the former heaven tier, he could actually still use the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, the amount was relatively small, so his actual tier was equivalent to the third layer of the flower blossom tier. However, added with the various secret arts he grasped, his battle prowess soared to 10 stars. 7 stars. This was mainly because his power was forcefully poured in. Otherwise, if he truly advanced into the flower blossom tier, then even if he was in the first layer of the flower blossom tier, his battle prowess could reach 10 stars. But now it was enough. Because 9 of his opponents had just broken through in the mystery realm, such as Yukuan Luan Bai He Shun, and other veteran members of the prodigy role. How many stars of battle prowess could they have after just breaking through? Additionally, even older members of the prodigy role like Ao Feng had also broken through not too long ago. It was only a matter of 1 or 2 years or at most 10 years, but how many layers of the flower blossom tier could they reach in 10 years? When he battled the golden blood demonic ape, weren't there also more than 20 flower blossom tier cultivators? And there were even those in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, but weren't they still smashed into pieces? Chapter 380. Zhu Xian heir, female, 21 years old, 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, from the Half Moon sect. 2 years ago, she ranked 76th in the prodigy tournament. However, a year later she broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier, and this year she even advanced to the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. It's conceivable that at the end of next year's prodigy gathering, her strength will improve further, possibly reaching the 3rd layer or even the 4th layer. Estimated battle prowess is 12 stars, currently ranked 13th in the North region. Ling Han stopped and nodded. Zhu Xian'er lived up to her reputation as a genius. The speed at which her cultivation advanced was a little shocking. In other words, she broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier at the age of 20, and after entering the spiritual pedestal tier, she could still advance 2 steps in a year, which was quite shocking. Continuing to flip, Zuyuda ranked 19th, and the triplets of the Limitless sect ranked 67th, 68th and 69th, but the evaluation said that because the 3 were one if they joined forces, their battle prowess could reach 33rd. 2 of the 7 sons of Ao family also made the list, namely Ao Xinglai, ranked 78th, and Ao Yuan Wei, ranked 89th. According to this ranking, he should only be ranked around 40th. However, there were still 4 months until the end of the year, and with Ling Han's speed of improvement, he could at least reach the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier when the prodigy gathering started, and his ranking would naturally be far above 40. Moreover, this was the most normal speed. If he could obtain additional worldly treasures, then it might not be certain. The 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and the spiritual pedestal tier weren't impossible. Forget it, do I still have to join in the fun for this kind of child's play? There's no benefit. Ling Han shook his head. With his heaven tier status in his previous life, competing with these little guys was already very shameful. Moreover, the time was too short and he might not be able to get first place. That would truly be shameful. Many great beauties from the extreme Yang city came today. Gong Letian said. That's Zhang Luxian, the eldest miss of the Zhang family, and over there Di Tinglan, the 3rd miss of the Di family. The 7th miss of the Gong Sun family is also here, Gong Sun Lan Hui, as beautiful as an orchid, with a heart like an orchid. Ling Han followed his finger. Sure enough, whether it was Di Tinglan, Zhang Yuexian or Gong Sun Lan Hui, they were all extremely outstanding beauties. Even compared to Lu Yutong and Li Xichan, they were not inferior. Their stunning beauty, their outstanding talent in martial art, and their noble birth made them dazzling stars. Everyone chased after them. It could be seen that there were many young men circling around the 3 women, trying to attract their attention. It's a pity that their standards are too high. Otherwise, this young master could introduce you to them. Gong Letian nudged Ling Han's waist. Ling Han gave a ha, and said, "Thank you very much. That's true. Your family's Lu Yutong is also a great beauty, not inferior to any of them," Gong Letian said. Ling Han only smiled, thinking that Gong Letian had never seen a true beauty before. In his last life, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden had been called the #1 beauty in the world, and was far superior to Lu Yutong and Zhang Luxian. Unfortunately, she was a bit too barbaric, or else he really could marry her. Ling Han hurriedly shivered. He actually thought of marrying a barbaric woman like the heavenly phoenix divine maiden? What was wrong with his brain? "Zhong Ziwei is here!" Someone suddenly called out. immediately making most of the people stand up. Ling Han immediately ran through his mind. This was a person on the North Region's Prodigy roll, ranked 54th at the 9th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. But his battle prowess reached 18 stars and could surpass 9 stars to battle. This was very shocking. On the entire Prodigy roll, only one person could surpass 10 stars to battle, Zhu Xian'er. The other prodigies could only surpass 9 stars. However, surpassing 9 stars in the Spiritual Pedestal tier and surpassing 9 stars in the Spiritual Ocean tier were completely different concepts. The higher the tier, the harder it was to surpass one's tier to battle. For example, the Zhong Ziwei could surpass 9 stars now, but after he broke through to the Spiritual Pedestal tier, he might fall to 8 stars or even 7 stars. Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden could surpass 10 stars to battle in the Heaven tier. They were truly geniuses among geniuses, exceptional freaks. From this point, Zhu Xian'er was indeed astonishingly talented. No wonder she was in the middle state sections. Zhong Ziwei. Gong Letian immediately revealed an excited expression. Ranked 54th on the Prodigy roll, the hardest thing is that he doesn't come from a large sect, but from a small clan, yet he squeezed into the Prodigy roll with his own efforts. He's my idol. Not long later, everyone clustered around a slender young man. Even Di Tinglan and Zhang Lixian surrounded him, all of their pretty faces blossoming with beautiful smiles, unstintingly displaying their stunning beauty. Zhong Ziwei, ranked 54th on the North Region's Prodigy roll, could be said to be one of the North Region's most dazzling stars. As long as he didn't fall, he would definitely become a great figure in the North Region in the future. Such a person would definitely be noticed by everyone fighting to be on good terms with him. I'm so envious, Gong Letian said, his eyes burning. He also wanted to become a person that was the center of attention. Although he was a spoiled brat and who knew how many people flattered him, that was because of the clan behind him, not him. As a young man full of pride, he longed to use his own strength to obtain respect. Lu Qiyuan also went up and raised his wine cup to toast Zhong Ziwei. Due to Lu Qiyuan's background, Zhong Ziwei was very polite, and the two chatted happily. However, the distance was too far, and Ling Han couldn't hear what they were talking about. As the banquet continued, more and more people from the Prodigy roll arrived. As the Prodigy battle that was held once every 3 years was going to start in about 4 months, and the location was Extreme Yang City, many people had already arrived. Even quite a few experts from the Prodigy roll had arrived. However, none of them were ranked higher than Zhong Ziwei, so there was not as much commotion as before. Coming so early was to avoid any delays on the road, and miss the grand event that happened once every 3 years. Secondly, with so many young experts gathered together, they could exchange spiritual medicines, treasures, and the like. Who knows, they might be of great use. This was the purpose of today's banquet. After the experts on the leaderboard finished talking about their recent adventures, the treasure exchange segment began. Everyone stood up and introduced their own treasures to everyone, as well as the types of treasures they wanted to exchange. This was a bit like an auction with all kinds of things like cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, and some things of unknown origin. They were all antiques that could be found in all kinds of ruins, and some things were even older than Ling Han's previous life. Some treasures were quite precious. Zhong Ziwei even took out a 600-year-old gold silk thousand-spark fruit. This was a 4th-tier spirit fruit that could greatly increase the cultivation of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Because Zhong Ziwei already reached the 9th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, he only needed to solidify his tier, and didn't need to increase his cultivation. So he didn't need this spirit fruit. However, too many people didn't reach the 9th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, so it triggered a fierce competition. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 381. Ling Han was also very interested. He was now at the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, still far from the peak of the Spiritual Ocean tier, so the gold silk thousand-spark fruit was especially suitable for him, enough to improve him by 1 or 2 small tiers. Then, at the end of the year, he could charge to the 9th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, or even the Spiritual Pedestal tier. After all, once his spiritual power cultivation was there, the barrier of a large tier didn't exist. Although Ling Han wasn't interested in competing with the younger generation for rankings, he was long past the competitive age, unless there was a treasure that moved him as a reward. However, as a person with high self-esteem, he still hoped to become the strongest. Even if there was a gap of several years between him and the top few on the prodigy roll, who asked him to have such a deep foundation. Since they could be compared together, then he didn't want to lose. Everyone took out what they thought was precious to exchange, but Zhong Ziwei shook his head and refused. It didn't match his expectations. Ling Han stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Zhong, I have a bottle of medicinal pills. I don't know if you're interested." Brother Zhong, everyone turned to look at Ling Han, all revealing a mocking expression. What a joke, a nameless junior at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier actually dared to call an expert on the prodigy roll brother. The ignorant were truly fearless. A prodigy like Zhong Ziwei didn't have the ability to charge to the spiritual pedestal tier. Wrong, he didn't break through not because he couldn't, but because he wanted to strengthen the spiritual ocean tier to an extremely sturdy level, so that he could charge to a higher tier in the future. Which young prodigy of this generation wasn't ambitious? Martial art was in a flourishing age, with elites emerging from all walks of life, constantly breaking the minimum age to break through to a certain tier, and the number of top elites was increasing. Which young man didn't want to squeeze into the peak of martial art and lead the way? A few bottles of medicinal pills. Would Zhong Ziwei lack medicinal pills? What kind of medicinal pills could a 4th layer spiritual ocean tier cultivator take out? It was said that some forces in the middle state extended an olive branch to him. Although it wasn't a super force like the Heaven Sword sect, it was definitely shocking. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Gong Letian hurriedly pulled on the corner of Ling Han's clothes, feeling that everyone's disdainful gazes also implicated him. Truly an undeserved calamity. Ling Han just smiled at him and did not explain anything. Unlike the others, Zhong Ziwei didn't put a mocking expression on his face. Instead, he said indifferently, "Little brother, what pill do you want to exchange with me?" Ling Han took out a bottle of Restore Spirit pill and threw it over. After Zhong Ziwei caught it, he opened the cork. When the smell of medicine wafted out, the careless expression on his face suddenly disappeared, and he exclaimed, "Restore Spirit pill." "What? Spirit restoring pill?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and their eyes burned with passion. For ordinary people, not only was the Restore Origin pill not a spiritual medicine, but it was also a hindrance because it could not increase one's cultivation. On the contrary, it would lower one's cultivation. Just like building a foundation, the effect of the Restore Spirit pill was to hammer the foundation to make it incomparably solid. However, there was no doubt that this would make the originally built foundation shorter, and it would take more effort to restore it to its original state. For ordinary people, they didn't need to strengthen their foundations. All they needed was the rapid improvement of their realms. However, for geniuses, they strived for perfection, striving to cultivate every tier to the point of perfection. They could be invincible in the same tier, and in the future they could also charge to the supreme tier. Otherwise, when they climbed to a certain height, the foundation would be unstable, and the tall building would instantly collapse. There were so many people at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in the North region, but why were there only a few dozen people who squeezed into the prodigy list? It was because they solidified their tier shockingly, and their battle prowess far surpassed their tier. A person at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier didn't need to take the trouble to solidify their foundation, so they might only be able to battle surpassing 2 stars. However, when they reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, geniuses would start to solidify their foundation and prepare for the future. Thus, their tier wouldn't change, but their battle prowess would skyrocket, and it wouldn't be strange to be able to battle surpassing 3 or even 4 stars. Thus, there were so many people at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier on the prodigy roll, but their battle prowess was extremely lacking. Zhong Ziwei had already reached the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier half a year ago. In this half a year, he had been suppressing his cultivation and solidifying his foundation, striving to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier in a perfect manner and possess battle prowess surpassing 2 or even 3 stars in one go. If he had Restore Origin pill in 4 months' time, it would be enough for him to solidify his tier perfectly. Then, with his talent, breaking through to the spiritual pedestal tier wouldn't be the slightest problem. He had the ability to break through long ago but had been suppressing it. At that time, he would be able to soar into the sky, squeezing into the top 30 or 20 was even possible. He hurriedly looked carefully, and when he discovered that there were actually 20 Restore Origin pills in the bottle, he was instantly overjoyed. Even the hand that held the bottle trembled slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen and eaten Restore Origin pills before, but he immediately discovered that not only was it genuine, but the quality was also very high. But to what extent? He wasn't an alchemist, so he couldn't be sure. "I'll trade." Zhong Ziwei made a prompt decision. For a genius like him, decisiveness was definitely an inherent trait. An indecisive person definitely wouldn't reach this step. Ling Han raised his eyebrows and smiled. He knew that for a young genius like Zhong Ziwei, medicinal pills like Restore Origin pills were most precious. Unfortunately, yellow dragon fruits were hard to come by, and the stock in his hands was almost used up. Fortunately, after obtaining this gold silk thousand spark fruit, he didn't have any great pursuits in the spiritual ocean tier. When he reached the spiritual pedestal tier, the Restore Origin pill couldn't be exchanged for the worldly treasures he needed, so it had almost no effect. Zhong Ziwei also threw the gold silk thousand spark fruit over, which was stored into the Black Tower by Ling Han. The two were all smiles, acting as if nothing had happened, showing their extremely strong control. If it were an ordinary person, they'd definitely be in a hurry to leave after obtaining the treasure. "Fairy Zhu is here. Fairy Zhu is here." At first, there was only a small commotion, but it immediately caused a commotion in the audience. Even Gong Letian stood up at once and said, "Where is Fairy Zhu? Where is Fairy Zhu? Fairy Zhu Zhuxian heir?" Ling Han was slightly surprised. Was this woman's charm really that great? He noticed that even Zhong Ziwei completely lost control, his face filled with a fanatical expression. There wasn't a trace of the appearance of a genius expert, and he wasn't the slightest bit different from others. Being able to make Zhong Ziwei, who had extremely strong self-control, fall so deeply, Zhu Xian'er's charm was evident. At this time, even Ling Han was a bit curious. What kind of beauty was this Zhu Xian'er to be able to bewitch all the people of the North region? And even the geniuses of the Middle States Heaven Sword sect were moved. The audience was in an uproar, and everyone rushed out to welcome this Fairy Zhu. 10 minutes later, a white-clothed woman walked out from the crowd. Her face was covered with a white veil, and her appearance couldn't be seen at all, but her graceful beauty made people feel relaxed and happy. Chapter 382. This white-clothed woman was like a fairy, graceful with every step, dignified and quiet, but her figure was really too moving. Her thighs were slender, enough to reach the waist of an expert of the same height. The longer a woman's legs were, the more attractive her figure was, and on her body it was practically perfect, which was why just the way she walked made people have endless fantasies. Her willowy waist was slender, but her buttocks were raised high, revealing a shocking curve and emitting a sexy charm. She wasn't very great, looking like she could be grasped with one hand. Her neck was like jade, noble like a swan, and her black hair was like a waterfall, tied with a snow-white ribbon. She didn't have a single ornament on her body, but it made people feel that this was the most perfect, because any ornament on her body would only make her look tacky. Ling Han was surprised. As expected, this woman didn't need to reveal a trace of her appearance to make people feel that she was as beautiful as a fairy, stunning in both ancient and modern times. The only other woman he had felt this way was the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. However, he'd seen Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's appearance, and she certainly matched that perfect figure. In terms of appearance alone, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was indeed the most beautiful in the world, even so beautiful that she shouldn't appear in the mortal world. However, Ling Han sighed. Why was this woman so violent, running to his place from time to time and randomly taking things? When he tried to reason with her, he'd be threatened with a gaze, and his 4 disciples were beaten up by her in turns. In terms of reverence, Ling Han could pat his chest and say that his 4 disciples definitely listened to Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden more. Your mouth says no, but your eyes are quite honest. You know that Fairy Zhu is peerless in her generation, right? Gong Lishan's voice sounded in Ling Han's ears, rousing him from his memories. Ling Han only smiled and didn't make any excuses. In his mind, he was still thinking that if his strength surpassed Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, then marrying such a wife wouldn't be bad. It was pleasing to the eyes. However, strength was a guarantee, or else he'd be suppressed by her, and maybe at night, he'd be the one lying on the bottom. Once Zhu Xian'er arrived, she immediately became the center of attention. She was like a natural goddess, and anyone would pale in comparison before her. Moreover, her elegant demeanor was too alluring, causing others to be unable to even feel jealous of her. Be it men or women, they all looked at her with fanatical eyes, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for her as long as she gave the order. Ling Han was secretly astonished. This was too crazy, wasn't it? He would definitely not do such a thing. To be able to see so many young heavens chosen today, Xian'er is very happy. A toast to everyone. Zhu Xian'er raised her wine cup, and instantly, everyone looked overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, hurriedly raising their wine cups as well. As Zhu Xian'er lifted up a corner of her white veil, revealing her snow-white chin and dark red lips, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Some people even spat out blood from their noses, and some people were so excited that they fainted. Everyone drained the wine in their cups in one gulp, feeling that to be offered a toast by Zhu Xian'er, even if they died in this life, it would be completely worth it. Ling Han's heart rippled slightly. Although Zhu Xian'er's face wasn't completely revealed, just her chin, her small mouth, and that absolutely beautiful proportion made people draw out a picture of a beauty in their minds. With just a corner, Ling Han could be sure that Zhu Xian'er's beauty was far above that of Lu Yutong and the other girls, and even qualified to compete with Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. However, to move Ling Han's heart, this was something impossible. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to see Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden every few days in his last life, and she did things that made him extremely depressed, making him unable to like her even if he wanted to. With such a precaution, so what if Zhu Xian'er was the second Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden? Zhu Xian'er offered a toast and put down the white veil, instantly making everyone feel a strong reluctance to part, feeling a sense of loss as if someone had cut out their most beloved thing. She opened her mouth and said, "Xian'er wants to purchase a medicinal ingredient from everyone. If you don't have it, then information about the whereabouts of the medicinal ingredient is also fine. Xian'er will reward you greatly." "Fairy Zhu, please speak." "Right, to be able to serve Fairy Zhu, that is our honor. Go through water and tread on fire, and die 10,000 deaths without hesitation." Everyone called out one after another, and even quite a few girls' faces were filled with fanaticism. Zhu Xian'er's pretty face didn't show any expression, and she said, "The material Xian'er wants is a 7th-level medicinal herb called Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass." Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass. What is that? Never heard of it. Quite a few people immediately shook their heads, but Ling Han was startled, because Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass was one of the 2 main ingredients he needed. He didn't think he'd actually come into conflict with Zhu Xian'er. If the two competed, it could be imagined that countless people would definitely hate him. Who cared? So what if she was an absolute beauty? She couldn't even compare to a hair of his old man. "Fairy Zhu, I know where the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass is." A youngster stood up very excitedly, and without needing to be urged, he already spilled it out. 3 months ago, I just came out of the Dark Demon Forest and heard someone mention the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass. It should be in the depths of the Dark Demon Forest. Hiss! Everyone gasped. The Dark Demon Forest was one of the more famous danger zones in the North region. There were flower blossom tier beasts in the depths of the forest, and normally, no one dared to enter deep into it. "Fairy Zhu, the Dark Demon Forest is too dangerous. Why not wait 2 years? "Nonsense, Fairy Zhu needs the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass to save someone. Can she afford to wait 2 years? Then you want Fairy Zhu to enter the depths of the Dark Demon Forest and risk her life? That's right, in another 2 years, maybe Fairy Zhu can advance into the Flower Blossom tier, and then there'll be no need to fear." Ling Han's heart palpitated with eagerness. There was actually Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass in the Dark Demon Forest, and he received orders to pick 7 stalks of fiery sungrass. Originally, he had no intention to pay attention to it, but now there seemed to be a mysterious hand pushing him. Come, he had to go to the Dark Demon Forest. Zhu Xian'er was a bit worried at first. That person publicly revealed the whereabouts of the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass, which might cause trouble. But thinking again, how many people dared to enter the Dark Demon Forest? She thanked that person and promised that if he encountered any trouble in the future, he could go to the Half Moon sect to find her. Because she was in a hurry to find the Crimson Red Chilling Ice Grass, she soon bid farewell and left. With her departure, the atmosphere instantly plummeted. Everyone had no mood, and many people also exchanged for the treasures they liked, so they bid farewell and left one after another. Ling Han was also very satisfied. On this trip, he not only obtained the gold silk thousand spark fruit, but also news of the crimson red chilling ice grass. Go back and refine the gold silk thousand spark fruit. Chapter 383. Ling Han. Many flower blossom tier warriors roared angrily. This youngster was too young, making it hard for them to feel reverence towards a heaven-grade alchemist. Ling Han cracked a smile, but acted as if he didn't hear. The massive golem was very gloomy. This stone pillar was truly unpalatable. It repeatedly turned its head towards Ling Han, hoping to obtain Master's permission to stop gnawing on these stones. All right, if you want to see Yu Hongchang, I'll let you see her, Ao Feng said. He was a descendant of the spiritual infant tier, so his words were obviously more effective than normal flower blossom tier warriors. With a wave of his hand, someone immediately left. Ling Han frowned. Ao Feng's anger wasn't that intense, and there was even a hint of a proud smile in the depths of his eyes. Could it be that they already guessed his relationship with Yu Hongchang? This wasn't impossible. After all, a heaven-grade alchemist inexplicably asking for a person he'd never met before. Wasn't this worth pondering? Thinking again about their ages, and the Winter Moon sect just recruited a batch of disciples from the Rain Country, could it be that they couldn't find out some information about Ling Han? Were they deliberately putting on an act now just to test him? Ling Han sneered. He obviously didn't run over for a momentary conflict, but also had a trump card. Not long after, two spiritual pedestal tier warriors escorted a woman over. That woman was no more than 40 years old, and her face had a melancholy expression, yet it didn't hide her beauty. If one looked closely, she looked somewhat similar to Ling Han. This was definitely Yu Hongchang. Ling Han didn't even need to ask. There was a connection from their bloodline that made him certain that this was his birth mother. Grandmaster Ling, now that you've brought her here, do you have anything to say? Ao Feng asked calmly, as if everything was under his control. Ling Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "Release her." Junior sister apprentice Hongchang, don't you think that this young man looks very familiar? Ao Feng asked Yu Hongchang. Ever since Yu Hongchang had arrived, her gaze had been fixed on Ling Han. There was disbelief and excitement in her expression, and even her body had begun to tremble. She ignored Ao Feng and continued to stare at Ling Han as if it would never be enough. Grandmaster Ling, I heard that you were born in Rain Country, one of the 9 nations of the desolate north. You came from a small town under the rule of Diyuan City, and your father's name is Ling. What's your name again? Ao Feng had been snubbed, but did not take it to heart, and asked Ling Han again. When she heard this, Yu Hongchang's expression became even more excited. However, she immediately recovered her cold demeanor and said, I don't know this young man, bring me back. Junior sister apprentice Hongchang, seeing the son that you have not seen for 18 years, you are still so cold? Ao Feng sneered. He had finally thrown out a heavy bomb. When they heard these words, the people of the Winter Moon sect were all in an uproar. So Ling Han's mother was actually a disciple of the Winter Moon sect. Furthermore, her identity was not ordinary at all. No wonder Ling Han would ask for a person for no reason. So there was a reason for this in the first place. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. Yu Hongchang's expression was calm. Yet Ling Han revealed a smile and said, Mother, there is no need to hide it. Today, I am bringing you back to reunite with father. Instantly the whole mountaintop was in an uproar. This speculation was one thing, but having it confirmed was another. A dignified heaven-grade alchemist actually had such a deep relationship with the Winter Moon sect. However, the relationship between the two parties was not harmonious at all. When she heard him call her mother, Yu Hongchang's tears instantly flowed out. She had forcefully resisted the urge to acknowledge her son. Wasn't it because she did not want to give others a handle to use against her, and allow the Winter Moon sect to use her to threaten her son? But she had never thought that her son would actually acknowledge her in public. She had not seen her biological son for 18 years. And now that she heard him call her mother, she completely lost control of her emotions and cried bitterly. If it were not for the fact that she was being held back by someone, she really wanted to pull Ling Han into her arms and kiss him to her heart's content. 18 years, a whole 18 years. Ha 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 ha. Aofeng laughed loudly, but it was incomparably cold. He had never thought that the little evil creature that he had not killed in a moment of leniency had actually become a heaven-grade alchemist, someone that could stand on equal footing with the various great sect masters. Now, it was already very difficult to kill Ling Han, especially when Ling Han still had the inheritance of the 12 palaces on him, which was even related to a divine treasure trove. If the Winter Moon sect directly killed him and seized the treasure, he was sure that all the forces of the North region would attack the Winter Moon sect together in the name of taking revenge for a heaven-grade alchemist. However, there was no problem in keeping Ling Han in the Winter Moon sect. As long as Ling Han himself admitted that he was willing to stay here, who could meddle in other people's business? And it was also very easy to make Ling Han voluntarily stay, and that was Yu Hongchang. Using Yu Hongchang's life as a threat, there was no need to fear that Ling Han would not listen obediently. But no matter what, Aofeng could not feel happy. This little bastard was a stain on his life. The woman who should have become his wife gave birth to another man's son. Whenever it came to Ling Han, he would feel that he was cuckolded. Unfortunately, whether to kill Ling Han or not was no longer something he could decide. This was the decision of the Winter Moon sect's higher-ups, and it was the embodiment of the will of the 9 old monsters of the spiritual infant tier. Grandmaster Ling, since you've recognized your kin, you can stay in the sect from now on. Additionally, I will invite your father over so that your family can reunite, Aofeng said menacingly. Would he be so kind as to let the son of his enemy be killed in front of him? Not only that, he would also bring the man who had cuckolded him, and keep him hanging in front of him all day long. If it was used as a threat, one was enough. Killing the other would be enough, and it would be just nice to make an example out of him. Grandmaster Ling, since we've already shown such sincerity, shouldn't you also show some expression? Aofeng said with a smile. I heard that you've obtained a great many treasures in the 12 heaven mystery realms. Take them all out and let us have a look. Ling Han also smiled, but it was similarly very cold. Is there something wrong with your ears? I've already said that I'm here today to take someone away. If Grandmaster Ling wants to leave, please go ahead, another Flower Blossom tier elite said. His name was Li Peiyuan, and there was also a great elite of the spiritual infant tier in the Li clan. However, junior sister Hongchang is a member of our Winter Moon sect, so she will naturally stay in our sect. Ling Han looked at the dozen or so Flower Blossom tier elites in front of him and said, what if I want to forcibly take someone away? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed loudly, and Aofeng said, Grandmaster Ling, your attainments in alchemy are indeed unparalleled, but you are only in the spiritual pedestal tier, after all. Moreover, although you have alchemical pills that can increase your cultivation by a whole tier, our sect doesn't only have Flower Blossom tier elites. In reality, Ling Han had already used up the power boost from the Black Tower of the spiritual pedestal tier, so it was impossible for him to possess the battle prowess of the Flower Blossom tier now. However, he obviously wouldn't say this out loud. Fighting and killing, that's something only boorish men do, Ling Han said disdainfully. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a skeleton immediately appeared at the mountain gates. Hong! A terrifying aura swept out, and instantly, including Aofeng and the other Flower Blossom tier elites, they all fell limply onto the ground at the same time. The remains of a god, just like how a spiritual infant tier law decree could suppress a spiritual pedestal tier elite. Wouldn't the remains of a god be even more awesome? If it weren't for the fact that the divine essence in this god's skeleton had been sucked clean, with the vigor of a god's chi and blood, it was completely capable of instantly turning everyone into bloody froth. Chapter 384. I've heard of Master Ling's name for a long time. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. This old man admires you. Lu Jitong immediately clasped his hands, appearing quite polite. Even though both of them were Earth-grade low-level alchemists, to be able to refine 13 stars bone-forming pill, Ling Han's alchemy ability was more than just Earth-grade low-level. He was probably limited by cultivation and couldn't increase the flame's extreme power, so he could only stop here. Such an alchemy genius would definitely become a grandmaster in the future. Master Ling. Li Feichun also clasped his hands in salute. Although his martial art level completely crushed Ling Han and Lu Jitong, the two's achievements in alchemy were shocking, enough to be on equal footing with him, and even had the upper hand. Who asked alchemists to have a transcendent status? Ling Han smiled and said, "Please do not divulge my affairs to anyone else." He didn't want to be targeted by the Thousand Corpse sect for the time being. This sect had resurrected in the dark for who knew how long, and its strength might be extremely terrifying. Definitely. Lu Jitong and Li Feichun both nodded, and didn't ask anything. Since Ling Han's identity was confirmed, and the quality of the bone-forming pill was recognized by Lu Jitong, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion naturally had no more doubts, and listed the 3 bone-forming pills as the highlight of the next auction. "Master Ling, can we sit together and discuss alchemy?" Lu Jitong asked. "Sure." Ling Han nodded. "I opened a restaurant, so let's go there." He revealed his identity with the intention of getting to know Lu Jitong. "Listen to Master Ling." Lu Jitong nodded quickly. For him, it didn't matter where he ate. The important thing was to be able to discuss alchemy with Ling Han. Ling Han could refine 13 stars bone-forming pill, and his alchemy skills naturally far surpassed him. If he didn't take the opportunity to ask for advice, then he'd really be an idiot. The two arrived at Forget Not. Ling Han had the kitchen prepare dishes and slaughtered a second-tier demonic beast. It was a bewitching fragrant deer that grew up eating 100-year ginseng. Even if it was cooked in clear water, the taste was delicious enough to make people's teeth drop. Sure enough, after Lu Jitong tasted a mouthful, he couldn't care less about his old face. He was so busy with his chopsticks that he couldn't stop eating, completely forgetting that he still had to consult Ling Han on the Tao of Alchemy. After knowing that Ling Han had come, Lu Yutong and the others also came over one after another. Ling Han introduced them one by one, and everyone sat down to eat together. Hunyou's big appetite naturally gave Lu Jitong a fright, and made the old man feel a sense of danger, afraid that he wouldn't be able to win against Hunyou. When he was half full, Lu Jitong remembered his business and hurriedly discussed pill refinement with Ling Han. Ling Han spoke casually, but every word of the Alchemy Emperor was a gem. Very quickly, Lu Jitong forgot his status, and couldn't help but stand up, standing solemnly at Ling Han's side. It was just like the time when he was still an alchemy apprentice, listening to the teachings of his respected master. In Lu Jitong's heart, Ling Han's status was already infinitely elevated, even surpassing the 5 Earth-grade high-level alchemists, and was just like a heaven-grade existence. He had heard the 5 of them expound on alchemy, but compared to Ling Han, none of them had as deep an understanding as Ling Han. The difference was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Could this be the reincarnation of the Alchemy Emperor? Otherwise, how could a mere 17 years old have such a shocking understanding of alchemy? Needless to say, he really guessed correctly. Pung 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 pung, but at this moment a clamor came from downstairs, causing Ling Han to stop. Lu Jitong was listening attentively, as if a brand new door was slowly opening for him, allowing him to become an Earth-grade middle-level existence. Even if he was limited by his cultivation and temporarily couldn't refine Earth-grade middle-level medicinal pills, as long as he advanced into the flower blossom tier, everything would fall into place. Just like Ling Han with the heaven-tier martial art comprehension in his last life, he only needed to accumulate cultivation now, and once his cultivation was sufficient, he would naturally advance smoothly. He was instantly enraged, and his killing intent spread, wishing he could immediately tear the person who disturbed Master Ling's body into pieces. "I'll go," Zhu Wujiu immediately said, turning to leave the room. When Zhu Wujiu arrived downstairs, he saw 2 young men standing in the lobby. They had brought more than 10 subordinates with them, and they were chasing away the customers in the lobby. All of them looked like fiends, and the waiters didn't dare to step forward to stop them. Zhu Wujiu only recognized one of the 2 young men, Lang Junkai, but if Ling Han came out, he would recognize the other person as Lu Qiyuan, Lang Junkai's master. Lang Junkai obviously wasn't willing. He originally wanted to take Forget Not, which was equivalent to having a gold mountain, but he didn't expect that he didn't get the gold mountain, and instead was extorted by Ling Han for more than 4,000 origin crystals. He knew that Ling Han had Gong Lishan's support, and he couldn't resist, so he found Lu Qiyuan and instigated it, and Lu Qiyuan was tempted. Gold Mountain, who didn't want to take it? Lang Junkai was afraid of Gong Letian, but was he? Of course he wasn't. Then let's go. This time, he invited a spiritual pedestal tier consecrator from his family, And with such a big shot overseeing things, he wouldn't be afraid of not being able to force Ling Han to bow his head. Go, tell your boss to come out and greet young Master Lu, Lang Junkai said coldly. He was extremely displeased. This gold mountain should have been his, and that one should have been his. However, Lu Qiyuan made a move, so he obviously could only drink some soup. He definitely wouldn't have a share of the beauties, and being able to get 10% of the profits would already be enough to thank the heavens. Lu Qiyuan wasn't a generous person, and on this matter, Lang Junkai didn't make any effort. Zhu Wuzhou walked downstairs and said, "You're not welcome here, get out." Haha, since when did a mere gushing spring tear dare to be so arrogant? Lang Junkai sneered. Let me tell you, no matter who comes today, it's useless because young Master Lu is here, he said confidently. In the entire extreme Yang city, the number of spoiled brats that could refute Lu Qiyuan's face could be counted on one's fingers, and Ling Han definitely wasn't one of them. Unless Gong Letian was willing to risk everything to protect Ling Han, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop Lu Qiyuan. After all, Gong Letian couldn't possibly stay and forget not forever, right? Zhu Wujiu, however, was amused. He knew Lu Jitong's identity. He was Lu Qiyuan's grandfather, the pillar of support for the Lu family. However, old man Lu was now standing quietly by Ling Han's side, obedient as if he was Ling Han's alchemy boy. The more Lu Qiyuan jumped around now, the more miserable he'd cry when the time came. He had no intention of reminding Lu Qiyuan, and leisurely said, "Young Master Lu, the extreme Yang city is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's better to be humble." What a joke. A mere gushing spring tear, nobody dares to lecture this young master. Take him down. Lu Qiyuan's gaze became stern, and a spiritual ocean tier martial artist immediately leaped out, grabbing towards Zhu Wujiu. This was naturally easy, and Zhu Wujiu immediately fell into the opponent's hands. Slap him, Lu Qiyuan said coldly. Pa 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 pa. That spiritual ocean tier martial artist immediately slapped Zhu Wujiu's face. Zhu Wujiu only gritted his teeth, but didn't beg for mercy, nor did he call for help. He had the intention to drag Lu Qiyuan into the water, because Lu Jitong definitely wouldn't punish him heavily for the previous disturbance. But if he was beaten miserably, would Lu Jitong have the nerve to punish him lightly? He always felt very guilty, not being able to share Ling Han's worries and difficulties. Thus, when encountering this kind of thing, he'd rather suffer a bit himself and drag Lu Qiyuan into the water. Chapter 385. A mere gushing spring tear warrior dares to be impudent in front of this young master. Humph, how will this young master deal with you? Lu Qiyuan was very angry. Previously, Ling Han was rude to him, and now Ling Han's subordinates also dared to be rude to him, which made him extremely furious. When did the young master of the Lu family lose so much face? Zhu Wujiu laughed loudly and said, Lu Qiyuan, don't regret it. Regret? Haha. This stinking brat actually dares to threaten this young master. Lu Qiyuan laughed from extreme anger and walked towards Lang Junkai. Lang Junkai snorted coldly and said, Master is arrogant, servant is also arrogant, seemingly not knowing young Master Lu's identity. He looked towards Zhu Wujiu and said, Listen, this young Master Lu's grandfather is an Earth-grade alchemist, Grandmaster Lu. Brat, do you know what an Earth-grade alchemist represents? He's even fiercer than Flower Blossom tier elites, and even spiritual infant tier elites have to be polite to him. Kneel down and call Ling Han a bastard 3 times, and this young master will spare you, Lu Qiyuan said with a smile. Coming here today was to slap Ling Han's face. Slap him until he obediently handed over the restaurant. Okay. Zhu Wujiu agreed readily. Lu Qiyuan and Lang Junkai were both stunned. How could he yield so quickly? Wasn't this brat very arrogant before? Could it be that he finally knew Lu Qiyuan's identity and was scared? Then let's begin, Lu Qiyuan said. Confusion was confusion. As long as he could slap Ling Han's face, it was enough. Being betrayed by his subordinates, it must be very unpleasant, right? Zhu Wujiu took a breath and was about to roar. Kneel down, Lang Junkai hurriedly said, about to rush up and knock Zhu Wujiu over. Forget it. Lu Qiyuan stopped him with his hand. Lu Qiyuan is a bastard. Lu Qiyuan is a bastard. Lu Qiyuan is a bastard. Zhu Wujiu roared loudly, his voice rolling and lingering. Fuck. Courting death. Lu Qiyuan and Lang Junkai glared at the same time, their faces full of anger. This brat actually dared to trick them. You're dead. Lang Junkai roared. Kill him for me. The followers hesitated. It didn't matter if they killed in self-defense. However, taking the initiative to kill someone was a different matter. The extreme Yang city had its own rules. Killing someone in public was a heavy crime, and no one would easily violate it. Thus, no matter how he beat Zhu Wujiu, he couldn't kill him in front of so many people. Take him back, Lu Qiyuan said coldly. If he killed him in the Lu family, who dared to come and ask for him? Even if they came, they only needed to say, I released him a long time ago, who knows where he went, and it would be over. Lang Junkai immediately understood. He gave a look to one of his subordinates and said, Arrest them. Who dares to attack? An angry voice rang out. It was extremely old. Which bastard is it this time? Lang Junkai asked impatiently. One after another. Was there no end to it? Grandpa, Lu Qiyuan said with a trembling voice, revealing an extremely nervous expression. Lang Junkai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Grandfather Lu Qiyuan only had one grandfather, and that was the alchemy grandmaster Lu Jitong, an earth-grade low-level alchemist. He actually called him a bastard. Just for this he could be sentenced to death 100 times. Insulting an earth-grade alchemist. His legs immediately weakened, and he knelt down saying, I didn't intentionally insult Grandmaster. Please forgive me, Grandmaster Lu. Lu Jitong didn't even look at Lang Junkai. He only stared at his grandson, revealing an expression of disappointment and anger. He was listening to Ling Han teach alchemy, but was interrupted halfway. This made him furious, but he never would have thought that the troublemaker was actually his own grandson, making him feel extremely ashamed. This kindness of guidance could be said to be half a teacher. Yet his own grandson actually came to Ling Han to flaunt his prowess. This made him so ashamed that he wanted to die. He always thought that his grandson was very obedient, but only now did he know that it was just an act for him. Evil creature. He trembled all over, pointing at Lu Qiyuan. With a big stride he slapped Lu Qiyuan 4 times in a row. He used a lot of strength, causing both sides of Lu Qiyuan's cheeks to swell up. Lu Qiyuan also felt quite wronged and said, Grandpa, why did you hit me? Hit you? I want to beat you to death. Lu Jitong said coldly, raising his right hand high again. Grandpa! Lu Qiyuan hurriedly threw himself at Lu Jitong's feet, tears and snot flowing out. He knew Lu Jitong's personality. Saying that he wanted to kill someone was definitely not a joke. I'm your only grandson, the Lu family's only son for 3 generations. If I die, the Lu family will end. Lang Junkai almost fainted. Even Lu Qiyuan was going to be beaten to death. Then what would happen to him? Lu Jitong raised his hand high, but ultimately couldn't slap down. This was indeed the only son of the Lu family. Jitong, forget it. Ling Han also walked down from upstairs. Lu Qiyuan wanted to climb up from the ground when he saw him. Lu Jitong immediately slapped him and scolded. You? Call me master. Ma master. Lu Qiyuan's eyeballs almost popped out. This was just a 17 or 18-year-old youth much younger than him, and he was actually some master. It was just that Lu Jitong gave him another slap in the face, causing him to shiver in fear. He wasn't an idiot. Didn't he realize something by now? Master. He hurriedly called out obediently. Ling Han didn't care, and instead said to Zhu Wujiu, Wujiu, who did it? Him and him. Zhu Wujiu immediately pointed at Lu Qiyuan and Lang Junkai. Ling Han nodded and said, Jitong, this grandson of yours is a bit arrogant. Lu Jitong nodded awkwardly, and immediately slapped Lu Qiyuan again. He didn't show any mercy, really beating him to death. Lu Qiyuan wanted to escape, but how could a spiritual ocean tier warrior be a match for a spiritual pedestal tier warrior? Naturally, he could only be beaten. Only when Lu Qiyuan was about to be beaten to death did Ling Han move to stop Lu Jitong and said, The death penalty can be avoided. Thank you, master. Lu Jitong hurriedly said, his face full of joy. If Ling Han really bore a grudge with Ling Han's talent, he would definitely become a heaven-grade alchemist in the future, and the entire Lu family would suffer because of this. Now Ling Han obviously didn't plan to pursue the matter, which naturally made Lu Jitong relax. Lang Junkai's cold sweat fell like rain. Lu Qiyuan was beaten half to death. Then what about him? Ling Han's gaze looked over as if he was looking at a dead person. Young Master Ling, spare me once, Lang Junkai said with a trembling voice. He now knew why Lu Yutong and Zhu Wujiu were so confident. It wasn't that they were country bumpkins blindly arrogant, but their trump cards were shockingly powerful. Master Ling, leave this boy to me, Lu Jitong said with a murderous expression. No matter what, he had to give Ling Han an explanation. Whether he was a grandson or not, he obviously couldn't bear to kill him, so he could only find another mastermind. Chapter 386. Don't think that Lu Jitong was a good person. On the contrary, being able to sit in his position, how could he possibly be a soft-hearted person? Not only had Lang Junkai been executed by him, even the Lang clan had accused the old man of a groundless crime. He had all the experts killed, and the remaining women, children, old and young were chased out of Extreme Yang City. He was truly vicious and merciless, almost wiping out the Lang clan. The old man certainly had a reason to be angry. Originally, Lu Qiyuan wouldn't have come into conflict with Ling Han at all, and it was completely instigated by Lang Junkai. If he hadn't been present that day, what would have happened to Lu Qiyuan? This was equivalent to killing his grandson, so the old man obviously wouldn't be polite when he acted. In just one day, the Lang clan completely disappeared from the Extreme Yang City, showing the shocking ability of an Earth-grade alchemist. Ling Han was also an Earth-grade alchemist, which meant that as long as he revealed his identity, he could obtain the same status and power as Lu Jitong. However, because of the potential threat of the Thousand Corpse sect, Ling Han didn't want to reveal his identity so quickly. Thus he took a detour and pulled Lu Jitong along. With an Earth-grade alchemist backing up the restaurant and medicine shop, he similarly didn't need to have any worries. Next, he was going to the Dark Demon Forest, and Lu Yutong and the others naturally had to help him take care of the two shops. Thus, with an Earth-grade alchemist supporting them, he was naturally at ease. Otherwise, why would he need to specially subdue Lu Jitong? Ling Han made some arrangements. He didn't plan on bringing anyone on this trip to the Dark Demon Forest, but after Hunyou found out, she immediately made a big fuss and insisted on following him. Thinking of the little girl's speed, Ling Han knew that he couldn't get rid of her, so he could only nod and agree. However, he hadn't set off yet when he received an invitation from the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, asking him to attend a banquet. Ling Han thought it was about the bone-forming pills auction, which involved his profits, so he obviously didn't have anything to think about, and happily agreed to attend the banquet. Hunyou was a little mischievous, and insisted on following him, so they went to the banquet together. When they arrived at the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, he and Hunyou were led into an elegant courtyard. A square table was placed in the courtyard, and there were already two people sitting there. Both were women. One was dressed in white, and even her face was covered with a white veil. Her skin was like snow, and it was impossible to tell which part was white and which part was skin. Her hair was like clouds, and it was like a waterfall. Zhu Xian Ling Han was slightly stunned. Had he guessed wrong? This banquet wasn't about the bone-forming pill. The other woman looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. She wore a long red dress and had a fiery figure. Her curves were astonishing, and her face was also extremely beautiful. Her fiery red lips were filled with a fiery charm. Seeing Ling Han walk over with Hunyou's small hand in his, the red-clothed girl immediately stood up, smiled and said, "Young Master Ling, please." Zhu Xianer also stood up but did not speak. She only bowed slightly at Ling Han. "Young Master Ling, my surname is Yin and my name is Lan." The red-clothed beauty introduced herself. "This is Miss Zhu Xianer, Sister Zhu. This is Ling Han, Young Master Ling." However, he has an even more impressive identity, a low-level Earth-grade alchemist. Zhu Xianer was truly shocked now. How old was Ling Han? Was he even 20? And which Earth-grade alchemists weren't old men or women in their 50s or 60s? Hunyou looked at Ling Han for a while, and instantly revealed an expression of protecting her food. She climbed onto Ling Han's neck and said, "Ling Han is Niu's." She expressed her sovereignty towards Zhu Xianer, and completely ignored Yin Lan. Obviously, she thought that this girl would not threaten her. Zhu Xian'er had always been indifferent. Whether someone liked or disliked her, she wouldn't take it to heart. But a 5 or 6-year-old little girl actually challenged her with a face full of jealousy. This really made her feel a bit awkward. Ha 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 ha. Yin Lan laughed exaggeratedly, like a flowering branch shaking, extremely flirtatious. She was naturally charming, and didn't need to act flirtatious. Each and every movement was full of temptation. After giving Ling Han a coquettish look, she said, "Sister Zhu, you've become someone's opponent." Zhu Xian'er looked at Hunyou a few more times, and her eyes revealed astonishment because she realized that she couldn't see through Hunyou at all. But thinking again, a 5 or 6-year-old little girl didn't even awaken her spirit base, so naturally she couldn't cultivate. It wasn't that she couldn't see through her, but Hunyou wasn't a martial artist at all. Thinking about it this way, she felt relieved. Ling Han sat down, and Hunyou knelt on his legs with a serious expression. She kept glancing at Zhu Xian'er provocatively. The little girl really saw Zhu Xian'er as an opponent. In front of Lu Yutong and Li Xichan, she'd never been so serious. "Lady Yin, what business do you have with me?" Ling Han asked. "First taste the wine and eat the dishes, we'll talk as we talk," Yin Hong said with a smile. "Could it be that, with us two beauties accompanying you, Mr. Ling still feels bored?" Ling Han held the wine cup and only smiled faintly, unmoved by the other party's seductive charm. He said, "Who is Lady Yin in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion?" She actually sent him an invitation in the name of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. "My father, Yin Shang, is the head pavilion master of the North Region Spirit Treasures Pavilion," Yin Hong said casually. This was very shocking. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society were both colossi of the vast lands. Even if it was only a branch in the North Region, the power they held was still shocking, not inferior to elites at the level of the Winter Moon sect master. Unexpectedly, Yin Shang's daughter was actually so young. When did the old man have a daughter? Yin Hong continued, "I want to ask a favor of Mr. Ling." Ling Han couldn't help but smile and said, "Lady Yin is the young mistress of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion's North Region headquarters. What matter can't you do that you need my help with?" Yin Hong sighed faintly and said, "Our Spirit Treasures Pavilion gathers in the headquarters every 5 years to compete in alchemy, formations, and martial art. However, it is limited to those below 30 years old. The purpose is to choose some valuable talents to invest in, and also to give marks to the people in charge of the 4 great branches." Hearing her say this, Ling Han had already guessed a little, but he didn't respond and only listened quietly. "Our North Region's branch has been at the bottom for hundreds and thousands of years." Yin Hong frowned slightly, appearing very unhappy. "However, I don't think that our North Region really doesn't have any geniuses. So, I plan to ask Mr. Ling to be a guest of the North Region headquarters and fight on behalf of the headquarters. At the end of next year, you will follow me to the Middle State." To the Middle State? Ling Han's heart moved. He indeed had the idea of going to the Middle State, but he had to settle a few things first. Cure his father's spirit base, save his mother, and kill Ao Feng. Only then could he be at ease and go to the Middle State. After all, the secret that Zishuesian buried was also in the Middle State. He glanced at Zhu Xian'er and said, "I am the representative of alchemy, and Lady Zhu is the representative of martial art. Then what about the representatives of formations?" "That's me." Yin Hong patted her chest, instantly causing a shocking wave. Chapter 387. On the spiritual pedestal of the heavenly spirit sea, 5 colored divine flowers also bloomed. Although there was no wind, they swayed lightly, exuding an aura that transcended the mundane. Ling Han opened his eyes. He had finally returned to the flower blossom tier. This was an important juncture, and from a certain perspective, this represented the first step he had taken to return to the peak. "Young Master Han." Everyone was startled awake, and they all came over to greet him. "Han, have you suffered?" Yu Hongchang, meanwhile, pulled on Ling Han's arm and looked him up and down. Previously, when she saw Ling Han's pained expression, she could not come over to ask, so she kept thinking about it. "No, everything is going smoothly now," Ling Han said with a smile. "Congratulations, young Master Han." Zhu Wujiao and Guang Yuan both lagged behind. They naturally did not dare to compete with these female soldiers, and they were also very emotional. How long had it been? And an 18-year-old youngster had shockingly become a super elite of the flower blossom tier. In the desolate north, he would be an absolutely invincible existence. Ling Han nodded and said, "Wait for me to deal with a few pieces of trash first, and we'll drink together tonight." After saying so, he stepped out of the black tower. Brat! Elder Tianju and the tanned old man charged over at the same time, and behind them were 4 corpse soldiers, exuding a faint golden luster. However, the 8 spiritual infant tier elites of the Winter Moon sect chose to sit on the sidelines and watch. Obviously, they were wary of the immortal's corpse in Ling Han's hands. If Ling Han didn't use it, they definitely wouldn't dare to go up, as that would be courting death. What a pity, he had originally wanted to trick more people. When Elder Tianju and the tanned old man pounced, Ling Han casually waved his hand, and a set of immortal's corpse was already unleashed by him. Presumably, this old man had been dead for who knew how many years, so he wouldn't mind being tormented like this again. "Old man, in the future, I'll definitely give you a grand funeral," Ling Han said in his mind. Pa, the 2 great elders of the Thousand Corpse sect immediately fell to the ground. Under the suppression of the immortal's aura, they had no power to resist at all, but the 4 corpse soldiers were completely unaffected. They had no consciousness in the first place, so how could they possibly be suppressed by the immortal's aura? For golden armored corpses were existences in the spiritual infant tier. So how terrifying were they? Ling Han didn't use the power boost from the Black Tower at the first instant, but instead activated the Thunder Battle Armor. Instantly, a flash of lightning spread out, forming a barrier of lightning around his body. He too immediately retreated. He wasn't arrogant enough to face the 4 spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers head-on. One after another, memories recovered in his mind, and Ling Han's feet naturally began to move. Demon Fairy Step. This was a heaven-grade movement technique that could only be used after advancing into the Flower Blossom tier, and didn't belong to mortals. In his previous life, he had specialized in cultivating the Demon Fairy Step, and had always used it even when he was in the Heaven tier. A sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt for a long time welled up in his heart, and Ling Han couldn't help but feel a great sense of heroism. Under the bombardment of 4 great spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers, he moved freely. How agile was a high-level heaven-grade movement technique. The level of martial arts in the North region was low. Even the strongest forces like the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect only had cultivation techniques that were only Earth-grade medium level, and martial arts techniques were the same at most Earth-grade high level. Could this compare to a heaven-grade martial arts technique? The greatest characteristic of corpse soldiers was their endurance to beatings. They didn't fear death or pain, but in battle, they only relied on the instincts they had when they were alive. If they could still use the same martial arts techniques as when they were alive, then it would be too unreasonable. How could such an attack possibly do anything to Ling Han, who had used the Demon Fairy Step? Could this be the inheritance that Brat obtained in the 12 palaces? It's truly shocking. Under the siege of 4 corpse soldiers, he could easily move about, and would only occasionally be swept by the overflowing power, but that battle armor on his body is enough to block it. Why does this battle armor look like the Thunder Battle Armor? It can't be, right? Isn't the Thunder Battle Armor unable to be revived? Moreover, it's not in the hands of a disciple of our sect, and it's called something Han. Han Lin. Hiss. The 8 spiritual infant tier elites of the Winter Moon sect all drew in a sharp breath at the same time. Wasn't Han Lin referring to Ling Han in reverse? Fuck. They were actually all deceived by Ling Han, and had a secret treasure stolen from the Winter Moon sect by this brat. The might of this Thunder Battle Armor on Ling Han's body could even easily block the residual power of a spiritual infant tier elite. What kind of value was this? We must snatch it back. The 8 of them all said, their eyes burning with passion. Under the attacks of 4 corpse soldiers, that brat is unknowingly distancing himself from that terrifying corpse. That's great, we just have to wait until he's a bit further away, and then we'll seize the opportunity to make our move. Alright, this time we'll definitely kill him in one strike. The 8 of them were all observing, waiting for a chance. Ling Han seemed to be fighting excitedly, completely forgetting that there were still 8 spiritual infant tier elites lying in ambush for him. However, this was also within reason. Now, he was being attacked by 4 spiritual infant-tier corpse soldiers, so where would he have the leisure to look left and right? He continuously retreated, getting further and further away from that god's corpse. Now, the Grand Elder of the Ao family and the others all shot out. Ling Han was now out of the range of influence of the god's corpse, so it was the best opportunity to make a move. Shio, 5 people in front and 3 behind all charged over. I've been waiting for you all. Ling Han smirked coldly. He had the divine sense of the heaven tier, so how could he possibly overlook these 8 old things? This was precisely the tactic he had devised. In the first place, he had intentionally distanced himself from that god's corpse, which was why he was able to lure these 8 old guys out. When they heard these words, the hearts of the Grand Elder of the Ao family and the others trembled at the same time, and a bad feeling welled up within them. Without any reason, this was their instinctive reaction, and being able to reach the spiritual infant tier, they had the utmost trust in instinctive reactions. Thus, they immediately stopped in their tracks, and wanted to turn around and retreat. Too late. Ling Han raised his right hand, and another god's corpse was tossed out. Wang, a terrifying aura swept over. Pa. The 5 great spiritual infant tier elites that were charging at the front immediately fell to the ground, while the other 3 stumbled, but still escaped the range of influence of the god's aura. After all, they were far away, so they were not too greatly affected. Ling Han secretly sighed in pity. However, the Grand Elder of the Ao family and Shihushuan were both among the 5 that fell to the ground, which made him very satisfied. These were the people he definitely had to kill. His feet moved, and the demon birth sword was already drawn, charging towards Shihushuan in passing. You dare! In the distance, the 3 great spiritual infant tier elites stomped their feet anxiously. The Winter Moon sect only had a total of 9 spiritual infant tier elites, and if 5 of them died here, then their power would be reduced by half, and they would practically fall out of the ranks of the 4 strongest forces. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Han said coldly. With a slash pew, Shihushuan's head was sliced off by him, and instantly blood gushed out madly. A mighty spiritual infant tier elite, the strongest existence in the North region, actually died in such a cowardly manner. He didn't even have time to use any secret techniques, and was lying on the ground like a dead dog, waiting to be trampled upon. What difference was there between him and a nameless soldier? On Shihushuan's head, his eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. Chapter 388. Pu Ling Han instantly spat out a mouthful of wine. This woman's boldness was a bit unbearable. Feeling that only Gu Fenghua, this freak, could rival her. Seeing Yin Hong even say such words, Zhu Xian'er couldn't hide her curiosity. She picked up the small piece of meat on the table and slightly lifted the white veil, revealing her exquisite red lips. She opened her mouth slightly, revealing her snow-white teeth as if they were exquisitely carved, shockingly beautiful. She put the piece of meat in her mouth, then put down the white veil and chewed lightly. Instantly it made one feel endless regret, wanting to take another look. She wasn't as exaggerated as Yin Hong, but her eyes still revealed a shocked splendor. Such deliciousness was indeed a first in her life, giving her the urge to taste it again at all costs. However, she was Zhu Xian'er after all, and quickly suppressed this urge deep down, becoming indifferent again. Compared to enjoyment, she still had a great responsibility. Sister Zhu, why don't you marry young Master Ling? Yin Hong's words were unrelenting. Young Master Ling is only 17 and is already a low-level Earth-grade alchemist. With this speed, he can probably become a heaven-grade alchemist at 30. You can just find him to concoct pills. Moreover, following him and having such delicious food to eat, this life is worth it. She laughed mischievously and looked at Ling Han with some flattery and said, Young Master Ling, I'll kidnap a wife for you. Can you give me more of this kind of meat jerky? These words instantly provoked 2 people, Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu. Zhu Xian'er was fine. After all, she was an adult and could control herself, though her gaze was a bit cold. However, Hu Niu had a violent temper and immediately pounced out from Ling Han's embrace. Xiao, her small figure flashed and appeared in front of Yin Hong, waving a claw at her chest. Hiss! How could the 2 girls have expected that Hu Niu was actually an expert? She was very strange. Even if Ling Han had a sliver of heaven-tier divine sense, He couldn't see through her at all, let alone the two girls. A spiritual ocean tier elite suddenly launched an attack, and Yin Hong wasn't on guard at all. With a ripping sound, the clothes on her chest were immediately torn apart, but immediately afterward, a white brilliance flickered and formed a light screen, forcibly blocking Hu Nyo's small hand. "Nyo, stop!" Ling Han hurriedly shouted. Only then did Hu Nyo flip over and fall back into Ling Han's arms. She made a face at Yin Hong, still in a bad mood. The white light on Yin Hong's chest also dissipated. Because her clothes were torn, her snow-white skin could be faintly seen. However, what was shocking was that there were actually lines on her skin, as if they were tattoos. Formation pattern. Ling Han possessed the experience of a sky-human stage cultivator. His eyes immediately lit up and he turned to look at it. Formations were already lost and declined in his last life, and he could only come across them when exploring ancient ruins. However, Ling Han could only decipher them, and he could only set up early warning formations. However, in ancient times, formations were on par with martial art and alchemy. Once a formation master made a move, they could directly trap and kill dozens or even hundreds of martial artists of the same level. Their power was definitely top-notch. He was very interested in formations, but in his last life, he focused all his energy on alchemy and had no time to study formations. Secondly, there were no formation masters he could ask for guidance, and there were no formation manuals left from ancient times, so how could he learn? He never thought that he could actually meet a formation master now, as expected of the flourishing age of martial art. Not only were there freaks like Ronghuan Xian, Yan Tianzhao, Ma Duo Bao, and Hu Nyo, but there were also long-vanished formation masters. "Why are you staring so intently? Do you want me to take off my clothes for you to enjoy?" Yin Hong said through gritted teeth. Although there was a smile at the corner of her mouth, it emitted a dangerous aura. Ling Han didn't withdraw his gaze. He wasn't interested in Yin Hong's body at all, only the formation patterns on her body. He'd seen quite a few formations in his last life, but it was the first time he'd seen the formation patterns carved on the body. "Formations are indeed a good thing," Ling Han said. "If you don't mind, take off your clothes and let me study them. Get lost." Yin Hong hurriedly covered her chest and fled into the house, obviously to change into new clothes. Zhu Xian'er looked at Hu Nyo with great shock. She couldn't see through Hu Nyo, thinking that she didn't cultivate at all. Who would have thought that she'd make such a huge mistake? Not only did she awaken her spirit base, but she was also in the spiritual ocean tier. 5 or 6 years old spiritual ocean tier, what kind of concept was that? In comparison, her cultivation wasn't even worth mentioning, the difference was too great. In the world of martial art, those below the flower blossom tier were all ants and mortals. Conversely, it could be said that the first 5 tiers were relatively simple, and even the youngest spiritual pedestal tier wasn't strange, but a 5 or 6 years old spiritual ocean tier. How could she not be shocked? Hu Nyo's senses were amazing, and she immediately discovered Zhu Xian'er's gaze. She made a face at the latter, appearing very hostile. Ling Han smiled and said, "Miss Zhu, what do you need crimson red chilling ice grass for?" Zhu Xian'er was slightly surprised and said, "So you were there that day." She paused, then continued, "I need to concoct a heaven-grade medicinal pill, and crimson red chilling ice grass is one of the supplementary ingredients." Crimson red chilling ice grass could only be used as a supplementary ingredient? Who asked it to be a heaven-grade medicinal pill? Ling Han felt strange and said, "I heard that your master went mad, but I think that earth-grade medium-level at most high-level medicinal pill should be able to cure it, no need for heaven-grade." If it were another person who said this, Zhu Xian'er definitely wouldn't pay attention. However, Ling Han was a low-level earth-grade alchemist, and in terms of real status he was far above her. Even the sect master of the Half-Moon sect would give some face to Ling Han. She said, "My master suffered a Dao injury, and can't be cured unless it's a heaven-grade medicinal pill." Ling Han felt even more strange and said, "Your master is at most in the spiritual infant tier, how could he suffer a Dao injury?" Dao injury, also known as the injury of great Dao, was a backlash when comprehending the power of heaven and earth. Only shattering void tier cultivators were qualified to comprehend heaven and earth, so naturally, only shattering void tier cultivators could suffer a Dao injury. In addition, shattering void tier cultivators could use the great Dao of heaven and earth. and those who were injured would also suffer a Dao injury. The problem was if a shattering void tier cultivator attacked, with the strength of the spiritual infant tier, would he only suffer a minor injury? He would have already died a few hundred times. Zhu Xian'er shook her head and didn't answer. Obviously, this matter involved a secret, and with a shallow friendship, how could she easily reveal the truth? Ling Han didn't pursue the matter, but obviously, he and Zhu Xian'er would have to compete for that crimson-red chilling ice grass. Sorry, I also need crimson-red chilling ice grass, he said. Zhu Xian'er immediately revealed a strong hostility. This was her master's life-saving medicine. Moreover, she agreed to fight for Ying Hong because the latter promised to find other main ingredients for her, and go to the middle state to ask a heaven-grade medicinal pill to help her concoct the pill. Chapter 389. Hunyou also revealed her ferocity, daring to reveal killing intent towards Ling Han, causing the little girl to immediately enter battle mode. Her small body was tense, ready to attack. Ling Han pressed his hand on Hunyou's shoulder to stop her from acting recklessly and said, "Let me guess, there are 4 kinds of heaven-grade medicinal pills that can heal Dao wounds, but only the subduing tiger heavenly luck pill needs crimson-red chilling ice grass." Zhu Xian'er's pupils immediately contracted slightly, because Ling Han was right. She was gathering medicinal ingredients to concoct the subduing tiger heavenly luck pill. Ling Han nodded. Coming was correct and said, "The main ingredients of the subduing tiger heavenly luck pill are 9 Dao cry fruit, for divine wolf grass, and extreme dark dragon emperor fruit. The main ingredients can't be replaced, but the supplementary ingredients can." "You're saying all this just so I won't compete with you for the crimson-red chilling ice grass?" Zhu Xian'er immediately saw through Ling Han's intention. Ling Han smiled and said, "That's right. However, I'm not afraid of you, but because we'll be fighting side by side in the future, I'm giving you a suggestion and advice. You can't compete with me. However, don't worry if you can't get the crimson-red chilling ice grass, since the supplementary ingredients can be replaced." "Master Ling, even if the crimson-red chilling ice grass can be replaced, how many 7th-tier spirit herbs are there in the world?" Zhu Xian'er asked in return. "This crimson-red chilling ice grass, I must get it." Ling Han shrugged and said, "Then it depends on our own strength. However, when I snatch it, don't cry." Zhu Xian'er instantly wanted to roll her eyes. Was she a child crying? She was a bit annoyed. This was the first time she met someone who completely disregarded her charm, making her a bit uncomfortable. The second was obviously Hunyou. Her face was full of hostility, as if she was afraid she would snatch Ling Han from her. Pay, even if Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist, so what? At most, she would only ask him to concoct alchemical pills, and it was impossible for her to like him. The person she liked should be a genius in martial art, and not a fool who only knew how to concoct pills. "Yo, you guys seem to be having a good conversation. Did I come back at the wrong time?" Ying Hong walked over while swaying her plump buttocks. She was born with a slender waist, and as soon as she walked, she looked extremely flirtatious and unstoppable. Ling Han burst into laughter and said, "Not at all. Miss Ying, do you have any secret manuals on formations that I can borrow for reference?" Ying Hong rolled her eyes at Ling Han without the slightest hesitation and said, "What do you think the secret tome of array formations is? I said I'll let you study it, so you'll just take a look? I can use cultivation techniques and martial techniques of a similar level to exchange for it." Ling Han said solemnly. In this life he didn't need to spend time on alchemy, and he already had experience in martial art. He just had to retread it, and he had a lot of time left. Using it to learn array formations was just right. He'd seen the might of Ying Hong's array formation before, and it could even block Hunyou's attack. This was very extraordinary, and it made him very interested. Moreover, he'd definitely enter various historical sites in the future, and if he had high attainments in array formations, it would undoubtedly be of great help. Moreover, every sex treasure trove and medicinal garden were protected by array formations now, and blood-sucking origin gold could only open locks, not break through arrays. Ying Hong laughed mischievously and said, "All right, if you can bring out high-level cultivation techniques or martial techniques, I'll trade with you." "All right." Ling Han had no intention of staying, and immediately took his leave. He returned to pick out some cultivation techniques and martial techniques to exchange for a few array formations to study. It just so happened that he had something to do on this trip to the Dark Demon Forest. He left with Hu Niu, and instantly, only Zhu Xian'er and Yin Hong were left in the courtyard. This guy's really a freak. Ignoring my charm is fine, but even ignoring you, could he be a eunuch? Yin Hong said very strangely. Zhu Xian'er instantly blushed and said, Sister Hong, you're shooting your mouth off again. As it turned out, the two girls already knew each other. It wasn't strange. Zhu Xian'er wanted to find the ingredients to concoct the subduing tiger heavenly luck pill. So the fastest way was through the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. So it was normal for Zhu Xian'er and Yin Hong to know each other. However, you can really consider it. This guy really could become a heaven-grade alchemist before 30 years old, comparable to a shattering void tier elite. With his help, it'd be much easier for you to find those main ingredients. Otherwise, how could a spiritual pedestal tier warrior like you get a 9th tier spirit herb? Yin Hong said again. Zhu Xian'er sighed. A few supplementary ingredients were still manageable, but 3 main ingredients really wanted her life. And what did she have? A peerless beauty. Could it be that she had to exchange her body for it? After Ling Han returned to the inn, he immediately entered the Black Tower and began to rummage through his mind, searching for suitable cultivation techniques and martial techniques. In the Black Tower, he was almost omnipotent. He obviously couldn't do things like resurrecting the dead. Over 100 charcoal pens moved at the same time, and sheets of paper floated in the air. With squeaking sounds, rows of words appeared on the paper. In just one night's work, Ling Han wrote out over 100 cultivation techniques and martial techniques. That's enough. He smiled faintly. Exiting the Black Tower, he went to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Mr. Ling returned so soon. Is it because you still miss Sister Zhu? She set off early in the morning, heading towards the Dark Devil Forest. Yin Hong said with a smile. Ling Han also smiled and said, I came specially to see Lady Yin. What's there to see? I'm not even 1% as beautiful as Sister Zhu. I have some cultivation techniques and martial techniques here. Here, how many formations can you exchange for? Ling Han directly threw out 10 cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Yin Hong didn't joke anymore. She picked up a cultivation technique and glanced at it, instantly revealing a shocked expression and said, Earth-grade cultivation technique. She continued to pick up other books, her pretty face continuously changing color. These were not only Earth-grade cultivation techniques, but their attributes were also different, suitable for people with various spirit bases. This was very rare. Mr. Ling is truly an extraordinary person. She sighed. Ling Han smiled and said, Someone asked me to concoct pills but couldn't pay the price, so they could only use cultivation techniques to make up the numbers. This was the truth, but it was something that happened in the previous life. For example, Sword Emperor and Nalan II were asked for 3 styles of black origin and wore elephant fist by him. Mr. Ling is so straightforward, then I won't hide my skills. Yin Hong wiped her right hand on the table, and 3 ancient books immediately appeared. They were definitely not made from ordinary materials, emitting an ancient aura by themselves. Ling Han picked up one of them. These 3 books were respectively written: Basic Basics of Formations 1, Basic Basics of Formations 2, and Basic Basics of Formations 3. He shook his head and said, Lady Yin, I'll take out 10 Earth-grade cultivation techniques, and you'll give me 3 formation basics. Yin Hong giggled, threw out another book and said, Plus this small heavenly origin spirit snake formation, no more. Otherwise, I'd rather not exchange. That's more like it. Ling Han picked up the small heavenly origin spirit snake formation and revealed a smile. Chapter 390. Although Ling Han wrote over 100 martial arts and cultivation techniques yesterday, he didn't intend to hand them all over. 3 books on introduction to formations and 1 book on formations were enough for him to study for a while. Thus, he decided to leave and head for the Dark Demon Forest. Bringing Hu Niu, he hired a carriage. This journey would take more than 10 days, so it was better to hire a carriage as a means of transportation. In the carriage, Hu Niu happily nibbled on jerky, while Ling Han took out Introduction to Formations and flipped through it. Soon, he revealed a solemn expression. Martial art was a process of self-cultivation, viewing the human body as a great treasure that unearthed endless potential. There was a saying in the world of martial art: 1 person, 1 world. It meant that when one cultivated martial art to the extreme, the martial artist himself could become a huge world, possessing supreme power. Formations, however, were the exact opposite. This Tao worshipped the power of nature, and its main purpose was to borrow the power of nature and transform it for one's own use. Thus, the key was how to borrow the power of nature. To borrow the power of nature, there needed to be a medium called the formation eye. The formation eye could take various forms, such as a sword, a saber, or a flag. However, not any sword, stone, or flag could be used as the formation eye. There were very strict requirements. The first was the quality of the material itself, and the second was the formation pattern inscribed on it. The person who wrote this book liked to use flags as the formation eye, so they were called formation flags. Like martial art, formation flags were divided into 10 levels, and the formation laid by different levels of formation flags was also different in power. High-level array flags could be used to arrange low-level array formations, but the reverse was not possible. High-level array formations required high-level array flags to arrange. Otherwise, the array flags would not be able to withstand the world energy and would instantly explode. Thus, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, find suitable materials to make formation flags or other formation eyes, and then discuss the layout of the formation. Ling Han was eager to give it a try. When he passed by a large city, he spent 30,000 origin crystals to buy a piece of purple patterned gold, which weighed more than half a kilogram. It was incomparably expensive. This was a rank 5 forging material, which could be used to create Sea of Souls realm spirit weapons. Of course, it was precious. Fortunately, there was only 1 kilogram of it, which was not enough to make swords or blades. Otherwise, 30,000 yuan crystals would not be enough to buy it. Ling Han immediately entered the Black Tower. Inside, he could summon raging flames and easily smelt this piece of rare metal into 7 small metal rods. Because he lacked materials, he didn't make them into formation flags. Anyways, the most important thing was to carve the formation patterns, and as for what kind of formation eye it was completely irrelevant. This was the first step. The second step was to carve the array patterns on the iron rod. This was the most crucial step. The array patterns drew upon the power of heaven and earth. Whatever type of array pattern was used, the effect would be completely different. There was a reason why Ling Han forged the 7 metal rods, and it was based on the small heavenly origin spirit snake array. As long as he could carve the formation patterns on them, they would be able to form the true eye of the array. When the time came, he would scatter them around his body, and the array would automatically form, which could have both defensive and offensive effects. The problem was how to carve the array patterns. This wasn't like drawing where one could carve according to the pattern. The array patterns could draw upon the power of heaven and earth, which was a kind of understanding, just like the will of martial art. If you understood it, then you understood it. If you didn't, then you didn't understand it. There was no way to tell the difference. To carve the array patterns, one had to first understand the formation. Thus, some people with a deep understanding were high-level formation masters, and some with a shallow understanding were low-level formation masters. In his previous life, Ling Han had studied various formations. Of course, at that time he studied how to break them and how to find the holes in the formation, but this could be used as a reference. What's more, he also possessed the divine sense of heaven tier and the comprehension of martial art, so studying low-level formations was too easy. He constantly sighed, "So that's how it is," and made rapid progress in the path of formations. 5 days later, he threw the 3 introductory formation books to the side, picked up a stone at random, and began carving array patterns on it. Every array pattern had to be completed in one go, without any pause. As long as there was a delay, it would affect the operation of the power of heaven and earth. A formation I could at most have 3 pauses, otherwise it was equivalent to being scrapped. A 4th-level formation I could carve at least 9 array patterns, and at most 15, all of which had to be squeezed onto such a small metal rod. The small Tianyuan spirit snake formation required 7 formation eyes to be set up, and each formation eye was limited to 15 formation patterns. It could be considered a high-grade formation among 4th-grade formations. From this point of view, Yin Hong's price was quite fair. Ling Han began to inscribe the formation patterns. When he had inscribed 15 formation patterns on a piece of rock, he examined them carefully and discovered that at least 8 of them were wrong. Moreover, the few that were not wrong also had many pauses. It was fine, he didn't expect to become a formation master immediately, so he'd take it slow. On the 11th day from extreme Yang City, Ling Han finally arrived at the outskirts of the Dark Demon Forest. The coachman was unwilling to advance any further, and after Ling Han alighted, he immediately whipped the horse and hurriedly left. This was an extremely chaotic place. It wasn't occupied by any power, but it just so happened that this place was rich in spirit grasses. It attracted a large number of powers to come here to gather spirit grasses. Because of the huge profits, conflicts often broke out here. Blood and deaths were normal things. There was no ruler in the Dark Demon Forest, but there were 4 relatively stronger forces. Because they had developed in the Dark Demon Forest, they were equivalent to local tyrants. Even great forces like the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect would not be willing to provoke them. These 4 parties were the Bloodlight Tower, the Heavenly Silkworm Court, the Eroding Bone Palace, and the Gust Demon Hall. It was said that they all had Flower Blossom tier elites. Aside from these 4 great parties, there were also many medium and small parties that struggled to survive in the cracks, and even wanted to replace the 4 great parties. It was said that many medium parties even received support from great clans like the Winter Moon sect, but no one could say for sure whether it was true or not. The 4 great parties each had many camps in the Dark Demon Forest that were open to the public, equivalent to barriers that provided protection for martial artists who gathered herbs. However, they definitely didn't do charity, and if one wanted to enter the camp they had to pay money, origin crystals of course. Without origin crystals, they could use spirit herbs or refining materials as a substitute. In the camp, no one was allowed to use force. This was the most basic rule. Once they left, it didn't matter even if they were beheaded and sent flying. Ling Han walked casually, but his entire mind was on formations. After these 10 days of research, he also developed a strong interest in formations, and if it was combined with martial art, it could display extraordinary effects. In reality, formations were closely related to every martial artist. For the simplest example, spirit tools actually belonged to formations, and imprinting the intent of martial art on them was the most superficial formation pattern. However, if the formation pattern was also imprinted on the spirit tool, the two would be combined, and the power release would naturally be stronger. "Brother, you're alone, why don't you join us?" He walked slowly and was soon overtaken by a team. Someone offered him an olive branch. Chapter 391. Ling Han sighed and said, "Tell me, who did you 2 assassinate this time? And actually failed again, provoking others to turn around and hunt you down? How do you know we are assassins?" The younger sister asked curiously. "Until now, you 2 still haven't recognized my voice." Ling Han was speechless. How could this pair of beautiful sisters be called assassins? The younger sister hurriedly lit up the oil lamp and waved it in front of Ling Han. She could not help but cry out, pointed at Ling Han and said, "It's you. Why are you seeing ghosts here?" This pair of beautiful assassin sisters was naturally the sisters Lu Feng Er and Lu Ru Er. Previously, they had failed to assassinate Suku Xian, and later left with Yun Shuang. Now that he thought about it, they had indeed come from Fire Country. However, it was too much of a coincidence that they would actually meet in such a huge country. Ling Han smiled and said, "There's no need to worry about why I'm here for now. How are you going to deal with your matters?" "We'll have to trouble Major Han to hide us sisters again," Lu Feng Er said with a smile. This young man was so calm and collected that he did not seem like a teenager at all, and gave her a strange sense of security. "Che, you don't even know who you've offended to run to such a remote and desolate place to seek refuge, and you still want to protect us?" Lu Ru Er was still the same as always. If she did not say a few words, she would feel uncomfortable. Ling Han pursed his lips and said, "Then I'm really sorry. Please leave as you came." "Petty, I was just saying. Is there a need to take it so seriously?" Lu Ru Er pouted. "Honestly, who did you 2 offend this time?" Ling Han sighed. Lu Ru Er was instantly full of herself and said, "The person we're assassinating this time is an important official of Fire Country, Na Jian." What kind of strange name is that?" Ling Han hurriedly interrupted. Na Jian, a stinky man, actually chose such a sissy name. Lu Ru Er seemed to have found a confidant, and her face was filled with agreement. "That's right. I said that this person's name is not good. Lu Ru'er felt helpless and said, "The name is not important. The key is that Na Jiyan has suddenly appeared in the recent half a year, and has become the person that the Fire Emperor values the most. He has bewitched the Fire Emperor into mining an extremely strange mine, and every time he returns from mining, the workers would suddenly die the next day. But the Fire Emperor has not stopped at all, and has continuously mobilized manpower from all over the country to excavate that mine. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed. Now everyone is in a state of panic and they all hate that Na Jiyan to the core." Lu Ru'er continued, "Our Falling Flower Palace has received orders from countless people in the whole country to kill that Na Jiyan, to rid the country of a scourge. Tisk, assassins actually have feelings?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Don't look down on us. There are 3 kinds of people we do not kill," Lu Ru'er said proudly. "We do not kill children, we do not kill the elderly, and we do not kill those who do good deeds." Ling Han nodded with a smile and said, "And then what? You all went to assassinate that Na Jiyan, but in the end failed, and were instead pursued by him for thousands of miles." Lu Ru'er pouted and said, "Can't you make a more noble guess about us? After the assassination was successful, we successfully shook off our pursuers." "He? What do you mean by he?" Lu Ru'er placed her hands on her hips, looking very displeased. "Hong!" A heavy sound was heard from outside. It should be the sound of a house collapsing. The voice from before rang out again. "When the Imperial Guards are handling matters, they can act first and report later. Anyone who has not arrived at the east gate of the town in 15 minutes' time will be killed without mercy." Ling Han nodded and said, "That Na Jiyan is indeed very favored. When he was assassinated, the Imperial Guards were actually dispatched to pursue the murderer. Hung. But there were 7 high-level spiritual ocean-tier warriors chasing after us. Thankfully, we were quick-witted and ran away quickly," Lu Ru'er said proudly. "Young Master Han." Zhu Wujia's voice was heard from outside the door. Ling Han thought for a moment then said, "Send those people away. You can teach them a suitable lesson, but there is no need to kill them." "Yes." Zhu Wujia received his orders and left. He was now in the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and had also refined the heavenly luck stone. His battle prowess had soared to 11 battle stars, and he was definitely one of the strongest in Fire Country. Yet Ling Han sighed. With such a ruckus, the Ling clan residents would have to move again. This pair of sisters really kept creating trouble for him. Hey, that little follower of yours could also deal with those Imperial Guards outside? Those are all high-level spiritual ocean-tier warriors." Lu Ru'er called out in disbelief. "Don't be impatient." Ling Han pressed his hands together and casually asked, "Is Yun Shuang still well?" "She's very well. She is now a famous entertainer in the Imperial City, and everyone would be proud to hear Lady Shuang personally play a song. Who knows how many people want to marry her?" Lu Ru'er said, looking at Ling Han a little mischievously, thinking of Ling Han's disappointed expression. How could Ling Han possibly take Yun Shuang to heart? He had only thought of her when he thought of this pair of sisters, and so asked in passing. After a short while, Zhu Wujia returned and said at the door, "Young Master Han, the matter has been resolved. Do you have any other instructions?" Ling Han nodded and said, "Go and rest." Yes. Only then did Zhu Wujia leave. Lu Feng'er and her sisters' faces were filled with shock. After a while, Lu Ru'er finally said, Hey, is that subordinate of yours boasting?" Ling Han shrugged and said, "Can you still hear the barking of dogs now?" Lu Ru'er was startled at first, and only then did she realize that Ling Han had referred to those Imperial Guards as dogs. She could not help but giggle, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand and said, "I really can't hear them anymore." Lu Feng'er's face was also filled with shock, and she said, "Young Master Han, those are all high-level spiritual ocean-tier martial artists." Ling Han laughed and said, "The trouble has been resolved. You two can also leave and never see each other again. Encountering you two is definitely not a good thing. Pay were not jinxes." Lu Ru'er's face was filled with displeasure, but she immediately said, "Since your subordinates are so powerful, why don't you lend them to us for a few days, and help us kill that Na Jiyan?" Ling Han sneered and said, "You still have the nerve to say such things? To be an assassin like you, it's really embarrassing. Che, this time we are getting rid of a scourge for the people. Lu Ru'er grabbed Ling Han and said, I don't care anymore. Since you are now in fire country, and coincidentally bumped into us, this is the arrangement of the heavens, and we need you to help us. Ling Han did not comment, but he could not deny that this matter was really too coincidental. Lu Feng-er and her sister could not have gone anywhere else, and yet they just had to come to the place where he was living in seclusion. He rubbed his chin. If the Fire Emperor continued to act so willfully, then no matter where the Ling clan moved to, they could possibly be conscripted by the imperial family to dig up that whatever mine. Unless they left fire country. However, what kind of mine was it that could actually cause the Fire Emperor to go crazy to the point of destroying the foundation of his own country? Ling Han asked. Do you know what kind of mine it is? I don't know. I only know that strange ores can be dug out from there every day, and they are all sent to the imperial family. Lu Feng-er shook her head. Ling Han, on the other hand, felt a little curious. Chapter 392. This was a herbalist team, with 7 martial artists as guards and 12 herbalist farmers, all carrying bamboo baskets. There was also a red-clothed beauty who looked like the owner, a total of 20 people. A herbalist team of this scale could only be considered a small-scale team in the Dark Demon Forest, with over 100 or even over 1,000 herbalist teams. Ling Han's eyes swept over them. The 7 guards were actually all in the spiritual ocean tier, which was quite impressive. The one who sent the invitation was a sturdy man in his 40s. He was tall and well-built. His arms were so thick that they surpassed Ling Han's waist, and his muscles were shockingly strong. Without waiting for Ling Han to answer, the red-clothed woman spoke first, somewhat displeased. Guard Wu, you want to recruit people into the team. Why don't you ask for my opinion first? The burly man laughed and said, Before we set off, we agreed that we would recruit a total of 10 guards, but now we have only recruited 7. As the captain of the guards, of course I have the right to recruit people. That's because the others aren't qualified, the red-clothed woman said. He's qualified. The sturdy man pointed at Ling Han. The 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, still not enough? What, such a youngster was actually at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? The others were shocked, feeling that Ling Han was too young. Miss Ding, let him join the team. Yeah, the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, not weak. The other guards all urged. The cultivation of the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier wasn't high, but advancing to this level in his teens meant that Ling Han's background wasn't simple. Although this was an extremely chaotic place, if there were sects like the Winter Moon sect or the Half Moon sect, then they could save lives at crucial moments. So, these people obviously wouldn't oppose Ling Han joining, adding insurance to their lives. The red-clothed woman thought and said, All right, but Guard Wu, you're responsible for making sure he doesn't cause trouble. Deal. The sturdy man nodded with a smile, then cracked a smile at Ling Han and said, Little bro, how about 1 origin crystal a day? Such a good job isn't something you can encounter every day. Spiritual Ocean Realm warriors could only condense 1 origin crystal a month, but now they could get 1 in a day. The treatment was indeed not bad. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. You guys are talking to yourselves. I don't think I said I wanted to join you. So you still have an opinion. The woman in red wasn't very happy to begin with. When she heard that Ling Han was against joining them, she immediately became even more dissatisfied. How dare you? Slap his face. Ling Han shook his head. He felt that he was really unjustly implicated. He was just taking a stroll and didn't provoke anyone. How did he get into trouble? Could it be that he really had a troublesome constitution and would cause trouble wherever he went? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Angered, he raised his hand and slapped the red-clothed woman. Stop! The 7 guards shouted at the same time and moved to block Ling Han. These people's tier varied, but the weakest was at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, while the strongest reached the 9th layer. However, none of them had battle prowess that surpassed their tier. After all, most of them were very normal. Ling Han laughed lightly, and instantly, sword intent burst forth. Xiao 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 xiao, 7 flashes of sword chi shot out, slicing towards the 7 guards. What was his battle prowess? When he was at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he had 16 stars and now it shot up to 20 stars. Compared to the strongest person on the other side, His battle prowess surpassed 11 stars. This was an absolute suppression. Thus, within the 7 flashes of sword chi, the 7 guards were sent flying at the same time. Fortunately, Ling Han was merciful and only left a wound on each of their chests. Otherwise, one strike would have taken their lives. The red-clothed woman's face was slapped solidly, and 3 of her teeth were knocked out. Don't always look at people with dog eyes. This slap is a small lesson for you. If there's a next time, I'll take your life, Ling Han said coldly. The red-clothed woman clenched her teeth and had an expression of disbelief on her pretty face. Firstly, Ling Han was only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, yet he could send her 7 guards flying with 1 strike. Secondly, this guy actually dared to hit her. She was a noble daughter of the Ding family, and she was as beautiful as a flower. Was this guy blind to even lay his hands on such a beautiful face? Ling Han turned and left. Whether it was the 7 guards or the farmers, they were all silent. Ling Han's strength surpassed their imagination, and they still hadn't recovered from the shock. A bunch of trash, the red-clothed woman rebuked angrily. She covered her red and swollen pretty face and said, "Quickly go to Rising Wind Stronghold, clan brother Gao Yang is there. Ask him to deal with that damned brat." Miss Ding, that youngster has the cultivation of the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at such a young age, and his battle prowess is even more shocking. He definitely has a great background, so why don't we just let it go? The brawny man surnamed Wu advised. Since he was the one who invited her, he felt somewhat responsible. In the Dark Devil Forest, so what if he has a great background? He died in vain. The red-clothed woman's gaze was bitter. She couldn't swallow this insult. Let's go. The group continued forward. After walking for half a day, a stronghold appeared in front of Ling Han. This was the territory of the Gus Demon clan, providing a place to shelter from the wind and rain for martial artists. Ling Han also wanted to inquire about the crimson red chilling ice grass, so he entered the stronghold at the price of 1 origin crystal. The stronghold wasn't too big, but it had the area of a small village. The outer perimeter was made of sturdy tree trunks as a defensive wall, while the houses inside were made of bamboo, with extremely poor soundproofing. This place really had all sorts of people. Ling Han noticed that there were a great many women dressed in revealing clothes standing by the roadside, casting flirtatious glances at the passers-by. If they caught their eye, they would leave in a group, and very soon moaning sounds that could make one's blood boil could be heard from within the bamboo houses. For martial artists, after experiencing a tense adventure, they naturally hoped to relax a bit. Where there was a need, there would be a market. Even in a dangerous place like the Dark Devil Forest, the most ancient industry was nurtured. As Ling Han walked, he was obviously teased by these women. He ignored them and directly arrived at a restaurant. He casually ordered a few things, mainly to find people to inquire about the situation. "Hey, did you guys hear? The famous fairy Zhu came here a few days ago." "What? Zhu Xian'er? Known as the #1 beauty in the North region. Is she really that beautiful? More than that, I think she should be called the #1 beauty in the world. However, since she dared to come to the Dark Devil Forest, isn't she afraid of walking into a tiger's den? Hehe. Don't know how many people want to take this beauty as their personal pet. Moreover, this is the Dark Devil Forest. If someone is lost here, even the Half Moon sect can't do anything. You don't have a share anyway. Pei, you don't have a share either." Hearing everyone's words, Ling Han shook his head. Zhu Xian'er was only in the spiritual pedestal tier, and if she encountered a flower blossom tier warrior, she wouldn't even have the chance to escape. To think she dared to come here alone. He raised his wine cup, moved closer to a table of 3 and said, "Brothers, let me ask you guys, is there a place where cold and heat interweave?" Chapter 393. "Young man, you just came to the Dark Devil Forest, right?" A brawny man in his 30s looked at Ling Han with a smile. "Yes." Ling Han nodded. This could be seen at a glance, unlike other people who carried a strong earthy smell that came from sunbathing and night dew in the forest. The brawny man laughed, extended his hand and said, "Here, everything is a transaction. If you want to ask questions, you have to give benefits." "How much?" Ling Han said indifferently. His wallet was now bulging again, so he was naturally indifferent to origin crystals. 1 origin crystal. The brawny man raised a finger. 1 essence crystal for 1 question black. Ling Han didn't care. As long as he could find crimson red chilling ice grass, he wouldn't feel heartache even if he had to pay 1,000,000 origin crystals. He immediately took out an origin crystal and handed it over. The brawny man took the origin crystal and laughed. It's time to answer the question. Ling Han knocked on the table. Okay. The brawny man nodded and said, I don't know. Ling Han's gaze immediately sharpened and he said, Are you messing with me? Young man, I'm teaching you a lesson. Be careful when you're outside, don't trust people easily. The brawny man laughed loudly, not at all worried that Ling Han would attack him. Because this was the territory of the Gale Demon clan, if Ling Han dared to attack here, he would be chased out at best or killed at worst. Otherwise, this place wouldn't have become a safe haven. It was said that there were even many vicious wanted criminals in a stronghold like this, being chased by forces like the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect, fleeing here. However, they didn't dare to attack in the stronghold, which showed how deep the 4 great forces' tyranny was in people's hearts. Ling Han saw his arrogance and casually waved his hand. Instantly, 10 ginsengs appeared on the table, each as thick as a child's arm, and the root hairs were twisted like dragons. Hiss! Once everyone saw it, their eyes widened. This was at least a 200 to 300-year-old treasure ginseng. The Dark Devil Forest had this kind of treasure ginseng, but it needed to go deep into the heart of the forest because it was too dangerous. Normally, not to mention people entering, even demonic beasts were very rare. Therefore, there were a lot of spirit herbs and their medicinal age was astonishing. This kind of treasure ginseng could be sold for dozens of yuan crystals, which was definitely more than enough. 10 of them would be worth a few hundred yuan crystals, which was a huge fortune. If Sea of Souls realm warriors did not steal or rob them, it would take dozens of years to make them. For a time, everyone's breathing quickened while their eyes turned red. And they wished for nothing more than to make a move and seize it. Ling Han smiled calmly, pointed at the brawny man from just now and said, Whoever kills him for me, these ginseng will belong to them. In an instant, everyone's gazes were fixed on the burly man. This person was only at the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and for a late-stage spiritual ocean tier martial artist, killing him wouldn't be as easy as flipping one's hand, but it wouldn't be too difficult. They could earn a few hundred yuan crystals just by lifting a finger. Where else could they find such a good business? And then look for it. 100-year-old ginseng was a great tonic. Martial artists like them usually fought with humans and beasts, inevitably leaving behind internal injuries. This was something that normal healing medicinal pills couldn't touch, and only such a great tonic could completely heal them. Such a treasure could only be encountered, not sought. Young man, fighting is not allowed in the stronghold, someone said. Ling Han smiled and said, No matter, you guys just keep watch. Although I will leave soon, I will leave 10 ginseng with the stronghold master. Whoever kills him can go find the stronghold master to receive it. Now everyone can rest assured, right? Okay. Everyone nodded. There were indeed people in the stronghold that would issue missions and ask for help, but if it was done through the Gale Demon Hall, it would be hard to avoid a cut. Thus, everyone hoped that the burly man would quickly leave the stronghold and quickly kill him, then directly find Ling Han to receive the reward. This way, they wouldn't have to be cut by the Gale Demon Hall. That burly man's face turned green. He didn't expect that he would be tricked to death just because he cheated a piece of essence crystal from Ling Han. He quickly took out that piece of essence crystal and threw it at Ling Han like it was a hot potato. I don't want your essence crystal anymore. Quickly take back the bounty. Which family's 2nd generation is this? To actually waste a treasure ginseng like this. Does your mother know that you are so awesome? Ling Han didn't take it and said, Take it. Just nice, you can go and order a good coffin. That burly man was so scared that he was about to cry. He just wanted to take advantage of a little, but who would have thought that it would bring about a fatal disaster? He quickly knelt down in front of Ling Han and said, Young master, I was wrong, please forgive me. You really have to know your wrongs. Ling Han said with a smile. I really have to know. The burly man constantly waved his hand and slapped himself in the face. Each slap was very forceful to the point that blood came out. Ling Han nodded and said, All right, this bounty is cancelled. Immediately, that burly man let out a long sigh of relief, but the others were dissatisfied. You fucking with people. There weren't many people here who were easy to get along with. Each and every one of them stared at Ling Han with an ominous glint in their eyes. As long as Ling Han left the stronghold, Ling Han didn't care and said, "The bounty just now is cancelled and replaced with a new one. Whoever tells me where there is a place in the forest where cold and heat intersect, these 10 treasured ginseng will belong to him." Really? Everyone's expression changed back to one of surprise. Ling Han nodded and said, "Of course it's true. However, if anyone treats me like a fool and randomly tells me a place, then I don't mind opening a bounty on him." Everyone sucked in their teeth. Just now, that burly man had only tricked Ling Han of a piece of essence crystal, and the other party had taken out 10 treasured ginseng to put a bounty on his head. If he tricked Ling Han of 10 treasured ginseng, how much would the other party offer as a bounty? This kind of second-generation ancestor was really scary, rich and willful. For a moment, everyone was silent. Some people originally wanted to fool him, but they were scared stiff. "Young master, I know of a place that suits your requirements." After a while, someone opened his mouth and said a place. It was in the northwest of the Dark Devil Forest, and he also gave Ling Han a map, indicating the location. Ling Han inquired carefully, but he was very disappointed, because there was indeed a place where cold and heat intersect, but it was far from what he wanted. However, he still gave the other party 10 treasured ginseng to establish his credibility. Does anyone else know such a place? 1 piece of information for 10 treasured ginseng. With a wave of his hand, Ling Han took out another 100-year-old ginseng. In any case, these things were like cabbages to him. Someone really did get a reward, and it immediately made the others excited. Even some of the onlookers were eager to give it a try. It didn't matter if they didn't know, couldn't they go and find out? "I will stay here for 2 days. If there's any news, come find me." Ling Han threw down these words, left the restaurant, and rented a guest room. Chapter 394. Damn guy. The brawny man was called Pu Chuan, at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which wasn't considered weak. He could come and go as he pleased, and could barely be called an elite. But he was forced to kneel and beg for mercy to Ling Han in front of everyone's eyes. How humiliating was that? With such a great enmity, and coveting Ling Han's belongings, how could he let Ling Han leave without doing anything? A mere 5th layer spiritual ocean tier spoiled brat's battle prowess definitely didn't surpass 4 stars. Even if he couldn't beat him alone, there were still 9 people here, right? "Youngster, hand over your spatial ring obediently, and we'll let you live," another person said. This was obviously a lie. After getting the spatial ring, they'd make their move. Ling Han smiled and said to Hu Niu, "Niu, are you calling me an idiot?" Ling Han obviously isn't an idiot. Ling Han is a smart person, Hu Niu quickly said, then patted her small chest and added, "Niu is also a smart person." But someone insisted on playing me like a monkey. Ling Han shook his head. Hu Niu instantly revealed a ferocious glint and said, "Niu will bite them all to death." Niu, don't kill with your mouth, it's too dirty." Ling Han rubbed her small head. Hu Niu instantly nodded repeatedly. Although she never thought biting people to death was dirty, since Ling Han didn't like it, she obviously avoided doing it. "You guys, have you had enough?" Pu Chuan and the others were furious. This adult and child actually dared to tease them. But strangely, they didn't seem to see this little girl yesterday, right? It probably followed him into the village and stayed in the bamboo lair all this time. Everyone quickly understood what was going on. Since he's disobedient, then we'll just kill him to avoid any more trouble. Pu Chuan and the others clamored. In the entire stronghold, there were waves and waves of people who had designs on Ling Han, so they naturally had to make the first move to gain the upper hand, lest others snatch him away. "I'll do it." Pu Chuan immediately jumped out. Chong, his long saber was unsheathed, and he slashed at Ling Han. Hu Niu moved. Xiao, in an instant she had leaped into the air above Pu Chuan. Her small fist shot out. Suddenly, Pu Chuan's head spun 7 or 8 times around his neck. The skin on his neck was twisted off and his head fell off. Pooh! Blood spurted 30 feet high like a blood fountain before it quickly fell back down. Martial artists had vigorous chi and blood, especially those in the spiritual ocean tier. Even if their heads were chopped off, they didn't die immediately. Instead, they waved their arms and legs for a while before crashing to the ground, but their arms and legs were still twitching. How is this possible? In any case, Pu Chuan had the cultivation of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Yet he was killed in one punch. Moreover, the one who did it was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. How could anyone believe this? Ho! Hunyo bared her teeth and roared, once again charging out. Pa 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 pa. With each punch she quickly reaped lives. With her terrifying speed, even spiritual pedestal tier warriors would have a headache, not to mention spiritual ocean tier warriors. They didn't even have the power to resist, and all of them had their heads blown off by her punches. Run! Of the 10 people, only 3 were left and they all broke into a run. However, it was a joke to compete with Hunyo in terms of speed. In the time of 2 breaths, the 3 people's hearts had all exploded with a single punch. 10 people all killed. Hunyo wasn't done yet, and her fierce gaze looked behind her. Her divine sense was extremely sensitive, and she discovered that there were more people behind. However, the distance was too far, and she couldn't discover each person's specific location in a short time. Run! Those people were clear that 10 spiritual ocean tier warriors were actually killed by a little girl as easily as crushing dry weeds. This kind of battle prowess was absolutely abnormal. They didn't want to die, and hurriedly fled towards the stronghold. Ling Han only smiled, and didn't chase after them to start a massacre. Let's go. He held Hunyo's hand and continued forward. Truly not simple. On a large tree in the distance, an old man in his 60s stared at the entire process. Ding Gaoyang, not only that youngster, but that little girl is also a monster. That speed, tsk is extremely shocking. Behind the old man stood Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing. Their expressions were quite respectful. Elder Mo, you're a spiritual pedestal tier warrior. No matter how freakish they are, they can't possibly be your match. Ding Gaoyang hurriedly flattered. Elder Mo enjoyed it, revealing a smile and said, to deal with 2 spiritual ocean tier warriors, the price tag won't be the same as before, it'll have to be doubled. Ding Gaoyang instantly revealed a pained expression. Could it be cheap to ask a spiritual pedestal tier warrior to act? Now it had to be doubled. He could only hope that the things that Ling Han brought were worth the price, or else he'd suffer a huge loss. Elder Mo glanced at Ding Wanqing again, revealing an extremely infatuated expression and said, also let Wanqing stay at my place tonight. Ding Gaoyang was about to jump up. This old man was too much. He was actually coveting his woman. He snorted and said, Old Mo, don't go too far. Don't forget who my brother is. Elder Mo couldn't help but tremble. Xian was a figure on the prodigy roll 2 years ago, and his ranking wasn't low either. Anyone who could be on this roll, as long as they didn't die, would definitely reach the flower blossom tier in the future. There had never been an exception. This was the dark demon forest where Fist spoke. If he offended Xian, the consequences would be unthinkable. Even the Gale Demon Hall wouldn't stand up for him, and his death would be in vain. Humph! Then double the reward. Elder Mo snorted coldly, leaping down from the top of the tree, and charged in Ling Han and Hunyo's direction. He was displeased, so he took it out on these 2. Follow, I want to see how that brat dies, Ding Wanqing said to Ding Gaoyang. The 2 also chased. How fast was the spiritual pedestal tier's speed? Ling Han and Hunyo didn't walk too fast, so in a minute or 2, Elder Mo already caught up. Hong, the presence of the spiritual pedestal tier spread out, extremely terrifying. Brat, leave your life, he said menacingly. Ling Han stopped, turned around, glanced at the other and said, if I remember correctly, you should be one of the guards in the stronghold surnamed Mo, right? Gaga, that's right. Elder Mo laughed strangely. Since you know my identity, why don't you surrender? As they spoke, Ding Gaoyang and Ding Wanqing also arrived. Ling Han glanced at Ding Gaoyang, and couldn't help but realize that this was the middle-aged man who told him about the place where cold and heat intertwined in the morning. So he was deliberately luring him out of the stronghold so that people could deal with him. He laughed loudly and said, Old man, one moment you're a guard, the next moment you're a bandit. Your old face really knows how to change. How dare you? Elder Mo was furious, and struck out with a palm from afar. Origin power blasted out, turning into a giant palm that slapped towards Ling Han. This was a furious attack from a spiritual pedestal tier elite. Wouldn't the power be shocking? Chapter 395. Ordinary stones with a sliver of source power. Small tower very quickly transmitted its divine sense to him. Ordinary. Ling Han was surprised. Stones that could directly increase the cultivation of flower blossom tier. How could they be ordinary? If there were countless of these ordinary stones, it was guaranteed that even a pig could advance to the shattering void tier. Even becoming a god was not impossible. It would not be an exaggeration to call them divine stones, so how could they be ordinary? Origin power. Ling Han shook his head. Why don't I feel it? It's not origin power but source power, Small Tower explained. Ling Han was startled and said, like the chaos source rock source power? That's right, but the amount is pitifully small. I don't care to extract it at all, Small Tower said very proudly. That was right. Ling Han bared his teeth. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He said. I don't mind if you give me some, the more the better. He did not need to comprehend martial arts, but his parents did. If there was a large amount of this kind of ore, he believed that Ling Dongxing and Yu Hongchang would be able to smoothly break through to the flower blossom tier. He suddenly understood why the Fire Emperor wanted to obtain these ores at all costs. That was because this would allow the Fire Emperor, who did not have any cultivation techniques and did not have sufficient comprehension ability, to complete a great leap to transcend mortality. However, if he wanted to persuade the Fire Emperor to stop, it would be a bit difficult, because this involved a leap of a major tier, and also an additional 200 years of lifespan. If one did not enter the flower blossom tier, a mortal only had a mere 100 years of lifespan, and the Fire Emperor had at least completed half of it. Stopping him from entering the flower blossom tier was equivalent to taking away his life, so he believed that this Fire Emperor would definitely not be easily persuaded. If he won't listen, then I'll just have to beat him until he agrees. Ling Han thought violently. These ores also contain an extremely high amount of violent factors. If you absorb too much with your current cultivation level, you will definitely not be able to control it. Your personality will change greatly, and you will become a madman who only knows how to kill, Small Tower replied. When Ling Han heard this, he immediately dispelled the idea of giving his parents some of these ores, and said, even the Black Tower is unable to dispel this kind of emotion? Human nature is the most difficult thing to fathom. Unless I can completely wipe out your memories, Small Tower suggested. Then forget it. Ling Han hurriedly shook his head. He did not want to wipe out the memories of his parents and turn them into complete strangers. Furthermore, he had a very high chance of sending his parents up to the flower blossom tier as soon as possible. With an extra 200 years, he should be able to enter into the realm of immortals and obtain a divine pill for his parents, allowing them to reach the heavens in a single step. Ling Han was still very confident in his own talent in alchemy. Ling Han decided to first deal with Na Zhiyan and the Fire Emperor, and then return to study this mine to see what exactly was hidden inside. The two of them very quickly exited the mine, and walked towards the city walls. Halt! The guards called out again. The order they had received was that no one was allowed to leave this place. Bo Wenlin also appeared, a cold smirk appearing at the corners of his lips, and said, young man, you really do not know what's good for you. You even dare to enter this mine of death. Now, you only have less than half a day to live. Ling Han smiled faintly. His fate was extremely tough, so unless he stayed in the mine for a few years, he would not be cursed. Moreover, even if he was really cursed, didn't he still have the Black Tower? This divine tool had an extraordinary ability in the area of dispelling evil and curses. Since I only have half a day to live, then I have to make a big fuss, he said, pretending to be crazy. Bo Wenlin instantly looked wary. Previously, he had not made a move because he felt that Ling Han was not someone to be trifled with. And now, this guy who was not someone to be trifled with only had less than half a day to live. That was even worse. Who would be willing to risk their lives against someone who was definitely going to die? Youngster, you are already someone who is definitely going to die, so I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. However, I will follow you and watch you die, he said. Ling Han revealed a mischievous grin and said, do you really dare to follow me wherever I go? Haha, there are places in this world that Bo Wenlin do not dare to go. Bo Wenlin laughed coldly. Then come, Ling Han said with a smile. He strode forwards, heading in the direction of the imperial city. Meanwhile, Bo Wenlin had also stopped the guards here. Otherwise, how could these people possibly be a match for Ling Han? Ling Han did not walk very quickly, and only entered the imperial city after nearly half an hour. Quick, quick, we've captured 2 female assassins, and are just about to execute them in public at the East Gate. They had just entered when they heard the passers-by rushing around to spread the news, looking very excited, which attracted a lot of people to follow them. Female assassins, and there were 2 of them. Could they be Lu Feng'er and her sister? Ling Han immediately changed his route, and also headed in the direction of the East Gate. How had these 2 women leaked their identities and whereabouts, and actually ended up in the hands of the imperial family? He quickened his pace slightly, and it was only a matter of 1 or 2 minutes before he arrived at the East Gate. He saw that a high platform had been set up in a public square, and there were currently 2 women pressed down on the execution rack. Their hair was disheveled, and it was not clear what they looked like. However, with Ling Han's understanding of the aura of these 2 women, he was sure that they were the Lu sisters. Were these 2 really made to be assassins? On the side, there were people loudly announcing the crimes of these 2 women. They had assassinated an important official of the imperial court, Na Zhiyan, and had offended the might of heaven. Now they would be executed in public as a warning to others. To execute these 2 beauties in public, and with such speed at that, it must have been because the Fire Emperor had forcefully excavated the mine, causing the people to seethe with discontent. Thus, he had deliberately executed these 2 women in such a high-profile manner to suppress the rebellious sentiments of the whole nation, especially in the imperial capital. Assassinated Na Zhiyan Pei. Then these 2 girls must be good people. The heavens are blind. They actually didn't kill that damn Na Zhiyan, and instead killed 2 good people. Shua, lower your voice, do you not want your life anymore? The crowd discussed animatedly. They all expressed sympathy for Lu Feng'er and her sister, and hated Na Zhiyan to the bone. Ling Han did not immediately move to save them. He wanted the 2 women to learn from their mistakes and not become assassins in future. They were not made to be assassins at all. Bo Wenlin naturally came over as well. He could not help but look shocked. This person who was about to die actually still had the mood to carry out an execution? How thick of a nerve did he have to have? The time has come, execute. An executioner walked onto the platform. He was bare-chested, and in his hand was a gigantic machete. He took a sip of wine, and then sprayed it onto the blade of the machete. He raised it high up in the air, and the blade of the machete reflected a sorrowful color under the setting sun. The cultivation level of Lu Feng'er and her sister had obviously been sealed, and for the majority of martial artists, if their cultivation level was sealed, they would not be able to circulate their origin power to protect their bodies. Thus, their defensive ability was actually not much higher than that of a normal person. This executioner was an element-gathering tier. With a single slash, one of the sisters' heads would definitely roll to the ground. Shua, the machete slashed down. But the imagined scene of a severed head falling to the ground and blood splattering did not appear. Instead, a young man suddenly appeared on the platform, and used a single hand to stop the descending machete. Chapter 396. Hunyo was completely fearless, her small body traversing freely among the blood patterns. If she really couldn't avoid them, she would use her claws and mouth to tear and bite, forcibly ripping and biting them apart. That terrifying ability made Ding Gaoyang and the other man dumbfounded. 2 freaks, definitely 2 freaks. On the other side, Ling Han had completely gained the upper hand, not even using 3 styles of black origin. His right hand used 4 seasoned sword technique, and his left hand clenched into a fist, continuously throwing out war elephant fist. Hong's 7 flashes of sword chi crisscrossed, with the sharpness of demon birth sword. Even spiritual pedestal tier warriors didn't dare to take it head-on, or else they'd be scratched, and in serious cases their arms and legs would be broken. Ling Han, however, was somewhat displeased. He could only throw out 7 flashes of sword chi, and couldn't throw out 6 flashes of fist chi at the same time. The 2 couldn't stack. He was very depressed but immediately laughed. If this could stack infinitely, then he could use sword, punch, and kick at the same time. How much chi could he throw out? Old man, it's time to end, Ling Han said. He didn't have time to tangle with the opponent. Zhu Xian'er came earlier than him, and this woman's charm was extremely high. Who knew how many people would help her find crimson red chilling ice grass, so he had to hurry. Elder Mo was both furious and shocked. He, a dignified spiritual pedestal tier elite, was actually suppressed by a youngster. He was extremely unwilling, mainly because the two spirit tools on Ling Han's body were too domineering, making his attacks ineffective and his defenses pathetic. If this continued, he would really lose. Youngster, we have no grievances, and this old man was also deceived. Why don't we stop the battle? How about? He wanted to retreat, unable to think of a reason to fight to the death with Ling Han. He only took some benefits from Ding Gaoyang, and fighting for it wasn't worth it. Ling Han sneered and said, truly laughable. You came to kill me, and if you could kill me, you definitely wouldn't be merciful. If you couldn't beat me, you actually said there was no grievance and wanted to leave. Old dog, is your brain stupid? Brat, you dare. Elder Mo trembled in anger. This brat's words were too vicious. His gaze sharpened as he said, do you really want to force this old man to risk his life? Whether you go all out or not, the result will be the same, Ling Han said indifferently. He took a deep breath and the mysterious 3000 was ready to go. Humph! Elder Hiroshi sent out 3 palm strikes in a row, then turned tail and ran. Trying to run now? It's too late. Ling Han struck out with his sword, the mysterious 3000. Xiu xiu xiu. 800 rays of sword light shot out simultaneously, covering the sky. This was the sword light emitted by the demon birth sword. What kind of power was it? Elder Mo turned around and raised his palm to block, but the sword light was already surging over, drowning him like a tsunami. When all the sword flashes disappeared, Elder Hiroshi also disappeared from where he was. All that was left were pieces of flesh and bones dancing in the air. Ling Han's figure flashed, and he picked up a ring from the ground. It originally belonged to Elder Mo. He then headed towards Ding Gaoyang and the other man. They were blocked by Hu Niu, and even if they wanted to escape they couldn't. Niu, let me. Ling Han leaped with his sword. Ding Gaoyang and the other man were terrified. Ling Han even killed Elder Hiroshi, so what were they in comparison? Friend, let's talk nicely. We're from the Ding family. Ding family, Four-Way City's Ding family. Lord Patriarch is a flower blossom tier elite, and my brother is Xian, a figure on the prodigy roll 2 years ago. Now he's in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and he's in the forest, Ding Gaoyang said, pretending to be calm. This Hu Niu was unreasonable, so Ling Han wouldn't be unreasonable as well, right? Ling Han snorted and said with a smile, didn't they say that background doesn't matter in the dark demon forest? Nonsense, background indeed didn't matter in the dark demon forest, but who was stronger? But the problem was that he couldn't beat them now, so he could only use his background to scare people. Friend, it's just a misunderstanding. Ding Gaoyang saw that Ling Han didn't immediately attack, and thought there was hope, so he hurriedly said, I'll kill you guys, it's just a misunderstanding. Ling Han laughed and slashed with his sword. Pu 2 flashes of sword chi streaked past, and Ding Gaoyang and the other man were easily killed. In front of Ling Han, who wielded a 10th tier spirit tool, it would be strange if they weren't killed in one move. Ling Han picked up 2 spatial rings. The harvest wasn't bad. Let's go, Ling Han said with a smile. Hu Niu immediately agreed crisply and started singing cheerfully. The primordial forest was the place that made her feel most at ease. As they walked, Ling Han rummaged through the 3 spatial rings. Ding Gaoyang and the other man's spatial rings were almost empty. This was normal. They just arrived at the dark demon forest and came to pick herbs, so they obviously couldn't have any harvest now. However, there were many origin crystals in Elder Hiroshi's ring, but most of them were 1 star, and only a dozen or so were 2 stars, not very rich. Aside from origin crystals, there was also a martial arts technique and a map. Ling Han put everything into the Black Tower, then took out the martial arts technique and flipped through it. It was a claw technique, actually Earth grade, but he hadn't seen Elder Hiroshi use it before, so he probably just got it. Earth grade martial arts techniques needed spiritual pedestal tier to cultivate, so Ling Han threw this martial arts technique into the Black Tower, and got up to look at the map. With just a glance he smiled. This was the map of the Dark Demon Forest. It was very detailed, marking every place apart from the core area, such as each stronghold, which force it belonged to, and which area had precious spirit herbs. Besides, the activity areas of some flower blossom tier beasts were also marked, highlighted with a red circle to indicate danger. Not bad, not bad. The value of this map was still quite precious. Ling Han searched, and the place Ding Gaoyang mentioned was marked as Ice Fire Gourd Valley on the map. Half of the area was covered in ice all year round, but the other half had underground lava spurting out, causing crimson fire to soar into the sky. It was indeed a place where cold and heat intertwined. This place could possibly contain crimson red chilling ice grass. Ling Han hurried over, and the distance wasn't far. There was a peak spiritual pedestal tier beast in this valley. It was a large snake that was extremely terrifying and cunning. If it encountered flower blossom tier elites, it would drill into the ice cave to hide. And if it encountered other martial artists, it would attack without mercy. Thus, very few people entered this valley. However, with such harsh conditions in this valley, it was almost impossible for any spirit herbs to grow here. So no flower blossom tier elites specifically went to kill this large snake, and herb gatherers would stay far away. After just one day, he arrived at the Gourd Valley. He hadn't entered the valley yet, but he suddenly became vigilant and turned back abruptly, seeing that there was someone more than 30 meters behind him since who knows when. Ao Feng, this guy definitely came to kill him, but it was Han Lin he disguised. Ao Feng's face was full of killing intent, but when Ling Han turned back, he was startled. It wasn't the person he was looking for. Why was the back so similar? Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 397. Ling Han also looked at Ao Feng. A few months had passed, and this genius of the Ao clan had already broken through to the flower blossom tier. His temperament was ethereal, and even though he was clearly standing there, it was as if he was an illusion that did not exist. That kind of feeling was so unbearable that one wanted to vomit blood. The best way was to not see him. Flower blossom tier cultivators surpassed mortals, and spiritual ocean tier cultivators couldn't even stare at them, so their might was evident. His expression was calm, but incomparable vigilance rose up in his heart. The flower blossom tier was too strong, so strong that even if he was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, he might not be able to block it. This boundary was extremely difficult to cross. As long as Ao Feng moved, he would immediately enter into the Black Tower. Putting aside the question of whether the thunder battle armor in his hands would be able to block Ao Feng, as long as he used it, wouldn't it be the same as telling Ao Feng that he was Han Lin? Who are you? Ao Feng faintly asked. His divine might gushed out like a supreme god. Smelly fart, Ling Han thought. Only a rookie who had just broken through to the flower blossom tier would show off his aura. That was a kind of mentality. His strength had surpassed that of a mortal, but how could his mentality be surpassed in an instant? He did not show any weakness and took out his golden badge, flashed it and said, I am Ling Han, an Earth-grade low-level alchemist. His Ao Feng involuntarily drew in a breath of cold air. Such a young Earth-grade alchemist, this was too exaggerated, wasn't it? However, with his eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the badge was real. He was in the flower blossom tier, which was indeed extraordinary, but the problem was that low-level Earth-grade alchemists were on equal footing with flower blossom tier cultivators. In fact, because of the rarity of alchemists, they were even slightly stronger than flower blossom tier cultivators, and even spiritual infant tier elites would be very polite to them. However, could a flower blossom tier cultivator make a spiritual infant tier cultivator be polite? What a joke! Martial art had a strict hierarchy, and if a flower blossom tier cultivator dared to show off in front of a spiritual infant tier elite, he would definitely be smacked to death with a single slap. Unless you had a deity transformation tier or heaven tier father, and if you had a shattering void tier father, then it wasn't impossible for spiritual infant tier warriors to kneel down and lick your boots. So its master Ling Ao Feng put away his high and mighty attitude. He had just broken through to the flower blossom tier, and there might come a time when he would ask Ling Han to concoct alchemical pills for him in the future. Moreover, alchemists were a very united group. Offending one meant offending the whole group. Thus, he did not want to become enemies with Ling Han. Of course, it was mainly because he had the thought of asking Ling Han to refine pills in the future. Otherwise, this was the Dark Demon Forest, So what if he killed Ling Han? Who knew? Ling Han also clasped his hands in greeting and said, "No problem." He was neither cold nor indifferent, perfectly displaying the arrogance unique to alchemists. This was his natural performance, so he was naturally familiar with it. Why would Grandmaster Ling come to the Dark Demon Forest alone, with just 2 people? Aofeng asked. He just noticed Hu Niu, and couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Why had he overlooked her earlier? When one had reached such heights as his, all matters of the world should have been reflected in his mind, but he had neglected Hu Niu, which was incredibly strange. Fortunately, it was just a 5 or 6-year-old girl. So what if he ignored her? I need a spirit medicine. If Brother Ao can find it, I'll definitely reward you handsomely, Ling Han said with a smile. Hearing this, Aofeng instantly felt displeased. He was in the flower blossom tier, but a 17 or 18-year-old youngster with only spiritual ocean tier cultivation actually called him brother. This naturally made him very displeased. But who asked him to be an earth-grade alchemist? Low cultivation and young age weren't a problem at all. I wonder what spirit medicine Grandmaster Ling is looking for? Aofeng asked. From the very beginning, he had already planned to befriend Ling Han, and now, he naturally could only lower his attitude along the way. Crimson red chilling ice grass. Ling Han said with a straight face, laughing inwardly. If Aofeng really found a spirit medicine for him, then he'd concoct a restore spirit pill for Ling Dongxing to consume in the future, allowing his father's cultivation to soar all the way and finally suppress Aofeng. When he told Aofeng the truth, would this guy be so angry that he'd vomit blood? He really looked forward to it. Alright, I'll remember it. If there's a chance, I'll definitely deliver a spirit medicine for Grandmaster Ling. Aofeng nodded, then said, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Please. Ling Han also nodded. Aofeng stepped on the wind and left, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Ling Han's gaze turned cold, pondering if he should form a brother with Aofeng of a different surname or something. At that time, this guy would have to call Ling Dongxing uncle when he saw him. He immediately shook his head and put away this kind of bad taste. Ling Han hates that bad guy? Hu Niu suddenly asked. Ling Han smiled and said, Niu is so smart you even figured it out. Hu Niu giggled. She was the most sensitive to auras and emotions. Even if Ling Han deliberately suppressed his hatred and even hid it from Aofeng, it couldn't escape Hu Niu's eyes. However, we have to be careful from now on, Ling Han said, and walked into the valley with Hu Niu. Ice-fire gourd valley, half was a world of ice and snow, and the other half was surging lava, and once inside it was a vast expanse of white snow that covered the entire valley. It was white without a trace of other colors, which was quite a spectacular sight. There's a big snake here, Ling Han said. Niu wants to eat snake meat. Hu Niu's eyes immediately lit up, almost drooling. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, That's a peak stage spiritual pedestal tier being. I can't beat it, what about you? Niu can't beat it either. Hu Niu sighed dejectedly, appearing extremely disappointed. This was too big of a blow to the glutton. We're mainly looking for crimson red chilling ice grass, we can deal with this big snake later, Ling Han said. Hu Niu nodded obediently. The two walked quickly, passing through the ice valley, and a sea of fire appeared in front of them. There was crimson red lava surging, a scene that made one's scalp tingle. Between the sea of fire and the layer of ice, there was boiling hot water as a buffer. But whether it was the sea of fire or the layer of ice, their power was very strong, and neither was swallowed by the other, existing for who knew how many millennia. As far as Ling Han knew, there was no place like the Dark Demon Forest in his previous life, but it was possible that there was such a place, but he didn't know. After all, the vast lands were too big. Ling Han carefully searched for the place where crimson red chilling ice grass could grow. This kind of spirit medicine would only grow in the buffer zone in the middle, absorbing the power of ice and fire at the same time, or else it wouldn't survive. But this buffer zone was all boiling water, and there were no rocks popping out, which determined that crimson red chilling ice grass couldn't grow because this kind of spirit medicine hated water environments. It was a wasted trip. Ling Han took out the map, which marked many special landforms, but other than this ice-fire gourd valley, there was no other place suitable for crimson red chilling ice grass to grow. Unless it was the core of the Dark Demon Forest. Hong! At this moment an earth-shattering sound was heard, and a large silver-white snake broke out of the ice. Just the exposed head was several dozen meters tall, and the length of the entire snake body was extremely shocking. Ling Han was surprised not because of the long tail of this giant snake, but because of the bump on top of its head. Was this the rhythm of transforming into a flood dragon? Chapter 398. Snake transforming into flood dragon transforming into dragon. This was a very normal path of evolution. However, the problem was that flood dragons always had two horns, so what did you mean with a bump on your head becoming a unicorn? Hunyo immediately lay on the ground and opened her small mouth, showing her white teeth and roaring. If she had hair, it would definitely be standing on end. Ling Han also revealed a vigilant expression. This large snake was the overlord of the Gourd Cave, a 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier existence. However, for some reason it gave Ling Han a feeling that it was even more terrifying than Aofeng just now. That's right, Hunyo also felt this way. So she immediately made a defensive and warning stance. When Aofeng appeared just now, Hunyo was very calm. The large snake slowly stood up, its head continuously growing as if its body was endlessly long, and when it reached the height of the valley, its entire body still didn't drill out of the ice layer. This was truly inconceivable. At least 1,000 meters long was certain, maybe a few thousand meters long. Ling Han didn't understand. Could a spiritual pedestal tier beast snake grow so big? The bigger the body, the greater the power of the creature. For example, if a creature could grow to the size of the vast lands after adulthood, then he wouldn't need to cultivate at all, just step on it a few times. Even if the vast lands didn't shatter, the people and beasts on it would probably all die, and only a few elites could survive. But precisely because of this, the heavens would strictly limit the size of creatures. For beasts, only when their strength increased could their size follow. For spiritual pedestal tier, the limit size should only be about 100 meters, and only flower blossom tier could reach 1,000 meters, but it couldn't exceed this number. However, this large snake was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and its size not only exceeded 100, but even exceeded 1,000, advancing into the level of the spiritual infant tier. Adding on the bump on its head, it was even more strange. There was never heard of a snake beast that could transform into a flood dragon at the spiritual pedestal tier. Transforming into a flood dragon was something that happened after the heaven tier. Strange, too strange. It took a long time to describe, but all of this happened in the span of a single breath. Hong, this large snake descended from the sky, and its entire head smashed down. It was barbaric and violent, using terrifying power to achieve victory. Ling Han's face turned green. He grabbed Hunyo, who still wanted to soar into the skies and fight to her heart's content. His figure flashed, and he had already entered into the Black Tower. With the power and weight of the giant snake, added with the inertia of falling from the sky, such a huge force was enough to instantly smash him and Hunyo into minced meat, guaranteeing a thorough death. This was really unreasonable. He didn't want to compete with you in terms of technique at all. He just wanted to crush you with brute force. But then again, he was able to fully unleash the power of the giant snake. Strange. Why do I sense a familiar scent from this snake? Ling Han rubbed his chin. Spiritual pedestal tier demonic beasts would have special elemental attacks, such as spitting fire, cold mist, and venom. Ling Han had even seen demonic snakes that turned all the scales on their bodies into sharp blades and shot them out. However, this large snake didn't seem to have any plans to use its own special abilities. The moment it came, it fiercely smashed with its head, extremely practiced, and was a habitual offender. Ling Han looked through the Black Tower and saw that the large snake was searching for his, and Hunyo's flesh and blood all over the ground. The large snake's eyes revealed a blank expression, as if it didn't understand how the two of them disappeared. Extremely stupid. Ling Han was even more confused. Being able to cultivate to the peak of the spiritual pedestal tier, only one step away from crossing the mortal line, how could its intelligence be so low? Demonic beasts possessed very high intelligence. The higher the level, the smarter they were. Flower blossom tier demonic beasts were definitely no weaker than humans' intellect. But why was this large snake so stupid? It was as if it only knew how to use its head to smash people and only fought with its instincts. Fight. Ling Han made a decision. Xiao, his figure flashed, and he was already out of the Black Tower. Holding the demon birth sword, the thunder battle armor was already activated. Hong, his left hand shot out a flash of lightning, while his right hand brandished the sword. Xiao, 7 flashes of sword chi crisscrossed. Pu, 2 attacks landed on the large snake's body at the same time. But what surprised Ling Han was that the 7 flashes of sword chi only left a few white marks on the snake's scales, while the lightning was slightly more effective, piercing through the snake's scales and creating a wound on the large snake's body. However, with the large snake's size, it really didn't hurt or itch. The large snake was infuriated. Hong, the snake's head smashed down again. Ling Han hurriedly entered the Black Tower and dodged this attack. Pung, the entire valley trembled, showing this large snake's terrifying power. Ling Han, however, laughed and said to himself, if it were another 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier, I really wouldn't be able to deal with it, but this snake is too stupid. I can just exhaust it to death. He once again exited the Black Tower and directly punched with both fists, activating the Thunder Battle Armor's power and turning into flashes of lightning that blasted towards the large snake's eyes. The large snake was stupid, but its instincts made it very likely to avoid a vital injury like the eyes, immediately turning its head and dodging. Then, another head smashed down, causing the valley to tremble violently. Countless accumulated snow soared into the sky, and snowflakes filled the sky. On the other side, the sea of flames was also boiling like a tide, splashing out scarlet-red lava. Ling Han continuously entered and exited the Black Tower, diligently attacking the large snake's eyes. As long as he succeeded once, he could reap a great victory, so he was completely in no hurry. The large snake was stupid. If Ling Han's strength was stronger, it would definitely have drilled into the layer of ice under its instincts, and wouldn't fight with Ling Han at all. However, in its eyes, Ling Han was so weak that it would die with a single smash, so how could it escape from such a stinky bug? Moreover, it was continuously hit by Ling Han. Although its skin was thick and its flesh was thick, and it only hurt a little, it completely aroused its ferocity, determined to kill Ling Han. One man and one snake wasted time just like that. After a few hours, the large snake became more and more manic, constantly pounding the ground with its head as if it wanted to take the initiative. Ling Han looked for an opportunity, and in the instant the large snake pounded the ground, he attacked from the Black Tower. Xiao, a sword slashed wildly, an 800 sword light soared into the sky. It was the mysterious 3000. Poo. These sword lights all blasted towards the large snake's right eye. At this time, the large snake's terrifying defense was fully displayed. Even if the eye was such a weak vital point, several hundred sword lights still didn't shatter it. Only when the last 100 sword lights surged over did a crack finally appear on the eyeball, and then like broken porcelain, it shattered with a loud bang. A liquid rushed out like a burst dam. Under the pain, the large snake twisted madly, and a huge force rampaged, as if the entire valley was going to be flattened. Ling Han entered the Black Tower and immediately recovered his origin power. Now that he slashed out the mysterious 3000 with all his strength, it wouldn't exhaust all his strength, but it still seemed to be 1/3 less. He crushed several dozen origin crystals, recovering his cultivation extremely quickly. Then he charged out of the Black Tower and charged in through the hole in the large snake's eye. The demon birth sword activated 2 vein-like patterns, and sword chi crisscrossed. Ling Han didn't care about the consequences, slashing to his heart's content. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 399. Formations were ever-changing. Some focused on confusion and would forcibly trap a person to death. Some were killing formations, and once one entered the formation, one would encounter an endless amount of danger. Meanwhile, some were defensive formations and were like iron barrels. Great mountain protection formations usually focused on defense, and the one in the Fire Country's Imperial Palace was one such formation. Although it was a level 6 formation, even a spiritual infant tier elite would find it very difficult to forcefully break through. That was because once a gap was opened, it would very quickly close up. Unless one's power was strong enough to create a huge gap, only then would one be able to pass through easily. That would require at least the power of a spiritual infant tier elite. Ling Han's battle prowess was very awesome, but he was still unable to break through the limits of the spiritual infant tier. Thus, he could not possibly force his way through this great formation. However, this was a completely different matter from breaking through the formation. With the Eye of Truth, this formation had practically no secrets in front of him. The simplest way to break through the formation is to destroy a few of the formation's eyes inside. However, the formation's eyes are inside the formation, so this is contradictory unless someone is working together from the inside. However, there is still a slightly more troublesome way to break through the formation, and that is to simultaneously attack a few weak points to create a temporary gap. Ling Han mumbled. Strange images of the sun, moon, and stars surged in his eyes. If I use the annihilating dragon star arrow to attack those 7 points at the same time, I believe I will be able to create a huge gap. He took a deep breath, spread out his hands, and made a drawing posture of a bow. Instantly, 7 spots of light suddenly appeared, turning into 7 arrowheads. Then, the body of the arrowhead that was intertwined with white light also appeared, densely covered with characters. This similarly did not belong to the current cultivation system, and it emitted an ancient and terrifying presence. The Eye of Truth and the annihilating dragon star arrow. The combination of the two great mystical powers was practically a perfect match. For no reason, everyone in the imperial palace felt an endless chill, as if they would suffer a terrifying mishap in the next second. Xiao Ling Han's right hand's 5 fingers loosened, and the 7 light arrows immediately shot towards the formation. The moment they were shot, the 7 light arrows shot in 7 different directions, as fast as flowing light. No one could catch the trajectory of the light arrows. This kind of speed was practically killing whoever was shot because under normal circumstances, who would keep using origin power to protect themselves? Wang, the arrows arrived but did not directly hit the imperial palace. A curtain suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the arrows, but this curtain of light was like it was made of porcelain. Countless cracks actually appeared on it, and it suddenly shattered. Ling Han revealed a sliver of a smile. Under his Eye of Truth, this great formation immediately became so weak that it could not withstand a single blow, and was directly destroyed by his 7 arrows. Of course, this was also because of the annihilating dragon star arrow's strength. Otherwise, even if he found a weak point, he might not be able to break through it. After all, this weak point was only a relatively weak point, and not something that any attack could blast open. However, the formation's eye was not destroyed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rolled in, beginning to reconstruct the formation. Let's go. Ling Han did not have the time to practice his archery here, and immediately brought Hunyou into the imperial city. At this time, even if the formation was reactivated, it would be useless. Ling Han had already entered the formation, and if he wanted to break through the formation, it would be countless times easier. He just had to destroy the formation's eye. What? He actually broke through the formation and came in. Impossible. This formation is something that even a spiritual infant tier elite might not be able to break through. Everyone cried out in shock. This was really unbelievable. Ling Han was only in the flower blossom tier, so how could he possibly instantly break through the imperial city's defensive formation? Could it be that this guy's battle prowess was even more terrifying than a spiritual infant tier elite? What could they do? Even the protective formation was helpless, so who else could stop Ling Han? Young friend, if you have anything to say, just say it to this old man. I believe that no matter how big the matter is, this old man can still make the decision. At this time, an old man appeared. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, so old that he looked like he could close his eyes at any time, and there was actually a flame burning on top of his head. This was not a real flame but the flame of martial arts. What did the appearance of the flame of martial arts signify? Forcibly boosting one's vitality, burning one's life force and martial intent as the price, allowing oneself to reach the best state in the later stages of one's life. This was something that couldn't be helped. After a martial artist entered an old age, their blood and chi would weaken, and their battle prowess would no longer be what it was in the past. Only by burning the flame of martial arts would one be able to battle to the extreme. But in this way, regardless of victory or defeat, one's vitality would be greatly damaged, and the lifespan that was already not much left in the first place would drop even further. It was even possible that one would directly die after a battle. Old Emperor. Everyone bowed down one after another, incomparably reverent. This was the emperor of the previous generation of Fire Country, and also the one and only flower blossom tier cultivator of Fire Country. He had forcibly advanced to this level by relying on the power of the nation, and only in Fire Country would he possess the lifespan of a flower blossom tier cultivator. Otherwise, once he left, with the fact that he had lived for close to 300 years, he would definitely immediately decay. In the desolate north, flower blossom tier cultivators were the divine tools that guarded the country and defended against foreign invaders. Ling Han was too strong. With a single move, he had broken through the Great Formation, forcing the old emperor to have no choice but to show himself. This was indeed the most dangerous time for Fire Country. I only have one request, and that is to stop excavating that ancient mine forever, Ling Han said. The old emperor looked hesitant. That ancient mine could give a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator hope of breaking through. A real hope of breaking through. What did this mean? Fire Country would have more than one flower blossom tier cultivator. Then it would be possible for Fire Country to sweep over the other 8 nations and unify the desolate north. More territory, more population, and stronger power of the nation. Then, Fire Country would also be able to produce more flower blossom tier cultivators. Even if the ancient mine was completely excavated, the power of the nation would not be emptied, and the foundation of Fire Country would be passed down through the ages. This was too important, so the old emperor was naturally hesitant. All right, this old man agrees to your request. After only an instant, the old emperor nodded in agreement. If he could not even pass this hurdle before him, what future would there be? Ling Han said calmly, I hope you are not doing it half-heartedly, or else. He drew out the demon birth sword, and with a slash 19 flashes of sword chi shot out. Every flash of sword chi was covered with ancient characters. These were the bone patterns that he had obtained from the old vicious mongoose. They could increase one's attack power, and could practically be considered a mystical power. His sword slashed towards the skies, and a terrifying scene appeared. It was as if the skies were being torn apart, and a black void actually appeared. It was too terrifying. The might of this strike was so strong that it was impossible to fathom it. Everyone trembled. 19 flashes of sword chi. Was this guy really human? 10 flashes of chi, and he was already a top-notch king tier, so what kind of concept was 19 flashes? In the flower blossom tier, he was definitely invincible. At this moment, the old emperor completely dispelled his naive idea of pretending to agree to Ling Han's request. He would first stall for time, and in the future, when 8 or 10 flower blossom tier warriors appeared, he would then fight Ling Han. What more, 8 or 10, even 80 or 100 would be nothing more than a gift. I dare not. He lowered his stance to an extremely low level. Ling Han nodded, turned around and left. He wanted to properly interrogate Na Jiyan. Chapter 400. What is Tao? The source of heaven and earth, the true meaning of the world. Legend has it that the gods grasped the Tao of heaven and earth, invincible in the world, transcending life and death. Martial art, alchemy, and formations all pursued the source from different angles, searching for Tao. But as Small Tower said, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Mortals were mediocre, and even when Ling Han reached heaven tier in his previous life, he only stayed at the level of all things, striving to trace back to the source and pursue 3. In martial art he was still far from it, but in alchemy, he reached the peak stage of heaven tier and had 1 foot into God tier, qualified to come into contact with 3. But now a small piece of black stone actually contained the source of chaos, reaching the level of 2. Then, if he could grasp the source of chaos in the black stone, wouldn't he be able to jump straight into God tier? Once Ling Han said so, Small Tower immediately shook its head and said, Impossible, the source of chaos in this black stone is too little, and it's only a fragment of the enormous source of chaos. Even if you can completely grasp one fragment, it's still too far away from the source of chaos. However, I can absorb this bit of source of chaos and extract the source power which can repair my body by 1/1000th. This was a lot of information. Ling Han was startled for a while, then blurted out, You can extract the source power? Also, Black Tower is injured, and even the source power can only be repaired by 1/1000th. Small Tower shook lightly and said, I was severely injured, which was why I was struck down into this world, losing almost all my memories. Extracting the source power shouldn't be difficult, my instincts tell me I can do it, and this black stone is really too small. Being able to repair 1 billionth is already an optimistic guess. Ling Han opened his mouth wide. What kind of existence was Black Tower that it could only be repaired with source power? Then, could he wait until the day Black Tower completely recovered in this lifetime? However, he was only in spiritual ocean tier, and already obtained a small piece of black stone, which meant that his luck was nature-defying, and he might be able to repair Black Tower without breaking through to God tier. One should be more optimistic. Ling Han did not plan on handing the black stone over to Small Pagoda to refine for now. This chaotic intent could sharpen his own martial art intent, especially since he was currently stuck at 7 flashes of sword chi. Part of the reason was that his martial art intent was not strong enough. He exited the Black Tower and brought Hunyo to the core area of the Dark Demon Forest. It was extremely possible that there were more black stones there. This was because the Dark Devil Forest was famous for its demonic energy. The demonic beasts at the core were all bedeviled, bloodthirsty and terrifying. Previously Ling Han didn't know the reason, but now that he thought about it, if there were black stones there, their long-term existence would definitely affect the environment, and thus the living beings there. Whether it was for the crimson-red chilling ice grass or the chaos origin of the black stone, Ling Han had to make this trip. A day later, another stockade appeared in front of them. This stronghold was much smaller than the previous one, but its defensive power had increased by a large margin. There were spiritual ocean tier martial artists patrolling all around with weapons in their hands, and their vigilance was extremely high. Ling Han thought about it and decided to settle down in this stronghold. He walked over and was charged 5 origin crystals. Thankfully, probably because Hunyo was really too young, she actually didn't charge her entrance fee, saving Ling Han a small sum of money. This stronghold was also constructed with wooden walls and bamboo houses, but it was more simple. It couldn't be helped, because this was the 3rd ring of the Dark Devil Forest. The entire Dark Devil Forest was divided into 4 rings from the inside to the outside. The first ring was obviously the core area. Because of the great influence of demonic chi, no party could stay there. Normally, only Flower Blossom tier elites dared to enter, but they also came and went in a hurry, not daring to stay for long. Then it was the 2nd ring. This was the stronghold set up by Bloodlight Tower and Dark Demon Hall. It was also the stronghold at the front line, often suffering attacks from demonic beasts that came out of the core area. To enter there to rest and reorganize, one had to pay 10 origin crystals for each day of stay. Fiery Sungrass was in this area, and the danger level was quite high because one might encounter Flower Blossom tier demonic beasts that came out of the core area. And where Ling Han was now was the 3rd ring. The nearby demonic beasts were quite terrifying, with spiritual pedestal tier existences. Even spiritual pedestal tier martial artists had to be careful. One careless move and they would be doomed eternally. He brought Hunyo to the restaurant. This was the best place to find out the latest news. Big news! Big news, Bloodlight Tower changed owners. What really? Haha, I just came out of the 2nd ring, only 100 miles away from Bloodlight Tower's headquarters. How could the news I heard with my own ears be fake? Strange, wasn't Bloodlight Tower's master in his prime? Why did he abdicate? He didn't abdicate himself, he was defeated. Hey, Bloodlight Tower's master is in the Flower Blossom tier, an almighty being on par with Heavenly Silkworm Court's master, Shurgu Palace master, and Wind Demon Hall's master, yet he was actually defeated. Exactly, it said that the person who defeated Bloodlight Tower's master was a Grandmaster of Fists, able to burst forth with 10 flashes of fist chi. With just 19 consecutive punches, he beat Bloodlight Tower's master to the ground, having no choice but to hand over his authority. Hiss, who was that person? He's too fierce. I don't know, that person is very mysterious, only calling himself Fist Emperor. Fist Emperor is too domineering. As Ling Han listened, he was also somewhat surprised. Bloodlight Tower, one of the 4 great forces, was actually forced to change owners. This was truly a major event. He didn't know where this person who called himself Fist Emperor came from. Not only was he strong enough, but his will was also high enough. The titles of Emperor and Emperor couldn't be used carelessly. For example, in his previous life, only Sword Emperor and Setting Sun Saber Emperor were respectfully addressed as Emperor and Emperor, and he was also honored with the title of Alchemy Emperor because he reached supreme achievements in alchemy. This represented invincibility in a tier. Sword Emperor, invincible in sword arts, Saber Emperor, reigning supreme in saber arts, and he stood at the pinnacle of alchemy. Calling himself Fist Emperor, who knew how many experts of fists would come to challenge him, because if they tacitly acknowledged his title, it would be equivalent to acknowledging his position as number one in fists. How could those grandmasters of fists tolerate that? Ling Han stroked his chin. Should he also call himself some emperor and attract hatred? Just thinking about it was quite exciting. This news of yours isn't considered new. That's something from at least a month ago. On the side, someone was unwilling to have the limelight stolen, and immediately interrupted. Now many figures on the prodigy roll have gathered in the Dark Demon Forest, and this is the most sensational matter. Why? This news aroused the curiosity of many people. After all, figures on the prodigy roll could become flower blossom tier, or even spiritual infant tier elites in the future. With so many people gathered in the Dark Demon Forest, it could be called a grand event. I heard that in the core of the forest, there's a treasure that came into being. That person said, pretending to be mysterious. What treasure? Everyone asked in surprise. Chapter 401. Oh, what treasure? Everyone revealed a curious expression. Treasure. Just these two words were enough to make one's blood boil. And this was something that people on the prodigy roll were concerned about, so such a treasure was obviously extremely precious. That person chuckled, and seeing everyone's gazes focused on him, a strong sense of vanity instantly rose, and he said, I'm not sure about the specifics, I just heard it's a rock. Rock? Everyone was shocked. What was so good about a rock that it could attract so many people on the prodigy roll? Ling Han, however, was startled. Could it be for the black stone? It contained the source of chaos inside. No. He immediately shook his head inwardly. Even he couldn't refine and absorb this power in his last life. Not to mention some spiritual ocean tier and spiritual pedestal tier warriors. Other things aside, even his heaven tier divine sense couldn't withstand the chaotic intent inside the black stone, and he had to rely on the black tower to suppress it. Others obviously didn't have the qualifications, unless they were as strange as Hu Niu. Haha, you're talking nonsense, what's so good about a rock? Someone mocked. It really is a rock, I didn't lie to you guys. That person hurriedly swore. Martial artists all cared about their face, and being doubted like this instantly made them anxious. However, most people didn't believe that there was anything good about a rock. That's right, it's indeed a rock called Heavenly Luck Stone, someone said. Right, I remember, it's called Heavenly Luck Stone. The person from before said hurriedly. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the person who spoke of Heavenly Luck Stone. It was a slender man dressed in white, but he wore a straw hat on his head, so his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, judging from his previous words, this person should be quite young. By White Robe Sword King Shenzhong Cheng, someone said with a trembling voice when he saw the treasured sword he placed on the table. White Robe Sword King. North Region's Prodigy Roll, ranked 29th. And the only one at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier to squeeze into the top 40. Absolutely nature-defying. Everyone cried out in surprise. Although Shenzhong Cheng's ranking wasn't at the top and hadn't even squeezed into the top 10, he was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Yet he was able to push 11 martial artists at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier to the back, and even the 30th ranked martial artist had 2 stars of battle prowess. Shenzhong Cheng's freakishness was evident. Even Ling Han nodded. If he did not use the demon birth sword and thunder battle armor, and merely relied on his own battle prowess, then with the help of the mysterious 3000, he would at most be able to kill a 2-star spiritual pedestal tier elite. However, he was now only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and there was still some distance from the 9th layer. When he and Shenzhong Cheng were at the same tier, their battle prowess would definitely not be limited to 2 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, but 4 stars or even 5 stars was possible. On the other hand, could it be that Shenzhong Cheng had revealed all of his trump cards? Just like Ling Han, the demon birth sword would only be used at the most crucial moment? Perhaps Shenzhong Cheng also had such a great killing weapon? No matter what, a person at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier being able to battle a spiritual pedestal tier elite was indeed freakish. Moreover, Shenzhong Cheng was only 20 years old, and even Ling Han didn't dare to underestimate him. May I ask young Master Shen, what kind of treasure is the Heavenly Luck Stone? Someone asked boldly. Shen Zhongcheng's symbol was his treasured sword. A white string was tied to the scabbard, forming the shape of a butterfly, and he wore white all year round. However, ever since he ascended onto the prodigy role, there were more people who imitated his attire, so this person might not be the real white-robed sword king. However, Ling Han was certain that he was Shen Zhongcheng, because he felt the unique presence of an elite from the other's body, like an unsheathed sword showing off its edge. Heavenly Luck Stone. A gift from heaven and earth. Martial artists at and below the spiritual pedestal tier will refine it into their bodies, and when they break through to the next tier, the stone's essence will produce a miraculous effect, improving their physique in all aspects. Once they advance, their battle prowess will soar by 4 to 5 stars, Shen Zhongcheng said in a calm tone. Pooh! Everyone choked on their saliva. Normally, being able to surpass 1 or 2 stars of battle prowess was already extraordinary, and 3 or 4 stars was genius level, but the Heavenly Luck Stone could directly bestow 4 or 5 stars of battle prowess. What kind of concept was that? As expected of a rare treasure of heaven and earth, no wonder it attracted so many figures on the prodigy roll. Young Master Shen should also have come for the Heavenly Luck Stone, someone said. That's for sure. Young Master Shen is now at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, obviously suppressing his cultivation, planning to consolidate his cultivation before breaking through. With the Heavenly Luck Stone, plus young Master Shen's talent, he can have over 10 stars of battle prowess at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. However, the Heavenly Luck Stone is so precious. Not to mention the figures on the prodigy roll, even those who have been famous for a long time will come. Even Flower Blossom tier and Spiritual Infant tier elites will appear to seize opportunities for their descendants. If these elites also appear, then the younger generation will definitely have no chance. Even if all the people on the prodigy roll were added together, it would be useless. Ling Han, however, thought, how did the news about the Heavenly Luck Stone spread out? Such a precious thing, everyone would hide it, right? How did it become like the whole world knew about it now? The answer was soon revealed. It turned out that 10 days ago, an exploration team entered the core area of the forest and accidentally discovered the Heavenly Luck Stone. However, there was a powerful beast overseeing nearby, and they couldn't seize it, so they decided to go back and gather people again before acting. However, this team was a motley crew that was put together temporarily. Someone became greedy, and it was 3 brothers of the same clan who poisoned and assassinated the others in the team. Except for one. He was poisoned, but he was also an expert in poison, so he had a certain level of resistance to poison. Unexpectedly, he didn't die on the spot. He escaped into a stronghold, and before he died, he spread the news. Thus, everyone in the Dark Devil Forest knew about the Heavenly Luck Stone. But as for its exact location, because the poisoned person didn't have time to say it before dying, everyone only knew that it was in the core area of the forest. Because of this, the news only spread in the Dark Devil Forest, and the various large sects didn't receive the news yet. However, as time passed, it could be imagined that a large number of elites would definitely come. The Heavenly Luck Stone could create a nature-defying elite for the sect, worthy of the sect's old ancestor moving out. Ling Han shook his head. First, it was the crimson-red chilling ice grass, then the mysterious black stone, and now the Heavenly Luck Stone. Was he destined to have no peace on this trip? Shen Zhongcheng, I didn't think I'd meet you here, come out and spar. A voice came from outside the restaurant. Someone immediately poked his head out and exclaimed, It's Weaving Shadow Dual Swords Luo Da. Weaving Shadow Dual Swords, ranked 42nd on the prodigy roll. The difference is too big. No, that's only the ranking from a year ago. I heard that Luo Da already advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, and even defeated several famous experts in the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. No wonder he dared to challenge. Chapter 402. Shen Zhongcheng sat upright without moving and said indifferently, I never spar with someone I've defeated. Shen Zhongcheng, you're scared, right? Luo Da's voice floated over from outside. Shen Zhongcheng picked up his wine cup, took a small sip and said, I hate people like you who don't have self-awareness, so if you force me to fight, I definitely won't be merciful. Haha, that's even better. I was just thinking about how much your strength improved, Luo Da said, but his laughter was extremely gloomy, obviously very displeased. Shen Zhongcheng stood up, reached out to grab the long sword on the table, and strode out of the restaurant. Hong, the crowd instantly surged out. That was a battle between two people ranked near the top of the prodigy roll. Who wouldn't want to witness it? We'll go too, Ling Han said with a smile. Hu Niu nodded, one hand grabbing onto the corner of Ling Han's clothes, while the other hand didn't forget to gnaw on the jerky. She left the restaurant with Ling Han, left the stronghold and came to an empty space outside. At this time, Shen Zhongcheng was confronting a 24 or 25-year-old young man. That young man was tall and sturdy, probably taller than normal people by at least 2 heads, and standing there Shen Zhongcheng instantly looked like a child. This person was obviously Luoda, but such a big and burly guy actually didn't choose brute force weapons like staves, axes or hammers but instead used swords. Moreover, they were 2 short swords and in his hands they looked like embroidery needles. How could it not be harmonious? However, no one laughed. Luoda was ranked 42nd on the prodigy roll, and definitely didn't get there through jokes. Draw your swords, Luoda said loudly. If you can force me to draw my swords, I'll obviously draw them, Shen Zhongcheng said indifferently. These words were full of pretentiousness, but it made the eyes of the surrounding spectators shine with the light of infatuation. Arrogant Luoda attacked. The 2 short swords danced together, and the intent of martial art burst forth, forming streaks of white silk that entangled towards Shen Zhongcheng. Ling Han couldn't help but nod. Luoda was indeed in the spiritual pedestal tier and had even stabilized his tier, reaching the middle stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. These threads were actually condensed from sword chi, but he had obviously cultivated a strange sword technique that could actually condense sword chi into threads and not disperse. It was indeed quite impressive. To be able to enter the prodigy list, how could one be mediocre? Shen Zhongcheng used his fingers as a sword and moved his feet while waving his fingers to release sword chi. Sword chi, sword chi. Why was it called sword chi? It was because it needed to be shot out with a sword. It could increase the sharpness of a treasured sword. However, if it was shot out from a finger, the sharpness of the sword would be greatly reduced. Why was the fist chi unaffected? That was because the power of the fist lay in the power of the bombardment, not the effects of cutting. Now that Shen Zhongcheng was using his fingers as a sword, the power of the sword chi was naturally much weaker. If the sword in his hand was still a 4th or 5th rank spirit tool, the effect would naturally be even lower. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Shen Zhongcheng was truly skilled and daring. He was obviously weaker than Luoda by a whole tier, yet he still dared to be so arrogant, not even drawing his weapon. However, Shen Zhongcheng wasn't arrogant, but rather had real skills. His fingers moved continuously as if playing a zither. Xiao, flashes of sword chi shot out, perfectly dispersing Luoda's attack. The 2 were actually tied. However, Luoda was a great realm higher than Shen Zhongcheng, and he even used weapons. The 2 short swords were obviously spirit tools, with vein-like patterns flashing on them. In a situation where he had such a big advantage, he could actually only fight to a draw with Shen Zhongcheng. In reality, he had already lost completely. Hu Niu's eyes gradually lit up as she stared at Shen Zhongcheng's figure, revealing a battle-hungry expression. Ling Han was also a bit itchy. Hu asked him to use a sword. As expected of the white-robed sword king, too strong. He could rival Luoda, who's in the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he advances into the spiritual pedestal tier, his battle prowess would probably soar to 9 stars, or even 10 stars. That's right, there's still 4 months' time, and Shen Zhongcheng can definitely advance into the spiritual pedestal tier. The year-end prodigy battle is good, there's going to be another freak. Everyone nodded, giving complete affirmation to Shen Zhongcheng's strength. Ah! Luoda roared. He couldn't bear such an ending. He'd obviously advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, thinking that he could rely on the advantage of a whole tier to suppress this powerful opponent in front of him, but it was still to no avail. His eyes reddened and he decided to use some trump cards. He definitely couldn't lose in public. Ha. Is this the so-called elite of the North region's prodigy role? A youngster flew over. Hong, the presence of the spiritual pedestal tier overflowed without reservation, instantly suppressing everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This youngster was only 24 or 25, but was shockingly in the high tier of the spiritual pedestal tier. His battle prowess was definitely shocking, yet no one recognized his identity. This kind of genius should be a well-known figure on the prodigy roll. Shen Zhongchang and Luoda immediately stopped fighting, and both walked towards that youngster. You really disappoint me, unbelievably weak. That youngster shook his head, his face full of disdain. With trash like you have the nerve to be ranked on some prodigy roll. I'll really laugh my teeth off. And who are you? Luoda said angrily. This guy was equivalent to looking down on all the 100 people on the prodigy roll. That youngster leaped, his left hand reaching out to press towards Luoda, while his right hand punched towards Shen Zhongchang, actually challenging two heroes on the prodigy roll at the same time. Luoda immediately swung his sword, and Shen Zhongchang hesitated slightly. With a chong, his sword was unsheathed. Shwa shwa shwa, instantly 7 flashes of sword chi shot out, heading towards that youngster. Pung pung. With 2 muffled sounds, Luoda and Shen Zhongchang were both pushed back at the same time, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. They actually both suffered a loss from this blow. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. 1 against 2, battling 2 great prodigies, not only winning completely, but also wounding 2 of them. This strength was truly shocking. Although a high-level spiritual pedestal tier cultivator should have such a performance, this youngster was only 24 or 25 years old, so it could be said to be very fair. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant, he was indeed freakish. Who exactly are you? Luoda exclaimed. Shen Zhongchang took off his bamboo hat, revealing an ordinary face, but his eyes shone like stars, causing others to stare uncontrollably, unable to look away. His fighting spirit soared to the skies, and his sword was raised horizontally, emitting a mysterious aura. Ling Han shook his head slightly. Tier was a shortcoming. If Shen Zhongchang advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, he would have the right to fight that youngster, but not now. That youngster was in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and from his attack just now, his battle prowess should be around 12 or 13 stars, not very freakish. However, it was more than enough to crush spiritual ocean tier and 1st layer spiritual pedestal tier cultivators. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 403. There were only over 1,000 soldiers in the army, but they were all at least in the spiritual pedestal tier, and there was only 1 carriage in the army. It was a carriage pulled by 2 seahorses, and the walls of the carriage were painted with ancient patterns. There were also many holes pierced by weapons, but this did not affect the grandeur of the carriage, and instead made it look even more ancient and dignified. When Ling Han's eyes looked over, his mind instantly went blank. He saw a large hand appear out of thin air, grabbing towards him. This large hand was extremely terrifying, as if even if the sky collapsed, he could still hold it up with a light lift. But upon closer inspection, this was actually a female's hand. The skin was snow white and delicate, almost perfect. Too powerful. Ling Han did not have a second thought, and directly brought Hunyao into the Black Tower. His heart was thumping madly. Although it was only for an instant, it was the most dangerous moment he had ever been in this life. If he had been just a little bit slower, he would definitely have been caught by that large hand, and there would definitely be no way for him to enter into the Black Tower again. High-level Heaven tier, or even Shattering Void tier. Ling Han shook his head. The other party's strength was so strong that it could not be estimated. He too only had a sliver of divine sense of the Heaven tier. Perhaps he could see through the cultivation of ordinary Heaven tier elites, but high-level Heaven tier elites were like a dense fog. Moreover, the Sea race had Shattering Void tier elites. There was one thing that could be confirmed, and that was that the elite in the carriage could not possibly be Xian Kongming. He was only in the deity transformation tier. A surprised sound came from inside the carriage. "My lord, is there something wrong?" A Sea race warrior immediately asked. "A very interesting flea," the person in the carriage said. Her voice was coquettish, and it was as if she possessed endless charm. The eyes of that Sea race warrior wandered, as if he wanted to find the flea that the princess spoke of. However, how could he possibly discover the Black Tower? Naturally, his efforts were in vain. "Teleported away," the person in the carriage said. Then she immediately murmured softly, "Did he really teleport away? I don't seem to have sensed any spatial fluctuations, but if he did not teleport, how could he possibly disappear so suddenly?" The wheels of the carriage rolled, and this army continued to advance towards the imperial capital. Only when this army had completely disappeared did Ling Han and Hu Niu emerge from the Black Tower. That scared Niu to death. That woman is so annoying, Hu Niu said, patting her chest. Ling Han nodded. That was a great elite of the sea race, and she was unbelievably strong. Could it be that Na Zhiyan had given himself away? Otherwise, after he had cursed Xian Kongming to death, everything should have come to an end. Then why would an army of the sea race suddenly appear? And why would there be an unbelievably strong woman? She was suspected to be a great elite of the high-level heaven tier, or even the shattering void tier. Who could stop her from doing as she pleased in a place like the North region? Ling Han dragged Na Zhiyan out, and told him everything that had happened just now. Then he asked, "Who is that woman? Also, who else did you tell about this matter?" Na Zhiyan was already crying. How could he dare to tell anyone such a secret? If the sea race found out that he had participated in the matter of cursing Xian Kongming to death, then wouldn't he be chopped into 8 pieces? He said in a trembling voice, That should be the 7th princess of the royal family, Lady Helian Sun Shui. What cultivation level is she at? Ling Han asked. It is said that she is in the heaven tier. Na Zhiyan thought for a moment, then said with certainty, she should be in the heaven tier. The 7th princess is the most outstanding genius of the Helian royal family, but she has yet to advance into the shattering void tier. Ling Han had heard him mention before that there were 3 great royal families in the North Sea: Helian, Xianyu, and Wenren. They all had great elites of the shattering void tier overseeing them, and were equivalent to a great sect in the middle state. Whether Helian Sun Shui was in the shattering void tier or not, even if she was only in the heaven tier, she would still be able to sweep through the North region. Moreover, Ling Han felt that she was far stronger than he had been in his last life. As for whether she could be on par with the Sword Emperor and the others, that was hard to judge, because he had not even seen her once. Thinking about it, she should have gone for the Vial of Curses. Otherwise, the timing would not be so coincidental. But since Na Zhiyan had not divulged the secret, how did she know about this? Could it be that Xian Kongming had divulged the secret before his death? Ling Han thought for a moment, and once again knocked Na Zhiyan unconscious before tossing him into the Black Tower. Then he too headed towards the imperial city. He took a detour and overtook the army of the sea race, arriving at the imperial city ahead of time. To be honest, the advance speed of this army was really not very fast. But no matter how slow it was, after another 2 days, the sea race still arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city. Everyone in the Fire Country acted as if they were facing a great enemy. On the city walls, everyone had their swords drawn and arrows nocked. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. However, in front of an army where even the weakest was in the spiritual pedestal tier, they really could not withstand a single blow. This should not be considered a great army, and could only be considered Helian Sun Shui's guards. After all, there were too few of them. I don't care who obtained that thing, immediately hand it over. Otherwise, 3 days later, I will cause a furious wave that will drown the whole desolate north. From within the carriage, Helian Sun Shui's pleasant yet cold voice was heard. She released a sliver of her aura, and instantly, the pressure was so great that even the heaven and earth lost their color. Pa 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 pa, the weapons in everyone's hands fell to the ground. Aside from those who possessed the aptitude of a ruler among martial artists, everyone else knelt on the ground. Everyone was shocked. They had not even fought and it was already like this. The strength of the other party was practically hair-raising. What to do? They had absolutely no idea what that thing the other party spoke of was, so how could they hand it over? Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. Just a few days ago, someone had charged into the imperial palace and forced them to sign an oath of allegiance, which was extremely humiliating. Now, someone had charged into the imperial city and threatened them. Yet, they did not have the slightest bit of temper. Though the woman in the carriage did not reveal her face, no one dared to doubt her words. She only released a little bit of her aura, and it was enough to let everyone know that this was definitely not a joke. She had this kind of strength, and at the same time she would do so. Ling Han frowned. Now, he was completely sure that what she wanted was the Vial of Curses. After a slight hesitation, he allowed Hu Niu to enter the Black Tower first, and then ascended the city walls. "Me lord," "Milord! Milord!" When it was Ling Han's turn, everyone knelt down one after another as if they had met their savior. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Don't count on me. Now, even 10,000 of me added together would not be a match for a single finger of hers." Hearing Ling Han say this, everyone looked disappointed. Even Ling Han was not a match for her, so what could they do? Ling Han looked into the distance and said loudly, "We can talk, but if you make a move against me again, I will leave immediately, and I guarantee that you will never find me again." "Impudent! You dare speak to our master like this?" The warriors of the sea race all shouted one after another. In their hearts, Hellion Sun Shui was a godlike existence, and could not tolerate the slightest bit of blasphemy. A mere human actually wanted to have a talk with their master? Wishful thinking. Yet a voice was heard from within the carriage and said, "Then let's talk." Obviously, after Ling Han had slipped away once, Hellion Sun Shui at least acknowledged Ling Han's ability to escape. Otherwise, she would have directly captured him for interrogation. How could he have the right to talk? Chapter 404. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. The move that the young man had used just now was the mysterious 3000. However, his opponent had advanced into the flower blossom tier, so a casual attack had supreme might, instantly killing 2 elites in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. As a result, it was impossible to judge the opponent's attainments in the mysterious 3000 from this attack alone. This was also the best demonstration of a swordsman's strength in the way of the sword. The mysterious 3000 was propelled by sword chi. The more sword chi one cultivated, the more sword light one could unleash, and the more powerful it would be. In the sky, the young man said indifferently, "Now, has anyone answered my question? I'll talk. Fairy Zhu should have gone into the depths of the forest. The first reason is to find the scarlet red chilling ice grass. The second reason is to fight for the heavenly Lux stone," someone said with a trembling voice. The young man revealed a smile and said, "Heavenly Lux stone? Xian Er is still only in the spiritual pedestal tier. If she refines a piece of heavenly Lux stone and breaks through to the flower blossom tier in the future, it will be greatly beneficial to her." He paused for a moment and then said, "Jiming, do you think Xianer will be very happy if I take the heavenly Lux stone and give it to her?" Tong Jiming revealed a hint of envy. Heavenly Lux stone was the most precious treasure for martial artists under the flower blossom tier. He was now at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and if he could fuse with a piece of heavenly Lux stone tsk. However, he immediately put away his envy and said respectfully, "Fairy Zhu will definitely be very happy." "Ha ha ha ha." The young man laughed. "Alright, then I'll make an exception and play with the people here." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Each step he took was a sword diagram and it was resplendent like a flower. Tong Jiming sneered at the crowd and hurriedly followed. Although he couldn't fly, a spiritual pedestal tier warrior's speed wasn't slow either. He continuously passed through the treetops and chased after the young man. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Many of them even sat on the ground, drenched in sweat. But not everyone was so shocked by the young man that they lost their fighting spirit. Shun Zhongcheng stared at the place where the young man disappeared, his right hand tightly gripping his sword, revealing endless fighting spirit. Ling Han was no exception. His heart was burning with fighting spirit. This young man was probably comparable to the Sword Emperor back then. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had focused on alchemy and only pursued the realm of martial art. He had never competed with the 6 emperors of the heaven tier. But in this life he could make up for his regrets. Regardless of whether it was his talent or his comprehension of the way of the sword, that young man was extremely astonishing. He was just like the second Sword Emperor. To compete with such a prodigy, Ling Han was full of fighting spirit. "I know who that person is," someone suddenly exclaimed. "I've heard in the past that an elite from the Heaven Sword sect fell in love with Fairy Zhu at first sight when he came to the northern region to train. He even invited her to the Heaven Sword sect. It's this person. Number 2 sword in the world, Yao Hui Yu." As soon as his words fell, cries of surprise were instantly heard. What kind of person was this? He actually dared to claim to be the second strongest swordsman in the world. Was he not afraid of losing his tongue? Yao Hui Yu was indeed very powerful. At his age, there was practically no one in the flower blossom tier that could compare to him, but to claim to be the second strongest in the world was really shameless. There were so many swordsmen in the world. Could it be that swordsmen in the spirit realm and deity transformation realm were inferior to him? I heard that Yao Huiyu originally wanted to call himself the #1 swordsman under the heavens, but in order to express his respect to those old seniors of the heavenly sword sect, he retreated and called himself second. The second strongest in the world, that's too modest. However, he's already in the flower blossom tier in his 20s. In his age group, the second strongest in the world should be fully deserving of the title. Heavens, is there really such a big gap between the level of martial art in our northern region and the middle state? It's said that the middle state is the holy land of martial art, and it's indeed true. Everyone sighed ruefully. In the past, they were foolish and arrogant, but when they saw true elites and geniuses, only then did they realize that the world was much larger than they imagined. However, 2 elites in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier were killed, and this stronghold was no longer safe. Encountering an attack from a spiritual pedestal tier beast, it was extremely possible that it would be instantly destroyed. Thus, everyone set out on their way, either to continue gathering herbs and hunting beasts, or to head to other strongholds. Ling Han, too, set out towards the core area of the forest. He couldn't help but sigh ruefully. Previously, he felt that his cultivation was fast enough, but compared to Yao Huiyu, although his speed wasn't slow, it wasn't that much faster. After all, for a great sect with 10,000 years of history like the Heaven Sword sect, the abundant cultivation resources couldn't be compared to normal forces. Concentrated on a few genius disciples, then Yao Huiyu and the others' cultivation naturally wouldn't be slower than Ling Han's. However, after breaking through to the flower blossom tier, there were pitifully few spirit herbs above tier 6. Even an ancient great sect like the Heaven Sword sect would feel that they were poor, and couldn't be faster in the cultivation of disciples. And Ling Han didn't need to feel inferior. How long had it been since he started cultivating? It was only a little over a year, and he soared from the 2nd layer of body refining tier to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Could such a cultivation speed be compared to Yao Huiyu back then? After all, he never needed to worry about his comprehension of cultivation. However, now that Yao Huiyi Aofeng and the others have appeared, the difficulty of getting the crimson red chilling icegrass and the heavenly luck stone has increased considerably. Ling Han stroked his chin. He was determined to get these 2 things, but from now on there were many difficulties. Ling Han. Hunyao suddenly ran towards a direction. Ling Han followed and saw that Hunyao stopped beside a plant. This plant was entirely crimson red, as if it was burning. Fiery sungrass. Ling Han was surprised. He really didn't mean to. He didn't come to the dark demon forest for the fiery sungrass, but he actually ran into it while walking. What kind of luck was this? No, it wasn't that his luck was good, but that Hunyao seemed to have the ability to find medicinal ingredients. This wasn't bad, and his chances of getting the crimson red chilling icegrass increased a bit. As long as he got it first, he'd directly hide in the Black Tower. Who cares what sword technique you have in the world? Nothing would matter. Since he ran into it, there was naturally no reason for him to miss it. Ling Han dug up the fiery sungrass along with its roots, planning to plant it in the Black Tower. This kind of spirit medicine needed to grow for 100 years before it would bloom and bear seeds, but in the Black Tower, this process could be completed in a month. Thus, he plucked a stalk of fiery sungrass, which meant that in a few months, this kind of spirit medicine would be as plentiful as cabbages. If I really have to return to the Winter Moon sect, I can also report back, Ling Han said with a smile, but his whole body immediately stood on end, feeling a strong sense of danger. As expected of the person who destroyed my Sea Breeze City's stronghold, your senses are really shockingly sharp. An aged voice came from behind him, like the sound of metal rubbing against each other, making one feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to cover their ears. Ling Han slowly turned around, only to see a skinny old man standing silently behind him, leaning on a red walking stick. His back was bent, and he looked old and decrepit. Elder Zhou Yun, right? He revealed a smile. Do you Flower Blossom tier warriors all have the habit of acting like ghosts? Appearing behind others without a sound, aren't you afraid of scaring them? Chapter 405. Youngster, you're really daring. This old man was Elder Nine Clouds. He'd been tracking Ling Han's whereabouts, and not long ago, he chased to Extreme Yang City, but found out that Ling Han went to the Dark Devil Forest, so he chased again. Thankfully, he finally found him. Your face. Elder Nine Clouds stared at Ling Han, and soon revealed an angry expression. So, in the Fallen Moon Gorge, the one who foiled our sect's great plan was also you. Ling Han clapped his hands and said, Correct, but there's no reward. Old man, what method did you guys use to find me? You have entered into the Great Tomb, and have been tainted by the chi of dead spirits. It will not disappear within half a year. And anyone who cultivates corpse chi would be able to easily find you. Elder Nine Clouds did not leave Ling Han hanging, and spoke directly. Before he came, Ling Han was already a corpse soldier, so he naturally didn't mind saying a few more words. Flower Blossom Tear against Spiritual Ocean Tear. This was absolute suppression. So that's how it is. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. No wonder Duan Zhengji could always catch up to him, and now he was targeted by an old monster. Hand over that spatial spirit tool that can accommodate living beings, and I can be gentler when I strike, so that you die more complete, Elder Nine Clouds said indifferently. Ling Han's mind spun quickly. How did this old man know that he had a spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living beings? He'd only used it in front of Duan Zhengji, and the latter was already dead. Could it be? So cruel, even refining your own people into corpse soldiers, he immediately said. Gagaga. Dying can still contribute to the sect, shouldn't it? Elder Nine Clouds said with a smile. Don't play any tricks in front of me. I've already lived for almost 200 years, and no small tricks can escape my eyes. Ling Han first put Hunyo into the Black Tower to resolve any worries. As expected. Even if Elder Nine Clouds saw this scene in Duan Zhengji's memories, he was still very shocked. Such a treasure was really too rare. If this spatial spirit tool's capacity was large enough, then for the Thousand Corpse sect, it would be a supreme secret treasure, even surpassing a level 10 spirit tool. Don't get excited. It has nothing to do with you. Ling Han scoffed. Young man, you can't escape. As long as you move, this old man will immediately move to stop you. With this old man's Flower Blossom Tear strength, this is as easy as turning over my hand. So don't have any delusions. Quickly hand over the spirit artifact, snorted Elder Nine Clouds. To hell with your mother. Ling Han cursed. He drew the demon birth sword and slashed out. Xiao sword chi was like a dragon. Elder Nine Clouds' eyes suddenly lit up. What rank of spirit artifact is this? Why does even this old man feel a trace of fear? This is the dog-slaying sword, Ling Han said with a smile. Brat, you dare to make fun of me. Elder Nine Clouds was enraged and no longer had any patience. He extended his palm towards Ling Han. Didn't you want the spirit artifact? Come and get it. Ling Han laughed loudly and entered the Black Tower. Elder Nine Clouds' palm instantly slapped empty air. How is this possible? Elder Nine Clouds' eyes widened. To enter the spatial spirit artifact, there was definitely a process of a flash, and with his Flower Blossom Tear strength, he could completely grab onto Ling Han in that instant. This was like putting an item into a spatial ring. With Flower Blossom Tear strength, he could completely rob it. Elder Nine Clouds obviously had experience, which was why he had such confidence. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Come, this spirit artifact's preciousness is even above this old man's expectations. If my sect obtains it, it would definitely benefit endlessly. However, how to get this treasure has also become difficult. However, a spirit artifact can't fly away without any reason. This old man will completely refine the surrounding area. And I don't believe I can't refine this treasure. The old man immediately put it into action. He dug 3 feet into the ground, and then refined it with supreme mystical power. The intent of martial art rose and could easily annihilate the soil, turning it into fine particles invisible to the naked eye. However, to his disappointment, he refined the nearby soil into fine dust, but still didn't find anything suspicious. In the Black Tower, Small Tower trembled lightly in disdain and said, "A mere Flower Blossom Tear cultivator wants to find mustard seed particles. Truly wishful thinking." Ling Han was curious and asked, "Then what kind of elite cultivator would be able to find it?" At least in this realm no one can do it, Small Tower said with absolute certainty. Ling Han nodded, and recalled that Small Tower once said that if the Black Tower unleashed its full power, it could destroy the entire vast lands. How could such a kick-ass treasure be discovered by shattering void-tier cultivators? Since he was idle, he took out the black stone and tempered his divine sense. Chaotic thoughts arose one after another, and Ling Han firmly guarded his heart, resisting and improving the strength of his divine sense. When Ling Han exhausted the power of his divine sense, he felt that his divine sense's strength had an obvious increase. Although he was extremely tired now, it was filled with tenacity and became even firmer. Sensing again, Elder Nine Clouds was nowhere to be seen. He was probably hiding somewhere, waiting for him to show up on his own. Ling Han smiled and first had a big meal with Hunyo before leaving the Black Tower. The place was actually several dozen miles away from where he was previously. The Black Tower turned into dust and moved with the wind, so it naturally left its original spot, Small Tower said. Ling Han nodded. Originally, the Black Tower wouldn't have drifted around randomly. Who asked Elder Nine Clouds to dig 3 feet into the ground? Amidst the flying dust, the Black Tower naturally danced with the wind and left its original spot far away. Thinking about it, Elder Nine Clouds should still be standing guard at his original spot, watching with full concentration. Ha, good luck, Ling Han said inwardly and swaggered off. Another day passed, and he arrived at the second ring of the forest. This was the last place with a stronghold. Further ahead was the core area of the forest, where terrifying demonic chi flourished and affected the creatures in the forest, making them all bloodthirsty and violent. Even if martial artists stayed here for a long time, their temperament would change greatly, and they would become monsters that only knew how to kill. Ling Han didn't rest here, and instead directly advanced, entering the final area. He was extremely careful. From here onwards, flower blossom tier beasts would appear, which wasn't a joke. Not long after advancing, he encountered the attacks of 3 beasts. One was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and the other 2 were in the spiritual ocean tier. Yet they were completely fearless, attacking Ling Han and Hunyo. Ling Han used some tricks to kill the spiritual pedestal tier beast, then captured a spiritual ocean tier beast alive. After knocking it out, he brought it into the Black Tower and carefully studied it. The results surprised him. He didn't discover the existence of anything similar to demonic chi. These beasts were probably imperceptibly influenced by the Black Stone's chaotic will, becoming instinctively bloodthirsty and murderous. In other words, the creatures here were all lunatics. Chapter 406. Ling Han exited the Black Tower and walked in the forest. Step by step, he felt a chaotic will was affecting him imperceptibly. If he didn't have the divine sense of heaven tier, and because of his preconceived notions, he might not have discovered it. He opened the Eye of Truth and saw black demonic chi emerging from the ground everywhere, strand by strand, disappearing thousands of meters above the forest. This demonic chi was very weak, far from the level that Azura Demon Emperor used to control him, but it won in quantity, enveloping the entire core area of the forest. This demonic chi wouldn't control people, but it would greatly change the temperament of living creatures. What did Black Stone and Azura Demon Emperor have to do with each other? Logically, Azura Demon Emperor had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, but he hadn't heard of the Dark Demon Forest in his previous life, so it was only formed about 10,000 years ago, so the two shouldn't be related. But this might not be certain. What if the Black Stone also appeared in the vast lands tens of thousands of years ago, and was buried deep underground so no demonic chi came to the surface? But with the changes in the landscape of the mountains and rivers, it was completely possible that the Black Stone came to the surface from deep underground, so there would be a delay of tens of thousands of years. His understanding of this world was still very, very little. Ling Han put away the Eye of Truth. The Black Stone had the chaos source that could repair the Black Tower, so he had to get it. After advancing for a while more, he suddenly felt a wave of heat assaulting him, followed closely by a wave of oppressive coldness that almost froze his bones. Wang, the Thunder Battle armor was instantly activated, forming a barrier around his body. Cold and heat intertwined. Found it. He hurriedly leaped up. Xiao xiao xiao. After a few ups and downs, a strange scene appeared in front of him. This was an empty space with a circumference of 30 meters, forming an absolute circle. Half of the ground was blazing red, and every stone was burning red, while the other half was frozen in ice. There was no middle zone to speak of, and the two sides were clearly opposed. In the center of this area was a protruding stone, about half a meter tall. The stone was milky white, without a speck of dust, and on this stone grew a strange-looking plant. It was 2 feet tall. The bottom half was scarlet like agate, but the top half was sparkling and translucent like ice. There were only 2 leaves, one at the bottom scarlet like fire, and the other at the top like an ice sculpture. Red rainbow chilling ice grass. Ling Han recognized it at a glance and was instantly overjoyed. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and he found the crimson red chilling ice grass so quickly. He hurriedly walked forward, but he had only taken a few steps when he felt a terrifying heat wave assaulting him. Even the thunder battle armor could not withstand it. Moreover, he also felt a strong sense of dizziness. Poisonous, he hurriedly retreated, and retrieved a golden flower of the stone from the black tower, which he swallowed. This was a top-grade antidote. After a while, the dizziness disappeared, and he circled to the other side, wanting to enter the land of frost. However, just like before, his blood began to freeze after taking a few steps, and white frost patterns appeared on his skin, making him feel extremely disgusted. It was poisonous again, but this time it was cold poison. Ling Han took out another golden flower of the stone and swallowed it, retreating to a safe distance. Cold and heat should be balanced, or else they wouldn't form a symmetrical circle, and one side would definitely be stronger. Thus, he couldn't break through from the fiery end, and obviously couldn't enter from the cold end either. No wonder this spirit grass could exist for so long, and he couldn't even approach it, let alone pluck it. With the thunder battle armor's defensive effect, he could at least withstand the cold and heat of spiritual pedestal tier, but if it was flower blossom tier, then there was nothing he could do. It wasn't that the thunder battle armor was weak, but his tier was too low, unable to unleash the treasured armor's power. Flower blossom tier probably couldn't withstand such cold and heat, which allowed this spirit grass to exist until now. Ling Han thought, if I use the Black Tower's power boost, then I can reach the 5th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and activate the thunder battle armor, which should reach the defense of late-stage flower blossom tier. However, is this defense enough? He hesitated because there was only one chance for the Black Tower's power boost. Although the later the better for his father, he obviously didn't mind using it now, provided that he could obtain this spirit grass. And someone's coming. He was slightly startled, sensing 2 presences quickly approaching, one of which was extremely powerful. Xiao, 2 figures appeared one after the other. The one in the lead was covered in divine light that turned into sharp swords, as if they could tear apart heaven and earth. Extremely terrifying. The second sword in the world, Yao Huiyu. Behind him was Tong Jiming. His face was filled with humility, but when his eyes swept over Ling Han, an arrogant expression immediately appeared on his face and he said, "You've seen my master, why don't you quickly kneel down and pay your respects?" Ling Han sneered and said, "I don't have a body full of lowly bones like you, easily getting weak in the knees." Impudence. Tong Jiming glared. This youngster was too arrogant. Only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier weight, this youngster was at most 17 or 18 years old, and already at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, even in the middle state he wouldn't be considered weak. Strange, North region could actually cultivate such a genius. Jiming. Yao Huiyu extended a hand to stop him, looking at Ling Han with interest and said, "I like arrogant people, but they have to have the confidence to be arrogant. You're not bad. When I was your age I had about the same cultivation level." "Master is modest," Tong Jiming hurriedly said. Master was already at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier when he was 17, and then spent a year to solidify his cultivation, becoming invincible in the spiritual ocean tier. Yao Huiyu only smiled faintly and said to Ling Han, "Youngster, work hard on your cultivation. I hope that one day you'll be qualified to challenge me." "Master!" Tong Jiming exclaimed, not expecting Yao Huiyu to think so highly of Ling Han. "I have a feeling that you might become my great enemy in the future," Yao Huiyu said. Tong Jiming was even more shocked. This evaluation was too high, wasn't it? Since that was the case, why didn't he get rid of Ling Han earlier? "I look forward to your challenge," Yao Huiyu said, extremely domineering. This guy really resembled a sword emperor, arrogant yet confident, and unafraid of any challenge. Ling Han laughed and said, "Then wait for me for 2 years." 2 years? Tong Jiming almost fainted. 2 years and you want to catch up to Yao Huiyu in cultivation level? You must be dreaming. Ha 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 ha, interesting to actually meet someone even more arrogant than me. However, I don't have that much patience. I won't kill you this time, but the next time I meet you, I'll definitely take your life. Yao Huiyu laughed loudly. I definitely won't disappoint you, Ling Han said faintly, not caring in the slightest. Chapter 407. Bringing the 2 girls, one big and one small. With him, Ling Han headed towards the extreme Yang city. Hu Niu and Helian Sun Shui were natural enemies. The 2 of them fought for food and also fought to stick to Ling Han. And Hu Niu had finally met her match, because Helian Sun Shui's appetite was actually not inferior to hers. Furthermore, she was born with great strength, and could always occupy an advantageous position. Ling Han interrogated Na Jiyan again, and found out that the Helian royal family had the bloodline of the true dragon. The royal family of the Central Sea had the purest bloodline of the true dragon. Every generation of the Sea Emperor was revered by the 4 seas, fully deserving of the title of ruler. And the royal family of the 4 seas were not simple either. They also had the bloodline of the true dragon, but in terms of purity, they were slightly inferior. No wonder. Ling Han nodded. He had cultivated the 9 dragons tyrant body art, and after mastering it, he would possess the power of 9 true dragons. Why did he have to compare it with true dragons? That was because true dragons were the divine beasts with the strongest physical strength. Helian Sun Shui had the bloodline of the true dragon, and even if it was not pure, the brute strength of her physical body was definitely terrifying. Hu Niu was a freak, but the difference in cultivation level was too great after all, so it was normal that she was no match for her. After all, Ling Han had cultivated the 9 dragons tyrant body art, so there was nothing he could do about it. At present, Helian Sun Shui was like a blank piece of paper that could be written at will. Ling Han tried his best to let her accept happy things. Even if she was fooling around with Hu Niu, that was also a kind of fun, and not a battle to the death between enemies. In comparison, Hu Niu was more like an adult. She never cried or made a fuss, but Helian Sun Shui cried and made a fuss. She obviously possessed terrifying brute strength, yet she would frequently widen her eyes in grievance, looking like she was about to cry. She had become addicted to acting cute. They passed through the Fallen Moon Gorge and entered into the North region. With their speed, they naturally did not need a few months to reach the extreme Yang city. It was only 10 days, and they had returned to this ancient city. Previously, they had been hurrying on their way. Though they had passed by a great many cities on their way, they had only passed by and not entered. Thus, after entering the city, Helian Sun Shui immediately became excited, walking here and stopping there. Take away the cotton candy. Take away the sugar man. Take away the childhood sweetheart. Ling Han could only continue to pay for her from behind. This Hai Niu had gone a bit crazy from playing, laughing happily as she ate. Childish. Hu Niu said disdainfully, but forgot that she too was holding a sugar man in her hand, and was currently licking it happily. Where did this little girl come from, so pretty? Helian Sun Shui was like a fairy, beautiful and filled with an exotic charm. Naturally, she was especially eye-catching, and very soon she was targeted by others. That was a spoiled brat, staring lecherously at Helian Sun Shui's pretty face, almost drooling. However, when his gaze shifted downwards, wanting to land on Helian Sun Shui's mound of nostalgia, he was startled, and hurriedly shifted his gaze downwards again. Too bad she was flat-chested. Helian Sun Shui tilted her head to look at him, and asked a bit confusedly, "Why are you blocking my way?" The spoiled brat laughed mischievously and said, "Little girl, come back with me, let's have some fun." He was obviously used to being unbridled. With a wave of his hand he said, "Bring her back for me." "Yes, young master." Immediately, 4 strong servants pounced out from behind him, all of them like wolves and tigers. Helian Sun Shui screamed in fright, and hurriedly fled back to Ling Han's side. With her speed, there really weren't many people who could catch up to her. Moreover, so what if they caught up to her? Being rammed by her brute force, Ling Han's bones would probably be broken. She obviously had terrifying strength, yet deliberately pretended to be weak. Wasn't she afraid of being struck by lightning? Ling Han ridiculed internally and said to Helian Sun Shui, "Trash like this is called taking advantage of their power to bully others. Hai Niu, don't you think this kind of person is detestable?" Helian Sun Shui hurriedly nodded, patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "Damn it, scared me to death. So, we can't be people like this, right?" Ling Han guided patiently. "Right, we can't be people like this." Helian Sun Shui nodded. "However, we can't be bullied by this kind of trash either. Remember, we can't provoke others on our own accord, that's not right. But if others provoke us, we can't be lenient either. When it's time to fight back, we have to fight back. We're not punching bags, right?" Ling Han continued. This speech was too long, and Helian Sun Shui was a little confused, but she still nodded habitually and said, "Right. Who the fuck do you think you are, daring to meddle in this young master's business?" The spoilt young master was displeased. Did these two people treat him as if he didn't exist, and actually began to talk so condescendingly? He waved his hand and said, "Cripple this man, then bring the woman back to the residence." "Yes, young master." The four servants pounced over again. Ling Han flicked his finger, and a burst of qi turned into 4 wisps, which respectively struck the foreheads of the 4 servants. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared on the foreheads of the 4 people, and they collapsed onto the ground with a loud bang. You're so daring, even daring to touch a member of my Zhang clan." The spoilt young master shouted angrily, raising his brows in shock and fear. "Who knows you?" Ling Han flicked his finger again and this spoilt young master also followed in the footsteps of the 4 servants. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he collapsed onto the ground. The passers-by in the surroundings all retreated. This was a serious matter. That was the young master of the Zhang clan. Yet he died here. The Zhang clan would definitely fly into a thunderous rage. And at that time, whoever was present would be the unlucky one. They had to run quickly. Ling Han, however, did not take it to heart. There were pitifully few people in the north region that could make him feel apprehensive. Moreover, didn't he still have the princess of the sea race with astonishing brute force by his side? If necessary, he could let her train a little. "Let's go." He continued to walk towards the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, while Helian Sun Shui and Hu Niu each held onto his hand on either side. Before entering the city, Ling Han had already changed his appearance a little, and made himself look like a young man in his mid-20s. This caused Helian Sun Shui to be very surprised, but she was able to see through him with a single glance. Obviously, though she had temporarily forgotten how to circulate her origin power, her eyesight had not faded, and was still extremely shocking. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion was located in the center of the extreme Yang city. Even though they walked and played all the way, after more than an hour, they still arrived in front of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Halt! A group of people caught up to them. They should be the people of the Zhang clan. When they found out that one of their clansmen had been killed on the streets, they naturally immediately came over to seek revenge. How could Ling Han pay any attention to them? He directly entered the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, while Hu Niu turned around and made a face at those people behind her. Damn it! The people of the Zhang clan all roared in fury. The 2 strongest forces of the extreme Yang city were the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society. Who dared to cause trouble in these 2 places? They could only wait outside. Would they be afraid that Ling Han would continue to hole up inside and not come out? Ling Han and his group entered the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and immediately, a beautiful female attendant came forward to receive them. In a clear and melodious voice she asked, "Guests, what would you like to buy?" Hu Niu was very displeased, and with her hands on her hips she said, "There's still Niu." Ling Han laughed and said, "Send a message to Yin Hong, and tell her that the person who came to keep his promise has come." Chapter 408. Ling Han didn't make formation eyes again. Inscribing formation patterns would consume a shocking amount of soul power, and even if he was now in the late stage of the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he still felt that his soul power wasn't enough. He exited the Black Tower and walked slowly, continuing to search for the whereabouts of the heavenly luck stone. When his spirit recovered, he continued to make the 2nd formation eye. In this way, he spent an entire 7 days to finish making all 7 formation eyes, and his cultivation also reached the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Maybe tonight or maybe tomorrow he could break through. Originally, the formation's eyes needed to be refined by the divine sense and branded with the owner's consciousness before it could be used as one wished. However, these 7 formations' eyes were carved by Ling Han in the first place, and in the process of creating them, his will was naturally left behind, so there was no need to refine them again. He waved his right hand. Pa 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 pa, 7 formation cores appeared around him, and the silhouettes of the 7 formation cores also appeared in his sea of consciousness. They corresponded with each other, and even the formation patterns on them were exactly the same. Wang, in his sea of consciousness, every formation pattern on the formation core began to shine. Each of the 105 formation patterns emitted 104 rays of light, linking the other formation patterns together to form an incomparably wondrous pattern. Hong, around him, the 7 real formation eyes were immediately activated. Like in his consciousness, the formation patterns shone and connected with each other, forming a formation. The power of heaven and earth gathered and quickly condensed into a spirit snake. It was completely snow-white, yet emitted a shocking presence. In an instant, this spirit snake was completely formed. It was 30 meters long and hovered in the air above the formation like a divine dragon. With a thought from Ling Han, this spirit snake also operated as if it was an arm or a finger, doing as he pleased. All of this was because there was a minor heavenly origin spirit snake formation in his sea of consciousness that communicated with the 7 formation eyes. Once his spiritual energy was exhausted, the formation would either disappear on its own or the spirit snake would go out of control. Fortunately, the amount of soul energy needed to inscribe the runes was huge, but the amount of soul energy needed to maintain the formation was much smaller. According to Ling Han's estimation, he could operate it for a day and a night. "Go!" shouted Ling Han. The spirit serpent immediately began to charge forward like a flood dragon. Occasionally, it would smash apart trees and boulders, and occasionally it would wrap around him to form a defensive barrier. After exploring for nearly half an hour, Ling Han had gained a thorough understanding of the effects and limitations of this formation. Spirit snakes could both attack and defend, just like pet beasts. They could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. However, the prerequisite was that they couldn't stray more than 10 feet away from the formation. This was their weakness. However, the solution was also very simple. He just had to move the formation along with him. Therefore, this shortcoming was not fatal. And the natural enemy of a formation was the environment. The small heavenly origin spirit snake formation was a water-type formation, so what it drew upon was water-type spirit chi. However, when it came to a place where the water spirit chi was thin, the formation's power would be greatly reduced. When it came to a place where all the spirit chi was thin, changing to another formation would be useless. Who asked the formation to borrow the power of heaven and earth? If there was no power of heaven and earth to borrow, then it was definitely done for. "Let's try the last move," Ling Han shouted loudly. "Spirit snake enter body." Xiao, that 10 feet long spirit snake, entered his chest and actually disappeared. However, Ling Han's presence suddenly skyrocketed, reaching the level of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The formation spirit entering the body can increase battle prowess. The more ordinary one's battle prowess is, the greater the increase. For example, if one's own battle prowess is 1 star and the formation's battle prowess is 10 stars, then it would at least have 10 stars of battle prowess. However, if one's own battle prowess is 10 stars and the formation is also 10 stars, with the two added together, it would be pretty good to have 12 or 13 stars of battle prowess. This is the same as a spirit tool. For those with low battle prowess, it would be a timely help, while for those with strong battle prowess, it would be the icing on the cake. The effect is completely different. Now with the formation, how many stars can my battle prowess reach? Ling Han scratched his head. It really wasn't easy to calculate because even if he popped pills in his previous life, he didn't charge up to 20 stars of battle prowess, so he really wasn't clear on how to evaluate battle prowess above that. Forget it, I only need to know that I'm strong enough. Ling Han put away the 7 purple patterned gold rods. The higher the grade of the materials used for the formation's eye, not only could it withstand the tyrannical power of heaven and earth, it could also prevent people from using brute force and weapons to destroy it. Otherwise, once the formation's eye was destroyed, then the formation would also be broken. He walked casually, thinking that there wouldn't be any gains for the time being, but in another 2 months, he would be able to advance into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, at least able to collect crimson red chilling ice grass. This was the main purpose of his trip. Whether it was the black stone or the heavenly luck stone, they were just the icing on the cake. After walking for a while, he heard light footsteps ahead, and very soon 2 people walked out from the dense forest, one in front and one behind. The one walking in front was a girl dressed all in white, even her face was covered with a white veil, but she was graceful and pretty, almost perfect. Zhu Xian'er. Behind her was a young man, but it wasn't Yao Huiyu. If Yao Huiyu really appeared here with his arrogance, he would definitely walk side by side with Zhu Xian'er, so how could he possibly follow behind someone else? It was Luo de Lady Zhu, Ling Han greeted. Zhu Xian'er frowned slightly. She knew that Ling Han also came for the crimson red chilling ice grass, which made her very displeased. However, the spirit medicine of heaven and earth didn't belong to anyone, so how could she chase Ling Han away? Besides, she didn't have the right to do so. Thus, she only bowed at Ling Han, then swaggered off. Luo De, however, stared coldly at Ling Han. He had never seen Zhu Xian'er treat another man so politely, which made him burn with jealousy, wanting nothing more than to kill someone. He met Zhu Xian'er by chance and immediately followed by the goddess side, but because Zhu Xian'er hadn't been able to find the crimson red chilling ice grass, she was in an extremely bad mood and didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with him, which naturally made him feel left out. However, firstly, Zhu Xian'er was as noble as a goddess, and secondly, her strength was far above his. Even if he wanted to use violence, he couldn't beat her. However, Zhu Xian'er treated him coldly, yet bowed to a youngster. With such a comparison, wouldn't it make him explode with fury? Zhu Xian'er quickly disappeared, and Luo De followed. However, not long after, Ling Han heard footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he saw that Luo De was chasing after him with quick steps. "Brat, stop!" Luo De shouted loudly. Ling Han's footsteps didn't stop, and he acted as if he didn't hear. Xiao Luo De leaped in front of Ling Han, blocking his path, and said angrily, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Oh, so it's you that's barking. I thought it was a dog." "Don't say, it really does look like one," Ling Han said with a smile. Luo De was startled at first, then immediately flew into a rage. This youngster actually dared to tease him. He said darkly, "Are you tired of living?" Chapter 409. Good dogs don't block the way, get lost. Ling Han waved his hand. "Ha." Luo De laughed coldly. Youngsters nowadays were truly ignorant and fearless. Facing him, a spiritual pedestal tier warrior and an existence on the prodigy roll, he still dared to be so arrogant. He snorted and said, "I won't argue with you for now. Speak, how do you know Fairy Zhu?" In the end, he still couldn't let go of Zhu Xian'er's attitude towards Ling Han. What was the relationship between the two that Zhu Xian'er actually saluted to Ling Han? "Oh, you're talking about Xian'er." Ling Han laughed mischievously and started spouting nonsense, saying, "She's my family's child bride, so of course she salutes when she sees me. My Zhu heir still understands the 3 obediences and 4 virtues." Luo De was dumbfounded by his bluff, then reacted and said, "Nonsense. Zhu Xian'er was a proud disciple of the half-moon sect. How could she be someone's child bride?" TSK, you found that out, such high intelligence." Ling Han deliberately praised. Luo De's face darkened. This youngster dared to play him like a monkey. His eyes spat fire as he said, "If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being heartless." He released the presence of the spiritual pedestal tier, rolling out. For a genius like him, a month's time was enough to change a lot. For example, he completely stabilized his tier and pushed his cultivation to the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and his strength was at least 30% stronger than when he fought Xinzhongchang. He had unlimited room for improvement, but no matter how much the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier solidified his tier, there would always be a limit, and the closer one was to the limit, the harder it was to improve. Thus, in the same amount of time, his strength definitely surpassed Xinzhongchang's. If he fought Xinzhongchang again, he had full confidence that he could win. Ling Han deliberately hugged his shoulders and said, "Don't scare me, I'm easily frightened." "Haha, you indeed should be frightened because you're facing Luo De on the prodigy roll," Luo De said proudly, satisfied with Ling Han's fear. Ling Han continued. I'll go crazy when I'm frightened and I like to beat people up. I don't know how many people have been beaten by me until they kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa. Don't tell me you want to call me Grandpa too? The corner of Luo Da's mouth twitched. He felt that the mouth of this young man in front of him was really sinister. He said coldly, Your mouth is so cheap. You're just seeking death. Hey, you're scaring me again. Ling Han laughed. I'm not trying to scare you. I really will hit you. Luo Da attacked. His right hand shot out, and the will of martial art swirled around him. Hong! Light burst forth and he seemed to be stepping on a divine cloud as he approached, his aura mighty. Ling Han smiled faintly and clenched his right hand into a fist, waiting for the other party to grab him before punching out fiercely. Bam! With a loud bang, the two of them took a few steps back. Ling Han was astonished and said, I underestimated you a little. You were actually able to force me to retreat. Sigh, as expected, one can't be too arrogant. This has to change. Fuck. Luo Da, on the other hand, was both shocked and furious. Those words should have been said by him. He was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and in terms of battle prowess he should absolutely crush the spiritual ocean tier. However, in that exchange of blows, although he didn't use his full strength and didn't use any martial arts techniques, that was still a spiritual pedestal tier attack. Most importantly, Ling Han hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his battle prowess was so shocking, practically a second Shenzhong Cheng. He was truly a monster. On this year's prodigy roll, this young man was definitely a dark horse that would shine brilliantly. Thinking of this, Luo Da's killing intent instantly rose. There was no need for such a monster to compete with him on the prodigy roll. You want to kill me? Ling Han shook his head and said, At first, there was no enmity between us, so it would have been fine if I had beaten you up, but you actually wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill you. This is called not losing out. Kill me? Luo Da sneered. Even Shenzhong Cheng definitely wasn't his match now, not to mention the latter hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He unsheathed his swords, holding 2 short swords in the hands of a brawny man like him. A sense of incongruity instantly rolled over. Ling Han casually waved and Xiao, a branch landed in his hand. He smiled slightly and said, I'll use this branch to kill you. Luo Da was furious. Shenzhong Cheng didn't draw his sword when he battled him, and now Ling Han used a branch to say he would kill him. Both of them were looking down on him too much. He snorted angrily and said, You'll soon suffer the consequences of your own actions. You have strength, that's how confident you are. Ling Han laughed loudly and took the initiative to attack. With a wave of his sword, Xiao, 7 flashes of sword qi appeared. 7 flashes of sword qi. Luo Da exclaimed, his face revealing a shocked expression. He had only cultivated 6 flashes of sword qi. Die. Luo Da brandished his 2 swords, and white threads weaved densely, forming a spiderweb. This was a secret art he cultivated that could turn sword qi into a fishnet. Once it was retracted, a terrifying destructive power would burst forth completely. Wasn't he just behind by 1 flash of sword qi? He had the advantage of a major tier, and he had a spirit tool in hand, which was enough to make up for it. Ling Han's sword qi slashed onto the fishnet, and instantly tore a hole in it. However, these sword qi were also annihilated, and it could be said that they were evenly matched. But Luo Da's expression became more and more unsightly. He clearly had the advantage of a major tier, and even used a spirit tool to activate sword qi, but even so, the quality of their sword qi was only evenly matched. One had to know that the quality of sword qi depended on 3 factors: one's own strength, comprehension of the way of the sword, and the medium in which the sword qi was released. He had an absolute advantage in terms of strength and medium, but it was still a tie. It could be seen how much worse his comprehension of the way of the sword was compared to Ling Han's. How about it? Ling Han said with a smile and waved the branch, slicing towards Luo Da again. With the infusion of origin power, this branch was as hard as an iron sword. Arrogant and conceited, you'll only bring about your own destruction. Luo Da sneered, and waved his sword to meet the attack. Countless threads weaved densely, wanting to trap Ling Han within. Ling Han had no intention of fighting, and his expression became stern as he used the mysterious 3000. Luoda instantly felt a chill all over his body. The presence that Ling Han emitted now actually reminded him of Yao Huiyu. Back then, Yao Huiyu only raised a finger, and sword intent soared to the skies, easily killing 2 elites in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. 2 completely different people, but the presence they emitted was shockingly similar, which made his legs go weak. Hong 276 flashes of sword light floated, blasting towards Luoda. Luoda gritted his teeth. Shwa shwa shwa. As he retreated, he waved his sword, weaving a dense net of sword chi in front of him. Pew 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 pew. The sword light attacked, and the large net instantly shattered with a loud bang. His weaving speed was far inferior to the destructive power of the sword light, and although he lost a few dozen flashes of sword light, there were still close to 200 that shot over. Luoda roared, blocking with all his might. The sword light surged past, and he was wounded all over, but his life was saved. After all, these sword lights were activated by tree branches, and not only were there far less than 800, the destructive power of the sword lights was also much weaker. Added with the fact that Luoda was in the spiritual pedestal tier after all, and had the ability to battle above his own tier, he finally escaped the disaster. Chapter 410. Didn't kill. Ling Han blanked, then shook his head and loosened his hand, turning the branch into fine powder. It was only a normal branch, so how could it withstand his sword intent? Once the origin power dispersed, it naturally died. Luoda looked at Ling Han with a face full of shock. Was this youngster a monster? He was obviously only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his battle prowess was even stronger than Shun Zhongcheng's, almost killing him with a tree branch as a sword. Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, "What should I do? I said I only used a branch, but I couldn't kill him. Now this is awkward." Luoda's teeth chattered, but his face was resolute as he said, "If you want to kill, then kill, don't humiliate me." Ling Han laughed and said, "You're a character on the prodigy role, at least you have some backbone. All right, since you want to die so much, I can only fulfill your wish." Luoda's face twitched. Did Ling Han have the thought of letting him go? If he was so stubborn just now, didn't he directly lose his life? The price of being stubborn was too great. Ling Han's expression suddenly froze, and he looked up at the sky as he said, "Since you're here, why hide? Just passing by and joining in the fun." A middle-aged man in his 30s jumped down from the top of the tree. His figure was slender, and even in his middle age, he still exuded an enchanting elegance. 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han estimated that unarmed, his battle prowess was about 2 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier, and using the mysterious 3000 could make his battle prowess soar to 3 stars. Adding on 2 spirit tools, he could reach 7 stars, and with the addition of the formation, his limit was comparable to 9 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. This was extremely shocking. He was only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Battle prowess crossed a whole tier. This was truly nature-defying. Of course, if Black Tower's power boost was counted, this wasn't normal battle prowess, and could only be used once per tier. However, he was freakish and his opponent could also be freakish. The 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier might not only have 9 stars battle prowess, it could be 10 stars, 15 stars, or even 20 stars, who knew? "How should I address you?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "My surname is Ding and my name is Yuan Xin," the middle-aged man said with a smile. His gaze swept over Ling Han, and a cold aura emanated from him. He was Ding Gaoyang's elder brother. He was on the Heaven's Chosen list 2 years ago, and his ranking wasn't low either. In this way, Ling Han could immediately confirm that his opponent's battle prowess was definitely more than 9 stars. If one did not have the ability to fight above one's level, how could one make it onto the Heaven's Proud Son of Heaven ranking? What a joke. No matter what, one would at least have a battle prowess that could surpass 5 stars. Ling Han nodded and said, "I seem to have heard of someone called Ding Gaoyang. Do you know him?" "That's my younger brother," Xian said. "Then I'm really sorry. I killed him." Ling Han shrugged. "I know. That's why I'm here to kill you," Xian said calmly, but her tone was extremely cold. Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, "Are you sure you can kill me? You're certainly extraordinary. You're only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. But your battle prowess has broken through the limits of the spiritual ocean tier. reaching the level of 2 stars or even 3 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. But that's all. I'm at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and my battle prowess can reach 15 stars. How are you going to block me? Exion said indifferently, extremely calm. Then what are you waiting for? Let me test the battle prowess of 15 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han said with a laugh. As you wish, she humphed in her heart. Her figure flashed, and she had already appeared in front of Ling Han. She struck out a palm at Ling Han's forehead, and before her palm had even arrived, her origin power had already arrived. It was filled with frightening destructive power. Ling Han's figure shot backwards. Wang, the thunder battle armor was already activated, forming a lightning barrier. The demon birth sword was also in his hand. He lit up 2 vein-like patterns, and with a slash 7 flashes of sword chi shot out. Pa! With a single strike he was still sent flying. The exposed skin on his palm, neck, and so on split open, revealing traces of blood. The battle prowess of 15 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier was too terrifying, and he hadn't even activated the small heavenly origin spirit snake formation, so he was naturally even less of a match. However, Ding Yuan Exion revealed an astonished expression. Although he didn't use his full strength in this strike, with his strength, a casual strike would have at least 10 stars of battle prowess, yet it only cracked Ling Han's skin. This was too exaggerated. Ling Han, however, cast it aside in his mind. If it weren't for the fact that he still had the body of Rockcliffe and couldn't advance into the body of Iron Sheet, this kind of power shock wouldn't even crack his skin. Only Luoda was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. So Ling Han was actually strong to this extent, and he actually wanted to kill him. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The problem was, how could he be so strong? What spirit tool is this? Exion stared at the demon birth sword in Ling Han's hand. Just now, if he hadn't been intimidated by this sword, causing his battle prowess to drop, Ling Han wouldn't have been as simple as being sent flying. Not only this sword, but the battle armor on his body also had shocking defensive effects. With the two together, it allowed Ling Han to have battle prowess on par with 10 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. Take a guess, Ling Han said with a smile. It's fine if you don't say. After I snatch it, it'll be mine, Exion said confidently. His battle prowess was as high as 15 stars, and Ling Han had some difficulty withstanding a casual strike from him just now, so how could he block his full strength? Your imagination is really rich, Ling Han said with a smile as he clapped his hands. Whether it's imagination or reality, you'll soon know. A hint of greed appeared in Exion's eyes. The 2 spirit tools on Ling Han made him envious. Whether it was to avenge his younger brother or to snatch these 2 spirit tools, he had to kill Ling Han. Hong He attacked. With a palm strike, the wind and clouds moved. The 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier was already the limit that mortals could reach, so its might was naturally terrifying. With a palm strike, vein-like patterns lit up one after another. Hong boundless flames shot out, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Ah! Luoda screamed, hurriedly scrambling to escape. He was only in the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so how could he defend against the might of these flames? On the thunder battle armor, vein-like patterns weaved densely, emitting endless lightning that wrapped around Ling Han's body and blocked the might of the flames. However, this was enough. His tier was still a bit low, and the lightning power he unleashed wasn't strong enough, unable to stand against the might of the flames. Ling Han drew his sword, and 7 flashes of sword chi crisscrossed, revolving around Exion. Not enough. Exion sneered. His advantage in tier was too great, and no matter what method Ling Han used, he couldn't make up for such a gap. Ling Han didn't answer, only accepting the battle. With a shake of his left hand, he also unleashed the purple gold patterned rod, and set up the small Tianyuan spirit snake array. Instantly, a spirit snake appeared and entered his body, increasing his battle prowess again. A formation. Exion revealed a look of surprise. Never thought that you're actually a formation master. However, even if you set up a formation, you're still not my match, far from it. Pong, 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 the two fought fiercely, but without any suspense, the battle was one-sided. Exion had the absolute upper hand, and with only a dozen moves, Ling Han was already surrounded by perils. This was with him having the thunder battle armor, or else he would have died many times already. Even so, he was still riddled with wounds, and some even injured his bones, greatly affecting his battle prowess. Chapter 4:11. That young man finally revealed a surprised expression, and walked towards Ling Han with a serious expression. He said, "You can actually block one of my moves. Not bad, not bad. Who are you to be qualified for me to know your name?" "Are you retarded?" Ling Han asked coldly. This young man really thought that he was the king of the world, and that everything revolved around him. "How dare you?" That young man was furious and struck out with another palm strike. Instantly, a total of 23 fierce fire tigers appeared, pouncing towards Ling Han. Every fire tiger was extremely terrifying, capable of suppressing an ordinary cultivator in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. With 23 of them appearing together, it was practically terrifying. 22 flashes of chi. Ling Han couldn't help but be surprised. He had only grasped 19 flashes of sword chi, and his attainments in fist techniques were obviously even more lacking. However, he only snorted coldly, and still struck out with his fists, striking out with 17 silvery dragon elephants. Pong 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 pong, the dragon elephants and fire tigers collided, tearing at each other. It was very obvious that the fire tigers had the upper hand. Only 13 of them were able to match the 17 dragon elephants, and the remaining 10 fire tigers continued to charge towards Ling Han. Ling Han used the demon fairy step and dodged this attack. A strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes and he shouted, "Take another punch from me." He struck out with his fist again, and this time, he fused an ancient bone pattern into it. Instantly, his martial intent became indescribably resplendent, and the might of the 17 dragon elephants increased by several times, launching a counterattack towards that young man. Somewhat interesting. That young man struck out with his palm, and there were still 23 fire tigers pouncing. Pung! This time, the 17 dragon elephants were actually able to match the 17 fire tigers. But there were still 6 fire tigers that continued to pounce towards Ling Han. It couldn't be helped. This young man's comprehension of martial arts was deeper than Ling Han's, at least in the field of qi. Added with the fact that the young man's cultivation level was higher, he definitely had the upper hand. This was something that could not be helped. Most importantly, the young man was also a genius, and a super genius at that. Ling Han gave a long shout, and used the demon fairy step to cut in front of the young man, wanting to engage in close combat with him. He had formed the body of Iron Sheet, and added with the fact that the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art had also advanced into the Flower Blossom tier. In terms of close combat, he was definitely the strongest in the Flower Blossom tier. Unless the young man could also be so freakish, cultivating some super body art, that not only would his physical strength be terrifying, even his physique would be incomparably tough. Relying on the wonders of the demon fairy step, he successfully cut in front of the young man, and threw a punch at the young man. "Fighting in close combat with me, where do you get your confidence from?" the young man said with a sneer, and moved to block Ling Han's attack with a palm strike. His speed was actually ridiculously fast. Generally speaking, martial artists would avoid close combat, because everyone only cultivated origin power, and their physiques were not strong. In an instant you could spit out 10 or even 20 flashes of origin power from your palm, but without enough power to support it, would your hand be able to wave out 10 or even 20 times in an instant? If there was enough distance between them, then a martial artist would only need to flip his hand and wave his sword, and he would be able to injure someone from an extremely far distance. Would you run faster with a leap? Or would I be faster with just a raise of my hand? But in close combat, raising one's hand and flipping one's palm would become a relatively extravagant thing. There was a saying that a whip was too long to reach, but if a whip was too long, it would similarly be inflexible when used. However, this young man was actually extremely skilled in close combat. This palm strike was very experienced, showing his full skill. This proved that the young man definitely had a strong physique. Ling Han's fighting spirit was greatly aroused, and with a long shout, he began a fierce battle with the young man. Pung pung pung, they both fought short and fast. There were no flashy moves, only martial intent. One after another, vein-like patterns shone brightly, and were continuously being shattered and reformed. In this battle, the two of them actually fought to a draw. Ling Han's physique was undoubtedly stronger. That had been tempered by the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, and after cultivating the 9 Dragons' tyrant body art, the strength of his physical body was similarly terrifying. The young man's physique was inferior to Ling Han's, and his brute force was also inferior, but his stronger origin power made up for this shortcoming. "I've really underestimated you," the young man said coldly, killing intent swirling in his eyes. Pung! A terrifying force burst out from his body, turning into thousands of flaming blades that bombarded towards Ling Han. Even if Ling Han had cultivated the body of iron sheet, and his physique was comparable to rare metals of the same level, he still felt a little apprehensive. He couldn't help but retreat, pulling apart the distance between him and the young man. "Ha ha ha, within 10 moves, I'll make you bow down to me." The young man laughed loudly and pushed out palm after palm. It was as if he was a supreme being that could split open the heavens and split the earth, and his battle prowess instantly increased by a great deal. Unless the level of brute force surpassed the level of origin power, then it would definitely be best to pull apart the distance and fight. However, this kind of person with super brute force basically did not exist in the lower realm. The young man was very smart, and although he was arrogant, he was not stupid at all. Although he had previously expressed his disdain towards Ling Han, he completely did not tangle with Ling Han in close combat, which was not his strongest area. Those that cultivated origin power naturally had to pull apart the distance and display their martial arts techniques to their heart's content. Ling Han was suppressed, but it was not that he did not have the ability to turn the tables. What he was most skilled in was sword techniques, but he had not unleashed the demon birth sword, nor had he used the mysterious 3000. These were his trump cards. Moreover, this was the middle state. Who knew if the mysterious 3000 would be recognized by others, and what if the old monster of the Heaven Sword sect was provoked? "Stop!" A cold humph rang out, and a displeased voice was heard from the palace above. "Where do you think this is that you can be so insolent here?" This deep shout was very imposing, and Ling Han and the young man immediately stopped at the same time. Pride needed to be in the right place. Otherwise it would not be pride but idiocy. The person who shouted was at least in the deity transformation tier. No matter how freakish Ling Han and the young man were, when they encountered such an existence, they would definitely be suppressed in minutes. Whoever did not listen was asking for a beating, and Ling Han and the young man obviously did not want to be beaten. That young man was still arrogant. He glanced at Ling Han with a disdainful gaze, and no longer paid any attention. He turned to Helian Sun Shui and said, "I'm Xinyuan Ziguang, I've fucked you, be my woman." So he was Xinyuan Ziguang. No wonder he was so strong. Helian Sun Shui hurriedly hid behind Ling Han, then stuck out her pretty face and stuck out her tongue at Xinyuan Ziguang, feeling that this person was really inexplicable and annoying. Meanwhile, Ling Han looked at Xinyuan Ziguang with a sympathetic gaze. This guy thought so highly of himself, but did not know that this adorably silly woman was a heaven-tier existence. Although she lost her memory now, she would recover one day, and at that time you'd be in trouble. When Xinyuan Ziguang saw this, his gaze towards Ling Han involuntarily carried a strong killing intent. The woman he fucked was actually so intimate with another man. He could not stand it. He definitely had to kill this man, or else the knot in his heart could not be erased. "Leave this place and you'll be a dead man," he said, pointing at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right, you wait for me here for a lifetime." Xinyuan Ziguang choked, not expecting Ling Han to be so shameless. He snorted and said, "I'll wait for you." Chapter 412. This was a team from the Heavenly Silkworm Institution, but the only one who truly belonged to the Heavenly Silkworm Institution was the old man called Zui Dao. The others were like Ling Han, recruited by him along the way. Needless to say, this team was completely cannon fodder. If they really encountered a great battle, then they would all be sacrificing their lives. Some people's eyes were filled with worry, obviously knowing the truth, but others were overjoyed. They could earn 2 origin crystals a day. Where else could they find such a good thing? However, if a great battle broke out among the great forces, everyone here would probably die, so why would the Heavenly Silkworm Court need to pay the dead origin crystals? Ling Han was calm and collected. He had the Black Tower, so he was very confident. Instead, he had the intention to fish in troubled waters. He and Hunyo pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. One was a young man and the other was a little girl, so how could they be on guard? After eating, the team headed southwest. In less than half a day, a valley appeared in front of them, but there was a sea of people outside the valley, as if there was a big meeting. Ling Han's eyes swept over the area, and he saw that this place was divided into a large number of factions. They used simple tents to form a small area, and the majority of the factions actually had flags. For example, the Heavenly Silkworm Court had a purple demonic silkworm, the Eroding Bone Tower had a skull, and the Cold Water Sect had an ice river. Cold Water Sect also came. Ling Han snickered. Previously, when he was at the Fallen Moon Gorge, he had killed a disciple of the Cold Water Sect. If he revealed his identity now, would the elites of the Cold Water Sect seek him out for revenge? If it was a narrow path, then they might, but under the eyes of so many people, who would dare to attack an alchemist? Unless the alchemist really did something that angered the heavens and caused public anger, they would have to consider such a colossus like the Alchemist Society. Moreover, Ling Han was now an Earth-grade alchemist. To offend an Earth-grade alchemist for a mere spiritual ocean-tier disciple, only one's own son would die like this, right? Ling Han looked around. All the forces he knew were basically all here except for one. Bloodlight Restaurant. It was said that the original Bloodlight House Master was defeated by a person who called himself Fist Emperor, and gave up the position of Housemaster. Now this successor really could endure it and did not even make a move against the Heavenly Luck Stone. One had to know that even if he didn't use it himself, he could throw it into the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and auction it off for a sky-high price. Ling Han kept a low profile and hid in the Celestial Silkworm Yard's cannon fodder team. Every day, he cultivated and studied his Sword Dao and Array Dao. The Great Dao of the world was interlinked. It was in the formation that he obtained the comprehension of side paths, which allowed him to cultivate the Eighth Sword Qi. Having tasted the sweetness of it, he was naturally full of confidence. Yao Huiyu was only 24 or 25 years old, but he had managed to cultivate 9 flashes of Sword Qi, or even more, which gave him a lot of pressure. The older generation had all arrived, so the youngsters on the prodigy role naturally could no longer take the limelight. However, Zhuxian Air was still like a bright moon. No matter where she went, she would cause a commotion. Always surrounded by countless people. There was a Heavenly Luck Stone in the valley, but it was hidden in a cave. There was a demonic beast guarding it, blocking the way out. Until now, no one dared to take the risk. Because this demonic beast was the Golden Blood Demonic Ape, a king among demonic beasts. 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier plus a king among demonic beasts determined that this demonic beast's strength was astonishing. Moreover, the demonic beasts here had their minds affected by the chaotic will. All of them only knew how to kill, making the Golden Blood Demonic Ape even more terrifying. There were quite a few Flower Blossom tier cultivators here, but not many reached the 9th layer. Not to mention 10, even 20 working together might not be the demonic ape's match. Thus everyone was waiting. Battling with such a vicious beast, it was extremely possible to die, so obviously the more confidence the better. However, it wouldn't take too long because the demonic chi here affected the will of living beings, making people crazy. This was something that no one wanted to happen to them. Now, these great cultivators were all negotiating. First, the Heavenly Luck Stone belonged to whom, and how much benefits the owner was willing to give to settle the others. The Golden Blood Demonic Ape was a king tier, and its flesh, skin, hair and bones were all extremely valuable. So how would it be distributed? These days were wrangling just like an auction. Every party wanted to use the smallest price to obtain the greatest benefit, and when there were more people, it naturally became an endless meeting. However, 2 days later, that Golden Blood Demonic Ape attacked on its own. It was 100 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in red fur. It was 2 feet long, and it was gently swaying in the mountain breeze. Its claws were also shockingly long, each one 3 feet long like a sharp spear. That cold glint made one's hair stand on end just by looking at it. This was a king-tier beast, and was even stronger than the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, comparable to the 1st layer of the Spiritual Infant tier. Precisely because of this, even the Flower Blossom tier elites didn't dare to rashly start a battle. Those below the Flower Blossom tier all felt their legs go soft, almost falling onto the ground. This aura was too terrifying. Previously, Feng Yan took out a spiritual infant tier law decree, which made spiritual pedestal tier elites unable to move, and now this demonic ape was almost as strong as this. However, there were a few exceptions such as Zhu Xian, Shan Zhongcheng, and some youngsters that Ling Han didn't recognize. They actually resisted this aura. These youngsters were the kings of the human race. Although still immature, even the young kings were still kings, so how could they bend their knees and lower their heads to another king? Ling Han didn't want to stand out, so he pulled Hunyo to sit on the ground. Everyone was sitting anyway, so he didn't have to worry about being blocked by others. Moreover, this demonic ape was 30 meters tall, so it was too obvious a target. Kill, kill. The demonic ape actually spoke the human language, and its blood-red eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It immediately began a massacre, waving its demonic claws. Shua, 5 flashes of chi shot out, transforming into 3,000 meters long. Pu, piu, piu, piu. The chi streaked past, and the people lying, sitting, or kneeling on the ground were all cut in half without any suspense. Stop! With its attack, the flower blossom tier elites couldn't sit still anymore, attacking the demonic ape one after another. One had to know that there weren't only cannon fodder here, but also their sect's disciples. If they all died here, it would be a great loss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ling Han counted. There were a total of 34 flower blossom tier warriors. 3 reached the 9th layer, 5 reached the 8th layer, and 9 reached the 7th layer. As for those below the 7th layer, it actually didn't mean much. Against a king tier, they could at most hold them back for a while and didn't have the ability to fight head-on. Just like Ling Han, even if 100 people in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier came, so what? They would still be easily insta-killed by him. Hong hong hong. A great battle was about to begin. Although the demonic ape fought one against many, it actually took the initiative. As it waved its demonic claws, each claw unleashed a flash of chi that was indestructible, forcing the flower blossom tier elites to dodge everywhere. A king among beasts was truly powerful. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 413. The demonic ape waved its arms, its 10 fingers moving freely, and one powerful chi after another slashed out, filled with unstoppable destructive power. At least, in the flower blossom tier, it was practically invincible. Chi. All the flower blossom tier elites unleashed their spirit tools to block, but even if it was a level 6 spirit tool, in the face of the forceful chi, multiple scratches appeared, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air. If they were caught by the demonic ape's claws, then wouldn't they be snapped in half? And if their bodies were scratched, what use would it be even if they used origin power to defend? With this thought, even the 9th layer flower blossom tier elites didn't dare to face it head-on, only restraining it from the outside. However, no one dared to face it head-on, so the demonic ape naturally came and went as it pleased, displaying its ferocity to its fullest. Though it was so huge, its movements were extremely nimble and extremely fast. Sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes front, sometimes back. It was so strange that people wanted to vomit blood. It was completely an agile type. However, when the flower blossom tier elites really thought it was an agile type, the demonic ape launched a violent attack, targeting only one person. That person was at the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier, and his strength was much weaker than the demonic ape's. Once targeted, his face turned green. Everyone hurriedly tried to rescue him, but the demonic ape's physique was tough, and sword chi, saber chi, and the like couldn't harm it at all from a distance. Not even a hair was cut. Left with no choice, they could only charge over. Anyway, the demonic ape targeted that flower blossom tier elite, which was equivalent to facing it head-on, so they weren't afraid of close combat. Kill, kill. The demonic ape suddenly turned around and actually charged towards the crowd. Everyone knew that the dark demon forest was filled with a strange aura. After staying here for a long time, no matter if it was a beast or a human, they would all become crazy and bloodthirsty. This certainly increased their killing power, but also affected their intelligence. To be honest, without intelligence, no matter how strong their battle prowess was, it would be limited. This was also the main reason why everyone dared to attack the demonic ape. But who would have thought that such a large group of people was fooled by the demonic ape, creating a diversion and drawing the snake out? Was this really a vicious creature that only knew to kill? Not good. The flower life tier elites' faces all turned green. Though they had the advantage in numbers in a head-on battle, Would they really be able to block a beast king in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier? After all, they only had 3 in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. And it was at this moment that the 3 elites in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier were the first to retreat, followed by those in the 8th layer and 7th layer of the flower blossom tier. The higher the tier, the stronger the control over one's own power. The demonic ape let out a strange laugh. Pa, its arms spread open, and each grabbed a flower blossom tier elite warrior, relaxed and happy. The 9th layer of the flower blossom tier against the 5th layer of the flower blossom tier. And the other was also a king tier, so this was naturally the result. Who asked everyone's minds to be filled with thoughts of running. Save me! Save me! The 2 captured flower blossom tier warriors shouted loudly as they struggled with all their might. The will of martial art spread out, and endless vein-like patterns opened up on the surface of their bodies, glowing with a shocking brilliance. If every vein-like pattern was struck down, it would be enough to annihilate a large group of spiritual pedestal tier warriors, but now they couldn't break free from the demonic ape's control no matter what. The might of a king-level demonic beast was fully displayed. Clap, the demonic ape exerted force with its claws, and actually crushed the 2 flower blossom tier warriors. Hong, a terrifying power vibrated, echoing between heaven and earth. When martial artists cultivated, it was equivalent to using themselves as a furnace to improve themselves. Especially after advancing into the flower blossom tier, the power contained within one's body was world-shaking and extremely terrifying. Now that they were crushed, the terrifying power went out of control, which was naturally shocking. The demonic ape wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Instead, it opened its mouth and threw the bodies of the 2 flower blossom tier warriors into its mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed them whole. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Between humans and demonic beasts, it was actually a you eat me, I eat you relationship. Because the flesh and blood of both sides were extremely beneficial to each other, it was normal for them to eat each other. However, from the standpoint of humans, it was still a great shock to see their own kind being swallowed whole. Moreover, those were 2 flower blossom tier elites. No matter which party, this was an unbearable loss. After eating 2 flower blossom tier warriors, the demonic ape's blood-red eyes shone even brighter, like 2 small suns. It stared at everyone again, its killing intent earth-shattering. Ling Han shook his head inwardly. If human martial artists continued to harbor such thoughts, they would only be defeated by the demonic ape. Moreover, the demonic ape was already at the peak of the flower blossom tier, and if it ate a dozen flower blossom tier martial artists, it might be able to advance. If it advanced into the spiritual infant tier, then with the might of a king-level beast, no matter how many flower blossom tier warriors came, they would only be annihilated. Forget it while they're fighting fiercely. Let's get the heavenly luck stone first. Ling Han thought inwardly. His gaze swept, and he discovered that he wasn't the only one with such an idea. Those geniuses that could resist the demonic ape's pressure also moved, entering the valley one after another. There are quite a lot of smart people. Ling Han stood up. Who? The cannon fodder beside him all stared with their eyes popping out. How could this youngster stand up? He was clearly only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Could it be that he was also at the king level of humans? Even Zui Yudao's face twitched. He didn't think that the cannon fodder he casually recruited was actually a king among martial artists. If Ling Han had the intention now, it would be too easy to kill him. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Everyone rest for a while. Let's have some fun first." He broke into a run, and Hu Niu naturally followed closely. Hu. The little girl also ran her legs happily, and everyone spurted again. They were actually inferior to a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. How could they bear it? How could they bear it? These 2 monsters, one big and one small, those that formed 7 flashes of chi could be called kings among humans, and the ones that could move freely now were such young kings. As long as they formed chi, they had the potential to become a king. Although they couldn't completely resist this kind of pressure, they could still move. The more chi they formed, the stronger their resistance. There were at least several hundred people running towards the valley, and Ling Han couldn't help but jump in fright. He didn't think that so many people formed 7 flashes of chi. However, they weren't all youngsters. There were many in the prime of their 30s and 40s and even old kings. Spiritual pedestal tier warriors were obviously the fastest, and arrived at the depths of the valley in a few breaths' time. There was a cave on the wall, which was the demonic ape's lair. The huge cave entrance was like a demonic mouth that could swallow everything. Pung 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 pung, the people running in front were immediately bounced back. At the cave entrance, vein-like patterns shone, extremely resplendent. Fuck, that demonic ape sealed the cave entrance with power. This isn't an array, nor is it a restriction. It was forcefully sealed with the power of the flower blossom tear. At most, it can last for a few hours, but within these few hours, unless one's power reaches the flower blossom tear, then one can tear an opening on the surface and enter. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who said the demonic ape was stupid? They were all fooled. Chapter 4:14. Xiao, a strong chi sliced over from outside the valley, turning into a sharp blade that was 3,000 meters long, extremely terrifying. Everyone's faces turned green from fright. This strong chi was too long, and it was impossible to dodge to the left or right, not even upwards. It was a strike from the demonic ape, and even if they weren't directly cut, under the terrifying rising power, with their spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier strength, they would definitely be shattered. Dig a hole. Someone immediately bombarded the ground. There was always the saying of the shield of earth, hiding in the soil might be able to avoid the disaster. Everyone followed suit, bombarding the ground. The people here were all at least in the spiritual ocean tier, so blasting a hole in the ground was easy. In an instant, everyone became rats on the ground, crawling into the holes in the soil. The strong chi streaked past, pung pung pung, raising a cloud of dust. The terrifying energy swept out, slicing the mountain wall before disappearing. This mountain wall was extraordinarily sturdy. Receiving the demonic ape's attack, it didn't completely slice off, but only left a mark that wasn't even a foot deep, truly shocking. Everyone who was hiding in the soil was blasted out, and all of them spat out blood. A few people who were too weak were directly blasted into a pool of blood. However, most of the people were still lucky enough to survive. People like Zhu Xian'er, Xian, and the others all walked towards Ling Han. The reminder just now came from him. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "No need to thank me. Although there were enemies here, he didn't have to rely on the demonic ape to kill them. Did he not even have this bit of confidence? Besides, some people weren't bad, and dying here was a pity. Hurry and leave this place." The rescued people, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, all nodded at Ling Han, then ran out of the valley one after another. Being hit by the demonic ape's attack caused them to be heavily injured, and a few more hits would definitely be finished. Moreover, this mountain wall was so sturdy that they couldn't break through it with their strength, so there was only one way to obtain the heavenly luck stone: kill the demonic ape. Fortunately, when their own outstanding junior suffered an attack, the flower blossom tier elites outside the valley also began to put their lives on the line, restraining the demonic ape and not giving it another chance to unleash a killing move. When Ling Han saw that most of the people in the valley had fled, he said to Hu Niu, "Niu, can you go in?" Hu Niu was a freak. Others might not have a way, but maybe she could. Let Niu try. Hu Niu squatted at the mouth of the cave, opened her mouth and bit down. With a kacha sound, resplendent vein-like patterns immediately shone at the entrance of the cave. Once it was touched, the power laid down by the demonic ape would automatically manifest itself. The little girl, on the other hand, went berserk. She bit left and right and actually ate all the vein-like lines in the vicinity cleanly. Oh my god. Even if Ling Han knew that Hu Niu was extraordinary, the fact that she was so freakish still made the corners of his mouth twitch, unable to accept it. That was a power defense set up by a beast in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, and a king among beasts, yet it was still bitten through by Hu Niu. What kind of teeth did she have? After biting out a small hole, Hu Niu immediately crawled in, and ran inside with pa 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 pa. She knew what Ling Han wanted. In a short while she ran back from the cave, crawled out of the cave, and threw herself into Ling Han's arms, handing over 9 pearl-like things. Immediately a strong fragrance assailed the nostrils, making all the pores on one's body open. It was indescribably comfortable. Heavenly Luck Stone. Ling Han hurriedly stored the 9 heavenly luck stones into the black tower, then picked up Hu Niu, and slowly walked out of the valley. Just now, he used his own body as a cover, so no one discovered that Hu Niu entered the valley. And who would have thought that Hu Niu actually had such great ability, being able to bite through even the power defense set up by a flower blossom tier warrior. Now, everyone was paying attention to the battle in the sky. As long as the demonic ape was killed, then they would naturally be able to enter the cave and obtain the heavenly luck stone. Ling Han's heart thumped rapidly. He only knew that there were heavenly luck stones in the cave, but he didn't think there were as many as 9, which meant that he could create 9 geniuses. 1 for him, 1 for Hunyo, 1 for Ling Dongxing, 1 for Lu Yutong, and 1 for Qinyi. These 5 definitely had to be used, and Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiao, and Li Xichan's martial art talent wasn't outstanding, so wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to give it to them? Whatever, everyone could only take 1 heavenly luck stone anyway, and there was no point in having more. If he didn't give it to them, who would he give it to? Spending it on his own people would be making the best use of it. It was decided then. After a while, he'd already made up his mind. As for how to use the remaining one, he'd think about it later. Maybe he'd auction it off and make a ruthless profit. After leaving the valley, he saw Zhu Xian'er looking at him with a complicated and surprised gaze. Presumably, it was his reminder that saved her life, but he had to compete with her for the crimson-red chilling ice grass, so she definitely felt complicated. Previously, Ling Han was only in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but now he shockingly stepped into the 7th layer. This advancement was too terrifying. You! Xian jumped out, seething with killing intent. Ling Han smiled and said, I just saved your life, and now you're going to bite the hand that feeds you? Xian paused and swept his gaze around, seeing that many people were staring at him with unfriendly expressions. Knowing that he'd incurred public anger, he immediately snorted, took a few steps back and said, I'll spare you this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely take your head. Ling Han only laughed. The next time they met, he'd probably already broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier, and at that time, who knew who'd run and who'd chase after him? However, the battle in the sky was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the humans. The demonic ape was too powerful, and unlike the other beasts in the forest, it was indeed bloodthirsty and belligerent, but its intelligence wasn't affected. This meant that it only gained the benefit of increased lethality, and its battle prowess naturally increased without decreasing. Retreat! Everyone retreat! A flower blossom tier elite shouted loudly. They were going to suffer defeat in this battle, and the only thing they could do now was to retreat first, then gather more elites to come over. This time, even spiritual infant tier elites would be alarmed. Ling Han didn't care. Anyways, the heavenly luck stone was already in his hands, so retreat was retreat. He'd go guard the crimson-red chilling ice grass, and when he reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he'd use the Black Tower's power installation to take away this stock of spirit medicine, not wasting the power installation's benefit of improving physique. Wait! With a long shout, a figure shot over high above, yet emitted a domineering aura that intimidated the 9 heavens and 10 lands, extremely shocking. There were lines of vein-like patterns blossoming around his body, and they were like blooming celestial flowers. The scene was astonishing. At first, Ling Han thought it was Yao Huiyu, as only such a domineering youngster could release such a powerful aura. However, as he focused his gaze, he could faintly see that this was a man in his 30s in the prime of his life, brimming with natural might, as if he was a natural emperor. Ling Han's mouth slowly gaped open, revealing an expression of astonishment. This person was actually... Chapter 4:15. This young man was actually a heaven-grade alchemist. What kind of joke was this? However, as a mighty elite of heaven tier, how could it be that he would deliberately put on such a show just to tease a few juniors like them? If that was the case, then they would really think too highly of themselves. Everyone could not help but think of what Ling Han had said previously. Later, even if Jia Zhang and the others knelt before him and kowtowed in apology, Ling Han might not even pay them any attention. At that time when they heard it, it was only a wild boast, but now it was something that everyone believed without a doubt. A heaven-grade alchemist, what kind of awesome existence was that? Even heaven-tier warriors had to kneel down and greet them, so it was obvious how important and high their status was. A mere junior of Flower Blossom tier was really not even fit to carry his shoes. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite, sir. How should I address you?" He was such a big shot, and even Yin Shuiyang came out to greet him, yet he did not even know who he was. This was a pretense. Ha ha ha, Yin Shuiyang. I am the 7th Pavilion Master of Spirit Treasures Pavilion. If Grandmaster Ling does not mind, you can just call me Little Yang, Yin Shuiyang said with a smile. Everyone instantly felt a chill run down their spines. With this person's physique, who would dare to call him Little Yang? However, how many people in this world were qualified to call him Little Yang? Aside from a few supreme existences of Shattering Void tier, there were probably only a few high-level Heaven tier warriors. 7th Pavilion Master. Ling Han also felt a chill run down his spine. He could not call him Little Yang no matter what. Grandmaster Ling wants to participate in today's auction? Yin Shuiyang asked. That's right. Ling Han nodded. Please, please. Yin Shuiyang hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. Ling Han walked forward and instantly everyone, especially Jia Zhang and that profligate young man, felt relieved. However, Ling Han stopped again and said to Yin Shuiyang, 7th Pavilion Master, if I were to settle a score with a few people, wouldn't it appear as the strong bullying the weak? Yin Shuiyang's expression immediately darkened, and he said, Oh, could it be that someone offended Grandmaster Ling? One wanted to call him Grandpa, another wanted me to be his follower, and there were even a few people who wanted to beat me up, Ling Han said with a smile. Hearing him say so, Jia Zhang, Wulong, and that profligate young man were about to cry. How could they have known that Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist? Otherwise, even if they were given 10,000 times the courage, they would not dare to say such words. Who is it? Yin Shuiyang's gaze swept over them, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept over them. At this moment, he was no longer an amiable fatty, but a powerful warrior of Heaven tier who could make the heavens and earth tremble with a stomp of his foot. Everyone felt their very souls tremble, and could not muster the slightest bit of will to resist. Ling Han also nodded inwardly. This fatty's cultivation had probably reached the 4th or 5th layer of Heaven tier, but he could not sense it specifically. After all, he currently only had a sliver of divine sense of Heaven tier. Jia Zhang and the others, as well as that profligate young man, all stood up trembling and knelt on the ground saying, We beg for Grandmaster Ling's forgiveness. Yet Ling Han acted as if he had not seen it, and began to converse with Yin Shuiyang. There was absolutely no substance to his words, and he was obviously giving Jia Zhang, Wulong, and that profligate young man the cold shoulder. Indeed, they had all knelt down, but whether they accepted the apology or not depended on Ling Han's mood. The 5 dragons looked at each other, then hardened their hearts and began to slap their own faces. When the profligate young man saw this, he hurriedly kowtowed as if pounding onions, really afraid that Yin Shuiyang would kill them all in a fit of rage. Grandmaster Ling, the auction is about to begin. Why don't you go inside and take a seat first? Yin Shuiyang said. He did not want so many people to gather in front of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion's entrance. After all, it would not be a good influence. Ling Han only smiled at Jia Zhang, Wulong, and that profligate young man, walked up the stairs and entered the main hall. Jia Zhang, Wulong, and that profligate young man broke out in a cold sweat. Although Ling Han did not blame them, would offending a heaven-grade alchemist end up so easily? Under Yin Shuiyang's lead, Ling Han arrived at a private room. This was also the most luxurious private room in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. At present on this floor, only Ling Han had received such an honor. Generally speaking, this kind of top-class private room would only be used for special auctions that would be held once every decade or so. It was specially reserved for Shattering Void tier elites and existences of similar status, such as heaven-grade alchemists. Towards this kind of empty reputation, Ling Han was already very indifferent. He was not startled by the honor and sat down in the private room. As expected, the auction only took a short while before it began. After Yin Shuiyang accompanied Ling Han for a while, he took his leave, and very generously gave Ling Han an overdraft limit of 100,000 3-star origin crystals. In reality, the net worth of a heaven-grade alchemist was more than this, so why was the limit that Yin Shuiyang asked for was so low? It was simple. Perhaps Shattering Void tier elites wouldn't care about the inheritance of the 12 palaces, but the divine treasure trove was too important. If he was targeted by a Shattering Void tier elite, then Ling Han would definitely be doomed. Thus, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion naturally wouldn't invest too much on this unstable point. To be able to give a limit of 100,000 3-star origin crystals, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was actually very, very generous. Ling Han sat, and one item after another was sold, but there were also some that were not sold. As expected of the large-scale auction that was held once a month, there were many items of all kinds, but Ling Han didn't pay attention to any of them. On the other hand, there was an auction like this once a month, so there couldn't possibly be too many precious items. Perhaps, after another month, there would be astonishing treasures that would be taken out in the annual super auction. Ha ha ha! A wave of loud laughter suddenly rang out in the auction hall. Ling Han was originally drowsy, but when he heard such a loud commotion, he couldn't help but walk over, and saw that the auctioneer was actually holding a brick. A brick! Ling Han also wanted to laugh, but when he thought about it, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion wouldn't go overboard and use a brick to fool people, so he walked over carefully. This was actually not a brick, but its shape was very similar. However, if he looked closely, he would discover that the edges were irregular, as if it had originally belonged to another gigantic rock, and now it had been forcefully knocked off. One side of the brick was flat, but the other side actually had half a word. Or it could be said that it was only the remnants of a few strokes, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. This brick has been carefully examined by several great appraisers of our pavilion, but they were unable to analyze its specific structure and use. The only thing we can confirm is that this was once carved on a stone tablet, and has at least 100,000 years of history. Additionally, this rock is extremely hard, and was obtained from some ancient site, the auctioneer explained. He seemed to be unable to find any good points about this brick, so he could only brag as much as he could. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, but still couldn't find anything special about this brick. Only those few strokes of writing seemed to make something come alive in his heart. Interesting. The starting price is 10 origin crystals, the auctioneer said. Obviously, he didn't have much hope for this item. 20, 50, 100. Although he temporarily didn't know what use this brick had, in at least 100,000 years of history, there were still many people who were willing to take it back to collect it. 1,000, Ling Han said. If the quality of the origin crystal was not specified, then it was only 1 star. For Ling Han, a 1-star origin crystal was really not worth much. 2,000. Someone made a bid, and it actually sounded a little familiar. Chapter 4:16. Ling Han said inwardly, this was the golden blood demonic ape's innate mystical power. So powerful, 3 heads and 6 arms, each body equivalent to a demonic ape, with astonishing battle prowess. This demonic ape alone could suppress everyone, and now there were 2 more. Who could resist? Haha. Interesting. Yao Huiyu's fighting spirit was like fire as he charged back with his sword, his face full of fighting spirit as if extremely excited. You're qualified for me to attack seriously. His expression turned serious as the mysterious 3000 was activated, and a sword light illuminated the 5 regions. Rain Emperor also charged back, swinging his tyrant fists continuously with an earth-shattering momentum. With these 2 taking the front, the others also charged up one after another. To be able to cultivate to the flower blossom tier, which one was stupid? Though the demonic ape's 3 heads and 6 arms ability was shocking, it definitely couldn't be used endlessly, and after unleashing a powerful move, it would be at its weakest. At that time they'd take this demonic ape's head. For flower blossom tier warriors, the heavenly luck stone was completely useless, but this demonic ape was different. It was a king tier, and at the peak of the flower blossom tier at that, its flesh was definitely a great tonic. The demonic ape roared and waved its 6 arms, its battle prowess extremely terrifying, completely suppressing everyone. However, Yao Huiyu continuously unleashed the mysterious 3000, posing a great threat to the demonic ape, and Rain Emperor formed a fist ray with equally shocking destructive power. Though the 2 were riddled with wounds and continuously vomited blood, they managed to forcefully stabilize the situation. The key now was whether Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor could hold on longer, or the demonic ape's mystical power could last longer. This would decide which side the victory belonged to. It was really hard to say. No one knew how long the demonic ape's mystical power could last, but Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor's injuries were clear to everyone. They definitely weren't light injuries. Being clawed by the demonic ape, bones could easily be seen and blood splattered in the sky. Just bleeding was a big problem. As Ling Han watched, he muttered inwardly, "These people are so desperate. If they really defeat the demonic ape and run into the cave, but they don't have the heavenly luck stone, would they go crazy? Although this demonic ape is violent, it's not stupid. Is it because of the heavenly luck stone that it suppressed that chaotic will? It said that the heavenly luck stone is born from the karmic luck of heaven and earth, and it's the embodiment of the will of heaven and earth. It's not impossible to say that it's able to resist demonic chi. Then if I take away the heavenly luck stone, this demonic ape will definitely have its mind confused by the demonic chi. At that time, it will become a muddle-headed, ferocious creature that only knows how to kill. The great battle was still ongoing. Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor were both existences with incomparably firm willpower, and furthermore, they were battle maniacs. Battling with a king of demonic beasts like the demonic ape would be extremely beneficial to their future path of martial art. Therefore, they would rather fight until they were heavily injured. They believed that their gains would be greater. However, the demonic ape did not want to do so. It was not stupid. Why would it risk its life here? There was no benefit to it. It immediately turned around and shot down into the valley, directly burrowing into it. I won't play with you guys anymore. Rain Emperor and Yao Huiyu both gave a long howl and charged down, disappearing into the cave. When the other Flower Blossom tier elites saw this, they were obviously unwilling to fall behind. Chasing after the devil ape was secondary. The key was that there was the heavenly luck stone inside. Pung pung pung. Entering the cave, everyone obviously couldn't see the battle situation, and didn't dare to chase inside. That would be suicidal. They could only hear a thunder-like bombardment. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed, as if the entire world was collapsing. After at least an hour, the entire mountain was sent flying. With a pung, it smashed 10 miles away. Instantly, the powerful impact shoveled up the ground, and the faraway ground arched over 6 meters high, charging towards the direction of the valley. However, for spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier martial artists, this kind of impact was obviously a small matter. They only took a glance, and then turned their gazes back to the valley. The entire mountain was sent flying, obviously leaving behind a barren land. The Flower Blossom tier elites rose into the air one after another, as if fleeing for their lives. The mountain had disappeared, leaving behind a huge crater. This crater was like a lake, filled with thick black mist that could not be dispersed. It was constantly evolving into all kinds of shapes, such as beasts, people, and weapons. It was this black mist that made the Flower Blossom tier elites flee in time. Demonic chi. Ling Han was shocked. With such dense demonic chi, could a section of Azura Demon Emperor's body be suppressed underneath? Or was it a large black rock? Towards this black chi, even the devil ape had an instinctive fear and fled quickly, not wanting to be touched at all. Who would have thought that under the heavenly luck stone was such a demonic land? Could this be the source of Dark Devil Forest's demonic chi? Such terrifying demonic chi, making me have the urge to go crazy even from so far away. Retreat a bit more. If too much demonic chi enters the body, then one's mind will be completely chaotic, turning into a puppet that only knows to kill. Everyone retreated one after another. Losing the mountain's suppression, the demonic chi surged out without restraint, as if to completely envelop the entire Dark Devil Forest under the demonic chi. Gagaga. Many thanks everyone. A hoarse voice sounded, followed by the sound of friction. A copper coffin seemed to grow legs, sliding all the way over. 1,000 Corpse Sect. Someone immediately called out. Instantly, everyone felt a layer of goosebumps. This sect was definitely hated by everyone, and everyone wanted to beat them up. They were too shameless and immoral, actually stealing the corpses of elites and refining them into corpse soldiers. Did they still have any humanity left? Elder Nine Clouds was also in the crowd, but he didn't use his full strength, because once he attacked with all his strength, he couldn't conceal his corpse chi at all. Moreover, the people of 1,000 Corpse Sect were strong and corpse soldiers, and their own battle prowess was actually quite ordinary. He couldn't help but be annoyed inwardly. Which idiot in the sect was actually appearing so openly in front of the world? Wasn't this drawing hatred for the sect? Ling Han's expression changed slightly. He recognized this copper coffin. 3 Lives Corpse Casket Rong Huan Xian. No, now it wasn't the real Rong Huan Xian but Azura Demon Emperor. If it was the real Rong Huan Xian, he should have a need for the heavenly luck stone, and similarly avoid demonic chi. But now, with his body controlled by Azura Demon Emperor, Rong Huanxian was definitely going for the demonic qi and the black stone. For others, demonic qi was poison and couldn't be touched. But for Azura Demon Emperor, it was equivalent to a great tonic. If there really was a large black stone underneath, and Azura Demon Emperor obtained it, what kind of disaster would it cause? Ling Han didn't even hesitate for a moment, directly leaping out and unleashing the demon birth sword, slashing towards the Three Lives corpse coffin. It was also a 10th tier spirit tool, and without the demon birth sword there really was no way to resist. Hong, the sword chi slashed, and the Three Lives corpse coffin was forced to stop. The sword chi surged and the light was dazzling. You actually didn't die. Pong, the coffin lid opened, and Rong Huanxian's figure appeared. His gaze quickly locked onto Ling Han, and he emitted a terrifying chill. This time, this lord will make you disappear completely. Chapter 417. Alright, it was getting more and more lively now, with all kinds of demons and monsters appearing. Remnant of the Thousand Corpse sect, you dare come here seeking death. A flower blossom tier elite attacked, striking at Rong Huanxian. This kind of evil sect's heir, regardless of cultivation level, was punished by everyone, even if Rong Huanxian had the title of an alchemist. From this, it could be seen how much the Thousand Corpse sect had incurred the wrath of the heavens and the people back then. Even if tens of thousands of years had passed, once one arrived at this sect, they would still be filled with killing intent. Gagaga, want to kill me? You're still 100,000 years too early. Rong Huanxian laughed loudly, but it was only pleasing words, and he immediately entered the Three Lives corpse casket. His body indeed couldn't die, but his physical body was too weak, and he was only in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier now, so how could he withstand a Flower Blossom tier attack? Wung wung wung. The attack landed on the Three Lives corpse casket, and instantly this spirit tool was activated passively. Multiple patterns lit up, as if the entire casket had come alive. Shua, a pillar of light surged out, turning into a skeleton soldier that wielded a long spear, piercing towards the Flower Blossom tier cultivator. Pooh, the spear pierced out, directly piercing through the Flower Blossom tier's left shoulder. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. That was a Flower Blossom tier, but he couldn't even block a single attack. If he hadn't dodged in time, his heart would probably have been directly shaken. Too terrifying. What treasure was that could suppress even a Flower Blossom tier? However, some people looked at Ling Han with strange gazes because Ling Han also struck just now, but why was he completely fine? The sword in this youngster's hand couldn't be a high-level spirit tool, right? Ling Han was also secretly astonished. Similarly, a 10th tier spirit tool, the Three Lives corpse casket, was too awesome. Hiding in the casket, not only did the defense become invincible, it was like having thorns, and whoever hit it would be out of luck. More importantly, the Three Lives corpse casket could actually move on its own like a carriage, too convenient. However, if Ling Han also hid in the casket, he definitely wouldn't do it. Three Lives corpse casket. That's Three Lives corpse casket. Elder Nine Cloud's eyes lit up. The Thousand Corpse sect had 3 precious treasures: the demonic noise saber, the pond of the underworld, and the Three Lives corpse casket. However, the pond of the underworld wasn't a spirit tool, but the land of inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect, as well as a holy land for cultivation. Cultivating there for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a year in the outside world, but its location was unknown since several tens of thousands of years ago. Now, the demonic noise saber was in the hands of the current sect master, and the Three Lives corpse casket had also appeared. 2 of the 3 supreme treasures had appeared. Was the Yellow Spring Pond still far away? Was the Thousand Corpse sect going to prosper? Elder Nine Clouds was extremely excited. If he could also obtain that spirit tool on Ling Han that could accommodate living things, the Thousand Corpse sect would be able to establish a flourishing age, or even surpass an empire that had existed for several tens of thousands of years. Rong Huanxian cackled strangely and said, "This lord won't play with you guys anymore. When I obtain the primal chaos source rock and refine it into this lord's body, the entire world will tremble under this lord's demonic palm." Does the chaos source stone refer to the black stone? A question flashed through Ling Han's mind, but he charged out again without hesitation. He definitely wouldn't allow the Azura Demon Emperor to obtain the black stone. No matter how strong the Thousand Corpse sect was, it could still be suppressed, But the Azura Demon Emperor was a god. Once he recovered his full battle prowess, then the vast lands would suffer a calamity. Brat, when this lord recovers his cultivation, you'll be the first to be killed. Rong Huanxian shouted angrily as he charged into the demonic chi on the Three Lives corpse casket. No one dared to stop him. The Flower Blossom tier cultivator's encounter just now was still in front of them, and no one wanted to repeat the same mistake. Ling Han chased after him, and Hunyo naturally charged into the demonic chi as well. The two instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The demonic chi was not only dense to the point of blocking vision, it also had a powerful isolation effect on divine sense. Thus, even Flower Blossom tier cultivators immediately lost track of the three. At this moment there was only one word in everyone's mind. Idiots. That was demonic chi. Didn't you see that even Flower Blossom tier cultivators didn't want to be contaminated by it? You puny spiritual ocean tier and gushing spring tier cultivators ran in? However, the Flower Blossom tier cultivators started a fierce battle again, launching attacks at the demonic ape. One thing was another. Brat, don't think that just because your tier is higher than this lord will be afraid of you. Rong Huanxian's voice came from the casket. He was only in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, so he couldn't possibly be Ling Han's opponent. When this lord refines some demonic chi of primal chaos, increases my cultivation, and obtains the primal chaos source rock, I'll use your life as a blood sacrifice for this lord's new life. Oh, that primal chaos source rock or something, it can make you very powerful, Ling Han said indifferently. Rong Huanxian snorted and said, this lord was formed from a wisp of demonic chi of primal chaos. I suffered a disadvantage because I didn't have a physical body, so several tens of thousands of years ago I was suppressed and split into 99 parts. However, the primal chaos source rock is of the same origin as this lord, and is one of the hardest substances in the world. As long as this lord refines it into a body, who in this world can be my opponent? Haha, at that time, this lord's physical body will be invincible, demonic thoughts will soar, and everyone will be enslaved by this lord. How could this old monster be so honest? He even revealed all his secrets. But thinking about it again, he actually didn't reveal any secrets. He only revealed some of his past, but didn't say how he could be killed. No wonder he could only be dismembered and suppressed several tens of thousands of years ago, because he wasn't truly a living being, but formed from demonic chi. Rong Huanxian didn't only care about boasting. He was currently absorbing the demonic chi. Wang wang wang, the aura he emitted was strengthening. Although he was still in the gushing spring tier, he could clearly feel that his tier was increasing extremely quickly. Ling Han sighed. Why was it that he kept encountering monsters? With the protection of the Three Lives corpse casket, he definitely couldn't stop Rong Huanxian from increasing his tier. But where did the demonic chi here come from? There was definitely a black stone here that released so much demonic chi. However, it was suppressed by the large mountain before, so it could only spread through the ground into the forest, and now it turned into a vast ocean. As long as he took away the black stone, which was the primal chaos source rock that Rong Huanxian spoke of, then everything would be solved. Ling Han made a prompt decision and pulled Hunyo away, beginning to search for the source of this demonic chi. He asked Small Tower about the primal chaos source rock and primal chaos demonic chi, and it turned out that Small Tower really knew the relationship between the two, telling him many secrets. If Azura Demon Emperor really fused with the primal chaos source rock, then at least he couldn't be killed in the vast lands. The primal chaos source rock was too hard. But this didn't seem to make any difference. Azura Demon Emperor was originally a mass of demonic chi, and even after being divided into 9 parts, he could still wreak havoc for 10,000 years. The demonic chi was like an ocean, and Ling Han's divine sense couldn't be released. Now black spots appeared on his body, and his divine sense was the same, no longer clear like water, but filled with violent impulses. On the other hand, Hunyo was completely fine, but there was a faint light in her dantian, as if a vein-like pattern had lit up. The little girl was much more of a freak than him. He flashed into the Black Tower, and immediately summoned the power of the Black Tower to expel the demonic chi in his body. His skin returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his divine sense was unobstructed, pure and untainted. Ling Han once again exited the Black Tower. With the experience of resisting the black stone, he could persist for a few minutes even in such dense demonic qi. "Nyo, let's compete to see who finds a stone like this first." Ling Han smiled at Hu Nyo, waving the small black stone in his hand. "Okay," Hu Nyo immediately said crisply, appearing very excited as she leaped out. "If Nyo wins, I want to eat 3 roasted pig legs." Chapter 418. Ling Han and Hu Nyo started a large search, but this large area was shrouded in demonic qi, blocking vision and divine sense, greatly affecting their scouting ability. Hu Nyo was no exception. For 3 days in a row they didn't find anything. This was the range of a mountain, and even if it wasn't large it wouldn't be small either. Rong Huanxian's strength was increasing rapidly. He obtained the inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect, and should have only been able to cultivate corpse qi, but who asked an old monster to take control of his body now, allowing him to still cultivate demonic qi. Under the endless devouring, he practically advanced a level every day. Rong Huanxian broke through to the spiritual ocean tier 2 days later, and today he was already at the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This advancement speed was shockingly fast. At this rate, he would reach the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in 7 days, and then the spiritual pedestal tier in 2 days. Once he entered the spiritual pedestal tier, with the secret arts Azura Demon Emperor grasped, plus the 3 lives corpse casket, he had enough confidence to suppress Ling Han. And after 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, what level would his cultivation reach? Under the 3 lives corpse casket's protection, Rong Huanxian was like he had the Black Tower, and no one could hurt him, at least not the current Ling Han. He had to find the black stone as soon as possible. Rong Huanxian could reach such a shocking level just by absorbing the drifting demonic qi. So if he really refined the black stone into his body, how powerful would he be? Ling Han and Hu Nyo continued their search, and with each passing day, it became more and more urgent. Ling Han was no longer concerned about how the battle was going on outside. He reckoned that if the demonic ape didn't escape, it would definitely be blasted into pieces. After all, the elites of the human race were constantly rushing over. So what if the demonic ape was a king of the demon race? On the 11th day, Rong Huanxian indeed broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier. This speed would make anyone jealous. "Gagaga, this lord is coming to find you." Rong Huanxian's cold laughter sounded in the demonic qi. So fast. He did not need to increase his strength to the level of the flower blossom tier or the spiritual infant tier, because he would soon abandon his current body. Any living creature's body was not the best vessel for his soul, aside from the primal chaos source rock. Therefore, as long as he was strong enough to suppress Ling Han, he would be able to capture this brat and seize the mysterious spiritual weapon from him. That was something that he could not forget. In the demonic qi, his battle prowess could obtain a shocking increase, and the spiritual pedestal tier was definitely enough. On the other hand, he was really afraid that Ling Han would find the Chaos Source Rock and ruin his fortuitous opportunity. Ling Han gave a long howl, informing Hu Nyo to meet up with him to avoid encountering Rong Huanxian and suffering a loss. In this place that was permeated with demonic qi, both his and Hu Nyo's vision and senses were greatly limited, especially Hu Nyo. She was known for her speed in the first place, but she didn't know that running blindly would cause trouble. "Old devil, come and fight this young master." Ling Han laughed loudly. He looked young, but his soul came from 10,000 years ago, so he felt like an old man to anyone here. Only in front of Azura Demon Emperor did he have to pretend to be young. He was indeed much younger. "Stubborn brat, when this lord roamed the world, your old ancestor was drinking milk who knows where, actually daring to be insolent in front of this lord. Today this lord will completely kill you. This lord is also very interested in that treasured tool on you." Rong Huanxian sneered. "What's with all the nonsense? Hurry up and bring it on." Ling Han quickly retreated. He had no interest in fighting with Rong Huanxian. The latter had 3 lives corpse caskets, and like him couldn't be killed. Finding the black stone was the way to go. Rong Huanxian flew over and reached out with his right hand. With a clench, the demonic qi in this space actually danced rapidly, turning into a giant black hand that grabbed at Ling Han. "Gagaga, you didn't expect this, right? This lord is formed from primal chaos demonic qi. Here my battle prowess can increase by at least tenfold. Where are you going to hide?" Rong Huanxian laughed loudly. Not necessarily. Ling Han's figure flashed and punched out. The thunder battle armor activated, and instantly lightning surged, turning into 8 giant war elephants that welcomed the Black Hand. Hong! The thunder war elephants charged at the Black Hand, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They only shattered themselves, but couldn't slow down the Black Hand in the slightest. As expected, when Rong Huanxian said his battle prowess could increase tenfold here, he wasn't bragging. Die! Rong Huanxian clenched his right hand, and that Black Hand also clenched tightly, completely swallowing Ling Han's figure. However, Rong Huanxian immediately frowned because he felt that Ling Han had already disappeared, and this clench didn't hurt him. Sure enough, when the Black Hand disappeared, Ling Han also appeared, completely unscathed. Old devil, although you retreated into your turtle shell a few days ago, and I couldn't do anything to you. But if you want to hurt me, that's only the ravings of a fool, Ling Han said with a laugh. Rong Huanxian's gaze was cold, and his face was filled with anger, but he knew that Ling Han was right. Neither of them could do anything to the other. He felt displeased but didn't care too much. He already had this realization long ago in the Devil Sky Mystery Realm. Then he would settle for the next best thing, and find the primal chaos source rock, refine it for himself, then suppress Ling Han and seize the treasures on this brat. Ling Han Niu found the big rock. Niu one. Hu Niu's cheerful voice sounded, and a black rock the size of a buffalo actually ran out of the demonic chi. There were 2 small feet at the bottom. This scene was a bit strange. The main thing was that Hu Niu was really too small. When she hugged the rock, she could only reach her 2 small feet. Gagaga, you even specially delivered the primal chaos source rock for this, Lord. Thank you very much. Rong Huanxian was overjoyed, and no longer paid attention to Ling Han, instead grabbing at the black rock with his palm. Once he touched the black rock, he would transform into his original body and enter it, abandoning this human shell. When he completely refined the primal chaos source rock into his own body, and then found the other 8 suppressed remnant souls, he wouldn't have to fear even the Heaven Sword Palace of the past. This is Ling Han's, not for you. Hu Niu called out in dissatisfaction. Xiao, the black rock actually disappeared into thin air, and Rong Huanxian's palm instantly grabbed empty air. He hurriedly turned around, and saw that Hu Niu actually appeared in front of Ling Han while hugging the big rock. Teleportation. Just now, that girl actually used the teleportation technique. Rong Huanxian was a bit dumbfounded. Teleportation involved the great Tao of space, and even in his world, there were very few people that could successfully cultivate it, but a little girl from the lower realm could use it with ease. Moreover, she even teleported with such a big primal chaos source rock, which made him feel inconceivable. Moreover, he also realized why Hu Niu was also unafraid of the effects of the demonic chi. Niu, good job. Ling Han laughed loudly and grabbed Hu Niu, ready to put the little girl into the Black Tower at any time. No, that's this lord's. Rong Huanxian hurriedly pounced over. Seeing the black rock close by, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. With the primal chaos source rock as a body, this was its race's dream. Touched. Azura Demon Emperor unhesitatingly pulled his divine sense out of Rong Huanxian's body and tunneled into the black rock. Chapter 419. The 4th Killing Formation? Zhu Xian'er asked in surprise. According to legends, heaven and earth have spirits that form 10 natural killing formations, Ling Han explained. The 10 great killing formations are all extremely terrifying. The 2nd killing formation to the 10th killing formation can even kill shattering void tier elites. Then what about the 1st killing formation? Zhu Xian'er couldn't help but ask. The 1st killing formation? Ling Han paused. It's also known as the God-slaying formation. Could it be that it can even kill gods? Zhu Xian'er exclaimed in shock. That's right. Ling Han nodded. The 1st killing formation can even obliterate gods, and is the world's 1st killing formation. However, the art of formations has been lost, so who set up such a killing formation now? The 4th killing formation could even kill high-level shattering void tier elites, and there were actually people who could set it up these days. Putting aside whether there was such a formation master, just the materials used to set up the formation were extremely extravagant. Then aren't we in extreme danger? Zhu Xian'er asked. Ling Han nodded and said, I don't know what force it is actually using the fourth killing formation to besiege Million Treasure City. Are they trying to turn the entire city into a land of death? Million Treasure City is the center of wealth in the Middle State, and its value lies in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society. If everyone dies, what benefits would they gain? If it was occupying some treasured land, that could still be explained, but Million Treasure City was definitely not some holy land for cultivation, and there were no worldly treasures, so was there a need to unleash the fourth killing formation? Truly strange. Ling Han shook his head and said, "We can't possibly charge through this formation. Even if a Shattering Void Tier elite came, they'd have to be at least in the 9th layer of the Shattering Void Tier to be qualified to charge through, or else even if a dozen came, they'd all kneel." Zhu Xian'er naturally agreed. No one knew how many Shattering Void Tier elites there were in total in the vast lands, but at most a dozen or so, and even if all of them came, they might not be able to break through this killing formation. They slowly retreated, afraid that they'd trigger a reaction from this killing formation and be killed on the spot. Fortunately, although the fourth killing formation could kill Shattering Void Tier elites, it didn't seem to care much about nobodies like them. The formation didn't move and there wasn't any reaction. On the other hand, it was also because they didn't go too deep. Otherwise, a killing formation was a killing formation after all, and wouldn't miss a small fish because the net was too big. They retreated from the formation's area, and Million Treasure City once again appeared in front of them. In reality, this was the entire killing formation's core. But because the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion also activated a great formation to resist, this place became a relatively safe area. Han Lin snorted coldly, and a majestic and overbearing figure appeared in front of them. Xinyuan Ziguang. He stared at Ling Han, killing intent circulating. This wasn't the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and was even outside Million Treasures City. No one could stop him from killing people. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "You guys go into the city first, I'll deal with this guy. Be careful." Zhu Xian'er was as gentle as water. "Beat him up." Hunyou waved her little fists. "Beat him up." Helian Sun Shui was now leaning towards Hunyou, because under Lu Yutong and Li Xichan's brainwashing, she obviously wouldn't trust Zhu Xian'er, so she could only imitate Hunyou. The 3 girls, 2 adults and 1 child, returned to the city, while Ling Han confronted Xinyuan Ziguang. Ling Han didn't dare to have any contempt. If it was a battle between equals, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. However, not only was Xinyuan Ziguang's tier much higher than his battle prowess was also extremely outstanding. In reality, he was in a weaker position. Xinyuan Ziguang didn't waste any words, and directly struck out with a palm from afar. Hong, a sea of flame spread out, sweeping wildly towards Ling Han. Ling Han used the Demon Fairy Step and charged towards his opponent. His tier was much lower than his opponent's, and it would be too foolish to pull apart the distance and exchange blows. In battle, one naturally had to display one's strong points. Using one's weak points to meet the enemy's strong points was really too unwise. Dream on. Xinyuan Ziguang sneered. He similarly used a movement technique, pulling apart the distance between him and Ling Han while launching a powerful attack, taking the complete initiative. His martial arts talent really wasn't inferior to Ling Han's, and even surpassed it in some aspects. At least 22 flashes of qi at present, he was the #1 person of the younger generation. Under the amplification of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it was as if there were 23 of him attacking Ling Han together, truly shocking. Ling Han calmly dealt with it. He had many trump cards: 2 Demon Birth Sword, Thunder Battle Armor, Body of Iron Sheet. Which one of them couldn't turn the tide of battle? He similarly sneered and said, "Since you don't dare to fight in close combat, then try this move." His figure retreated continuously, instantly pulling apart a distance of 30 meters from Xinyuan Ziguang. Previously, he had been trying to close the distance between the two of them, and this sudden retreat was naturally out of Xinyuan Ziguang's expectations, causing Xinyuan Ziguang to be slightly stifled. He didn't counterattack at the first moment, fearing that this was a trap. Once he stepped in, Ling Han also leapt in. My cultivation is higher than yours, and my origin power is denser than yours. You're even less of a match for me if you pull apart the distance," Xinyuan Ziguang said proudly. With a palm strike, 23 fire tigers appeared, pouncing towards Ling Han. It was only 30 meters, and this bit of distance couldn't exhaust origin power at all. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You think too highly of yourself." He made a drawing motion of a bow, and instantly a speck of light appeared, immediately turning into the shape of an arrow. It shot towards Xinyuan Ziguang. Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow. As fast as flowing light. Xinyuan Ziguang was greatly shocked, and hurriedly activated his origin power to protect himself. This arrow shot into his chest. Fortunately, his origin power shield activated in time, blocking this arrow. Even so, he still let out a muffled groan, feeling so uncomfortable that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In terms of power, he was obviously above Ling Han, but Ling Han concentrated his power on a single point, while he had to set up defenses all over his body. This obviously couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It couldn't be helped. This arrow was too fast, and he had no idea where it would shoot at him. Left with no choice, he could only defend himself. Ling Han calmly retreated, shaking off the 23 fire tigers, and said with a smile, "You're only a so-so." Xinyuan Ziguang's face was filled with sullen anger. Whether in terms of tier or battle prowess, he should be able to firmly suppress Ling Han, yet he suffered a small loss under this one strike, which made him feel that his pride had been wounded. For a godlike man like him, it had always been only him who defied his tier to defeat other geniuses, so how could he be defied by someone else? He was furious, and a flame ignited on top of his head, turning into a true dragon, true phoenix, and other ancient mystical beasts, displaying an extremely special bloodline. "You're dead for sure," he declared coldly. Ling Han laughed and said, "You really know how to boast. Who didn't know how to format?" Hong. Just at this moment, the black fog actually surged, and faintly visible were actually sabers, swords, axes, and battle axes, densely interwoven with terrifying vein-like patterns, surging with a shocking cold light. Ling Han's expression changed, and he immediately ran towards the city. Xinyuan Ziguang was furious. Seeing that he had shown his might, this brat actually gave up the battle. He was just about to scold him, but when he saw the transformed black fog, he instantly felt a chill in his heart. Similarly, he exerted strength in his legs and ran towards the city gates. The fourth killing formation had been activated. Chapter 420. Ling Han only kept a small piece of the black stone, and gave the rest to small tower to use to repair itself. In an instant, the whole piece of black stone turned into dust, and the source of chaos within it had already been completely extracted by small tower. He couldn't help but think that if Azura Demon Emperor entered the black tower, then even if he obtained a large piece of chaos source rock to make his body, it would be useless. He would definitely be instantly extracted into ashes. Ling Han didn't immediately go to the crimson red chilling ice grass. He was now only in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and had to wait until he reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he went there now, he would just sit and wait, which didn't suit Ling Han's personality. Thus he and Hunyo strolled in the forest. There were still a lot of spirit herbs here, and since they had the time, why not go look for them? Their harvest was not bad, but after a few days, the demonic chi had mostly dissipated. More and more people surged into this area, and Ling Han's profits also plummeted. He stroked his chin and decided not to waste time, so he carved on a tree writing, "Ding Ergo, come chase your young master." This sentence was obviously said to Ding Yuan Xian. He still wanted to use the latter to train himself, allowing him to break through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier as soon as possible. As he walked, he carved, believing that with Ding Yuan Xian's ability, he should be able to find him. Hunyo imitated her, and also began to carve on the tree. However, even though she looked like she was carved out of jade, the words she carved were crooked and twisted, and she even proudly stuck out her little butt to carve happily, without the slightest bit of shame. Only a day passed, and as expected, Ding Yuan Xian caught up. "I have to admit, you're really daring," he said coldly, his eyes burning with fury. This youngster killed his brother, and now he actually dared to provoke him, really angering him to death. "SOSO second in the world," Ling Han said with a smile. "SOSO first in the world," Hunyo said without modesty, patting her little chest. "You guys." Ding Yuan Xian roared angrily, pouncing towards Ling Han and Hunyo. The spiritual pedestal shone, making him look like a god. Ling Han laughed heartily and raised his sword to attack. Immediately, 8 streaks of sword chi shot out. When he saw this scene, Ding Yuan Xian was naturally furious. Chen Shi had relied on the pressure he exerted on him to advance into the realm of 8 flashes of sword chi. When he thought of this, flames of rage blazed within him. Could it be that this kid has tasted the sweetness of success and wants to use him as a whetstone again? However, he stared at the demon birth sword. Previously, he only knew that this was an extremely high-level spirit tool, which made his heart palpitate in shock. But later on, when this sword was actually able to forcefully shake the 3 lives corpse caskets, everyone, including him, naturally knew that the demon birth sword was definitely not as simple as a 6th or 7th level spirit tool. Who is not jealous? This sword belongs to me, he snorted coldly, his hand moving as fast as lightning. Ling Han gave it his all and launched a counterattack against Ding Yuanxin. However, the gap between the two of them was too great. Very soon, he was riddled with wounds, and even his bones could be seen. Fortunately, the indestructible Heaven Scroll was too powerful, maintaining his vitality at a shockingly exuberant state. It wasn't until he lost too much blood, and even his eyes started to blur, that Ling Han began to flee. As he ran, he took out ginseng and other tonics and consumed them madly, using the indestructible Heaven Scroll to recover. He retreated as he fought, and didn't flee in a defeated manner. In this battle he gave it his all, but after 3 days he still reached his limit, and had no choice but to hide inside the Black Tower. At this moment, there was practically not a single piece of uninjured flesh on his body. Even with the circulation of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, the speed of his injuries far surpassed the speed of his recovery, causing him to have 1 foot over the line of death. He hurriedly circulated a drop of indestructible true fluid to recover his body. Very soon, his flesh and blood regenerated, and he completely recovered. Swallowing a few medicinal pills that were helpful for cultivation, he crushed a few hundred origin crystals. Instantly, an endless amount of origin power enveloped him, and he greedily absorbed it, his cultivation slowly rising. This cultivation actually lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, and when he finished cultivating, he had already quietly advanced into the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Very good, this sparring partner isn't bad. I'm afraid that in another month, not only can I reach the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, I can even rush to the peak of the 9th layer, Ling Han muttered, not afraid of how depressed Ding Yuan Xian would be if he heard these words. Let's go find a sparring partner. Ling Han continued to leave words, and Hunyou helped to leave them with a grin, letting her unsightly handwriting wreak havoc on this part of the forest. Another 2 days passed, and Ding Yuan Xian caught up as expected. 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. After sweeping a glance over Ling Han's body, Ding Yuan Xian instantly cried out in shock, his eyes almost popping out. He was furious. This brat really treated him as a sparring partner. Not only did he hone the 8th flash of sword chi, he even stepped into the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier now. If he continued to spar with this brat, wouldn't he advance into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at such a terrifying speed, even directly stepping into the spiritual pedestal tier? He was really a bit scared. Ling Han's battle prowess was too freakish, and maybe once he entered the spiritual pedestal tier, he would have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with him. How could he endure personally facilitating a fatal opponent? But this brat killed his younger brother, could he just let him go like this? Kill, he definitely had to kill. At least now this brat's strength was far inferior to his. Ding Yuan Xian didn't know that Ling Han still had the Black Tower and had a final layer of protection for his life, or else he would definitely turn around and leave. Just like fighting with Rong Huanxian, the latter could hide in the 3 lives corpse caskets in the end. At least a flower blossom tear strike almost killed him. Do you dare fight me to the death? Ding Yuan Xian goaded. Is there something wrong with your head? I'm only in the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and you're in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. I'll fight you to the death, idiot. Ling Han shook his head, but took the initiative to attack. The demon birth sword unfolded, and sword chi was like a rainbow. Just obediently be my sparring partner. Your sister. Ding Yuan Xian was extremely furious, and charged towards Ling Han in a frenzy of attacks. Previously, he was just a tiny bit away from killing Ling Han, so he was still confident in himself. As long as Ling Han's luck was just a tiny bit worse, he would definitely be able to kill the latter. Unfortunately, he was always just that tiny bit off. After battling for another 3 days, Ling Han once again entered the Black Tower in a near-death state. After drawing in a drop of indestructible true fluid, he directly fainted from exhaustion. When he woke up, he hurriedly began to cultivate again. His improvement was obvious and he reached the middle stage of the 8th layer. What was even rarer was that he was infinitely close to death this time, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of life and death. Life and death were opposites, but the end of life was death, and the end of death was also life. It was an endless cycle, just like Tai Chi. This conformed to the great Tao, precisely Tao begets one and one begets two. Order and chaos, life and death, light and darkness, these opposites and cycles could all be traced back to the source. However, Ling Han's current tier was too low, and he could only be touched, but couldn't comprehend at all. He placed such a touch on the path of the sword, clarifying the path he wanted to walk. Sword Chi, Sword Ray, everyone could cultivate them, but Sword Heart was different. This was a kind of profound brilliance that needed one's own path. In his last life, the Sword Emperor walked the path of a ruler. With a strike of his sword, the entire heaven and earth had to prostrate before him. The setting Sun Saber Emperor walked the path of emotionlessness, and he could even cut down the sun, the source of life, without hesitation. What was the path he wanted to walk? Chapter 421. Oh, it wasn't too early to consider this problem. He would soon advance into the spiritual pedestal tier, and after building a spiritual pedestal, he could advance into the flower blossom tier and leave the mortal body. At this step, martial artists would truly embark on the process of seeking Tao. Thus, he had to clarify his own path before the flower blossom tier. In his previous life, he chose the path of fire based on his spirit base, studying the might of flames and tracing back to the source. This path of 5 elements, thunder, and other basic elements was also the choice of most martial artists. However, the most common and widespread choice usually wasn't the strongest choice, or else Sword Emperor, setting Sun Saber Emperor, and the others wouldn't have taken completely different paths. Ling Han only pursued the strongest in this life, so he obviously couldn't walk the old path, though he'd already walked it once and could reach the peak unimpeded. He wanted to change a path, a stronger path. I want to battle all opponents, and whoever stands in my way, I'll defeat them. I don't want to be a king, standing high above and being worshipped by others. This isn't what I want. What I pursue is only the strongest, the ultimate strength that defeats all opponents. The path of the strongest. Ling Han stroked his chin. The question was there such a path of martial art? I have to believe in myself. Since I have such conviction, there must be such a path. My sword can cut through everything, even spirit tools, divine tools, shattering void, and immortals. Ling Han's will was firm. He was certain that his path was the path of the strongest, and his sword was the strongest sword. Now he still needed to use spirit tools, but to cultivate the strongest heart sword, he could form the strongest sword with a flick of his finger, cutting through everything. After confirming his path, Ling Han's will became more and more resolute, as if he'd obtained a new life. Rays of divine light flickered and the scene was shocking. But soon he retracted his will. It looked ordinary and unremarkable. He was moving more and more towards returning to his original state, like an exceptional treasured sword hidden in a scabbard. Only when unsheathed would it release endless rays of light, cutting through everything. I think I've touched upon the doorway to the 9th strand of Sword Chi. Ling Han smiled. This had determined his own path, and it had allowed him to make great progress in his Tao of the sword. Now it's time for sparring partner Ding to come out. Give me enough pressure and motivation to grind out the 9th Sword Chi. Ling Han exited the Black Tower, and continued to leave words of provocation. This time he was even faster. In just half a day Ding Yuanxin had caught up. You're too arrogant, Ding Yuanxin said through gritted teeth. This brat had almost been killed by him the last time, but in less than 2 days, he was alive and kicking again to pick a fight with him. He was simply not afraid of death. You're a good person, Ling Han said with a smile. And Niu also thinks you're a good person. Hu Niu nodded repeatedly. Ding Yuanxian was mad with fury. These two people really thought of him as a sparring partner. He had his eyes on Hu Niu, and Ling Han had failed to kill her several times, but this little girl wouldn't be so hard to kill, right? Since Ling Han killed his younger brother, then he would also kill one of Ling Han's relatives and let him have a taste of heartache. Die! He leaped out, charging towards Hu Niu. Your opponent is Ling Han, not Niu. Hu Niu used her movement technique and instantly turned into a flash of light, disappearing. She was so fast that Ding Yuan Xian could only stare dumbfounded. Fuck, this is a little monster. Ding Yuan Xian was shocked. Ling Han was very freakish, but at least it was still within an acceptable range, but a little girl's speed was so fast that even he couldn't catch her. This was too exaggerated. Ding ergo you can't catch Niu. Hu Niu was proud of herself and began to carve on the tree again. Ding Yuan Xian almost went mad with fury. He was wondering who it was that carved his name so hard, but it turned out to be this damn girl. He charged towards Ling Han, his eyes filled with fury. Ling Han spread his hands and said, I also know that that character is a bit ugly, but you're already so old, so if it's a bit ugly, then so be it. There's no need to seduce a girl. Fuck. Ding Yuan Xian went mad with fury. Hong vein-like patterns intertwined all over his body, turning into endless flames that swept towards Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly, raised his sword and thrust 8 flashes of sword chi crisscrossing. How terrifying was the battle prowess of 15 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier. He was immediately wounded, and a few of his bones were broken by the tremendous force. Multiple burns also appeared on his body, too horrible to look at. However, his eyes were extremely bright. The path to becoming the strongest did not mean that one would never be defeated, but no matter how many times he failed, he would always stand up, defeat strong enemies and walk towards the peak. With the support of such conviction, the 9th flash of sword chi was already on the verge of being unleashed. Ding Yuan Xian was a prodigy, after all, and soon sensed the change in Ling Han. He couldn't help but be slightly shocked, feeling that Ling Han was like a caterpillar that had transformed into a chrysalis, and in the instant that it broke out of its cocoon, it could transform into a beautiful butterfly, displaying its magnificence. This kind of feeling made him extremely displeased. Could it be that he could only be a whetstone, and was unable to kill Ling Han? Ling Han was surrounded by perils. The battle prowess of 15 stars of the spiritual pedestal tier far exceeded his limit, and the result of a head-on clash was that he was hovering on the edge of death. If it wasn't for the protection of the thunder battle armor, the toughness of the body of rock cliff, and the recovery of the indestructible heaven scroll, who knew how many times he would have already died. However, countless narrow escapes from death finally transformed into firm comprehension. Xiu! 9 flashes of sword chi appeared at the same time, dazzling and stunning. Oh! Ding Yuan Xian cursed loudly. Ling Han had already tempered 2 flashes of sword chi on his body. A whole 2 flashes. One had to know that even he had only grasped 7 flashes of sword chi, but Ling Han was originally the same as him, and now he forcibly had 2 more flashes. This was a true genius comprehending Tao on the brink of life and death. Ling Han gave a thumbs up, weak but filled with fighting spirit, and said, I now bestow you the title of gold medal sparring partner. Good clap. Hu Niu started clapping her small hands at the side. Ding Yuan Xian roared at the skies. This really made him too resentful. He came to kill Ling Han and seize the latter's treasures. Who said he was a sparring partner? After roaring, he calmed down and flashed a spirit talisman. This time he really wanted to kill Ling Han at all costs. Not good, Niu, let's run. Ling Han recognized at a glance that the spirit talisman was the barbarian bull spirit talisman, which could greatly increase a martial artist's power. He was already in a difficult situation, and against Ding Yuan Xian, who used the barbarian bull spirit talisman, his bones would probably be shattered by the wind from the palm. He came to find a sparring partner, not to throw his life away. He had already broken into a run, and Hu Niu's speed was too fast, catching up in a few steps. She leaped onto Ling Han's back and said cheerfully, Gidia, run faster. You too. Ding Yuan Xian gritted his teeth. These 2 people actually dared to play tricks in front of him. He slapped the barbarian bull spirit talisman on his body. Although this was a spirit talisman that increased power and not speed, with greater power, it could still increase his speed by a bit. He was really anxious. He definitely had to kill Ling Han. Chapter 422. As expected, with the addition of the Barbarian Bull's spiritual talisman, Ding Yuan Xion's speed didn't increase explosively, but it did increase slightly, and in a few steps, he almost caught up to Ling Han. Do you think you're the only one with a spiritual talisman? Ling Han laughed and took out the last Swift Cloud talisman, slapping it on his body and immediately speeding up. This Swift Cloud talisman had an upper limit, and the addition to the spiritual pedestal tier was only about 20%, but Ling Han was only in the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so the addition was still about double. Instantly, he pulled away from Ding Yuan Xion again. Ding Yuan Xion couldn't help but grit his teeth. He took out a trump card, and Ling Han would have a corresponding trump card to deal with it. Could he really kill this ridiculously young elite? He stopped, thought about it, and decided not to chase after Ling Han. Not only that, he would leave the North region and venture into the Middle State. Otherwise, if he stayed in the North region, he might need more than 10 years to break through to the Flower Blossom tier. Leave. Those who could enter the prodigy role obviously didn't lack decisiveness. He immediately left the Dark Demon Forest and didn't even return to his clan, heading straight for the Middle State. Ling Han obviously didn't know Ding Yuan Xion's decision. After he recovered from his injuries, he carved words to provoke him, but after 5 days he didn't see Ding Yuan Xion appear, so he guessed that Ding Yuan Xion might have given up on killing him. That was quite decisive. Ling Han nodded. After seeing the treasures on him, Ding Yuan Xion could still leave so decisively. Ding Yuan Xion was quite a character. However, without a sparring partner, he could only train hard by himself. Thankfully, he was already in the middle stage of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and soon, Ling Han continued to search for spirit herbs as he cultivated. After a month, he harvested 2 spirit herbs that weren't in the Black Tower, and his cultivation finally stepped into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. You refine the heavenly luck stone now, and then use the Black Tower's power boost to maximize the effect, Small Tower reminded him. Ling Han nodded cheerfully and took out a heavenly luck stone. This was actually a stone bead. After forcefully crushing it, one could see that it was hollow inside and wrapped in a ball of liquid. A fragrant aroma assailed one's nose. Hunyao also took one, and similarly sat upright in a dignified manner. She was even more direct, tossing the heavenly luck stone into her mouth and chewing. Ka, she chewed it into pieces just like that. However, there was no change at all. It was like his body was boiling and his sea of consciousness was surging. It was like nothing had happened. Ling Han knew that the effect of the heavenly luck stone would only be unleashed when breaking through a major realm, allowing a martial artist's battle prowess to jump by 4 or 5 stars. As for how much it could increase, it would depend on how solid the realm was. Ling Han had never eaten this thing in his last life, but he did get one for his youngest disciple, Zhang Fengyu. When that brat was in the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, he only had 7 stars of battle prowess, but after breaking through to the Flower Blossom tier, he actually still had 6 stars of battle prowess. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. If he did not have the heavenly luck stone, Zhang Feng would at most have battle prowess of 3 battle stars after breaking through to the Flower Blossom tier, which showed just how awesome the heavenly luck stone was. Ling Han sighed ruefully and left the Black Tower with Hunyao, hurrying towards the place where the crimson-red chilling ice grass grew. After walking for a short while, he felt a chill on his back. He immediately stopped and said, "Old dog of the 1,000 Corpse sect, how long do you want to follow me?" Elder Nine Clouds walked out from the dense forest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saw with his own eyes that Ling Han entered into the demonic qi. That was something that even he was extremely wary of, not daring to touch. However, not only did Ling Han walk out alive, he was also clear-headed and didn't appear to be confused by the demonic qi at all. How many treasures were hidden on this brat's body? Elder Nine Clouds' greed burned. He knew that Ling Han could hide inside the Black Tower, so he had been looking for a chance to attack when Ling Han was the most relaxed and instantly kill him. Otherwise, if he allowed Ling Han to hide inside the Black Tower again, he would have to return empty-handed. "Youngster, you've already provoked my sect. Even if I can't do anything to you, there will be more and more powerful people who will appear next time. They will take your life, seize your opportunities, and even refine you into a corpse soldier," he said through clenched teeth. He had never thought that a spiritual ocean tier junior would be so difficult to deal with. Ling Han gave an "oh" and asked curiously, "How strong?" He trying to trick information out of me? You're really too naive thinking that I'm a 3-year-old child, Elder Nine Clouds said disdainfully. Ling Han took out a ginseng and said, "Be good, tell me, and I'll reward you with a ginseng." Damn it. Elder Nine Clouds was seething with anger. Did this brat think he was a dog baiting him like this? His eyes spat fire as he said, "Junior, if I don't refine you into a skinless corpse soldier, I swear I'm not human." You speak as if you're still human, Ling Han ridiculed. Die. Elder Nine Clouds shouted sharply. The only one who will die is you. With a shout, a tall and sturdy figure shot over, emitting a domineering aura. Fist Emperor. Elder Nine Clouds' gaze sharpened, revealing a look of dread. Although the other broke through to the Flower Blossom tier not long ago, he formed Fist Ray and could fight against a King tier Golden Blood demonic ape. This battle prowess was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. The Thousand Corpse sect relied on corpse soldiers, but their own battle prowess was completely insufficient. Although the other was injured after fighting against the demonic ape after so many days, not only did he recover from his injuries, his strength also improved further, advancing into the second layer of the Flower Blossom tier, which made one exclaim in surprise that one could advance so quickly after breaking through to the Flower Blossom tier. The Rain Emperor was domineering, and his eyes focused on Elder Nine Clouds, revealing endless killing intent. Thousand Corpse sect freak kill. He raised his fist and punched. Fist Ray dazzled the world. This was a great killing weapon that surpassed chi. It could be said that even if Ling Han formed 30 flashes of sword chi, he wouldn't be able to fight against the weakest Fist Ray. This was a suppression in terms of quality. Of course, if Ling Han could condense 30 flashes of chi into Sword Ray, then he would naturally have an overwhelming advantage against the Fist Ray formed from 10 flashes of chi. Although Elder Nine Clouds was in the 5th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, he was no match for the Rain Emperor who formed Fist Ray. A few moves were enough to make him cry out, and he said sternly, "Fist Emperor, I don't want to be your enemy, but if you continue to be overbearing, don't blame me for being merciless." So what? The people that I want to kill have never lived. The Rain Emperor used the Son of Heaven Fist technique, and Fist Ray shone brilliantly, astonishingly terrifying. Elder Nine Clouds howled, and a strange sound was immediately heard from afar. Very soon, an iron coffin swept over. Pong! The coffin lid shook open, and a corpse soldier leaped out. Its entire body was silver, as if it was forged from silver. Third-tier silver-armored corpse, Ling Han said. This kind of corpse soldier had already reached the limit of a silver-armored corpse. Gaga, that's right, this is a third-tier silver-armored corpse. After being tempered by me in every possible way, its strength has already reached the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, Elder Nine Clouds said proudly. Fist Emperor, it's not too late to leave now, your mother. That was because the Rain Emperor's fist had already struck out mightily. Chapter 423. The 4 corpse soldiers rushed forward together, blasting towards Pang Xiangming. All of them emitted a strong evil aura, as if they were demons that crawled out of hell. In a sense, that was indeed the case. Corpse soldiers and corpse chi were originally of the same origin. Now that these 4 corpse soldiers had absorbed Sita Yao's life corpse chi, their power immediately skyrocketed. Sita Yao, on the other hand, looked a bit dispirited, clearly having consumed a lot of energy. It's just a few skeletons, what can they do to me? Pang Xiangming sneered, and the moon-shaped mark on his forehead shone brightly. His hands danced, and the 4 corpse soldiers were once again imprisoned. Break for me, he shouted. With a rip, he actually tore off the hands and feet of 2 corpse soldiers. What power! One had to know that after corpse soldiers were tempered, their bodies were extremely tough, constantly approaching the height of rare metals of the same tier. And how close one could get would depend on the degree of tempering and the materials added. The corpses of elites were only higher-level raw materials, and if one wanted to refine them into corpse soldiers, powerful corpse soldiers, one naturally had to pay a great price. These 4 corpse soldiers of Sita Yao definitely couldn't be considered the best among Flower Blossom tier warriors, but it was already not easy to refine them into Tier 3 silver-armored corpses, yet 2 of them were instantly destroyed by Pang Xiangming, which was enough to prove Pang Xiangming's extraordinariness. Damn it! Situ Yao roared, and the 4 corpse soldiers pounced again. Anyway, corpse soldiers didn't feel pain, and losing their hands and feet would only slightly affect their battle prowess. He himself joined the battle, attacking Pang Xiangming together. Pang Xiangming should have won, right? Zhu Xian'er asked Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and said, if Situ Yao doesn't have any other trump cards, then Pang Xiangming's victory is assured. He'd made several judgments which already convinced many people, and they all settled their hearts. Although almost no one here knew Pang Xiangming, now that everyone was in the same boat, they all hoped that Pang Xiangming could win. Some people purely wanted to fight for their honor, while others thought that after Pang Xiangming won, there would be 10 places to leave the city, so could they get one over? At first, everyone was like a piece of iron, willing to fight to the death for survival. But when a sliver of hope appeared in front of them, many people's thoughts changed. Pang Xiangming was indeed superior. After a few dozen moves, the 4 corpse soldiers were all defeated, and he gave Situ Yao a heavy palm, but he actually didn't kill him. After a cloud of black corpse chi swirled, Situ Yao retreated into the crowd and spat out a mouthful of black blood, looking extremely weak. Haha, 17th junior brother, come, you're not fated with this follower. A black-robed youngster laughed loudly. He strode out and said, I, Bian Hao, am the 14th disciple under sect master. Pang Xiangming looked coldly at the black-robed youngster and said, get out of the way, he still owes me 3 kowtows. Youngster, don't you want those 10 places to leave? Bai Yuan interrupted. No. Pang Xiangming refused without hesitation. Fuck, are you stupid? On top of the city wall, many people instantly cried out inwardly. If you don't give it to me, fuck you, where did this idiot come from? Actually willing to be buried here for the sake of fighting for a bit of pride. Extremely retarded. Yet Ling Han rubbed his palms together and smiled. This Pang Xiangming had quite a character, and was worth saving. He looked on coldly from the sidelines. Some people he planned to save, while some people were only fit to turn into mud here. Hee, since you're willing to give up these 10 places, it's up to you, Bai Yuan said with a smile. However, you have to kowtow if you win, that's just your wishful thinking. He didn't agree. So deceitful. But thinking more carefully, it was true that the bet of kowtowing 3 times was Pang Xiangming's one-sided statement. Situ Yao didn't agree. Wishful thinking couldn't be done, right? Otherwise, with so many beauties in the world, wouldn't you be able to take one home if you liked one? Pang Xiangming revealed an angry expression, but didn't flare up. Instead, he pointed coldly at Bian Hao and said, then I'll kill you. You don't have the right to kill me, right? Bian Hao laughed loudly. He had the cultivation of the 4th layer of the flower blossom tier, a level higher than Situ Yao, but the 1,000 corpse sect relied on corpse soldiers. The key was how many corpse soldiers he had and how strong they were. The sound of friction was heard, and 4 coffins slid over at the same time. Pung 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 pung, 4 corpse soldiers jumped out, obviously also tier 3 silver-armored corpses. Unless they had 3 lives corpse caskets, they couldn't control corpse soldiers that surpassed their own tier. This also showed how terrifying 3 lives corpse caskets were. Pang Xiangming obviously wouldn't be afraid, charging towards Bian Hao, but the 4 corpse soldiers immediately met him, waving their skeletal hands and stirring up a terrifying gale. Obviously, these 4 corpse soldiers were stronger. They probably reached 13 stars of battle prowess, Ling Han said with a nod. So powerful. Zhu Xian'er exclaimed. After a martial artist died, there was only a corpse left. Even if it had been refined, it was already quite impressive to be able to display battle prowess that matched one's own tier. And to surpass 1 star level was so high, this corpse was too extraordinary when it was alive, so it had to be refined at a great cost. No matter what, Bian Hao's 4 corpse soldiers were really strong, gradually suppressing Pang Xiangming, making him unable to attack Bian Hao again. A flower of blood actually flashed out from Pang Xiangming's waist. Bian Hao was holding a dagger, and fresh blood was still dripping from the dagger. He licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty ferocity. Just now, it was his successful sneak attack that gave Pang Xiangming a blow. However, under such circumstances, it couldn't be considered a sneak attack. The 1,000 corpse sex people and corpses were one, and it could only be said that the 4 corpse soldiers gave Pang Xiangming too much pressure, creating an opportunity for Bian Hao to succeed in one strike. Ha 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 ha. Bian Hao laughed loudly. You've already been poisoned by my corpse poison, and only by submitting to me can you be saved. Otherwise you'll slowly be corroded by corpse qi, turning into a corpse soldier that only knows how to thirst for blood. Humph. Pang Xiangming ignored him, and directly flew back to the top of the city wall. He sat down, took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring, poured out a few soybean-sized medicinal pills, and swallowed them. He then began to circulate his martial arts to expel the corpse qi. Ignorant. Bianhao sneered and said towards the city gate. Who else is unconvinced and wants to fight me? He was merely the 14th disciple of the Thousand Corpse sect master, so how could he be so arrogant? Everyone turned their gazes towards Xinyuan Ziguang. This youngster's invincible might was domineering, and had the momentum to surpass Yao Huiyu and other prodigies that had been famous for a long time. His cultivation of the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier was also the best of the young generation. If he went up, he would definitely have victory in his grasp. Xinyuan Ziguang revealed a proud expression. He originally didn't want to go down so soon. A prodigy like him obviously had to fight at the last moment to dazzle everyone. However, Million Treasures City obviously didn't have any stronger youngsters. If he still didn't go up, the other side's challenge would probably be over. He smiled faintly at Helian Sun Shui and said, "In this battle, I'll fight for you." Chapter 424. Though Ling Han and the Rain Emperor were far apart in terms of cultivation level, Ling Han's identity as an Earth-grade alchemist was enough for them to be on equal footing. Strictly speaking, a low-level Earth-grade alchemist was still slightly more important than a flower blossom tier. The two conversed for a while, and when they learned that Ling Han was going to collect the crimson-red chilling ice grass, the Rain Emperor offered to accompany Ling Han and lend him a hand. Ling Han gladly accepted. So many days had passed, and that stalk of spirit grass had become the target of many people. Though he believed that no one below the spiritual infant tier would be able to collect it, what if there were flower blossom tier warriors standing guard on the side? And if they saw him succeed and robbed it? The secret of the Black Tower was already known to a few people, and Ling Han didn't want it to be spread more widely. Thankfully, whether it was Rong Huanxian, Azura Demon Emperor, or Elder Nine Clouds, they only thought that he had a spirit tool that could accommodate living things, and didn't know that it was the Black Tower, which was far more than simply accommodating living things. This little girl is even more unfathomable. The Rain Emperor turned to Hunyeo. In the past, he could barely tell that the little girl had the cultivation of Gushing Spring tier, but now Hunyeo was like a ball of fog, extremely obscure. Hunyeo giggled. Since Ling Han was polite to the Rain Emperor, she gave him face as well, or else who would care? The three of them headed towards the location of the crimson-red chilling ice grass. This was in the core area, so after less than half a day, the three of them arrived. However, they weren't the only ones here, there were already 3 people there. Yao Huiyu, Tong Jiming and Zhu Xian'er. These 3 obviously wanted to collect the crimson-red chilling ice grass, but couldn't do it no matter what. Though they couldn't see Zhu Xian'er's face, it was definitely filled with anxiety. Discovering that Ling Han and the others had come, Yao Huiyu's eyes swept over them, and immediately shone brightly, as if turning into countless sharp swords shining brilliantly. Endless fighting spirit burst forth from his body as he stared closely at the Rain Emperor. Wang Wang Wang, the long sword at his waist actually hummed as if about to leave its sheath on its own. The Rain Emperor was the same. His whole body was exuding a powerful aura, and there were multiple surges of divine light that transformed into multiple iron fists. The two of them had clashed with each other during the battle with the demonic ape, but after the battle, they were both seriously injured. Naturally, they went to heal their wounds and digest the battle insights they had gained. This was the second time they had met, and both of them were at their peak. Their battle intent soared to the heavens. "Young man, you actually still dare to appear. Have you forgotten what my master said?" Tong Jiming smiled coldly at Ling Han. Back then, Yao Huiyu had said that the next time he met Ling Han, he would take his life. Ling Han glanced at him and said, "Whose dog is this? It only knows how to bark all day long. If you don't take care of it, I'm going to kill it." Yao Huiyu withdrew his gaze from the Rain Emperor and calmly said to Ling Han, "If you have the ability, then go ahead and kill him." Tong Jiming sneered. He was at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and his battle prowess was 12 stars. How could a young man at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier compare to him? He was instantly shocked. The 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was only 3 months' time. How did this guy leap from the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? He previously praised Yao Huiyu for being at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at the age of 17, and this young man in front of him didn't lose out at all. Could this be the second Yao Huiyu? However, so what if he was at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? He was a whole tier away from him, and this was a gap that no talent could make up for. "I'll suppress you," he shouted. Since Yao Huiyu already allowed him to attack, he obviously wouldn't be polite. Ling Han smiled faintly. He could even deal with Ding Yuan Xian, who had 15 stars battle prowess, not to mention Tong Jiming, who was only 12 stars. Moreover, he now advanced into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so his battle prowess obviously increased by 1 or 2 stars. However, he didn't have time to tangle with him. He had to collect the crimson red chilling ice grass anyways, so he directly revealed his trump card. "Small tower," he called in his mind. Hong Small Tower immediately guided the Black Tower to instill power, and his aura began to skyrocket. 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, middle stage, late stage, peak stage. He only paused for a moment and directly crossed over, stepping into the spiritual pedestal tier. Then the 1st layer, the 2nd layer, the 3rd layer, and just like that, he skyrocketed all the way, finally stopping at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Pu Piu, the Rain Emperor, Yao Huiyu, Zhu Xian, and Tong Jiming all stared with wide eyes, completely unable to believe the scene they witnessed. What kind of medicinal pill is this that can actually increase one's cultivation by a whole tier? The Rain Emperor and Zhu Xian both knew that Ling Han was an earth-grade alchemist, so it wasn't strange for him to be able to concoct a medicinal pill that could increase one's tier in a short time, but to be able to increase it by so much, that was really unheard of. Meanwhile, the corner of Tong Jiming's mouth twitched. Although he hadn't fought with Ling Han before, just from Yao Huiyu's evaluation of Ling Han, he knew that the latter's battle prowess was definitely shocking. Now, the two of them had the same tier, so how could he still play? "For the sake of your master, I'll spare your life." Ling Han waved his hand, turning into a flash of sword chi that attacked. Tong Jiming hurriedly parried, but this flash of sword chi directly shook off his hands, and with a piu it slashed across his neck, leaving behind a wound that instantly spurted blood. His expression changed in shock. This was obviously Ling Han being merciful, or else he would definitely be killed in an instant. Of course, if Ling Han really wanted to kill him, Yao Huiyu definitely wouldn't sit by and watch and would make a move to save him. Yao Huiyu revealed a playful expression. Although the current Ling Han was still much weaker than him, it made his hands itch to fight. However, defeating such a weakling was of no help to the formation of his sword heart, so he forcibly suppressed it. Ling Han didn't take another look and directly walked towards the crimson red chilling ice grass from the fire area. He already consumed a golden flower of the stone, so he didn't need to fear the fire poison. Zhu Xian'er's beautiful eyes lit up. Could it be that Ling Han had the ability to pluck the crimson red chilling ice grass? She instantly dispelled the thought of stopping him because she couldn't pluck this spirit grass at all. However, if it fell into Ling Han's hands, then there would at least be hope. Ling Han advanced with large strides. Wang, the thunder battle armor was activated, and circles of lightning overflowed, repelling all of the flames outside. He now had the power of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, which was enough to activate the thunder battle armor to the level of the late stage of the flower blossom tier. A freak like Yao Huiyu was obviously only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier, but his battle prowess was at least 10 stars. However, battle prowess of 10 stars didn't mean that defense was also 10 stars. The might of these flames attacked in all directions, so no matter how freakish your battle prowess was, it was useless, unless his sword destroyed this place. So, in this place, Yao Huiyu's resistance was at most comparable to a normal 3rd or 4th layer flower blossom tier, or at most 5 layers of the flower blossom tier. Ling Han very quickly walked through half of the path, but when he advanced further, his speed slowed down. Cracks continuously appeared on the thunder barrier, allowing the flames to enter and strike Ling Han's body. Immediately a charred hole appeared. However, Ling Han didn't even frown, and only continued to advance. Chapter 425. To Ling Han, there was nothing more important on this trip than obtaining the crimson red chilling ice grass. For this spirit medicine, he could even exchange the heavenly luck stone and the primal chaos source rock. He suffered great pain, but acted as if he didn't feel it. Body of rock cliff could cut off pain. Indestructible heaven scroll fully protected his life force, and with the protection of the thunder battle armor, he was qualified to continue advancing. The Rain Emperor and Yao Huiyu both looked shocked. In terms of pure defense, Ling Han was already above them. However, in battle defense was dynamic because powerful offense also belonged to defense, forcing the opponent to be unable to attack. So what if one's defense was weaker? They were shocked by the battle armor on Ling Han's body. It was too shocking, actually being able to increase the static defense close to the peak stage of the Flower Blossom tier, protecting Ling Han from all directions. But for some reason they felt that this battle armor seemed to have some flaws. This was because the Thunder battle armor had a hole blasted through, which was why there was a faint feeling of disharmony. It was fine in lower tiers, but the higher the tier, the more this flaw would be magnified. After all, it wasn't a perfect and flawless level 10 spirit tool. Zhu Xian'er's beautiful eyes lit up. She hoped very much that Ling Han could harvest it successfully. As long as he did, there would be room for negotiation. Ling Han didn't care what others thought. He strode forward, trying to use this chance to harvest the crimson-red chilling ice grass as much as possible. Otherwise, he could only wait until he advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier and use Black Tower's power boost again. However, he still wanted to suppress his tier and completely perfect this tier later, not planning to break through quickly. Thus, if he could use this power boost to obtain the crimson-red chilling ice grass, that would naturally be the best. Moreover, such a test was also an opportunity for him. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter of spirit grass was within his reach. Yet Ling Han revealed a pained expression. The might of these flames was too terrifying. Even though he had cut off his sense of pain, he was still unable to completely avoid it, because it was as if his divine sense had been set on fire, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He had to quickly. Ling Han took another step forward, and finally arrived at the side of the spirit grass. However, he didn't pull out the spirit grass. Instead, he unsheathed the demon birth sword, intending to dig out this spirit grass. As long as they could be taken into the Black Tower alive, then no matter what kind of environment they needed, they would be able to grow in the Black Tower. Moreover, they would be able to grow even better, and one day would be equivalent to 3 years. This was a Tier 7 spirit medicine. Ling Han naturally did not plan on using it just once. Chong, the sword struck the white stone below, and instantly innumerable sparks flew, leaving behind a shallow mark. However, the tip of the sword condensed into a layer of white frost, and a chill rapidly spread from the blade of the sword, causing Ling Han to shiver. It was as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. He planned to slice this rock in half and store it in the Black Tower together. The tip of the sword naturally extended into the cold ground, attracting the invasion of cold air. And the strange thing was that even though the other half of the sword was in the land of fire, it didn't cancel out the cold air, but rather coexisted harmoniously. After a wave of cold air came a wave of scorching heat, causing Ling Han's blood that had just frozen to instantly boil again. He was so uncomfortable that he immediately spat out blood. Fuck, this was the authentic combination of ice and fire. Ling Han gritted his teeth, but had no intention of stopping. Ding 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 ding, he used the demon birth sword as a machete, continuously chopping at the rock. Thankfully, this was a Tier 10 spirit tool. If it were of a lower grade, randomly chopping in such a place where the cold and heat intersected, it would definitely destroy the toughness of the material, and it would shatter after a few hits. But even so, because Ling Han's strength was still a major weakness, he did not make much progress in his slashing. Moreover, his left hand, left foot, and right foot were already charred, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted from them. His right hand was still in good condition because he activated the indestructible heaven scroll to heal it with all his might, giving up on the other unimportant parts. Hunyo was very anxious, jumping up and down, but she was also very wary of this land of cold and heat, and didn't dare to rush in rashly. Moreover, Ling Han could still stand, and was still brandishing his sword, so it wasn't the worst time yet. If Ling Han collapsed, she would definitely dash over and drag Ling Han out with all her might. When both his legs were about to be burnt off, Ling Han didn't hesitate to use the indestructible true fluid. There were a total of 3 drops which could allow him to fully recover 3 times. Wang, a majestic life essence overflowed within his body, and his injuries were instantly healed. Ding ding ding, Ling Han chopped with even more vigor. However, when the essence of the indestructible true fluid was used up, his arms and legs began to show burn marks again. Yao Huiyu and the others were dumbfounded. Just now, such heavy injuries could be instantly healed. What kind of shocking healing panacea was this? If they could obtain one, wouldn't it be equivalent to having an extra life? Yao Huiyu still didn't know Ling Han's identity, while Zhu Xian'er and the Rain Emperor nodded internally. As expected of an Earth-grade alchemist, awesome. If Lu Jitong and the other Earth-grade alchemists knew, they would definitely burst into tears, because how could there be such an awesome Earth-grade medicinal pill in this world? Only the legendary Panacea 9 Divine Pill had such effects, but that was a heaven-grade mid-level medicinal pill, and no one in this world could refine it. Ling Han chopped ding ding ding. The sounds of chopping rang out incessantly, causing Yao Huiyu and the others to be puzzled. Why didn't he just pull out the grass and leave, and insisted on chopping the rock? Could it be that he wanted to catch it alive and continue raising it? Did he have such conditions? They really guessed correctly, but they definitely wouldn't have thought that there would be a treasure like the Black Tower. Ling Han very quickly used up the second drop of indestructible true fluid, but this time the speed of recovery was obviously slower, and the medicinal effects disappeared even faster. Even if it was such a divine item, it also had a resistance to medicinal effects. True, a drop of indestructible true fluid could practically revive a dead person, and the body would recover to a completely unscathed state. If there weren't some restrictions, then it would actually be illogical. When the effects of the second drop of indestructible true fluid completely disappeared, Ling Han had also shaved off about 2/3 of the white rock. He couldn't help but sigh. If he could grasp Sword Ray now, then use 10,000 techniques return to 1, perhaps he would be able to chop off this rock with a single strike. Now there was no other way, and he could only continuously circulate the 4 seasons sword technique. If he used the mysterious 3,000, Yao Huiyu would definitely come out, and even the old monsters of the Heaven Sword sect might come out to interrogate him about how he had learned sword techniques. At that time, even if he could fabricate some excuses, would the Heaven Sword sect spare an outsider who had learned their sect's sword techniques? Thus, before his strength was sufficient, Ling Han didn't want the Heaven Sword sect to know that he had learned the 3 styles of black origin. Chop 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 chop. In a short while, Ling Han was forced to use up the last drop of indestructible true fluid, and at this moment the white rock was also about to be chopped off. It was as if Ling Han had gone mad. Now there was no more indestructible true fluid to extend his life, so he had to chop off the white rock before he collapsed. Chapter 426. Ling Han's hands and feet once again appeared scorched black, but the white rock only had a sliver left. He gave a long howl and slashed with his sword. Pung, the rock finally broke. He pressed with his hand, communicating with the Black Tower. Xiao, the broken rock and the crimson-red chilling ice grass were stored inside. Retreat. He dodged hurriedly, and left the area of flames in a few steps. He quickly took out a large handful of medicinal pills and swallowed them madly, circulating the indestructible heaven scroll to heal himself. It's all cooked. Hunyo ran over and said with heartache, but sniffed with her little nose and saliva flowed out. So fragrant. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched. Would this little girl pounce and bite him? Grandmaster Ling, please give me the crimson-red chilling ice grass. No matter how many origin crystals, I can give it to you, Zhu Xian'er immediately said. Grandmaster Ling. Yao Huiyu revealed a playful smile. Is he an alchemist? Earth-grade low-level alchemist, the Rain Emperor answered. This time, Yao Huiyu finally revealed a surprised expression. He estimated that Ling Han was at most a black-grade middle-level alchemist, high-level at most. He didn't think that he was actually an Earth-grade alchemist. Don't just be Earth-grade low-level, but stepping into Earth-grade was like a martial artist stepping into the flower blossom tier. It was a completely different level. A youth not even 18 years old, an Earth-grade low-level alchemist. Yao Huiyu's talent in martial arts was indeed worthy of a thumbs up in the vast lands, but if Ling Han's achievements in alchemy were to be compared, he would not lose to him at all, and might even surpass him greatly. When he was at this age, he was only in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was only comparable to a black-grade middle-level alchemist. But Ling Han also reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in martial art. What a terrifying youth. No wonder he had a feeling that Ling Han would be a great enemy in the future. Ling Han ignored him and continued to circulate the indestructible Heaven Scroll. The medicinal effects of the medicinal pills also continued to take effect, allowing his body to recover quickly. As long as there was no burning fire to continue attacking, the indestructible Heaven Scroll could unleash its strongest effect. After more than 10 minutes he stood up. Although his injuries were not completely healed, they were more or less healed. Ling Han, hand over the crimson red chilling ice grass to Xianer, and I can spare your life, Yao Huiyu said calmly. He had once said that the next time he saw Ling Han, he would take Ling Han's life. The Rain Emperor immediately humphed and said, I was just about to battle with you. He decisively accepted the battle on behalf of Ling Han. Yet Ling Han smiled and said, Your Imperial Majesty, leave this battle to me. There was still half an hour left before the Black Tower's power boost, so how could he waste it? Ha ha ha. Yao Huiyu laughed loudly, but as he laughed he shook his head. Although I am very fond of your potential, the current you is not enough. You do not have the qualifications to fight against me. We'll only know after we fight. Ling Han waved the demon birth sword, and vein-like patterns appeared, circulating with a frightening pressure. This kind of pressure had a strong suppressive effect on those below the flower blossom tier, but for elites from the flower blossom tier onwards, the effect was sharply reduced. After all, from this tier onwards, martial artists would have crossed over the boundaries of mortals. Yao Huiyu humphed and said, At first, I was very much looking forward to you challenging me in the future, but if you insist on seeking your own death, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. He was a person who killed without any scruples in the first place, and did not have any fondness for talent. He had only set a 2-year agreement with Ling Han on a whim, so he naturally did not mind killing Ling Han in the slightest. Young Master Yao, Grandmaster Ling is an earth-grade alchemist. Zhu Xianer reminded coldly. Although she wanted the crimson red chilling ice grass, she did not want Ling Han's life at all. Moreover, the two of them would head to the middle state to battle together in a year's time. They were allies, so how could she sit back and watch? Yao Huiyu smiled evilly. Others were afraid of the Alchemist Society, but why would he be afraid? Ancient sects like the Heaven Sword sect were powerful beyond anyone's imagination, and even the Alchemist Society would not be willing to provoke them. So what if he killed Ling Han? Would the Alchemist Society dare to come to the Heaven Sword sect to demand for him? If you can block 3 strikes from me, I'll let you live, he said menacingly. Don't think that he was soft-hearted. Flower Blossom tier cultivators could absolutely crush spiritual pedestal tier cultivators. So wasn't 3 strikes enough to kill? Ling Han raised the demon birth sword horizontally, and said indifferently, You can't kill me. This was the truth. He was now in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and at least before the Black Tower's power boost ended, he could activate the Thunder Battle Armor and have the peak defense of the Flower Blossom tier. As for the Black Tower's power boost ending, it was naturally to call for the Rain Emperor to take his place. He was definitely not someone who cared about face. First strike. Yao Huiyu attacked, very casually waving his fingers and shooting out 5 flashes of sword chi. But who was he? Not only was he in the Flower Blossom tier, he also claimed to be the second sword in the world. Though it was a bit exaggerated, his strength was unreasonably strong in the Flower Blossom tier. These 5 flashes of sword chi were like angry dragons that could easily kill a 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier cultivator over 100 times. The difference between the spiritual pedestal tier and the Flower Blossom tier was like that of heaven and earth in the first place, not to mention a monster like Yao Huiyu. Ling Han was unafraid, and waved his sword to meet the attack. Pew 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 pew, he could not cut through Yao Huiyu's sword chi, but the thunder barrier easily blocked the 5 flashes of sword chi, and even Ling Han's figure was not forced to retreat. Somewhat interesting. Yao Huiyu revealed a smile. Previously, he had seen the Thunder Battle Armor's ability to resist fire, but being able to resist fire and being able to resist physical attacks were 2 completely different things. For example, a wall of earth could resist fire, but when it encountered the attack of a metal hammer, it would definitely be broken in an instant. After this attack, Yao Huiyu's hope of getting lucky was gone. The Thunder Battle armor was not only able to defend against attacks like ice, fire, and poison, but also had an effect on physical attacks. It was time to get serious. Yao Huiyu drew his sword, his expression solemn. For a proud person like him, if he said he would use 3 strikes, then he definitely would not use the 4th strike. Otherwise, it would ruin his heart of sword arts, and he would never be able to cultivate sword heart in this lifetime. He waved his hand again and 9 flashes of sword chi shot out simultaneously, blasting towards Ling Han. Bam! These sword chi were once again perfectly dispersed by the Thunder Battle armor. What effect could a normal attack have against the defense of a peak stage Flower Blossom tier elite? Yao Huiyu's expression became even more solemn. He did not have the slightest intention of underestimating Ling Han, but the strength of his opponent's armor was beyond his imagination. He had to use his ultimate move, or else he wouldn't be able to get rid of this young opponent. He took a deep breath and his treasured sword trembled slightly. His entire person emitted an endless amount of sword chi, as if he had also transformed into a sword. His body was a sword, his spirit was a sword, everything was a sword. Ling Han was greatly moved. In his previous life he had naturally never seen the Sword Emperor use his full strength, and when Yao Huiyu used his full strength, it immediately gave him an inspiration. So the path of the sword could still be walked in this way. If he wanted to walk the path of the strongest, he would have to absorb the strong points of hundreds of schools. 3,000 mysterious mysteries cleave 3,000 realms. Yao Huiyu struck out with his sword. Xiao xiao xiao, there were actually 1,200 rays of sword light that shone together. Ling Han revealed a smile. It was indeed the mysterious 3,000. His gamble paid off. Chapter 427. Ling Han crooked his finger and said, "Come. As you wish." Tian Xiaoning gave a long howl, controlling the 5 corpse soldiers to attack Ling Han. And when the 5 corpse soldiers pounced towards Ling Han, completely covering his figure, everyone began to shake their heads. This young man was obviously dead for sure. This wasn't the first person to die today, and it wouldn't be the last, so everyone didn't take it to heart. Who would care about an unknown person? However, the next scene made everyone's jaws drop. Ling Han's figure was actually extremely slippery, moving freely under the siege of 5 corpse soldiers. If he really couldn't dodge, he used his hand to block, and with a flash of golden light, the attacking corpse soldier was shaken back. How is this possible? Isn't this guy only at the 2nd layer of the Flower Blossom tier? How can his strength be so terrifying? Those corpse soldiers have about 14 stars battle prowess, right? Definitely 14 stars, but this kid can block them with a casual wave of his hand. This strength is too terrifying. Genius, an absolute genius. He's definitely not inferior to Xinyuan Ziguang and Yao Huiyu. The face of the veteran from before twitched. In a short while, 3 super geniuses ran out and ruthlessly slapped his face, wishing that there was a big hole in the ground for him to crawl into. He has some strength, Tian Xiaoning said with a sneer, joining the battle as well. The weapon he used was a bone sword, and its shape was probably taken from the leg bone of a giant beast and then polished. There were vein-like patterns on it and it was definitely formed naturally. Once activated, the vein-like patterns shone and linked up one after another, releasing a shocking grand light. Ling Han seemed to see a giant beast floating on the sword's blade, and that terrifying body seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. His eyes involuntarily lit up and he said, "This was refined from the leg bone of a Wuxia, right?" In the legends, the true dragon had 9 sons, but each one was different, because they were all born from the true dragon and different beasts. The offspring only inherited a portion of the true dragon's bloodline, and the Wuxia was one of them. It was shaped like a fish but not a fish, and its head was like a lion's, but it had a pair of horns, and its entire body was covered in dragon scales. Even if it only had a sliver of the true dragon's bloodline, all the beasts in the world regarded the true dragon as their leader, which showed how high its status was. Having a sliver of the true dragon's bloodline was extremely impressive, and hard to find in the world. Tian Xiaoning revealed a surprised expression and said, "You actually recognize this sword." He also only knew about the legend of the Wuxia after being bestowed the sword. However, this Wuxia's bloodline was even thinner, or else it was a dragon's descendant, So how could it be so easily killed and its leg bone extracted to make a sword? Thin bloodline, mixed vein-like patterns, nothing more than this. Ling Han gave another evaluation. Tian Xiaoning's nose instantly became crooked in anger. You looked shocked at first and now you said nothing more than this. How could he accept this? He snorted coldly and said, It's more than enough to kill you. He brandished the sword and slashed towards Ling Han. This bone sword was extracted from the leg bone of a divine beast's descendant and refined with various treasured materials, and could be considered outstanding among level 6 spirit tools. With this slash, a gigantic shadow of a ferocious beast immediately appeared, pouncing towards Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, This sword isn't bad, I'll take it. The demon birth sword couldn't be casually unleashed, so temporarily using this sword as a replacement wasn't bad either. Impudent. Tian Xiaoning was furious. This brat was too arrogant, actually treating him as nothing. Ling Han used the demon fairy step and directly arrived in front of Tian Xiaoning, both fists blasting out continuously. The 5 corpse soldiers actually became decorations, and amidst angry roars and strange cries, they charged back, chasing behind Ling Han's butt. This time, it became a head-on confrontation between Tian Xiaoning and Ling Han. He, however, wasn't afraid. With a wave of his sword, 9 flashes of sword chi were formed, and under the support of the bone sword, each sword chi transformed into a terrifying 9-meter-long waterfall, slashing towards Ling Han. Ling Han obviously wouldn't be afraid, and directly brandished his fists to meet it. Pung 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 pung, these sword chi were instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone held their heads and cried out in shock. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that those 9 flashes of sword chi were all triggered by the bone sword, and their sharpness was equivalent to that of a bone sword. This was also the reason why everyone pursued a good spirit tool. However, Ling Han shattered these sword chi with a punch, and his fist actually didn't suffer the slightest injury. Was that still a body of flesh and blood? No need to doubt, this is because my fist is harder, Ling Han said with a smile. He cultivated the indestructible heaven scroll, and if he really cultivated the body of diamond, his physique would definitely be even more tyrannical than a true dragon's. Although he now had the body of iron sheet, the bone sword was only refined from a gloomy viper's descendant, not even the son of a divine beast, so how could it possibly injure him? To threaten his 6th-tier body of iron sheet, it had to use a 7th-tier spirit tool no matter what. As he spoke, Ling Han's fist struck continuously, forcing Tian Xiaoning to retreat. This was very interesting. Tian Xiaoning retreated, Ling Han chased, and behind him were 5 corpse soldiers, forcibly turning what should have been a group brawl into a one-on-one chase. Haha, this youngster discovered the corpse soldiers' biggest weakness. Someone on the city wall clapped and laughed. That's right, the corpse soldiers' weakness is that their speed isn't fast enough. After all, they're just remains and can't use movement techniques. But just the explosive power of their bodies is equivalent to the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, and there aren't many that can surpass them in speed. This youngster's movement technique is truly extraordinary. Many things could actually be seen through with a hint, but even if it was seen through, not everyone might be able to do it. This was what it meant to be easy for a person to carry a burden, but if one had to go up himself, he might only be able to groan. Tian Xiaoning was shocked. In this way, the 5 corpse soldiers were useless, and he became the one facing Ling Han alone. However, the majority of the 1,000 corpse sex battle prowess came from the corpse soldiers, and if the corpse soldiers couldn't play a role, their own strength would naturally be greatly reduced. He was actually quite extraordinary, having the cultivation of the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier and battle prowess reaching 15 stars, which was enough to look down on his peers, but encountering a freak like Ling Han, he could only be miserable. Ancient bone patterns condensed on Ling Han's fists. Close combat was now his forte, and the power of a body cultivator burst forth, not much weaker than origin power. Each punch was like a pile driver. Only a body cultivator could bombard so fast. Origin power cultivators' physical strength couldn't keep up, so they could only work on chi, replacing speed with quantity. Pung 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 pung. After more than 100 punches in a row, Tian Xiaoning's bone sword instantly flew out of his hand, and Ling Han reached out and grabbed it. Give it back! Tian Xiaoning hurriedly shouted. This was a treasure personally bestowed to him by the Lord Sect Master. Ling Han shook his head and said, "In your hands, this spirit tool has really fallen into disgrace." He turned around and stared at the 5 corpse soldiers that pounced at him. Chapter 428. Zhu Xian'er, 13th on the North Region's prodigy roll, and in a little over a month's time when the ranking battles would be held, it was a sure thing for her to advance into the top 3, and even the first place wasn't impossible. Moreover, she was the North Region's first beauty, and even before her face was completely revealed, the Heaven Sword Sect's outstanding disciple was at her beck and call, attentively fawning over her. What kind of charm was this? But now she was actually despised by someone, and even reprimanded as a little girl. Zhu Xian'er was really very displeased. If Ling Han was a 50 or 60-year-old man, then she would accept it. But this guy was clearly 3 or 4 years younger than her. Yet he acted like an old man, so how could she not explode with anger? Most importantly, Ling Han's impatient expression was so natural, and he wasn't playing hard to get at all. This was practically stabbing a dozen knives into Zhu Xian'er's usually confident heart. In this instant, she had an impulse to take off her veil, and when Ling Han saw her unparalleled beauty, he would have to bow down to her. But firstly, she was never willing to use her beauty, and secondly, she was more afraid that Ling Han would be interested in her, and use the crimson red chilling ice grass or his identity as an earth-grade alchemist to force her to submit. Thus, she gritted her teeth and endured this impulse. "Master Ling, you're only 17 or 18 years old. If Xian'er is a little girl, then what are you?" she countered. "Silly girl, whether a person is mature or not depends on their mental age, not what they look like. Hearing you say that, I know really a silly girl." Ling Han shrugged and turned to leave. Hunyou made a face at Zhu Xian'er, and then caught up to Ling Han, tugging on the corner of Ling Han's clothes, giggling. Damn. Zhu Xian'er was driven mad. How could there be such an infuriating man? She was really too annoyed, and also wanted to smash something, okay? Ling Han was very satisfied. This trip to the Dark Demon Forest was practically perfect. Not only did he reap great rewards, he had also schemed against the Azura Demon Emperor and gotten rid of a great threat. He had also met the Rain Emperor again. This domineering emperor had already started his own path to becoming a ruler, and his future accomplishments were limitless. He brought the Tiger Clan back to Extreme Yang City. If Yinlan had already obtained the 9-leaf black Ganoderma for him, then he would be able to refine the restorative spirit pill. Zhu Xian'er actually caught up and walked side by side with Ling Han. This made Hunyou extremely displeased, feeling that this woman who swayed her but while walking was really too annoying. Why did she always come to tempt her? Ling Han? Ling Han had long since planted the crimson red chilling ice grass. This stock of spiritual medicine actually had not reached a sufficient age yet, but it would be enough if it was planted in the Black Tower for another 10 days or so. Thus, when Ling Han returned to Extreme Yang City, this stock of spiritual medicine had already completely grown and bore a mere 3 fruits, but the main stem was rapidly withering, as if all of its vitality had been injected into the fruits. The fruits couldn't be used as medicine. The value of the crimson red chilling ice grass lay in its stem, but the 3 fruits meant that in another month or so, Ling Han would be able to harvest 3 stalks of 100-year-old crimson red chilling ice grass. At that time he would use 1 stalk, sell another to Zhu Xian'er, and continue to plant the last stalk. In the future, he would no longer lack this kind of spiritual medicine. He returned to the inn, but saw that Lu Yutong and the others had already moved away long ago, but they had the waiter leave an address for Ling Han. Naturally, Lu Yutong and Li Xichan had already made their decision and finally found a new home. When they arrived at Extreme Yang City, Zhu Xian'er also left swiftly, while Ling Han went to his new home. This was on the eastern side of the city. From the outside it looked very ordinary, but there was actually a sizable lake inside. The willows hung upside down, and the scenery was delightful. There were pavilions, terraces, and stone bridges, creating an artistic conception of tranquility amidst the noise. They actually hired guards at the entrance to block Ling Han, making Hunyou reveal her ferocious side and almost bite him. Fortunately, Zhu Wujiu just happened to come out and hurriedly invited Ling Han into the manor, informing the guards that this was the true master of the Ling Manor. Some servants were also hired in the manor. After all, this manor was very large, and Lu Yutong and the others were busy with their own matters, mainly cultivating and concocting pills, so where would they have the time to deal with trifling matters? Very soon, Lu Yutong and the others all came out to greet him. Ling Han roughly understood the situation. Whether it was Forget-Not or the Alchemist King Pavilion, because of Lu Jitong's protection, naturally no one dared to have any ideas. However, because Ling Han had left for too long, the ingredients in Forget-Not were almost used up. From last month onwards, they adopted a method of limited supply, or else there wouldn't be any ingredients to sell now. The same was true for the Alchemist King Pavilion. The high-level medicinal pills refined by Ling Han were basically sold out, and although Li Xichan was rather talented in alchemy, she was far from the alchemy emperor. Fortunately, Ling Han finally returned. Business matters obviously had to be handled in a hurry. Ling Han took out a large amount of vegetables and fruits from the Black Tower, as well as some live animals, and had Zhu Wujiu send them to Forget-Not. As for medicinal pills, he'd refine them in the Black Tower when he had time. After all, it took time and not like ingredients that could be taken out. When it was time for lunch, Gong Letian came uninvited. He was addicted to eating Forget-Not's good food, but after the limited supply, he could only eat one precious dish per meal. How could his picky mouth bear it? Thus, he would come here every day to freeload for food, because Lu Yutong and the others were naturally picky, and had to eat the ingredients in the Black Tower for every meal. When Ling Han returned, this guy immediately pounced over and cried out, "Brother, you're finally back. I've been waiting for your meat for so long that I'm dying." Ling Han's face couldn't help but darken. This guy didn't know how to speak, wanting to eat his meat. Today Ling Han returned, so everyone obviously didn't have to be stingy anymore. All kinds of precious dishes were served, and they fiercely had a sumptuous meal, making everyone's little stomachs round. After Gong Letian left, Ling Han gathered everyone together. "This is the Heavenly Luck Stone," Ling Han said, and explained its specific uses. This shocked everyone. As long as they refined this small stone, when they broke through in the future, they'd have 4 or 5 stars of battle prowess. This was really too shocking. How could there be such a precious treasure in the world? They were all people of Rain Country, and limited by their experience, they obviously couldn't have heard of such a treasure. Everyone was extremely excited. Even Flower Blossom tier and Spiritual Infant tier elites would make a move to snatch such a treasure to increase the power of their juniors, but Ling Han actually obtained as many as 9 of them, which was really shocking. With gratitude, they all took the Heavenly Luck Stone. As long as one broke through in the major tier, battle prowess would soar. This could be seen on Lu Yutong and Zhu Wujiu the earliest, because they were both in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier and had already consolidated their tier to near perfection, ready to break through. Qin Yi was much slower. He just stepped into the 2nd layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, and there was still a long way to go before he reached the Spiritual Pedestal tier. Guang Yuan was even more miserable. After recultivating, he indeed progressed faster than Qin Yi, but his tier dropped, and entering the Spiritual Pedestal tier was only recovering, not breaking through. Thus, the benefits of the Heavenly Luck Stone could only be seen when he reached the Flower Blossom tier. Li Xichan, on the other hand, refused to take the Heavenly Luck Stone no matter what. For her it was a huge waste. She only needed to increase her tier and be able to concoct alchemical pills. The ability to battle above her tier was really useless. Chapter 429. Ling Han did not force her. It was indeed a waste to let Li Xichan refine the Heavenly Luck Stone. Since she did not need it, then he would leave it. Anyway, such a treasure could be sold for a sky-high price at any time. He went to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion again to ask about the 9-leaf black Ganoderma. The results made him overjoyed. Yin Hong already had news of the spirit medicine, and she might be able to obtain it in a month or 2. Could not be helped. Level 7 spirit medicines were very precious. Yin Hong was only the beloved daughter of the pavilion master of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and the resources she had were limited. Most importantly, being a pavilion master did not mean that he could cover the sky with one hand. After all, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was a very, very large force. It was just 1 or 2 more months. Ling Han could still afford to wait. Moreover, in another month, the North Region Prodigy ranking would open. Although Ling Han had no interest in participating, it did not matter. What level had the prodigies reached now? Oh right, what other formations are there? I can use cultivation methods and martial techniques to exchange for them, Ling Han said. Yin Hong rolled her eyes and said, "Don't talk to me like you're talking to a child." All right. Ling Han swiped his right hand, and 10 martial techniques immediately appeared on the table. They were all Earth-grade books. Yin Hong flipped through them and could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Where did you steal so many martial techniques? You don't have to worry about that. Do you want to exchange or not? Ling Han said with a smile. Yin Hong could not help but be tempted but said, Didn't I give you the little Tianyuan spirit snake formation? I learned it, Ling Han said very casually. Yin Hong immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. What kind of joke did he learn? That was a level 4 formation and he learned it in a few months. Formation Dao could not be accomplished in one go. One had to first learn level 1 formation patterns, then move on to level 2, level 3, and level 4. Normally, one could learn level 1 formation patterns in a month or two, but level 2 would take at least 1 or 2 years, level 3 would take 4 to 5 years, and level 4 would take at least 10 years. It was easy in the beginning but slower in the later stages. Therefore, Array Dao was only used as a support. No one cultivated Array Dao alone. Yin Hong was also considered a genius in formations, but she also spent 3 months to master the little Tianyuan spirit snake formation, and this was under the condition that she had already mastered a large number of 4th-tier formation patterns. Boasting. She didn't believe it. Ling Han smiled and waved his right hand again. 7 purple gold rods appeared, and the little Tianyuan spirit snake array appeared in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly the power of heaven and earth surged, and a white snake suddenly appeared. What? Yin Hong stood up abruptly, her beautiful eyes wide open. You are practically a monster. Hey, we are familiar with each other, but if you curse at me like this I will get angry, said Ling Han with a smile. Yin Hong was still dumbfounded and said, I thought I was a genius in formations, but compared to you I seem to be an idiot. Indeed I am a genius. Ling Han nodded. Yin Hong couldn't help but sigh. Can't you be a little more humble? This is the truth. If I were humble, then I would be pretentious, and pretentious is something only cheap people do, said Ling Han in all seriousness. Yin Hong immediately laughed loudly, and laughed so hard that she was shaking. She wasn't afraid that Ling Han would be aroused, and he even pushed her with his lust. After a while, she said with a serious expression, With your standards and formations, you might even be better than me in a year, and you can be the main leader in the formation competition. Then I will have to pay more. Ling Han said with a serious expression. Yin Hong rolled her eyes charmingly and said, Just a few words of praise and you're already panting. However, no matter if it's formations, alchemy, or martial arts, each domain can send out 3 people, and the one with the best results will be counted. The higher your attainments in the Array Dao, the higher the points we can obtain in the Array Dao. Alright, I will change it for you. She took out an ancient book and placed it in front of Ling Han. Tiandu Thunderstar Array. Ling Han glanced at the 5 words written on the cover. 5th level formation, Yin Hong said with a serious expression. However, this is also the highest level formation I can obtain. As for 6th level formations, I am not qualified to learn them, but even if I learn them, I cannot teach them to you. There are strict rules. Ling Han, however, was pleased. The power of a 5th level formation was at the spiritual pedestal tier, and he was only a short distance away from the spiritual pedestal tier. Conversely, a 4th level formation was of little value and would soon lose its effect. Deal. He picked up the formation book and left. Yin Hong couldn't help but grit her teeth. She was a top-grade beauty and was naturally seductive. Was this brat blind? The reason why Ling Han could improve so quickly in the field of formations was naturally related to the fact that he had a sliver of the divine sense of the heaven tier. Moreover, he had entered all kinds of historical sites in his last life, and had done a considerable amount of research on formations. He had not started from scratch. He flipped through the book. This Tiandu Thunderstar Array could attract the attack of heavenly thunder, and was divided into 2 sets. One set was the main array, requiring 136 formation eyes. Even a 5th level formation master couldn't control it, so it had to be set up as a dead array. The so-called dead array was like a great mountain protection array, which could only be fixed in a certain place and would only be triggered when someone entered. The advantage was that it was completely automatic and extremely powerful. There were also many disadvantages. Firstly, it couldn't be moved, and once it was set up, it would always be there. Secondly, it couldn't differentiate between enemies and enemies, and a wrong step would trigger an attack from the formation. I can set up one here that can block spiritual pedestal tier opponents. Ling Han mumbled, but 136 formation eyes. How many materials would that require? It definitely couldn't be done for the time being. The other set was a child array. Its power was much smaller, but it only required 36 formation eyes. It could become a miniature version of the main array, and the advantage was that it could be driven and operated like the small Tianyuan spirit snake, completely under the control of the formation master, who could attack whoever he wanted. I'll have to bleed a lot. Thankfully, 3 bone-forming pills were auctioned off for 7,000 2-star origin crystals, plus over 100,000 1-star origin crystals. It's enough to buy them. Ling Han exhaled. In this way, formations also burned money, not much less than alchemy. However, although formation masters could also help others set up a great formation to earn money, once the formation was set up, it could be used for hundreds, even thousands or tens of thousands of years. It wasn't consumable like medicinal pills, so formation masters probably didn't earn as much as alchemy. Thankfully, I'm the alchemy emperor. Otherwise, I'd have to cultivate martial art and refine formation eyes. Where would I find so much money to burn? Ling Han shook his head. Walking on the streets, he could obviously see that there were a lot more martial artists coming and going. The North Region Prodigy Tournament was about to begin, so it naturally attracted a lot of people. Some people were here to participate in the tournament, while others were here to join in the fun. Shui Gucheng, battle with me. A loud roar was heard from ahead. You lunatic, this is a busy street. If we battle here, no matter how many people will die, we'll all be chased out of the extreme Yang City. A furious voice shouted. My fighting spirit has been ignited, so I don't care about all that. Come and fight. A figure leapt high into the air. He was short, but he was wielding a heavy hammer that was even taller than him. Just the hammer itself was taller and thicker than his body. Idiot. Another person also flew up and leaped onto the roof, quickly leaving. Chapter 430. Shui Gucheng, the 20th on the prodigy roll last year, was in the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but now he was shockingly in the 4th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. This was very normal. There were many alchemical pills that could speed up cultivation below the flower blossom tier, and these prodigies definitely had the support of sex, so they could completely change their cultivation completely within a year. And if he wasn't worried about spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, Shui Gucheng's cultivation could possibly be even higher. For example, Zhu Xian'er's information only showed that she was in the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but now she shockingly advanced to the 5th layer. For these prodigies, every few months their cultivation would be greatly different. If they still judged them with the old standards from a year ago, then they would definitely be deceived. The one rank below Shui Gucheng was Ji Derong. According to the information, Ji Derong had always been unconvinced, so he challenged the prodigy every time he saw him. That short person just now must be Ji Derong, who fit the description on the information very well. As the time of the prodigy tournament drew closer and closer, all sorts of people appeared. Ling Han shook his head. Can Yi Lu Yutong and Zhu Wujiu all wanted to participate in this year's prodigy tournament, and they were very ambitious. Not only did they want to be on the roll, they also wanted to get a high rank, but there was no hope for them coming now. Originally, Kenye's cultivation was the highest, and he had the highest chance of getting a good rank on the roll, but he had already broken through to the spiritual ocean tier before refining the heavenly luck stone. Unless he broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier, the heavenly luck stone's effects would be completely useless. Thus, his current battle prowess was at most equal to Zhu Wujiu, who had broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, and was far inferior to Lu Yutong, who had broken through to the spiritual ocean tier. If he didn't have an overwhelming advantage in cultivation level, his battle prowess wouldn't be as strong as Lu Yutong. Ling Han thought as he walked towards Forget Not. It was almost time for dinner. However, when he arrived at the restaurant, he shockingly discovered that a large hole had been blasted in one of the restaurant's walls. It was currently being repaired, so there wasn't a single customer in the restaurant. He frowned and said, "What happened? Just now there were 2 madmen fighting and a guy was hit, and his body crashed over, creating a large hole in our restaurant. Fortunately, only a few people were injured and no one died," Zhu Wujiu said gloomily. Ling Han was immediately enraged and said, "Is there a fellow with a short stature holding a hammer?" "Yes. Zhu Wujiu nodded. Then he asked in surprise, "How did young Master Han know?" Ling Han did not answer. Instead, he turned around and left. "Young Master Han, where are you going?" Zhu Wujiu hurriedly caught up to him. "Of course we're going to find those two bastards and make them pay," Ling Han said with a dark face. "Young Master Han, those two people are on the prodigy roll, and they are both in the spiritual pedestal tier. One is ranked 20th, while the other is ranked 21st, Zhu Wujiu said in a trembling voice. He had not known before, either, and only found out how great the background of those two maniacs was after hearing the discussions of others. Ling Han did not even turn his head and said, "So what? I'll beat them up first, then drag them back to work for a month." Zhu Wujiu could not help but shiver. He knew that Ling Han was very fierce and had shocking battle prowess, but there was still a gap of a major tier between them after all. Moreover, Xue Guchang and Ji Derong were both on the prodigy roll, and similarly had the powerful ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. That was no joke. "You stay here. Someone has to stand guard in the restaurant," Ling Han said in a low voice. "Yes, yes." Zhu Wujiu nodded. When he remembered that Ling Han was an earth-grade alchemist, he could not help but feel relieved. Even if you were the first on the prodigy roll when you saw Ling Han, you would still have to lower your head and address him as Grandmaster. How could he have forgotten about this, worrying for nothing for half a day? Ling Han strode forward and made some inquiries along the way. Xue Guchang and Ji Derong had fought so merrily, so naturally, they had left behind some witnesses along the way. At this moment they were all discussing fervently, and there was no need for Ling Han to deliberately make inquiries. They were all talking about it. Thus, Ling Han very easily followed the path of the battle between the two, but after 10 or so minutes, he heard from the passers-by that the two of them had already stopped fighting, and had returned to their respective homes. Ling Han first tracked down that short hammer-wielding shorty, and made inquiries along the way until he arrived in front of an inn. He shouted loudly, "Shorty G, get your ass out here." The initially noisy inn immediately became quiet. What was going on? Someone actually dared to ask the person ranked 21st on the prodigy roll to get his ass out here. And it was Shorty G at that. Was he trying to stir up a hornet's nest? Everyone knew that though Ji Derong was not the first on the prodigy roll in terms of temper, he was definitely in the top 3. Pung! Indeed, in just an instant, a window was smashed open, and a short man leapt out. Originally, with his stature, it was impossible for him to cause too much damage, but who asked him to be carrying a large hammer on his shoulder? When he crashed into the room, he almost split the entire room into 2 halves. Which bastard actually dares to scold your Lord Ji? Ji Derong's eyes widened in anger. To be able to remain on the prodigy roll, he was at most 30 years old, but his full beard covered his entire face, and he felt that he was more than 40 years old. Ling Han walked over and said, "You idiot! You destroyed my inn. I'm here to capture you and bring you back to be a waiter." Ha 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 ha. When Ji Derong heard this, he was first stunned, then he laughed loudly. Did he hear wrongly? There was actually someone who wanted to capture him and bring him back to be a waiter? He looked at Ling Han a few more times and said, "You're quite interesting, but you shouldn't joke around with your Lord Ji. Joke your sister." Ling Han leapt over, and with a kick he aimed towards Ji Derong's face. "How dare you!" Ji Derong was furious. Though he admired Ling Han's sense of humor, this young man actually dared to kick him. This was really too audacious. He decided to make Ling Han suffer a bit, but he could still keep his life, and let him entertain him with jokes. He moved and casually made a grabbing motion, but his expression immediately changed, because the power of this kick from Ling Han was astonishingly terrifying, causing even him to feel a chill. Fuck, was this really a young man in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Pung! Ji Derong was instantly kicked solidly in the face. With a great force, he was unquestionably stomped onto the ground. Pung! A hole instantly appeared in the ground, and his entire head had sunk in. The destructive power of this kick was too great. Even if Ji Derong was on the prodigy roll, so what? He had already been knocked unconscious, his limbs hanging limply, and he looked like a dead dog. Everyone present turned pale with fright. There was a considerable number of martial artists in this inn. Some had come to participate in the prodigy tournament, while some had come to spectate. Naturally, they all recognized who Ji Derong was. But it was precisely such a young elite that had been knocked unconscious with a single stomp. This instantly caused a considerable number of people who had planned to participate in the tournament to want to retreat. My God, with such a monster here, what the hell is the point of participating? I'll teach you how to be a proper person at any moment. All of a sudden, the scene was once again completely silent. Reading on one's phone is more refreshing. Chapter 431. Ling Han was astounded. This man that was like a tall mountain was obviously his sworn brother, Feng Peyun, who he'd just become sworn brothers with yesterday. Who's this? Such nerve, actually daring to call a heaven-tier elite old man. Don't know, probably an unorthodox person. He's been trapped in the city for too long, and his brain has become muddled and crazy. Yes, that's reasonable, that's reasonable. The people on the city walls discussed spiritedly. Not everyone had Ling Han's judgment, being able to see through Feng Peyun's strength. In the eyes of normal people, this large man was only slightly sturdy and extraordinary, and there wasn't much special about him. However, the heaven-tier elites in the open and in the dark all revealed grave expressions. They couldn't see through this large man's strength. This proved one thing. His cultivation wasn't below theirs in the slightest. Bai Yuan was even more careful. With a long whistle, the seven-headed coffin slid over from afar. The other party came with ill intentions, and was most likely going to make a move, so he couldn't be careless. Generally speaking, heaven-tier elites were pretty much standing at the peak of the world, so they were naturally bold and unrestrained. However, who asked the Thousand Corpse sect to be more special? Even the Shattering Void tier sect master had to hide his head and show his tail, never revealing his true body, so the 7 heaven-tier venerables under his command were obviously also cautious. At least before the Thousand Corpse sect officially stood in front of everyone, they all maintained a low profile and cautious style. Who are you, sir? Bai Yuan shouted. Feng Peyun picked his ears and said, Is there something wrong with your hearing? I'm telling you to remove this broken formation, or else I'll personally dismantle it. Haha, what an arrogant tone. Why don't you dismantle it for me? Bai Yuan said menacingly. This was the 4th killing formation. Although the sect master didn't obtain the complete formation, and could only unleash 50% of its power, killing low-level Shattering Void tier elites wasn't difficult. This large man actually said he was going to dismantle it. Humph, humph. Feng Peyun's gaze focused, and like a flash of lightning, Bai Yuan felt pain in his eyes as if his eyeballs were about to explode. So strong. Bai Yuan was shocked, and hurriedly commanded the corpse soldiers to attack. Pung pung pung, 7 coffins opened at the same time and 7 corpse soldiers jumped out. Every one of them only had bones left, but the bones were golden in color, as if made of metal. However, on every bone, there were inch-long spikes, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Just 7 sets of bones and you want to stop me? Feng Peyun said disdainfully. Bai Yuan was furious. These 7 corpse soldiers were tempered with the sect master's help, and in terms of defense, they already reached the peak of the heaven tier. Even a peak stage heaven tier warrior would have to spend some effort to destroy them. Moreover, these corpse soldiers' attack power was not weak in the slightest. After the bone spikes were tempered 100 times, they could easily tear open the defense of heaven tier warriors. As long as they got close, they could instantly pierce a heaven tier elite into a bloody hole. Kill for this old man. Bai Yin pointed at Feng Peyun and suddenly the 7 corpse soldiers leaped out at the same time, attacking Feng Peyun. Should we help? On top of the city wall, an old woman appeared and asked Yin Shuiyang. This person, little Yang, I don't know at all. His strength is unfathomable. Let's talk about it first, Yin Shuiyang said, shaking his head. I seem to have seen this person somewhere. Another old man appeared, staring at Feng Peyun with a doubtful expression. These 7 corpse soldiers were all 3rd-tier golden-armored corpses, and they were tempered to the extreme. Even if he recovered the strength of his previous life, he wouldn't dare to face them head-on, unless it was a freak like Sword Emperor or Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Feng Peyun didn't take it to heart at all, and instead took out a wine gourd to drink in big mouthfuls. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, and his beard was full of sparkling liquid, full of the vicissitudes of life. The corpse soldiers attacked, and he was instantly submerged in the golden bones. It's over, everyone said inwardly. Those were third-tier golden armor corpses, and being close to them, no matter how strong a heaven-tier warrior was, it would probably be hard to escape death. They really didn't think that an elite would actually die in such a useless way. Principal Bai sneered. This was the result of not taking him seriously. Did they really think that the Thousand Corpse sect was easy to bully just because they didn't come into the world? Wrong, everyone in the Thousand Corpse sect raised corpses, and each person could at least fight one against two. The higher the tier, the more terrifying the battle prowess. He alone could stand against 6 or 7 heaven-tier warriors. How shocking was that? Wang, under the attack of the 7 corpse soldiers, a purple brilliance surged, turning into a circle, and then suddenly exploding. Pong, 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 the 7 corpse soldiers were actually blasted away at the same time, and at the same time the skeleton that was as strong as the peak stage of the heaven tier was disintegrating, turning into countless broken bones. The purple brilliance flickered, and Feng Peyun stood proudly like a supreme god. His feet stepped on the earth and his head reached the sky. The whole world had to crawl and tremble under his body. His eyes were like stars and his hair fluttered, emitting an astonishing divine light like a divine chain of order that could lock and annihilate everything. The supreme aura shook, striking the 9 heavens and shaking the 9 underworlds. He alone reigned supreme. Pa 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 pa, everyone knelt down. Only heaven-tier warriors could barely resist, but they still couldn't hide the anxiety and terror in their hearts, and almost didn't even have the courage to fight. Shattering void tier. Bai Yuan's face was deathly pale, and his expression was extremely dispirited. The 7 corpse soldiers all had a sliver of his divine sense, and now that it was directly erased by Feng Peyun, he also suffered considerable injuries. At this moment, he at most had 30% of his battle prowess left. However, the Thousand Corpse sect relied entirely on corpse soldiers, and now the 7 corpse soldiers had all become dregs. His 30% of battle prowess was only relative to his main body, and his true battle prowess was probably less than 1%. Everyone no longer had a shred of doubt. Only the strongest existence in this world could defeat 7 peak heaven tier corpse soldiers in one strike. Shattering void tier. Greetings, my lord. On top of the city walls, Yin Shuiyang and the other heaven-tier warriors also saluted respectfully. Shattering void tier, even in the middle state, there were only a few, and they could be counted on one's fingers. Feng Peyun. Finally, someone revealed Feng Peyun's identity. Feng Peyun waved his hand, appearing dispirited, and said to Bai Yuan, "Don't say that I'm bullying a child. Remove this great formation, and never come to Million Treasure City again." Bai Yuan similarly saluted respectfully. Regardless of whether he was an enemy or a friend, Shattering Void Tier warriors had too lofty a status, standing at the peak of humanity, and with another step they could become gods, gaining the admiration of the world. However, after saluting, he said, "Forgive this old man for not being able to obey Lord Feng. Taking down this city is my sect master's order, and this old man doesn't dare to disobey." "Then where's your sect master? Have him come out, I'll beat him until he's convinced," Feng Peyun said domineeringly. This? Bai Yuan revealed a hint of annoyance. In his mind, Lord Sect Master was even more like a god, invincible in humanity, so how could he be insulted lightly? He said, "Lord Sect Master is tied up with trivial matters, and can't come see Lord Feng for a while.